Macmillan Audio presents The Night is Defying by Chloe C. Peñaranda. Read for you by Jackie Pryor and Corvin King. Part 1.
Chapter 1. Night. Past. He watched the darkness, tipping his fingers fade back to a warm tan, but what lay in his heart would never retract so easily. Night's death settled like a sleeping monster within him once again, proud of the bloodshed that surrounded him. The scent of vampire blood would always reek of decay, especially the night crawlers. Plucking a cloth from his jacket pocket, Night wiped his face as he stepped over the bodies. He felt nothing, and hardly remembered tearing through the dozen of them he'd come across in Alyssa's. "Your father won't be pleased," a vampire called Ripley said from behind. He was a soulless, the kind of vampire that consumed souls instead of blood. From Night's understanding, they could glimpse everything of a person through their souls, and once held a close alliance with the Celestials to keep peace and rid the land and stars of those who'd committed sins unworthy of redemption. "He's never pleased," Night said. It would be his punishment to face, but he didn't really care. He approached the wagon of captured Fae. They all cowered, thinking they'd been saved from one fate only to be staring at something far worse. It wasn't far from the truth, if his intentions for them were anything like the slaughter they'd just witnessed. With ease, he broke the lock, tossing it away before the iron door swung open. The Fae didn't move. This was the soul-tarnishing part he had to turn off every emotion to face. They couldn't all live. For it to be a believable ambush in that most escaped, there had to be casualties on both sides. Yet looking at every frightened life before him, it was never a choice he could make. "Not all of you can be saved, but you get to choose who walks away," Night said. It didn't matter what he did or who he saved. There would always be a villainous taint to it. Lives had to be sacrificed, and those who got to walk away were not his redemption. Salvation didn't exist for a servant of death. The Fae looked over each other, forming guards, protecting themselves and their young. Night stepped away from the carriage and watched them exit. 5 males, 3 females, 4 young. "Decide now which of you will die. Better yet, kill them yourselves and you can walk away with a lifetime of wealth." Night stood calm and still. His mind reached into each of theirs, waiting. They'd made their choice before they got the chance to act on it. Night reacted to their unspoken intentions, snapping the neck of one male who planned to lunge for the female next to him to save himself. Then Night twisted, reaching a hand into the chest of another who was about to turn on his friend. Finally, the last male succumbed to the hand Night wrapped around his throat, for the target he'd made of the young in his company. Night tossed him aside, not looking as Ripley caught the Fae, and his silent cries didn't last long as his soul was devoured. The blood on Night's hand disappeared in wisps of smoke as he turned to the remaining Fae. "Run south and don't look back," he said to them, devoid of any emotion. It took them a moment to decide Night wasn't going to turn on them as they tried to escape. They were right to be cautious, and he could only hope their fear of him and other vampires that could come after them again would keep their wits sharp. The females guided the young, but one male turned back, one with short, deep green hair and small horns that curved away from themselves. Why did you help us?" he asked. Night didn't know what to do with such a question. It wasn't one he'd faced before, and this group was particularly slow at retreating from him when the door of opportunity opened. He didn't have an answer to give. Instead, Night said, "Your hair could pass as a starlight matter enhancement. Your horns and ears will always single you out to them as Fae." He cringed at the implication. "If you want a chance at a normal life, or to stay alive and fight back." "I understand," the male said. "Thank you." The gratitude didn't sit right. There's a human called Lucinda Haveston. Go to Delvin Inn at the edge of Ulysses. She'll help you. The female nodded. I won't forget the debt we owe you. Before Knight could say that he didn't want any favors, the Fae took off after his group. My lord, a new vampire interrupted, a young shadowless named Lionel. You shouldn't be here. They have the Star Maiden. Knight's eyes targeted the guard at once, causing him to stiffen. If that's true. It is. They have her captive in the tower back in Astrinus. Cold, cruel laughter erupted inside him, but he didn't release it. They don't have the Star Maiden, Knight said with mocking calm, but a thrill began to rise in his chest. She has them. She had her back to him. Lengths of unique silver hair spilled behind her with strands catching an iridescent sheen from the moonlight she stared at. Knight dismissed all the guards before entering the cell. This moment was his, to face her once and for all. He wanted to relish it all to himself. He kept back, cloaked in shadow, and her lack of reaction had him questioning her highly admired senses and wit. Until she began to turn. Only a flicker of silver blue caught his sight before he was slammed by a force as shackling as death and as condemning as hell. Night slipped into her mind out of instinct, erasing the sight of him. The shadow cover was not enough to hide from it. This impossibility. It was fucking impossible. A wicked trick, yet he couldn't figure out how she was convincing a part of his being that they belonged together, that she was his to bond and protect and strengthen. No, she was his to weaken, destroy, and eradicate. She was a cunning, yet absolutely stunning little thing. Fury rose in him at her utter audacity in trying her celestial bewitchment on him. Her silver eyes searched the cell, and Knight eased a fraction, knowing she wasn't immune to his ability to bend minds. Estrella, the daughter of dusk and dawn, the beloved ruler of all Solanas, the Star Maiden, a magnificent and undeniably powerful creature. The pull to her became gravity-defying while he stood rooted. He had to get out of here, and took 2 steps before her voice did something no other had before. It silenced every beast of his mind.
Why do you hide?
Her voice. He fought a strong urge to expel it from his mind, losing to the rapture of wanting to hear it again. Why do you pretend to be captured? He couldn't resist the answer he eased into her mind. She heard it with a shallow gasp, drawing his gaze to full pink lips now parted faintly, and fuck, he should kill her and be done with it. Knight hadn't come armed, when her death by his hands alone would be most gratifying. Now there was a demon in his mind that would sooner tear at his own flesh than lay on her with malicious intent. Estrella would die. He would make sure of it. The heavy chains clanged as she examined her bonds.
They certainly feel real,
she said.
Though I can't say the same for you.
He wanted to melt the iron circling her wrists and strangle the guard who was responsible for equipping them with the chain between them. Stars above, he wanted to.
You must be the one they call Knight's Death,
she drawled. The name wasn't right. Not from her. Yet that evil within him peeked out with sinful glee toward his greatest enemy. Starlight. It marked her. The scent, like lavender and honey, pulled Knight inches closer to take a full inhale. Intoxicating. Another step. She was a drug, and he was, too curious to sample. Knowing he could cut out the affliction like any plague. Just indulge a little more. Where do you get that impression? He sent back in answer. He'd faced countless threats, seen bloodshed of every color. Yet danger of the most lethal kind was always the most beautiful. And Estrella. She was such a mesmerizing, taunting, and beautiful thing that it didn't seem fair to the rest of the world to compare her to anything else in it. in the shadow of what she was, the brightest star.
I've heard of your mind talents,
she said plainly, so unimpressed, unafraid. Her indifference toward him flared wildly in him. When her face lifted fully, the impact of her eyes locking on his was like his next step slammed straight into the stone wall. It was right then, against his will, he pledged to her. No one would harm her. No one would touch her. No one except him. So when he found the mark scoring across her cheek, freshly scabbed and still flushing, rose against her pale complexion, Night almost lost his whole fucking composure. He wouldn't ask her. No, something about the hidden gleam in her eye told him she would use any words as a craft. The impression that he cared about a mark on her was sure to strike back like a blade in his chest. Yet even more perplexing was how easily she found Night stare when he was sure his image was still blocked from her mind by his compulsion.
I faced monsters before,
she taunted, easing closer to the bars. He became fascinated with her.
You won't scare me if you show yourself.
For once he didn't fight the curl of his mouth. Her daring nature was plucking long dormant threads within him, and he was thrilled to test how far this creature was able to bend before he broke her. Night resisted the urge to join her boldness and erase more of the space between them. The scent of her blood still lingered from her wound, and the sharp teeth appearing in his mouth snapped his awareness. He slipped from her mind, releasing it fully. Estrella blinked as if she knew, felt it. She searched for him even though she'd already had him pinned. It wasn't in cowardice that he kept himself semi-hidden in the shadows of the room. He couldn't be sure exactly what was truth or myth about the Star Maiden. He had to be cautious.
Trading one method of hiding for another doesn't count,
she said. I'm right here, he answered. I've always been right here. Night didn't know what to make of her reaction when she finally distinguished his form from the darkness. She stared and stared without a single word, and it was damn infuriating. Itching his skin so badly he wanted to snap her neck to be rid of the attention. As quick as the thought came, he imagined holding her fragile, lifeless body, wondering if she would wake again, or if she wasn't like him at all, not a true immortal. It didn't seem right that the daughter of two primordials would be anything less. The movement in his chest was foreign, and he didn't know what to make of it. A faster beat like the adrenaline of war, then a skip that felt like regret. Night had taken a step out of his shadow cover without even realizing. Her chin tipped back a fraction to keep those cool eyes on his. Fire against ice. What destruction they could commit. It hummed between them like a dare, just waiting for one side to announce war so the battle could begin. Estrella, he said, only to taste her name, and fuck did it flare something possessive within him that took claim of it that instant.
Night's death?
Again, he didn't like the sound of it from her, especially in the way she toyed with it, a name that brought vicious beings to their knees. She used it like she found a thrill in provoking a dangerous beast. Just Night, he corrected her. He wanted to retract the token he extended to her as soon as it left his lips. It was better to have her keep testing the name that was priming the monster inside him to devour her. Night's death would want her to push and push until Night had no choice but to give over to it completely, and there would be no hope for her then.
You are not what I expected,
she observed. The slow trail of her eyes over him grated on him like knives. Everything she did was so purposeful, attentive. Night had to figure her out before she could him, and when their eyes met again, it was like the race had begun. She wasn't captured. Of course not. Night had tried that himself, and if some other had managed what he couldn't, he would damn well hand them a sword and lay his neck at their mercy. There was some foolish bastard, perhaps several, who were gloating about how they'd caught the Star Maiden. and Night couldn't wait to hunt them down. He wondered, "Dare I ask what assumptions you had about me?" Her mouth twitched as though the stories she'd been told amused her.
Older, for one.
She started. Those silver eyes roved over him, and stars. The disruption in him was unwelcome to their impression each time.
Like, far older, with a beard and maybe carrying a scepter.
A scepter? She shrugged.
No one knows how your magic works. I figured the mind manipulation might be some kind of rare artifact.
Night couldn't fight the amusement curving his mouth. Such a strange feeling he wasn't sure how to suppress it. Like your key. Estrella looked away. The legendary weapon of the Star Maiden was feared by all, and he was fascinated to see it.
It's many things, but it cannot trick minds.
If it's in the void, you know I could find it.
Which is why it isn't. You think I don't know of your capabilities, Night?
She approached the bars again, slipping her pale hands around them and leaning her forehead to the cold metal.
I know how many times you've sought me out. I know that it's been your father's highest goal.
You've been watching me.
Of course.
I know a lot about you, too, Estrella. She liked hearing her name from him. He could tell by the way her eyes creased a near undetectable fraction each time he'd said it. Do your guardians know you're here? The fall of her face was all the answer he needed. The Star Maiden had been raised by 6 of them in mortal flesh, divinely chosen by the god of dusk and the goddess of dawn, to raise the one true leader that would usher in the Golden Age. They were 3 bonded pairs, and a mix of all species, to demonstrate and instill peace in the Star Maiden. Once she came of mature age, they gave up their millennium-old mortal forms to rest, leaving their bonded spirits, known now as the legendary serpent, panther, and raven, to continue to guide her.
They've long been of the opinion the best way to deal with you is to never acknowledge you.
I'm wounded.
I doubt that.
So why did you come? Estrella looked to be contemplating, deciding if her guardians were right or if she should trust her own intuition.
What do you know of the Quakes?
It wasn't what he expected her to have risked her life to come here for. Now why would I give you any information? Night decided to play with her. This was the most fun he'd had in decades.
Because this affects you too.
Does it? Her eyes narrowed, trying to read him. It was adorable to watch her try.
The stars are dying,
she said, giving away her first note of fear.
Plummeting this world into darkness would create a catastrophic imbalance.
I quite like the dark.
So I've gathered.
A smile played on his lips. Are you asking for my help?
You might think the disruption to solar magic only affects the Celestials and humans, but you're wrong. Vampires would become uncontrollable. Nightcrawlers would roam freely and ravage. This world is not ready. Your father is not prepared to handle something that will quickly spread beyond his control like a bloodthirsty plague.
If I'm not mistaken, one of your guardians was a Nightcrawler. She pursed her lips, deliberating how much she was willing to share with him.
He would not have wished for their freedom in the daylight. It is the only way a lot of them keep their control. Them aside, the Celestials would become powerless eventually. And before you think that triumphing over them would be enough reason to leave the Quakes be, you should know that you don't understand what that would truly mean. Souls would never cycle to the stars. The soulless would become another insatiable force, and their greed would consume them instead. Starlight matter would no longer be a trade substance. Without the sun, nothing would grow. The humans would die out too. Then, with them gone, the Fae would be the last to come under attack in the vampire's desperation. So yes, a vampire reign would be achieved, but it would be a world only of monsters. With this course, there would be no governing them, no order, only pure chaos and bloodshed. If your father wants to overthrow me to rule a nation, whatever is shaking our balance must be stopped."
Night thought for a long moment. She came for an alliance. The idea was as fascinating as it was ludicrous. He wouldn't expose his intrigue so easily. Wouldn't tell her he believed she was right and had been unsettled by the discovery of the imbalance that had grown worse. The quakes were at least a century old. Night didn't remember a time without them, but they were becoming more and more frequent in recent decades, and for the Star Maiden to have come to him, the effect of them on the Celestials must be edging on dire. "Why did you not speak to my father?"
"Because I have been watching you,"
she reminded.
"and I think we both know who really has the power to do something here."
Night wouldn't admit the unexpected lift of relief that she hadn't voiced any of this to his father. He wouldn't see her reasoning. There was a delusion to his thoughts that would disregard any warning and use this knowledge to gain his advantage no matter the cost. As her enemy, Night couldn't deny it would be smart, if done right. Yet how could she not see the betrayal in coming to him? He could discover what was causing the quakes in the Star Maiden and take reign over the Celestials. Then stop whatever was causing the disruption himself. "You're cold," he diverted, deciding he needed time to calculate exactly what he would be getting himself into. Night's observation earned a shiver from her that seemed like she'd been stifling it the whole time. To not show weakness.
"You'll have to tell your guards it'll take more than a few freezing nights in here to kill me,"
she said, pacing the cell now. Her deep purple gown had sheer sleeves to show off magnificent metallic silver tattoos. The constellation over her chest was that of the Star Maiden, an exquisite thing. Though for the dead of winter, her attire was not adequate. "They took things from you," he said, surprised by the darkness leaking into his tone. He couldn't help it. Imagining hands on her surged a need to rip them from the bodies of those who thought it appropriate to touch her without his knowledge.
"There's a particular brute with a scar over his lip who was thorough in his search for weapons,"
she said, unfazed by the handling she'd been subjected to.
"Make sure they don't damage my dagger, will you? I'm rather fond of it."
Seeing no place for her to equip herself with weapons, his sight targeted her thigh, catching the flicker of black leather when she stepped from the cut of her gown. Cold, murderous rage overcame him quicker than he could suppress it.
"Are they supposed to scare me?"
Her voice snapped him from a reel of deplorable thoughts. Night followed her attention, examining the ripples of shadow that had spilled into her cell. They circled her, and he knew the nightmares they could inflict when they made a target out of someone. His allegiance with them was a match made in hell's most sinister depths. The beat in Night's chest quickened, readying him to intervene, but the shadows weren't interested in attacking. They reacted to his curiosity about her, and he had to wonder if it was misplaced courage or stupidity that had her reaching out a hand to touch the animated darkness. Night's fists clamped, and whatever emotions expelled from him to give the shadows form dissipated, and it fell like black smoke, disappearing into nothing. "If you're serious, find me again," he said, leaving without another word. He marched down the dark halls of the keep they'd taken over a few years ago in Astrinus, not really knowing any direction, only driving against the force not to turn back. "We have the elusive Star Maiden." Dryston's approach didn't come as a surprise when he'd all but skipped up in his eagerness. Knight's younger half-brother was starting to join in with their father's never-ending plans and strategies in a war he often scaled higher than it was because of his own paranoia about the Celestials. Overthrowing them was no easy feat, and while Knight entertained his orders, nothing short of the Maiden's death would get him what he sought. "She'll be gone by morning," Knight said stiffly. He could practically feel the frown Dryston wore. "She's in a cell, chained in steel laced with nebulora." Knight hadn't failed to notice the burning around Estrella's wrists, from the cosmic plant harmful to her kind. It wasn't enough to incapacitate her. She'll figure it out. Father has tripled the guard detail around the fortress. He stopped walking, turning to Dryston when he was certain no one lingered around to overhear. Never underestimate your enemy when they still have resources to best you. For Estrella, breathing is enough. Dryston quirked a brow as if waiting for a joke. You've never given an enemy that much credit, he said, folding his arms. His apprehension of Knight's judgment grated a nerve, but his younger brother had a lot to learn about how to rank his enemies. I've never met my match. But don't be concerned for me, brother. A word of advice, though. Don't be around when Father hears of her escape.
Chapter 2. Estrella. Present. I held a dagger to my heart, knowing he would come. This bargain, our bond, would summon him from the risk to my life.
There are more enticing ways to get my attention, Starlight.
I wanted to deny the silk of his silvery voice caressing my skin in pleasure. I wished the rage I harbored would translate it to disgust. If what you said is true, this shouldn't kill me, I challenged. Maybe I was losing my sanity, but being held captive between stone and iron, even for the single day he'd locked me here, had grown my resentment beyond caring.
No, but it would hurt. A lot.
His hand curled around the bar as his golden irises danced. The bastard was enjoying this.
And there's only one place I wish to hear your screams, where I can own them.
My hand poised with my stormstone blade fell as I pinned him with a heated glare. You own nothing of me, I seethed. I made the dagger vanish through the starlight void. I paced, trying to focus. While I had become accustomed to retrieving that one item, I had yet to figure out how to move through it like Knight could. My fists flexed as I paced, as though imagining them around his neck would spur enough determination to succeed.
Estrella.
His voice dropped low and my eyes scrunched to it, hating the low tone of a plea.
Just one more day.
I gave a bitter laugh. I hope it was worth it, I said. My teeth clenched to the ache of my heart. Gaining their loyalty at my expense?
That is not what this is.
Then what the fuck is it? My eyes burned, but I wouldn't shed a single tear for him.
Protection.
Control, I corrected in a cold calm. That's what you told them. You forced me to retrieve the key to display your power over me. You should kill me with it. For the second you let me free, I will find a way to kill you. He'd taken the key and somehow blocked my ability to retrieve it. Maybe I was glad when this captivity made me volatile, and I couldn't be sure what my untrained power could be capable of.
You are absolutely stunning.
My resentment took an ugly turn. I called you here because I want you to tell me about my bonded. The one Drystan mentioned, I said, enjoying how it wiped the smile from his face.
You had a lot to process as it was. Drystan had no right to throw that at you when he did.
Knight snarled. I'm glad he did, I taunted. Maybe I'll find this other person more tolerable than you. Shadow touched me before his skin did. A feather-like caress of his fingers mimicked the darkness trailing up my arm.
Why won't you wear the things I brought you?
I don't want things. I want to get the hell out of here. I didn't look to the change of clothing on the bed. It was tempting and beautiful. Something like a gown, but there was also leather pants and high boots. My pettiness made me not want to take anything from him.
It wasn't safe.
It'll never be safe. You have a court of vampires above us that all want me dead.
Wrong. They want you alive, now that they understand that so long as I live too, you being alive keeps the Celestials weak.
The reminder of our doomed existence crushed me every time. Controlled, then.
More like it, yes. You would make their greatest ally.
You would force me?
I could.
Night loved this game between us. I wanted it to burn. He tipped my chin slowly, and I kept my eyes cold. Night murmured,
I want you to belong with me.
The next beat of my heart traitorously stumbled. Possession, I stated.
Alliance,
He corrected. It is only your desire.
Are you sure?
Other, bonded, I said to divert his attention. That key word of Drystan's had played a tormenting loop.
Surely you understand by now why you followed me so easily, even though I wasn't truly there. When you were frozen on that lake in Elyssus, you yearned for me. Through your trials, you called for me. Your soul, I wish I could say I hate to tell you this, but I don't. I'm your bonded, Starlight.
I thought a part of me had always known, when the confirmation didn't come as a shock. Instead, my stomach fluttered, a reaction I wished I wouldn't have when the words repeated over and over in my mind. We can't be. Our mere existence together is collapsing the stars. His lips inched closer to blow warmth against mine.
I tried to be selfless for a moment, in coaxing you toward the veil instead of coming to Vesitir for the Libertatum. But the moment you were right before me, there was no letting you go.
We shared breath, and I was torn between wanting to kiss him and wanting to stab him again. You didn't try hard enough.
I assure you, that small push toward the arms of another tore apart every fiber of my being.
His lips slanted against mine, and I was a damned fool for letting my anger melt under the heat of him, even just for a moment. He pressed his body to mine, not against the wall, but rather with an arm around my back, eager to feel how my body curved effortlessly into him. I pulled out of the kiss abruptly, remembering my irritation with him. I pushed his chest to gain space. How can I have two bonded?
A trick of fate. A loophole, if you will.
He said.
Every person has a bonded, same sex or opposite. I am not from this realm. We never should have met. And it is cruel yet punishing that two souls from separate worlds came to a perfect collision. Hence, you have two of them.
Stars above. The rarity of us. It was as magnificent as it was tragic. What does it mean? I whispered. To be my bonded. It flared a light inside me I tried desperately to snuff out.
Nothing, should you wish.
Hearing it thrown away by him unsettled me. I tried to distinguish if it was how he really felt about this thing that ran between us. A bond that could tie us to each other. A bond has no heart. You told me it didn't require love.
You misunderstand,
He said carefully.
I never claimed there was no heart to a bond. It is a life partnership. You vow to protect and strengthen each other. You bond your soul to another.
What happens if one dies? A plummet in my stomach accompanied the cold touch of expanding shadows around him.
A pair that have claimed the bond. One heart becomes a burden to keep beating without the other.
The way he said it answered a question about us I wasn't ready to hear out loud yet. You knew all this time?
Of course.
Everything you feel for me.
Has nothing to do with it. There was a time I wanted to kill you. You were my enemy in more ways than one. I was my father's son. It's all I knew how to be. and you were something that would always be in his way of getting what he wanted, to be the ruler of Solanas.
You didn't follow through on your father's order.
No.
Why?
You made me believe that maybe monsters aren't born, they're made. I was never a son, only a ruthless soldier. Even when you were gone, I still couldn't figure out why you cared. You approached a villain everyone would sooner run from as the Star Maiden. But over time, you showed me Estrella. Just you. No title. It was then I understood there was a light I could not just tolerate, but crave.
I would never deny Knight was capable of monstrous things, but he was not a monster. Then I had to wonder if my own feelings could be betraying me to think that. I felt his care, and it was deep. He came for me, stayed with me, guided me. But how could I be certain it wasn't all for his own gain in a way I've yet to discover? Me being alive keeps the Celestials weak, I muttered. Pacing to the wall, I leaned a hand to the stone, needing to feel something solid when my world was as fragile as glass. How can I be sure you're not keeping me here for that, too?
I took no pleasure in overpowering you on the rooftop,
he said darkly. My skin tightened at the growing presence of him at my back. A shiver broke me from the wrap of shadows, hands made of them that turned me around by my waist before his real body caged me against the wall.
You have every power over me. Tell me you know that.
It couldn't be true. How someone as influential and dominating as Knight could be under my power. Release me from your bargain, I said. His jaw worked.
It's to protect you from doing foolish things.
Like saving your damned life? He tried to force me away through our blood bargain when he was in trouble, and the pain to defy it was like nothing else.
Exactly like that, when it could have ended 100 different ways that would have gotten you killed.
A regrettable decision now.
But look at the fun we're having.
I hate you.
Hmm.
Knight refused to keep personal space around me. The slither of air breezing between us became static.
Try saying that again. See what happens.
The dare in his tone was enticing, a dormant language I felt awakening between us. Pausing, the suspense rose from the tips of my toes. It flared a passionate light gold in his irises.
Yes.
He coaxed. A challenge. I shouldn't provoke him, but shit, I wanted to. Hate you. I gasped at the sudden, familiar pull of the void. Sharp air surrounded me, and I had no choice but to wrap my arms around Knight's neck when all I saw around us was clouds. My incredulity was stolen for a few seconds by the beauty of the moonlit landscape, and above us, I treasured the map of the stars.
One more time,
Knight said. My sight snapped back to him, and my irritation returned. He carried me in a position where he could easily drop me. His large, midnight feathered wings beat the night air around us. I have wings, too.
Do you? Let's see.
He let me go. My stomach flipped and tumbled with the rapid descent, and there was no grace to my flailing form. Knight was a twisted, infuriating bastard. He dove after me. I could just about make out the dark form of him through my blurry sight, with the slicing wind and cold stinging my eyes. I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I screamed in my mind. I wasn't sure if that's what made him dive faster until he reached me, slipping a hand around my back and our fall lessening, slower and slower, until my body felt tugged up against gravity. Then, Stillness. A jarring, confusing stillness and warmth soothed the sharp cold nipping my face. I had to blink a few times to reorient. He'd taken us through the void again, and I now lay on a bed with Night, and his magnificent wings towering over me. His body pressed into me lightly, and I was too stunned and dizzy to do anything.
I love it when you hate me,
he purred over my jaw.
Don't you find it thrilling? It's one of your brightest forms of passion.
My hate is going to find something sharp and drive it through your heart.
You remember where to aim this time. Good girl.
He was positioned between my legs, and I couldn't deny my hate wanted to unleash in other traitorous ways right now. Release me from the bargain, I repeated.
Estrella, I release you from your blood bargain to me.
My lips parted with the faint tug within me, and I knew it was done. Relief that he didn't fight or elude me on it relaxed me into the mattress. Night's wings disappeared in a wave of shimmer like stardust. He shifted to lie propped up on his side next to me, and it was only then that I started to take in more details of the room and knew we were in the one I was assigned for in the Libertatum. Why didn't you make me retrieve the keys sooner, when you could have commanded it?
You were healing.
Your father had the deadliest weapon he'd been after for centuries.
You were healing,
he repeated.
Even attempting to call it in the state you were in could have killed you, and there's nothing I wouldn't let burn to the ground if it meant your safety.
I wanted to push him away, but instead, this tether to him wound tighter, beyond my control, only to make the impact that much sharper when he left. How could I forget that he planned to leave this realm? Leave me? What did your father do with it? Night eased away, sitting with his back to me on the edge of the bed as I pushed up on my forearms.
He managed to get inside the temple, but I don't think they granted his wish. The doors were open, but something wasn't right.
You have the key?
It's in the Starlight Void. The key is a powerful weapon, but it is most lethal in your hands. You have unparalleled power without it. At least, I have to believe you still have it in this life and can get it back. The key is an amplifier for you. To anyone else, it's a volatile catastrophe waiting to happen. It will corrupt the mind of anyone who tries to wield it, when it was only intended for you. In turn, it weakens the magic you harbor in punishment for allowing it to slip out of your possession.
But I was able to call it back, even when your father had taken it.
This time, yes. But you can be blocked from that. My father just didn't figure that out.
You did. My gut twisted with betrayal, then realization. You've done it to me before. In the past. He didn't deny it.
I want to help you. Do you believe that?
Night's gentleness would never fail to bring out the fool in me, the pining heart that wanted to trust him. I shook my head. You haven't given me much reason to.
Bond with me.
Each word struck like a knife, widening my eyes on him to search for the joke. You can't be serious.
You are half of my soul. Whether you choose to bind yourself to me or not, that will never change. But this gives them what they want. The vampires are restless. They'll stop looking to you as a threat with our powers merged.
I am a threat, I hissed. I will become everything they fear before I give them the satisfaction of thinking you or they own me. Night's mouth curled, suppressing his approval.
Sometimes the key to winning is letting your opponent think they're in the lead.
Night stood, and I was compelled to slip off the bed too. We were like two resisting magnets. My irritation kept my feet planted, but Night gave in more times than I thought he realized. He approached, and my hand subconsciously curved back around the bedpost to him, erasing the space between us.
"Bond with me,"
he repeated in a low murmur that skittered over my skin. My head leaned fractions to the side, to the brush of my hair he spilled over my shoulder to expose my neck.
"Power and loneliness corrupts. We are infinite together."
My breaths came shallow at the light press of his body. My blood ignited at the thought of his teeth in me again. You can't ask that of me.
"Why not?"
You have a knowledge of my past that I don't have of yours.
Yet.
Knight's lips pressed to my throat. The seduction was a distraction to scatter the rational thinking I was grappling to keep hold of. He was addicting in ways that felt timeless, endless, that made me prey in his hold and tuned out the voice of reservation. How much could I trust myself, my instincts? Or perhaps that was what led to my fall in the past, and I had to be wary not to repeat history. So, in the arms of the one who was once my enemy, and perhaps could be even now, I had to craft a plan. One that might tear my soul. But what were wounds to the heart became armor to the mind. Over the last day, I couldn't stop picturing the veil, imagining the winged celestials beyond it. My people. The concept riddled me with as much exhilaration as it did terror when I didn't know if I was worthy of being what they thought I was, what I once was. "I will bond with you," I said. His face pulled back, and those beautiful golden irises searched me in surprise at my agreement. But I gave him nothing else. My emotionless answer seemed to affect him.
"Good,"
he said, equally as cold. Knight turned from me and headed for the door. "No more cages?" I said. I walked to him this time. A muscle in his jaw worked.
"If you ever find yourself in one again, you're going to have the means to break it."
"How can you be sure?"
"I know what's hiding within you."
It was hiding from me, too. The vampires?
"Won't touch you. I've ordered most of them away. Only Taryn and a few others linger as part of our agreement."
What agreement?
"Once we are bonded, you are one of us. An alliance, of course. It will not change anything about your celestial heritage."
I had so many questions on what would change. How this tie between us would affect me, and if it meant I could never escape him. Not alive. How am I supposed to discover what my heritage means and what I can do when I can't go to the Celestials in Althenia?
"I'm going to train you."
That took me by surprise. Why?
"To get your power back. I have to say it's for them, to show them you are still powerful, and this bond is a great advantage, but they know nothing of my plan to leave. This is for you, to get back what has been suppressed against your will, your magic, and your wings. It is for you we do this, so you stand the best chance to end this war when I'm gone. Do you believe that?"
In the hours he'd left me in that cell, I had been practicing one retrieval, one maneuver. My hand thrust to his chest, slamming him back against the door as he was caught completely unawares. My other hand reached through the void and my fingers gripped the cold and twisted handle of my stormstone dagger. My heart thundered, but my hold didn't tremble with the point of the wavy purple blade under his chin. You ever lock me in a cage again, this goes through your heart, only for me to watch you wake and do it a second time. Knight smiled, a stark, warm contrast to my icy glare. His hand reached up, and though his teeth gritted with the added pressure of my dagger, he tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear.
"Welcome back, Starlight." Chapter 3. Night. Balancing on the stone rail of Estrella's balcony while she slept inside unawares might be considered immoral. Wrong. I didn't give a fuck. My wings shielded me from the worst of the bitter winter air, but I didn't plan to stay long. I'd come here with the intention of soothing the need to see her, even though I had been with her a few hours ago. I couldn't sleep. Not with the torment that made me believe if I did, I could awaken back in that wretched cave below the library. Demons plaguing my mind turned the sight of her to a vision, the feel of her to a torturous whisper. I had come here for the reminder that I didn't need to look up and search the sky anymore, only forward, to where my fallen star lay. I thought just seeing her sleeping peacefully, safely would be enough. It wasn't. Shadows crept toward the lock as I dropped soundlessly onto the balcony. I opened her door. I didn't bother to conceal my wings as I welcomed myself in. I really wouldn't be here long, and she wouldn't know I'd come. Estrella was still angry with me, rightfully so, and it was sadistic of me to find thrill in it. Every dark and dangerous thing living inside her I wanted unleashed on me, then together on our enemies. Circling around her bed, she was a goddess against the moonlight that glittered her silver hair. Fucking exquisite. Mine. I was obsessed, incapable of letting her go even when death and time joined forces to try to separate us. It wasn't enough. Nothing ever would be. The dark and withered thing in my chest came to life in her presence. It became terrifying yet beautiful, a vulnerable reminder every day of what was at stake. I couldn't lose her again. I wouldn't. My search for the one who'd taken her from me for 300 years began the second the light faded in her silver blue eyes. Pain clenched like a fist around my heart, and I had to block out the past. She was here, right here. Impulse one with the need to feel her. Estrella slept on her side, hands tucked under her cheek. My fingers brushed the hair at her temple, and the way it eased centuries of torment from my mind, even if just for a second, was bliss. Her eyes flickered with a deeper inhale. Lips parting sleepily, she said,
Night?
Fuck, I wanted to get on my knees for that quiet murmur that asked for me. Starlight, I whispered. The hint of blue in her irises came out more in the shadows. They trailed high over my shoulders before following the curve of my wing.
They're beautiful,
she said, her consciousness not fully there. I couldn't help myself. Leaning down, I pressed my mouth to hers. The soft sigh she gave invoked peace in me, pulling at a yearning to be lying beside her. Sleep, love. Estrella attempted to shake her head, but I'd already lulled her mind and her lids slipped closed. She wouldn't wake to remember this as real. A flicker of a dream, maybe. It took everything in me to straighten away from her when I should be holding the only reminder of why I wanted to live. Estrella was born unafraid of monsters, and when the worst of them came to her, she bent my will to hers without even knowing it. There was only one thing keeping this world safe from me. Her. I would find her killer, and for every year they took from us, I would make them suffer to stretch a day as a month, a year as a century. They wouldn't remember their existence without pain. When, because of them, torture and terror had only one meaning to me now, being without her again. I crouched by her. Another truth for you, Estrella. Letting you go. I'm not capable of it. You offered your hand to walk through worlds with me, and I haven't been able to suppress the most selfish thoughts. It makes me no better than my parents when I want our time in this realm to expire, only to walk with you to the next, and condemn it too eventually. I wouldn't care about the destruction we left in our wake, and I don't know what that makes me. If you would be horrified by what I would do to keep you. Before I could stop myself, I leaned in, pressing lips to her head and breathing in the only scent that could bring peace to restless darkness. There are many treasures across many lands, but you're mine.
Chapter 4. Estrella. A tug within me pulled me out of a peaceful rest, but the trickle of familiarity dulled my initial alarm. Sitting up, I rubbed my eyes of the thickness of sleep, squinting through the dark like I would find someone. Only the moon highlighted silhouettes of the furniture occupying the room with me. I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't truly alone. I slipped out of bed and grabbed a cotton robe as an unexplainable gravity pulled me toward the balcony. My bare feet nipped against the icy floor, but I unlocked the doors regardless. My eyes fixed on the distance. I stepped out, my body tensed, but I became numb to the biting temperature as my sight trained on the roof of the oval library, searching through the dark. An angel was watching me. Their silver wings couldn't hide even in the darkest night, but they were careful, keeping close to a tall piece of the structure, and as long as they didn't move, no one would suspect the celestial. My chest beat with wonder. Bracing hands on the stone rail, I tried not to blink, as though they could disappear. I wanted them to come closer. If I was dressed, maybe I would have been reckless enough to venture out in the hopes they would reveal themselves to me. Voices outside my door drew my attention away from the silhouette, but those in the hall passed. When I looked back, the angel had disappeared. The tension in my body relaxed with disappointment, and the cold broke a sharp tremor as I hugged myself. Without the rush of adrenaline, the wind wrapped me tight and I shivered, teeth bashing together now. I quickly shuffled back inside, but just as I met the door, I gasped, heart leaping up my throat with the fright that locked me utterly still. The reflection of a crouched hooded figure and towering silver wings was as breathtaking as it was daunting. My pulse slammed, but my mind threw a block on anything that could reach Night, who would arrive to scare them off if he felt my fluctuating emotions. "Who are you?" I breathed when my throat became tight. I was too afraid to turn around. My magic hummed, and though I didn't know much of how to use it yet, I was confident I could defend myself long enough to call for help.
"It's really you,"
he said, a deep, low voice that tried to pull a reaction from me. Familiar? Maybe. Depends who you're expecting me to be. Finally, I squared my shoulders before turning. His hood shadowed a lot of his face, but his jaw was lined with short hair, and I could just make out his eyes to be a dark brown. I thought I'd seen the likes of his clothing before. Leathers with notes of purple and a long blade sheathed at his side.
"Estrella."
The way he said my name once again sparked something dormant in me. I should know who this man was. He leaped gently off the railing to stand on my balcony, reaching up for his hood. His brown hair was cut to his shoulders, half tied back in a knot, but some strands framed his face. He was beautiful. Yet I backed up a step when he advanced forward, and I didn't know where my bubble of unease rose from. He stopped, assessing me carefully, as if one wrong move would cause me to scream.
"I've waited so long for you. I can't believe you're finally right in front of me, and yet this is not the happy reunion I dreamed we'd have."
That stumbled in my chest and tightened in my stomach. My hand braced in the frame from the dizzy sweep as I processed who he was. But why was I also calculating how fast I could get inside and lock him out? "Oster," I acknowledged. He gave a single nod, and the world didn't feel so firm anymore. This man was my other bonded. "You shouldn't be here," I said. "If he finds you—"
"I'm not afraid of him. and I won't leave you for him to further poison your mind any longer than I already have.
He hasn't. I realized how naive my defense would sound to him. Night was his greatest enemy, and I was a cause for battle waiting to erupt between them. Why did you come? I asked instead.
For you, of course. I've been looking everywhere for you for 5 years since you came back.
But why tonight? I can't just run off with you.
Why not?
Oster took a step closer, and my body tensed. He seemed to notice, and I almost felt guilty for the disappointment in his eyes. I couldn't help but compare this with how I'd felt the first time I saw Night. Had he offered to run away with me after my dance at Goldfell Manor? Would I have gone with him? I didn't think so, but not for lack of desire, only in terror of Goldfell's retaliation. Then I shook my head because I knew so much more about myself and the world now. My reservation about Oster, despite the safety he should offer, was natural. Wasn't it?
I don't expect you to run away with me in the night,
he said. Oster gave a soft but saddened smile.
I just had to see you and hope you would want to see me again.
I eased at the assurance he wasn't about to grab me and fly away or keep pushing to persuade me to go with him. He had memories of us I didn't harbor anymore, but I was trying to listen to my instincts. They were what made Night feel safe before I knew who he truly was. When I'd heard about Oster, I couldn't deny I was daunted by the idea of meeting him. Perhaps I was glad he came unexpectedly, when I might have otherwise avoided an invitation in my cowardice. You wrote tonight, I said, recalling Night's simmering irritation before he turned the note to smoke. What did you say? Oster's eyes narrowed a fraction. The feeling toward Night was clearly more than mutual.
Of course he wouldn't tell you,
he said bitterly.
I asked to see you and he ignored the request, so I came tonight, and I hope you won't speak of it.
Why not?
If he kept my request a secret from you, he'll find a way to keep you from seeing me again.
A lot happened in the last week. He didn't want to overwhelm me. Oster gave me the type of look that made my body flush in embarrassment, as if I was too sheltered and manipulated to believe Night had my best intentions in mind. He didn't need to say anything, and I felt the sting in that silence because maybe I didn't know if I could trust my judgment either. I was so exhausted and confused.
Estrella, will you see me again? There's so much you need to learn when we didn't anticipate you'd return without your memories. Find a way to meet me without his knowledge. I lost you once to him. I can't let him hurt you like that again.
Oster had drifted close enough to touch. He reached up, and it took everything in me not to recoil as he brushed his fingers along my neck, hooking a strand of my hair. I placed it to guilt. That Night was somewhere inside, and though I didn't know what was between us and I was still somewhat angry with him, having another man on my balcony felt wrong. My eyes were attracted to a glint at his side. My sight fell to discover his left hand was still and made of solid silver. I didn't know why my brow pulled together and my heart sped faster, like I should know how it happened, and the memory was something so dark and terrible. His fingers tipping my chin up to meet his eyes snapped me out of my reeling thoughts. My nerves tried to calm when his brown eyes were soft and pained.
I have missed you dearly,
Oster mumbled. I couldn't reciprocate, only stand there like a clueless fool. And I was beginning to grow uncomfortable with his closeness. Where will I meet you? I said, more as a distraction when his eyes searched my face, and he was seeing someone I wasn't.
There's a woodland just outside the city. Can you meet me there in 3 nights' time? I'll find you.
I can't promise. I don't know when I'll have an opportunity without him finding out.
Then use your key. 5 flares to the sky and I'll come for you. We'll always be looking for your signal.
Inside me was an entanglement of nerves, rebellion, and excitement. I nodded in agreement, wondering if I was being reckless. No, this was taking back control and learning to trust myself. Held by his brown stare, I began to appreciate the flecks of hazel in them. They pulled at something inside me. Where will you take me?
Home, of course. To Althenia.
My mind brightened with the name. This was my chance to go to the one place night couldn't take me, beyond the celestial veil. He'd coaxed me to go there before I ever entered the Libertatum, and now my chest was squeezing with that selflessness that would have condemned him to his prison. I don't have wings yet, I admitted. Oster smiled. He wasn't horrified or judging my lack of progress. I had no reason to be nervous around him, so I trained my body to relax.
Perhaps being back on celestial land might help you gain them back. You'll always be held back here.
Excitement rose in me. This is what I needed. Though I was grateful for all Night was trying to do, he had a vampire army to tame, one that planned to claim me before I even had the chance to reclaim myself. I knew what I had to do then, and for the first time I was racing with a new drive of purpose. My eyes trailed over Oster's shoulders, and I tried to imagine my own wings, what it would feel like to soar the skies myself. They were made of beautiful silver-toned feathers, but I couldn't help comparing them to Night's dark wings that allured me more. "Thank you for coming," I said. Oster's hand lifted again, but he seemed to catch himself, realizing it was a habit from the past.
It's already killing me to leave you, to not whisk you away right now, but I can be patient.
My face creased in gratitude. It was all I had. I didn't know if my memories would return or when, but for now I had to try to rekindle what I could and trust in my intuition that felt pulled from the past. "I'll find a way to come as soon as I can," I said in consolation. He nodded with a kind smile.
Don't let him know.
Oster reminded me as he climbed the railing.
We might have recovered from our loss in the war centuries ago, but we can't risk him sparking it again too soon.
I didn't like the way Oster made it sound like Night was the cause of all that had gone wrong and ended with my fall. Maybe it was my heart he'd managed to capture in this life before Oster could, and that terrified me more than anything.
Goodbye for now, Estrella,
he said. Then he stepped off the balcony, and I watched with a beat of awe as he shot skyward before the night clouds stole him away. Inside, I locked the door and stood in a trance. Only when my body gave a violent shiver at the cold did I snap back into myself. It felt like a dream, so I replayed the short meeting over and over, pacing my room for I was sure I wouldn't fall asleep again tonight. I was skipping with giddiness at the thought of getting to see more celestials and beyond the veil that was once a fable to me. It made me think of Cassia with a swell in my chest. My vision blurred, but I was smiling. She would be so excited. We would have kept this secret together, and she would have snuck away in the night with me without a doubt or fear in the world. I wanted to tell Rose about the forbidden, maybe even dangerous quest, though my excitement wasn't without a note of guilt over deceiving Night. The Libertatum had come to an end, but I felt like my trials had only just begun. Chapter 5. Estrella. I paced in front of my enchanted map on the dining table adjoining my bedroom. It displayed the whole of Solanas now at my request. No longer was I confined to a single city or kingdom. The expanse of all Solanas became a trove of secrets and places to help me uncover how to be the Star Maiden. More dauntingly now, I knew magic was beginning to fail again. With my being back, Knight and I had to resume a past quest to find a way without death for either of us to stop it. I couldn't accept that him leaving was the only option. He might have called this my world, but I didn't want to claim it without him, even in times I was mad at him. My sight lingered on Althenia across the Vale. It had peace and safety while the other kingdoms to the west fought for survival against the vampires. It became harder to excuse the Celestials for hiding all this time. They could come and go. The Vale only kept us out. No, not me. Every time I remembered I was one of them, my stomach tightened and my skin prickled. The sheer sleeves of my black gown showed my silver tattoos adorning my arms. The low-dipping neck proudly showed more of them, with my constellation over my chest. My skirt was cut at both sides right up to my hips. With so much flesh exposed, I'd never felt more free, like I'd regained something of myself that had been forced to hide all this time. Reaching over the table, I dragged the overlay I'd gotten from the crocata during the Libertatum. It was useless now, as it only had the marker destinations of my trials, but I couldn't stop my attention from shifting back to it, as if it might magically change to provide a new constellation and show me where I had to go to start figuring things out. What things? I couldn't be certain, and might go mad in my spinning thoughts toward that first step. Direction. It made me consider Oster, who could provide a new source of information now that I'd met him, and became curious. He wanted to show me a land that was once a fable in my quiet corner of the world in Alyssus. I was giddy with thoughts of that adventure, even if I was nervous about the company. The other puzzle my eyes slipped to now was the celestial dragon egg. I often found myself hypnotized by the black shell and swirling silver etchings. My fingers traced the silver swirls delicately, and our markings glowed and my skin warmed touching it. I had a stack of books on the celestial dragons, but none had turned up anything about how to hatch the egg, or even attempt it, and my gut sank at the thought of it being long past survival. Some of the dragons were depicted with leathery wings, while others, I was fascinated to discover, had breathtaking feathered wings. I fantasized about what could be within the black and silver shell. If it hatched, I pictured what colors or wings or certain spikes or feathers the dragon could have. With a sigh of wistful longing and frustration, I folded and pocketed my map. Drystan had given me the enchanted map that aided me in the Libertatum, and I kept it close to me with a sharp edge of wariness about how he might come to collect it back when I still couldn't figure out why he'd given me the life-saving advantage. I needed air. On the stretch of rooftop where night had first shown me his wings, I stood, searching the night sky. It didn't take me long to find the star shining brightest to me. Cassia wasn't just a single flare. She was a small constellation. For a sorrowful pause, I wondered if I was mistaken or desperate, until it blinked 3 times. It was likely undetectable to anyone else, but I captured it in my heart. "Hey, Cass," I whispered. "There you are." I startled at that interruption of my quiet moment. My mood lightened at Rosalind's voice, and my eyes fell down to her. Twisting, I didn't realize how on edge I'd been to see her until I spied the pink hair bouncing toward me over her black fur-lined winter cloak. She scanned me from head to toe, then gripped my upper arms in her hands and examined me closer. I didn't think she would give in to a hug, but a sigh of relief left me when she pulled me in. "This is all a mess," I said quietly, careful with my words when I couldn't be certain who was listening, watching. While I stood as the prime weapon and hostage to the vampires of this castle. "We're going to get out of here," Rose said with determination, despite the damning odds. I'd hoped she would say that, anticipated it. I was bursting to tell her about last night with Oster, but I had to find out what I'd missed first. "What happened to you after everything?" I asked when she pulled away. Rose warily surveyed our surroundings, seeming to deliberate how much she could voice openly, too. Looping my arm, she walked me to the rooftop perimeter. "Knight's death declared me the winner of the Libertatum. Pixtia is safe from vampire attack for now. For all the world beyond this castle knows, the cycle continues." It felt odd to hear her address Knight by his notorious name, but I couldn't blame her for seeing him as the monster he was portrayed to be. She did so with resentment that unsettled me with conflict. I wanted to hate him as much as Rose did. He'd come into my life as what I'd thought was a cure only to be revealed as the cause of the curse. Yet the traitorous thing in my chest wanted to fight against the twist of fate we faced. "Zathrian?" I asked. "He's been trying to explain why he's an ally to Knight's death, and what happens now that he's freed and the Libertatum is over with the king missing. Everyone is acting as if things are normal. It's irritating. Zath's wounds healed far faster than I expected. He was stabbed, and I can't quite wrap my head around the fact that he's up and around as if nothing happened. I knew the healers would help along with magic, but..." Rose shook her head, dropping that train of thought. She stopped walking, turning to face me. "All we need to focus on now is taking Knight's death down. I've been thinking, at first I thought we should escape, but to what end? He wins that way. We need to find out how to kill him." "There is no way," I said. Rose opened her mouth to argue, but I explained. "He's something not from our realm, and too similar to what I am. It's our clashing existence that is failing magic. He can't be killed. But I can." "No, you can't," she said firmly. It's exactly what Cassia would say. Exactly the hard determination she would have worn on her fighter's face. I didn't expect this fierce protection from Rosalind, and I think we both knew it was Cassia's legacy, her spirit we carried between us that made the bond growing between us something worth guarding. With a long breath, I embraced the confidence of both of them. This was my realm, and I had to start believing my death, my failure, could not be an option if we were to win. "I have to tell you something that happened last night," I whispered to her. We found a small pavilion to sit in and kept our voices low. I explained Oster's visit and who he was to me. I knew Rose would be eager for a reason to leave the city, even if just for a while, but I didn't expect how enthused she would be at the notion. "This is great," she said, taking my hands. The comfort and joy was kind of jarring. "We don't know that yet. It could be a trap." "It's your people," she gushed. "Another bonded. This is wonderful." Then I understood. Rose saw this as a way out, that I wasn't wholly condemned to Night if I chose Oster instead. "That doesn't mean anything to me," I said. Her face relaxed. "It will. You have to give him a chance to show you. For all we know, Knight's death has been manipulating your feelings all this time. With his mind ability, how can you trust any of it?" My skin was beginning to prick with ire, but I didn't expect her to understand. To everyone on the outside, Knight was a monster known to kill without mercy and manipulate for his gain. It wasn't a matter of truth, but perception. Rose asked, Will you tell Zath? I want to, I admitted. Do you think I can trust him? As much as it pains me to give him any credit, yes, I do. He might have come to you by Knight's death's request, but his love for you is undeniable. I don't think he would betray your trust. He already has, in keeping Knight a secret from me all that time. It made sense now, how easy it had been to get him to follow Rose in the Libertatum instead because he knew Knight was with me. I was never alone, whereas Rose had no one. What would you have done if he had told you? It would have distracted you when there was already so much to figure out in that game. She was right, and it was unexpected for Rose to be the voice of reason. I liked the layers of her that were peeling back one by one. I guess there's no reason not to tell him then. Maybe he can help make sure Knight is distracted or come with us. I'm hoping to learn more about the Celestials and see where it will lead me. I never believed in them, if I'm honest. Cassia found them fascinating, even if they did turn out to be a fable. She promised that after the Libertatum, we'd go to the Veil close enough to touch it. Rose leaned her arms on the side of the pavilion and rested her cheek on her hands to look up. I did the same, and for a moment that stole me away. It was like the three of us were together. She got to see it first, I said bittersweetly. The whole world. It was her dream. I miss her. My voice reduced to a whisper. So much that I wonder if it'll ever get easier. Rose's hazel eyes were bright in the moonlight, her gaze falling from the sky to me, and she smiled sorrowfully. I hope it never does, she said. I'd come to learn grief was not something to heal but embrace. Every time it came back strong enough to take the light and pull me to my knees, I would thank it and treasure the days I had to carry on for both of us. Can we make a promise? I asked quietly. Rose nodded, and our friendship pulled fractions closer. If we find ourselves overwhelmed or unsure how to move forward, we'll look up at the sky, and the brightest star will guide us back. Rose reached for my hand, a binding of our promise that settled securely in my chest.
Stray?
Zath's voice carried as gentle as the wind, and we both straightened. As he headed toward us across the roof, his face bore so much concern, scanning every inch of me. Over the last 2 days, I'd been wondering how I would feel to see him again. After all he'd confessed, I wasn't sure how to process. But now he was here, and I stood from the pavilion as he stepped up. I walked into his arms as naturally as breathing air. My brow crumpled in his strong, familiar embrace. There were very few places in the world I felt this kind of safety, and despite everything, I was glad to find that never changed. I'm still mad at you, I mumbled into his chest.
I know,
he said, like a breath of relief. Has Knight asked anything more of you? I dreaded the answer as I pulled back, still wanting to cling to the belief that Zath was still mine, my friend, my ally, not Knight's spy.
I'm here for you, not him. Please believe me.
I nodded, choosing to be grateful he was here at all. Rose remained silent, but her hard stare on Zath spoke enough hostility.
One sheds thorns while the other grows new ones daily,
he muttered. Her scowl only deepened, but the twitch of his mouth before she stood told me he riled her on purpose. That was a tangle of vines I didn't want to find myself in the middle of. We headed inside and ended up intercepted by Davina, who fussed over me. I'd longed to see her again, despite the fact that she also had a secret alliance with Knight and posed as my human handmaiden during the Libertatum, when she was really a skilled Fey warrior. She held my arms, scrutinizing every inch of me, and scolding Night for putting me behind bars even for a day. I was glad to not be alone in my ire about it. "He means well, but his methods aren't always right," she said, looping my arm as we walked. "We need a plan to get back at him." My mouth quirked at the thought. It was twisted of me to find a thrill in provoking Night. Inside the castle, the free-roaming vampires set me on edge. There was a hierarchy among them that had become clearer, now that I was around more of them, with time to observe, my fear of them lessening. I had to admit, I found it intriguing to learn more about the vampires. The soulless were seen as the most elite. I noticed how they dressed in finer wares and carried themselves with a certain arrogance. The shadowless were like commanders to their generals. Then the night crawlers were the foot soldiers. Their tall leathery wings and piercing red eyes only stalked around when the sun fell. But the nights were stretching longer, giving more hours to the creatures cursed to darkness. Davina led us to the banquet hall where a long spread of food was laid out on 2 benched tables. It was a common dining area, and we tried not to pay attention to the vampires littered around. It was odd to see them eating and drinking wine. Or was it blood in those chalices? I shuddered at the notion. Oddly, I didn't expect them to be so ordinary. And their stares made my skin crawl. Most only regarded us with a passing glance. Others glared a little longer. I swore a shadowless licked his lips as we passed, and I wanted to suggest we dine elsewhere. I had to get used to this. Coexistence. It was a struggle to let go of the stories I had eavesdropped upon from the rafters of my old manor, and the tales Goldfell told that made the world seem too vast and full of terrors, that there was no mercy and nothing worth leaving his safety for. They weren't full lies, but he'd warped my mind to make every small fear a monster too big to face. Now I had to become their monster. There was a time of peace, and if they wouldn't follow me in amity, then fear it would have to be. There was a power inside me I hadn't truly touched yet, and I didn't know what it made me to be itching for it. To never be powerless again. So I let them stalk their hungry stares on me, so I could know which ones to starve out first. We sat at the end of a bench, and I filled my plate with fruits and a few cuts of meat. I barely got a few mouthfuls before a dark and familiar awareness stroked my senses. My head turned enough to watch Night stroll into the hall. He pinned his attention on me the whole way, as if I was the only person in the room. I couldn't explain the language in his eyes every time he stalked me with them. It was personal, always daring and enticing. Noise muted around us the longer we locked defiantly. He slipped onto the bench beside me, and the breaking of our stare felt like something physical.
"Glad to see you are all surviving your first meal without becoming one,"
Night said pleasantly. A suspicion in itself, but he merely smiled at me. Rose glared at him from across the table, while Zath shifted a nervous look around the vampires. "He's being an ass," Davina muttered. "He wouldn't have let us come here if there was a real threat."
"Oh, there is,"
Night countered.
"I'm just confident I could intervene before a vampire could finish the course."
"Why are we here?" Rose grumbled. "I'd rather eat in my rooms." Night was turned to me, one hand braced behind me on the bench, the other casually lifting food to his mouth from my plate, as if he didn't have an empty one to fill right in front of him. He even started adding things absent-mindedly to mine, like the little cinnamon rolls I couldn't reach.
"We have to show a united front,"
he explained. "You don't have control over shit, then," Rose said. Night found entertainment with Rose, and it was like she enjoyed prodding him for weakness.
I see you want a demonstration. There's a few targets on my list right now anyway.
Night stood and the room darkened with the shift in him. The first cry to echo through the hall came from the vampire I'd seen walking in here who'd tracked me as if I was a meal. Night moved so flawlessly through shadow that I only blinked, and he'd gone from standing in front of me to across the room, hand retracting from the vampire's back with a bleeding heart in his palm. The food in my stomach threatened to come back up when he placed it onto the plate next to the vampire's head. The blood on his hand wiped away in shadow.
Let that be a warning to anyone else who thinks about tasting Estrella's blood. I will hear you, then drain yours.
Night announced. He sauntered back to us with a calm smile. That was an overreaction, I muttered as he sat back beside me.
Really? Then I won't tell you the other thoughts that crossed my mind before tearing his heart out.
He reached for a square of cheese from my plate, but I grabbed his wrist. You're not touching my food with a hand that was in a man's chest a minute ago. Night's mouth curved in amusement.
I like it when you're firm with me.
I shoved his hand away. Deviant bastard. What is the plan now? I asked, changing the subject.
I've never been one for plans. I find they end up unfolding in every which way but the course that was expected.
So we do nothing?
Of course not. I'm looking forward to seeing your magic alive again.
What about the bond? You made it sound urgent. We bind it.
There's nothing I want more,
he said, so close to my ear that I breathed consciously to force down the sparks of desire.
I only needed your agreement to it. I'll tide the eager vampires over about it until you're ready. They'll be happy you're making progress with your abilities. After all, that's what they want on their side for this alliance.
I didn't like how this made me feel like a pawn to gain and move. I won't yield to you, I said, turning my head to lock our eyes close.
Good. One day every person in this world will kneel for you.
I'll give it to you, Rose said. Your manipulation is pretty. I tensed at the jibe at Night, and while he would usually play along with her, this time she struck a nerve.
This is the only time I warn you,
he said with deceiving calm.
Insult me, attack me, think whatever you want of me, but never question my intentions toward Estrella again.
Burn in hell, Night's death. Night reached for his cup of wine.
When you come looking for me down there, I'll be the one burning brightest for once.
Anything new about your father? I asked carefully. It was an attempt to sway the conversation, but the mention of his father might have made him more volatile.
He can't hide for long. Once he comes out, I'll be waiting.
You're not concerned about what power he might have gained from the opening of the temple with my key?
I'm not concerned about what I can't control. It is done, and I'll be ready for him no matter what he's planning.
I didn't think it was the whole truth. His composure was masterful, but underneath I could feel his tension brewing, but I didn't know how to soothe it.
I wasn't expecting Dryston to be at the front line with his most notorious vampires behind his father's back. I didn't even know the prince was your brother. How could you keep that from me?
Zathrian complained. Night leaned an elbow on the table like the topic tired him.
Would you really have helped me if you knew I was the son of the king you despised?
Zathrian took only a second to contemplate.
I still don't understand why he would make an enemy out of not only his son, but someone as powerful as you. He hoped to have Estrella as leverage against me, and tried to use Dryston to do it.
Night's eyes shifted to me.
It's how Dryston was the first to find you. My father sent him on the hunt for you the moment we all felt you had returned, but he let you go.
Sounds like the better brother, Rose said.
You'll have to find something I don't agree with to wound me.
We need to find him, I said. We can't let him kill himself.
Agreed,
Knight said, plucking a grape from my plate before I could scold him.
Only because I can't risk him coming back as a more prominent thorn in my side.
I couldn't read how much he meant that, but it hurt my heart to think of the hate between them. I resented their father, believing he had to be the knife that split them apart. But then I remembered what Drystan had accused Knight of in the tower. My sight slipped to him, and his expression turned guarded, as if he knew what I had recalled. Was he capable of killing Drystan's mother?
Where would he have gone?
Zath asked, breaking me from that grim thought.
I'm not entirely sure.
Knight drawled. Then he spoke to me.
He's my concern. Right now, you have to focus on awakening the magic within you.
My skin pricked at the notion. I'm ready. His smile of pride made a beat in my chest strike harder.
Yes, you are.
Just then, something caught Knight's attention at the far double doors. I followed his sight to find Elliot standing next to a blonde woman with a cold, steely expression that contrasted the warmth of Elliot's.
If you'll excuse me,
Knight said. He stood and I yearned to ask where he was going, but I had to accept that Knight had a life out here, a duty. I wanted to trust he wouldn't keep things from me anymore, and that if something was important, he would tell me. When does training start? I asked before he stepped away.
Tomorrow,
he said, leaning into me with a hand on the table. He spilled my silver hair over my shoulder, like he forgot the room of people around us.
Make sure you stay out of trouble for my sanity, please.
The warmth of his breath lingered across my cheek before he straightened and headed toward Elliot. To my thoughts, he added,
Think of me, or long for me, and I'll come sooner.
Chapter 6. Estrella. I loved heights, but I couldn't deny the turning of my stomach as I stood on a small flat plain at the highest point of the castle. It wasn't from the lack of any barrier that would prevent a fall, nor the shortage of space. It was the way Knight kept eyes on me like a predator, and I couldn't be certain what his next move would be. He wouldn't push me off the ledge. Would he? I couldn't stop admiring his towering midnight feathered wings. The silver celestial feathers were ethereal, but nights would always lure me with their peaceful darkness. It trickled thoughts of Oster with the reminder I had to find a day that Knight might be away long enough for me to leave. Guilt over the secret I harbored from him unsettled me, but it felt necessary for now, and hopefully forgivable later. At least Knight had the confidence to be up here while the bitter temperature made it even more precarious. I couldn't take a step without shuffling my boot to test if there was hidden ice when I didn't have wings like him to catch me if I fell. Why are we up here? I asked, but he hadn't answered me the first 2 times I'd asked.
Show me again,
he said, folding his arms. Part of me wanted to refuse, but I had to believe there was some method to it when he said he would help me learn my magic. My hands came together, building a tingling heat that spread out over every silver marking I wore, like they were beacons of the magical force coming to life inside me. A glow formed, a breathtaking sphere of glittering silver and violet. You haven't told me what I can do with it, I said.
You're learning how to summon it with less and less conscious effort,
he explained.
It should come as easily as breathing soon.
He was right. At first, I had trembled with it, maybe even feared it, but now I was excited to feel its presence, and it came lighter. I wanted to build on it, use it.
Now we need you to be able to handle this,
he said carefully. My eyes fell on what he held at the same time my body reacted to a magnetic force so strong my magic winked out from my panic. The key. You said it's volatile for my untrained power. I hedged.
So long as you don't know how to control it, I'm here to stop you if you get out of control with it.
How will you do that? Knight shrugged.
It will hurt immensely. Please don't take that as a motivator to make me.
I rolled my eyes. Tempting. He fought a smile as he held the key out to me. As I reached for it, a loud grunt, followed by a thump from a few levels below and across the rooftops, caught my attention. Zath was peeling himself off the ground while Rose stood, cross-armed and triumphant.
There was ice!
Zath protested. You're a horrible loser, Rose jibed. It was as close to getting along as I'd seen them since everything happened. Taking their frustrations out on each other became a language I could somewhat understand. Knight said,
I'm going to order them inside.
Don't. I reached to stop him. They'll suffocate each other indoors. The open air makes them seem less prone to explosion.
You need to focus.
I am. I thrust my hand out for the key. He handed it over, and I breathed against the pulses of energy reaching inside me like it wanted to merge.
You are the key,
Knight said, beginning to pace the small space in front of me.
It is very powerful, but it answers to you, not the other way around, even when you don't realize it, like what you did in the throne room.
I shivered at the recollection, not certain how I commanded such power from it when I was driven by reckless desperation with the eruption of battle that day. Knight reached a hand into starry shadow, retracting from it a black blade. Why am I not surprised? I muttered. The glistening sword was both repelling and alluring.
This is obsidian. It's particularly harmful to celestials.
He flipped the blade in his palm, and my mouth parted in surprise at the purple side.
The celestials have stormstone, a material first created from the House of Nova, which is lethal to the vampires.
My arm dropped with the key. His sword was artistic, crafted to harm both celestials and vampires, as if he chose no side, or could decide to eradicate both. I wanted to get closer and to take in the details of the hilt that seemed to hold a crescent moon in the center of the crossguard. Aren't you part celestial?
Not exactly. The wings are more like a brand.
I traced them with my eyes again, greedily capturing every detail of the wings that shone as iridescently as raven feathers in the daytime. When you met the god of death, I realized.
Celestial wings are tones of silver,
He explained.
Black is an omen of death angels to them. It's his mark. To your people, I'm a mockery and an abomination.
He added the last part with a wicked smirk, but I wondered if it shadowed some part of him that was affected by the notion. An angel of death seemed a fitting way to describe Knight, though not in the way he spoke of it, like being cursed, shunned. I thought him beautiful. Then there was the term, my people, that didn't settle right when it felt like a divide between us. When I stabbed you, I winced. What happened to you?
You killed me, essentially. I've died many times. I'm pretty good at it.
The casual way he spoke it disturbed me deeply, just like how he spoke of his torture in the cave. Knight had long since given up, believing it wasn't normal, that no person should live through the suffering he had lived through.
You're looking at me like that again,
He said, so stiff and ready to raise a guard against me. Like I want to drive a blade through your chest? Just like that, His tension dissolved, and a cunning thrill upturned his face. What had grown sorrow within me didn't ease. However, I could pretend for him when it was clear he didn't want to be vulnerable with me. Suddenly, the thought of him leaving and never having the chance to see under every layer that formed around him seized me with despair. That he would forever wear them and believe his burdens mattered to no one but him.
Make the key a blade,
he instructed. I wasn't in the mood to engage in combat. How many celestial houses are there? I asked instead. Knight propped himself in a slight side lean with his blade against the ground. I fought against a scowl. I don't like swords, I complained.
Because the one you wield as the key is not like steel or any other material. It's feather light and can inflict far more than a cut when you channel magic through it.
I remembered the way an unfathomable sheet of light magic had expelled from the key to kill the guards who had held Knight on his knees in the cave. Then again, to shatter the veil. As I thought of that moment, my palm tingled, and when I looked down, I marveled at the shape-shifted weapon.
Very good,
Knight said with genuine excitement.
There are 4 celestial houses: Nova, Sera, Luna, Aura. They govern Althenia.
The knowledge in exchange for practice seemed fair, though for every piece of the world he shared, I strained with 100 questions. I would visit Althenia soon, but it was helpful to gain a little insight to not be a complete clueless fool to Oster. I don't know why I cared about his opinion of me, but it had been riddling me with anxiety since I met him. I lifted my arm to admire the lightness of the key. He was right. It wasn't like any sword I'd tried before and swiftly gave up on. It glowed beautifully with a near shimmer. The crossguard was like metal filigree, beautifully delicate with an ethereal touch. The amethyst crystal of the key shone in the center above the silver blade and in the pommel.
You can also make it a bow,
he said,
with light arrows that never run out because they're crafted entirely of your magic.
It didn't feel like that could be possible, that I could be capable of that. But still, I became exhilarated by the prospect.
One thing at a time, though. Each method of using the key drains you differently, and we have to start slow. You are powerful, but not unstoppable. No matter what you feel, never forget that.
The houses. Which do I belong to?
None of them. You are the ruler of Solanas, raised by the guardians from all species to be fair and unbiased, even though you come from celestial blood, as the only heritage that could sustain what you are.
It seemed inconceivable that this fable he spoke of, the Star Maiden, wasn't such after all. She was me. I was her. I took a long breath, trying to absorb what he was saying. Denial wouldn't help me in this.
Are you ready to try combat with your magic?
I nodded vacantly.
Good.
It was the tone of that single word that stroked my instincts like a declaration of battle, lashing my other hand to grip the hilt of the key and bring it up in the nick of time against Knight's attack. I met his wicked gleam, glowing from the key with incredulity. No warning? I choked out.
I didn't think you'd need it.
He moved again, and I yelped, slipping with clumsy footing. My heels went over the edge and seconds from gravity's claim. My flailing arm was caught, and both my hands wrapped Knight's forearm as I leaned off the fatally high ledge, my soles close to losing their purchase on the roof. Knight's hold was the only thing preventing me from falling back completely.
We need to work on that,
he commented.
You're very agile. You shouldn't be this clumsy.
Knight! He didn't pull me back up, and my rapid breaths clouded the frosty air.
You're thinking too much. You have an acute instinct to defend yourself. I've seen it. Past life aside.
Ray Knight? His eyes snapped to mine, not in warning, but with devilish challenge. That bastard.
You know, it kind of turns me on when you use my full name like that.
How he stood like stone holding the weight of me from falling was against all laws of gravity. Don't you dare let me go! That was the wrong thing to say.
Since you've made it a dare.
Knight! Too late. My stomach flipped when he let go. My utter disbelief didn't get the chance to dominate when fear gripped my freefall. I caught the fading shouts of Zath and Rose before air roared in my ears and the sharpness of the cold cut across my cheeks and lobes.
You have wings. Use them.
He spoke to my mind. Knight was absolutely insane, completely mad, utterly twisted. If I didn't die, I was going to fucking kill him. I closed my eyes, feeling for something, an essence of magic I couldn't fully grasp.
Fly, Starlight.
I can't. Too many emotions cut through any belief I was trying to gather, that I could do it. Fly. The possibility felt almost tangible, and I wanted it more than anything. Until my mind rebelled, chanting that I deserved to fall. And suddenly it was like the ground grew vines to reach up and ensnare me, making wings impossible to form in their tangled clutches, pulling me faster and faster so I would shatter when it ended. An arm wrapped my middle, and on instinct I clung to the safety. My legs wrapped around Knight's waist, arms clamping his neck, and I couldn't help the sob that broke from me as the rapid decline turned to a gentle floating. When Knight met the ground, I unhooked myself from him, unable to stop the barrel of rage that flattened my palms to his chest and pushed hard. "You're an ass," I hissed. He remained unyielding to my outburst, and that only fueled my hatred more. The hum in my palm reminded me of the tight grip I still had on the key. I attacked. It was Knight's turn to respond with only seconds to spare as he reached into the void to call his blade. Every time our swords clashed, it didn't emit the clang of steel I was used to hearing, but instead they sang to each other in a hymn that soothed my senses. No longer was it my anger driving my movements, but a song I was sure I'd heard before. A memory started flooding into my present. The trees we'd landed around began to fade away. The daylight slowly darkened to night, and the air wasn't as cold anymore. It was smoke-clogged and warm. Knight wasn't clean and well-dressed. He was battle-worn and tired. So much heartache stretched between us, like every attack and defense we made against one another was tight with regret, but somehow necessary. I stopped, panting hard, and the daylight returned like a lashing back to our current surroundings. The key dropped from my hand, and Knight only stared back, assessing my every flicker of reaction. I fell to my knees, touching the frosted grass with gloved fingers, while my mind reeled with the memory that had filtered its way into my present. We were really enemies, I recalled through a labored breath. What I'd seen was another piece of the day I'd given him the scar he wore from his right temple and over his cheekbone.
Yes,
he said. Why did you never heal that scar? Knight's knees entered my vision in front. When I couldn't look up, he took my chin. I could hardly stand to look at my mark on him.
Because it's a piece of you.
It's proof you narrowly escaped my attempt to kill you.
Your determination and anger are two of my favorite things.
How? I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. Us. How did we look past what we are? Everything that makes us wrong together.
We realized that what made us wrong was in favor of the world, and for a while, we got the chance to choose selfishness.
That didn't work out in our favor either, I whispered, words that were daggers in my chest. He didn't try to soothe the truth.
No.
I nodded, sniffing against the emotions that were threatening to spill. Just as well we don't have to worry about it again, I said coldly. Pushing up, I marched past him toward the castle. I would not break. You'll be gone soon anyway.
Chapter 7. Night. Estrella truly thought I would leave her, and my mind had been punishing itself since our training session. I enjoyed the heat of her anger, but I couldn't stand the twist of her resentment. It was better this way. If I was good, I would let her continue to believe I was leaving, and that I would not care, that I wouldn't look back. Truth was, I would never look forward if I had to leave her behind. I would choose darkness because within that depth of nothingness my denial could thrive. Vampire, Elliot muttered. Not to me. He'd made a game with Zeke, Kara, and Sorleen, the rest of the Golden Guard, trying to guess if every new person who walked into the establishment we sat in was human or a transition vampire. The Guard were loyal to me and had fine skills as the most highly trained I'd overseen personally. I knew them better than I thought they knew themselves. Every weakness and flaw, habit and desire. I could break them as easily as I made them, yet that never crossed my mind. Never once had I wanted them gone, even when they tested my patience to the very edge. We'd come to a bordello at the edge of Vestitir, where there'd been a number of reports of missing persons. This new strain of vampires had rounded ears, not pointed. They were masterful at blending in, whereas the soulless and shadowless were born with an immortal grace and stillness that also set them apart. Not a vampire, I countered, taking a drink. The human wine was doing nothing to curb my sharp edges from being away from Estrella. We've been tracking them longer than you, Elliot challenged. We know the tells.
We are them,
Kara added. She sat lazily, elbow propped on the table, playing with a strand of her brown hair. Exactly, Elliot said. What are these tells you look for? I asked. It was Zeke who replied. Without getting close enough for scent, it's always in the arrogance. He comes in here looking like he could kill everyone to get what he wants. Arrogance is human nature, and it feeds on the rich. He could kill everyone to get what he wants. He doesn't need fangs for it. The transitioned were difficult to distinguish from the humans. Even their changed scent was faint and required me to get too close for casual conversation. They were the ultimate weapon in disguise, which became clear when I'd witnessed how fast they could tear through a room with insatiable bloodlust. It was a threat I needed to get under my control.
Now we need to find out,
Kara said. Her palm slapped the middle of the table.
Not me.
Zeke mirrored her movement and echoed her words, his strength far greater because of his broad build. I swore I heard the table splinter. Elliot quickly followed. Sorleen was slower, not speaking but joining her hand with theirs. She was the most recent Golden Guard. It had been 100 years since she triumphed in her libertatum, but her past was haunted, and I'd heard her game was particularly brutal, that she'd had to kill her competitors at the end to gain their key pieces. She'd then learned her whole family, who she'd been determined to protect by competing in the libertatum, had been slaughtered by blood vampires, right before she'd won safety from them for her kingdom. You act like children, I grumbled, finishing off my drink.
You act like you have a stick up your ass,
Kara countered. I wouldn't break double figures counting how many people would dare to speak to me that way. I stood, heading over to the brown-haired man who looked to be past his 40s. He leaned one arm on the bar and with the other hooked the waist of a woman working as she passed. She startled to it, uncomfortable with his arm tugging her closer when she tried to keep a little space. He was making this too easy for me. When his eyes landed on me, all the false confidence fell from his face. and that conceited mouth finally stopped spilling self-importance to fill the void left by what others wouldn't give him. The woman read my signal and scooted off before I dropped a hand to the man's shoulder. I was about to be proven right. Knight's death surfaced as a thing that had a craving for human blood, the vampire-kin part of me. I was born fey, made a vampire, and had the wings of an outcasted celestial. An accursed trifecta. My teeth pierced the flesh of his neck before sound could escape from his mouth. Screams from onlookers filled in for his silent horror as I drank from him. His blood had a bitter note, and certainly wasn't anything to indulge in. Human blood was like wine. There were far sweeter to be sampled, and some could be simply sour. It had been so long since I tasted it at all that a dark hunger was overcoming me regardless, and if I didn't stop, I would kill him. I even found myself reaching into his mind, crushing the fear to make him weak and susceptible in my trap. He had no family, and had inherited his money from a rich uncle who died just this year. No, he'd killed him for the money. No woman to love, no children to bear it either. He'd spent this time gambling away riches he didn't know what to do with other than drink and take. I could kill him. The world wouldn't miss him. No one would care. Just a little more. If I let him go, he would continue to waste away, gamble his fortune, end up dying by some idiotic means anyway. In all my deliberation, I'd passed the point of no return. I drank the final measure that thumped one last deep beat in his chest before it had nothing left to circulate. Well, shit. The body dropped from my grip when my teeth released him, and I braced a hand on the damp wooden bar. I hadn't intended to kill him when I'd come over here to prove he wasn't a transitioned. Their blood was foul to another vampire, and even now I wish I could say I felt guilty about it. Damn, I was sure of that one, Elliot muttered behind me. I was gathering my breath, reeling so much from the trance the blood pulled me into that I'd long forgotten the euphoria of. It was racing within me now, like a surge of energy that could kill everyone in this room before one person could finish screaming. I had control of myself, but I couldn't deny I'd missed the exhilarating high of a feed.
Hunting vampires, are you?
A seductive feminine voice spoke. The establishment had mostly cleared out. Some women workers clutched each other in the corners, observing us with both fear and curiosity. There was a time vampires were alluring to the humans. Feeding on them could be a mutually pleasurable experience. My eyes dragged to the woman who spoke. She sat cross-legged on a table, leaning her hands on either side of her as she watched us with a wickedly intrigued smile. Her deep, wine-red hair was pulled back high with several braids.
Did you take bets on me?
She asked. You gave her a pass, Zeke grunted, pushing Elliot. In my defense, she came in looking a sad lost puppy. Her mouth only quirked to that.
You're lacking a mind with a deeper sense of perception,
she said to me. It wasn't often I was gripped by intrigue about someone. The others, however, took offense, now pinning her with cutting looks of disdain. I trust my own just fine, I said. Reaching down to pluck the dead man's pocket square, I wiped the blood cornering my mouth.
A lone wolf never survives.
When it can't be killed, it'll take its chances.
Then why do you keep these brainless fools around you?
Do you know who we are? Zeke said, folding his arms and making his build even more intimidating.
The esteemed Golden Guard,
she gushed, mocking them with a straightened pose and bat of her lashes. Then her face fell, unfazed. Then you know what it took to get here, he snapped.
How you got here is well known, and I'll admit, the Libertatum sounds like hell. But many of us play a game of survival by just living, and don't get a damn title for it. She has a point,
Kara muttered. The hand she laid on Zeke's arm relaxed him.
But I was leaning more on Knight's side with him not being a vampire.
They all regarded the dead human. Darkness spilled from my fingers to engulf the body, sweeping his existence away. It had been a reckless, dangerous risk to drink after so long in sobriety, when it became a struggle to subdue the beast inside me wanting to seek out more. That tuned acutely to the pulse of the women across the room and made my mouth salivate with the thought of how much more delectable their blood would be. It was a line I would not cross. Except for those who'd given themselves willingly, I'd never harmed a woman. The others were chatting, but I had to focus on my control. I needed an outlet for this rush of adrenaline, and I couldn't decide if I wanted to wreak havoc or expend it in a wild, heated passion. My mind flooded with the image of glittering silver hair and seductive light blue eyes. My obsession for Estrella clawed its way to the surface, and every fiber of my being longed for her. I had to get this over with. Then I would find her. "What do you want?" I asked, straightening and turning to the red-haired beauty.
I heard you were looking for Drystan.
"What do you know of him?"
From what I gather, more than his own brother.
"Don't play with me. It won't end well for you."
I haven't started playing with you. I'll take my chances.
I kind of admired her quick wit and boldness. I also wanted to snap her neck for it. "Where is he?"
For that, I want something in return.
"I don't bargain with rogues."
Then let me join your little tribe of nightmares.
"My what?" She gestured around at Elliot and the others.
This band of rogues.
"We did not come out on top of our Libertatum games to be likened to strays like you," Zeke said.
Of course, the prized golden guard of the king, except there is no king now, is there? Looks like you're all just rogues like the rest of us.
"What is your name?" I asked.
Nadia.
"Do you work for my brother?"
I thought we established I'm a rogue.
"Bored of that, are you?" Zeke chimed in, steadying her with crossed arms.
You could say that. I know where your brother is. I know a lot of things about the transitioned vampire army he's building.
"What's in it for you by sharing that with us?" Elliot asked.
I want to join you. I don't know what you think it is we do,
Kara said, leaning against the table. Nadia shrugged.
I'm intrigued to find out what the band of nightmares gets up to at their time.
"I quite like the name," Zeke commented. "She wouldn't be my problem if I agreed, and I wouldn't care if the others decided to dispose of her at any point." "Fine," I said. The others all snapped their gazes to me. "She'll get us the information we need faster. Kill her if she becomes an annoyance, or—" I targeted a look of warning on her, one that had dropped men to their knees. She wisely straightened with her first sign of unease. "If you find her to be a spy for my brother, or anyone, for that matter, her death is mine. And let me tell you, little rogue, it will not be merciful."
You're as charming as I expected, Knight's Death,
she sang. "Expect what you want of a monster. It'll still find ways to terrorize you." Nadia hopped off the table.
I am at your service,
she said with a mock bow. "Then talk."
His Highness is where he's always been, overseeing the transitioned vampires. Those who are deemed sane enough eventually get to leave the mountain they're trained in. A series of caves carved high in a deserted pocket of Vesitir. Your father, wanted it to be of the utmost discretion. As far as I know, the other vampires don't know of the creations other than the Golden Guard. They have no knowledge of the scale to which the army has been built.
Elliot frowned deeply. We know there's far more than us, but an army? Nadia nodded. Her green eyes shifted to me.
To prove my loyalty, I'll give you the first piece of insight.
I had a bad fucking feeling, but nothing about the many storms clashing in this war would be pleasant. Go on, I prompted.
It takes dying with the blood of a shadowless in the human system to return as a transitioned. Have you ever wondered what the consequences are? Bloodlust isn't enough?
Sorleen muttered. They were the first words she'd spoken from her quiet observance. Nadia regarded her, as if just noting her presence.
You think you're all loyal to Nyte, but your creator can demand you turn against him at any moment.
Our creator, Zeke echoed.
The transition creates a blood bond.
Nadia clarified. How do you know this? Elliot asked.
I made it my business to. When you have nowhere to go and no one to see, time without purpose can drive you to madness. I never wanted to return to that mountain once I was free, but I also felt like I had to gain something back. I watched a transition who was out of control, and Drystan stopped him with mere words. The vampire tried to resist, insatiable in his bloodlust that had torn through a dozen humans. But he couldn't fight the prince, who just stood there, commanding him to stop. It dawned on me then, the power Drystan had over anyone who was turned by his blood.
My bad feeling manifested as something cold and dark and ugly. I came to a realization before she could even confirm the turn this was about to take. You were turned by Drystan's blood, I concluded. Her silence was answer enough. So if you kill your creator, Zeke hedged.
We won't be able to be commanded against our will.
Nadia confirmed. Shit, Elliot muttered. How do we know who our creator is?
You'd feel it if you were close to them. The submission. It's like a compulsion to please them, even if you despise them.
Everyone was staring at me. Your attachment to me is entirely of your own foolish volition. I grumbled at the unspoken accusation. Attachment is a strong word, Elliot said. You haven't attempted to kill Drystan yet, I asked Nadia, my fist clamped tight against my trembles of anger.
I haven't liked my odds. He's smart. Elusive.
Yes, he was. I didn't credit him enough for his intelligence. I didn't think he needed it. Until now, if he truly planned to risk his life based on a fable to reach Death's realm. I didn't tell her the problem might be solved soon enough. So, you've come to me for an alliance.
I watched you on the rooftops not long after the Libertatum. I was curious about you when I heard you were back. It looked like both of you were ready to kill the other up there.
I could think about killing my brother 1,000,000 times, but hearing someone else talk of it, plan for it, was itching at something highly defensive in me. Drystan was many things, but he was my problem to deal with. No one approaches him without my knowledge or presence. I warned everyone.
We're not going now,
Nadia said, crossing her arms with an impatient frown. It was the last thing I wanted to do right now. The night was falling, and I'd been kept away from my starlight too long. Keep her in your sights, I told Elliot.
I didn't come to be a pet on a leash,
Nadia snapped. Go after Drystan without my knowledge, little rogue, and you'll understand what it feels like to crave death.
Where are you going?
She asked with an edge of bitterness. None of your concern. We'll visit my little brother tomorrow. Drystan was prone to saying things that provoked the shit out of me, and I was too on edge with my high from the blood to deal with him tonight. Human blood drove a certain kind of frenzy I needed an outlet for. I was trying not to kill senselessly, so instead of venturing to unleash my heightened emotions and violence, I craved to turn my impulses toward my starlight. Estrella could taunt and test me to the very edge, too, but unlike anyone else, whether in rage or passion, I desired every piece of her.
Chapter 8. Estrella. For the whole climb to the tower, I'd been trying to rehearse what I would say to Calix. After all he confessed in the throne room, setting me up for some anonymous hit in exchange for a way to save Cassia, a plan that got her killed anyway, I wasn't sure if I would be able to face him again. I'd made Knight spare his life, and now I had to find out why my heart couldn't just let him die. Knight didn't know I'd come. He'd left this morning to meet with Elliot and the others of the Golden Guard who'd been tracking vampire activity in the other kingdoms since the end of the Libertatum. I wanted to go with him when he asked, but even more so, I needed this time alone to face the betrayal in my heart. Calix sat curled into himself in the back corner of his cell, and my chest tightened. He had some hay and a blanket, barely adequate for the winter that came through the small high window above his head. My lips parted, but no words would form. He didn't even look up, though he had to know someone was here from the sound of my boots. He just didn't seem to care. "Calix?" I said quietly. His brown eyes peeked out from the huddle of his arms, so hauntingly detached from the man I thought I knew.
"Has he ordered my death yet?"
he asked, his voice barely a croak, like he hadn't used it in weeks. "Several times. It's been tempting to let him."
"You don't have to spare me for your conscience."
"I'm not," I said. "I'm sparing you for Cassia." Calix's eyes closed with that.
"Don't bother. She would likely kill me if she was here anyway. If she could tell you to do it, she would."
"We both know that's not true."
"I betrayed her in trying to set you up. I knew that at the time, yet I did it anyway. Instead, I got her killed."
"You wanted to save her."
"What are you trying to do, Estrella? Make me atone for my soul? Just let me be damned."
"She would tell you to get yourself together." Calix huffed, a hollow, humorless sound.
"Go away. You're wasting your time."
"You would rather I let him kill you?"
"Does it look like I'm pleading for my life?"
"You're a pitiful coward." Calix didn't respond to that. I thought of going on, but then I realized that's what he wanted. Validation to rot in his pitiful heap. Unclasping my cloak, I threw it into the cell. It landed over him, and for a second, I thought he might disregard it with the sour look he cast me. But he folded into the warmth of it, and his body relaxed a little.
"What do you want from me?"
he asked, tipping his head back. "For you to climb out of your self-pity."
"If I pitied myself, that would mean I thought I deserved better."
"I tried to be your friend, but you were always an asshole. You said you came after me, Divestiture, to help. Was that bullshit too?"
"No."
he said. Then his eyes dropped to add,
"And yes."
My temper flared. "I spared you from Knight because I meant what I said in the maze. I forgive you. For Cass. She would have wanted us to be friends."
"That was before you knew the truth of what I'd done."
"Yet I'm still here,"
"In the maze."
he said distantly.
"I said I'd come to say I forgive you, but you did nothing wrong. You always did right by her, protected her more than I could."
"Stop it," I said. "You don't get to give me that credit, and I'm not going to give you merit and convince you that you were her shining knight either. You fucked up, Calix, but now you have a chance to change that. Cassia loved life. To see you disregard yours so easily meaninglessly, would be the biggest betrayal you could make against her memory. He met my eyes, and for a second I pitied the plea in them. Calix only knew two things: his love and his duty. He'd lost one and become estranged from the other.
"Take me with you,"
he said. "Where?" He shrugged.
"Wherever you're going next. If I still have purpose, being a guard is all I know, and I don't think I can go back to Alyssa's keep, not to live there every day when she won't ever return."
I nodded in understanding. Night can hardly stand you breathing, never mind being close to me. You can't be my guard, and no offense, but I think I could put you on your ass soon. Calix tried to chuckle, but it was short and hardly there.
"Magic is a cheat."
"It's a helpful advancement."
"If I can't stay with you, maybe you can get me to another kingdom. I'll start again there."
That seemed like a more plausible plan. "You made terrible mistakes. It doesn't make you a monster." I turned from him, with a weight off my shoulders now that I had a plan with him.
"Guard your forgiveness, Estrella,"
he called at my back.
"I'm grateful for it, but not everyone deserves it from you, no matter who you are."
After visiting Calix, I was looking for Zath or Rose, or both, to suggest we get out of the castle for a while. When I turned the next corner, my steps almost faltered at the sight of the red hair advancing toward me. I shouldn't have taken this route. It was quiet, dark. I kept my chin high to not give Terran the satisfaction of rattling me despite his slow, predatory smile. Of course, I knew he wouldn't let me pass without engaging.
"Maiden, we haven't had the pleasure of any time together since the end of the Libertatum. What a show Nightsteath put on, and still he wins your heart."
We faced each other, and I put all my effort into maintaining a front. "I can't say you've been on my mind, as I have been yours."
"You wound me. I hoped we'd get to become acquainted now that we're going to be allies after all. Accept my apology for any wrongdoings of the past."
Like I said, I haven't thought about you. Not your life, nor your death. Terran took a long inhale, and I wondered if it was to take in more of my scent. I had my answer when it compelled him to step forward. My retreat met the wall and raced my adrenaline.
"Did he tell you what I am?"
An arrogant son of a bitch. That earned a wider smile, revealing his sharp teeth, and I shuddered with the glance he couldn't refrain from directing at my neck.
"I'm one of the oldest soul vampires alive, maiden. I was here long before him, long before you. I was here when the Guardians came together and created Vesitir, as the central to rule the surrounding 5 kingdoms. Althenia has always remained independent. I watched you from the moment of creation, and as you came into the Star Maiden you were, a creature so magnificent and fair and powerful, the likes of which the land had never been blessed with before. They called your reign the Golden Age. There was peace among all species."
Why are you telling me this?
"Because even the most pure and perfectly crafted things are drawn to darkness. You were no different. Everything you'd built came crashing down, all for one heart. And now here we are, and I might get to bear witness to what should have happened all that time ago. The fall of eternal darkness, because you can't let each other go. It will be an honor to witness."
I couldn't fathom how old Terran was. It made me blanch like I was nothing more than a child in comparison. He didn't need magic when his power was built from time and patience, crafting a reputation and an influence that was a prized currency itself. It made sense now that Night was being careful, strategic with someone like Terran. "This is what you want, then? My union with Night?"
"Of course. Once I found out what was causing the quakes and what would happen if they continued, it was to our best advantage not to haunt you, but to ally with you. But by then it was too late.
The king wanted me dead. It could have been him who finally got the job done.
Perhaps. No one has ever really believed he had any power, and I couldn't understand why Knight's death would cater to his father when he held all the influence. He made the entire continent fear him. I'll admit, I'm curious as to how you see through all the blood that coats him. Every sin he's committed against all you stand for.
It wasn't all the truth. Like you said, I was made to see the good in people, to be fair. His head canted curiously.
Even to me.
I'd give you the grace of a trial. His smile was all sly amusement, a mockery that didn't believe I had any authority over him, so he would never fear my judgment. Taryn came inches closer, and my heart sped, bracing with the need to defend myself if he tried to harm me. He merely leaned in, like I was prey to play with, dropping his tone so low my hearing turned acute.
One of them is going to betray you. One of them already has.
He pulled back, but I was still held tightly by that chilling statement. Who? I choked, suffocating.
The only thing you have two of, in this life and the last.
You don't know anything. Taryn merely smiled, then his head tilted, as if something I couldn't hear caught his attention.
You know, bonded is just a title, really. I would be a fool not to offer you a way out of either choice. I have the might of all the vampire armies. I would treat you like the queen you are.
He couldn't be serious. Not even the slightest spark of intrigue formed over his outlandish proposal. He seemed to find his answer in my blank expression, but it didn't deter the wild flare in his brown eyes.
I look forward to the ceremony, Estrella.
He left me standing there. I couldn't move. He was just trying to scare me with that riddle, spiral my mind between Knight and Oster, or maybe warn me to choose neither.
There she is!
Zath's loud voice bounding through the hall caused me to jump out of my skin. I turned to find him and Rose heading toward me. His bright grin began to fall, and he scanned me head to toe.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Nothing, I said, not convincingly enough, but my head wouldn't stop spinning. I need to get out of here. Where are you going? Rose asked, jogging to fall into step after I marched past. Just into the city. I need a distraction. Perhaps a drink.
Rose and I were just heading there, actually. We came to ask if you wanted to join.
My nerves were already beginning to calm. Why, were you planning to go out there? I asked.
We've been meaning to revisit a particular hat shop,
Zath said. I peered up at him just as he exchanged a look with Rose. I curved a brow. A hat shop? From the trials, Rose explained in a grumble. I thought to probe further, but figured it would only bring on a headache. Outside, I breathed the cool air steadily, and let my mind empty of vampires and celestials and Night for a while. Well, maybe not Night, since I hadn't seen him all day, and the absence was notable in my mood. I went to see Calix, I told Zath.
How did that go?
He asked tentatively. Zath wasn't as merciless as Night to want him dead, but he wouldn't object to letting Night have his way either. He's harmless and doesn't deserve to die for stupidity.
Good luck reasoning that with Night.
I found pleasure in the challenge, and that felt wrong to admit. He'd listened to me in the throne room, and if he killed Calix against my wishes, I don't think I could forgive him for it. The city was winding down for the fall of twilight, and I pulled my hood up to hide the blaring beacon my silver hair had become to identify me. I didn't get drunk often. The last time was with Cassia. I almost backtracked on my decision, but before my world cleaved in two, I remembered it had also been one of the most joyous and carefree nights we'd ever spent together. In the corner of my eye, I caught movement jumping off a crate before dipping into a dark alley. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed after the black cat.
"We were so close,"
Zath groaned when I diverted from the path to the inn. I didn't respond. Reaching the end of the alley, I only just caught the flicker of a black tail disappearing down back alley stairs and chased after it. "I thought we were looking for wine and whiskey, not watered-down ale," Rose commented. They followed my impulse anyway, and we came to one of the most run-down parts of the lower city level. The street had an odor mixing damp stone and body sweat that I tried not to inhale too deeply. Some humans gathered outside various shops and taverns, and none of them hid their blatant head-to-toe assessments of us, like they were wondering what they could steal. After a few more minutes, I couldn't find the black cat again, and my skin was starting to crawl. I stopped for one last look. "Are you following me?" All of us jumped at the sudden voice right behind us, too close for a stranger's comfort. The moment I turned to meet Davina, I relaxed. Her brown eyes blinked, curiously patient, and her black hair was in a long braid that climbed over her head and fell to her ribs. "I knew it was you," I said in triumph. She hooked a teasing brow. "It's about time I switch up my form of preference, I think." "What are you doing down here?" Rose asked. She stood firm and cross-armed like Zath. I didn't think they realized how alike they were sometimes. The two of them guarded our backs and tracked subtle eyes on suspicious persons around us. "I really shouldn't tell you. We've never had outsiders before," she said, contemplating. I gave her my best pleading eyes. "I'm not just anyone, though. May as well use the Star Maiden as a token for my gain, too." "Very well, but keep to the back and stay quiet. I didn't want to overwhelm you all at once, but you followed me, so I can't take the blame." She looped my arm and I turned eagerly, anxious to find out where we were going. We went down another set of alley stairs, deeper into the Undercity, and while I was prickling with unease, Davina was nearly skipping along, so unfazed and cheerful. We came to a deserted corner of shops, with only a scary lone man sitting on a crate, peeling an apple with his knife. He was burly and intimidating, but Davina flashed a pleasant smile at him.
"You're late,"
he grumbled. "Impossible," Davina sang. He eased a smile, and I realized then he was guarding who went in and out of the seemingly abandoned building Davina led us into. She unhooked my arm, dipping into her pocket and producing a brass pin she placed on her chest. "What is that?" I asked. "The resistance seal," she said. I noted the change in her as we headed deeper into this establishment that seemed long neglected. She became focused and firm, authoritative. We stopped walking when she did, turning to us. I glanced at the sigil she wore, but I couldn't quite decipher what it was, with arrows like a compass, an upward-facing moon, and lines that crossed and fell down from it. "Keep your hoods up. Stay at the back until it's finished." We nodded, and Davina didn't look back nor falter a step as she pulled back the curtain and headed straight down the space between the rows of benches and the large run-down hall I discovered with awe to be an abandoned theater. Rose, Zath, and I slipped into the back and stayed standing with some others. The hall was packed full, and the chatter began to quieten as Davina reached the low stage where 4 other fae were standing already. I'd only read about this kind of place, seen it in words that painted the pictures in my mind. The theater was missing its vibrancy with the red curtains hanging torn and dust-coated. The people on the stage stood to talk about terrible things, and the audience were not eager for the performance. This was a place that once held laughter and cheer, but now melancholy swept in, leaving only the ghost of joy I'd felt from the depictions on a page. When Davina finished speaking to the other fae, she turned to the crowd, and I hardly recognized my friend. She stood with shoulders squared and hands clasped behind her, so serious but magnificent, with an air of leadership that canceled all sound in the room without a word. "As you've heard, the Libertatum has come to an end once again," she said. It broke a murmur of disgruntled sounds and curses toward the king, until Davina added, "What I'm thrilled to tell you is that the rumors are true. It is the last. The Star Maiden has indeed returned, and Night's death is freed." A burst of excitement and uncertainty buzzed through the room. My skin pricked with the reaction of the fae in attendance. "Is it true she has no power?" someone called from the crowd. "No," Davina said, shifting a subtle look to me as she paced across the stage. "But she will need our help and patience."
Patience?
A fae male scoffed, standing at the side.
She wrecked our world, then abandoned it. Why should we care about her return at all?
My cheeks heated, and Zath leaned into me.
I think it was a mistake to come.
"No," I said. "I need to hear it." "You can't forget the age of peace and unity she created and will restore. We've been waiting for centuries." "We've been doing just fine without her," a female added. "She serves as nothing more than an entity with too much power that could destroy all we've rebuilt." Agreement passed between peers in quiet talk. I didn't know how to feel. These people were hurting, and they were right. They'd been building this resistance for centuries without me, and I understood their concern that I might step in and pretend to know what they've been through. "They're ungrateful," Rose muttered bitterly. "They're afraid," I countered. Davina tried to reason with the crowd. "Estrella is on our side. Soon the Celestials will come to our aid now that their maiden is back." "They hid away and abandoned us too," someone cried out. "We can't trust any of them," another added. "We can't do it alone," Davina said firmly, loud enough to silence everyone. They listened to her, respected her. "We haven't attacked or fought back because we've been biding our time. We've lost friends and family, and this is our time to focus and avenge them, not lose sight of it under resentment. Alone we are not enough, and at the end of this war we want our peace again, not a divide with the Celestials." "End to the vampires!" someone called. More joined in a rowdy agreement, and my skin chilled. I knew the vampires were rising up to conquer, but I couldn't imagine a world without them entirely. I thought of Drystan. He once had a heart that cared and loved. What if there were many vampires just like him, no different to the Fae or Celestials or humans? What if there could be those who seemed corrupt and evil that wanted peace, just like the rest of us? Annihilation of an entire species was not the way. "There was once coexistence," I said. My voice was loud enough that some turned to me with scowls, some with accusation. How dare I stand here as the oppressed and defend the enemy? I pulled my hood down, and that seemed to trigger recognition. Looking over the faces that pierced me with looks of disgust, awe, uncertainty, hope. So many conflicting emotions, but I had to weather all of it. I headed up the aisle toward Davina, who watched me with surprise and concern. "It's the maiden," they whispered. I quelled my nerves under the interrogation of many eyes. I might be a celestial, but these were my people too. "Is it true you have no memory?" A timid voice echoed through the silence. I found a younger female tucking a strand of honey hair behind her pointed ear. With the way she looked at me, I felt the weight of responsibility I had to these people. They were counting on me. "Not entirely," I said. "I don't remember all in images, but I feel it. More so every day. Like right now, I feel all of you because I know we're in this together, and we always have been. I stand for you. I fight for you, but..." My throat dried because there was no easy way to get people to understand what I've seen and what I believe. People are not born cruel. We have to break the cycle of violence.
"She's not with us,"
a male shouted, but I didn't see him.
"Anyone who sees mercy for the vampires is against us."
As they broke out in chatter again, I felt Davina close by my side. "They're not going to believe in you in a night," she said quietly to me. I know. I didn't need them to. It would take action to prove I was on their side, and I was going to help. It would take an example to show them peace could be made, and once again, I thought of one person with a distant yearning in my heart. Drystan. Not just a blood vampire, but the son of the king that had wronged them so truly. If he could show he was on our side, it could change everything. But the prince was hurting just as much as everyone here, and pain turned people cold and hopeless. Right now, he hated me and despised Night. "You'll betray us again," someone said. "She shouldn't be here." I couldn't see who was shouting anymore. It all blended together, but I knew none of it was encouragement or faith. "I bet she isn't even powerful." That was the comment to prompt a reaction in me. It spurred a need to prove I wasn't powerless. Never again. The key was in my hand before I knew what I was doing, and the magic within me bonded to it instantly, pulsing a violet flare through the room when the staff tapped to the ground. You might look at this and see power, feel it, but you can be just as powerful, with your words or your actions in silence. I'm not enough to fight this alone even when I get my full magic back. I need you as much as you need me. So I'm asking if you'll fight with me for the life of freedom and equality you've been denied far too long. "The world will drown in starlight," someone called out. She was young, clutching the hand of an older fae. But she was so brave, looking up at me as if wishing upon a star, and I wanted to fall to my knees to grant it. Then another echoed her words, until the tension from the silence was shaken completely by the crowd's humming, and now smiles started to crack the tired and dire faces of the gathered fae. "Not bad," Davina said, nudging my side while the crowd's attention was scattered. I took a deep breath. It's going to take a lot more than one speech, but it's a start. Davina gave me a sad but prideful smile, squeezing my arm. I stepped off the stage as she called the room's attention to her again, starting to fill them in on all that had happened since the Libertatum.
"You stepped out of your cage long ago,"
Zath said, slinging his arm around my shoulders as we left.
but I think you just shattered it.
I needed a drink to take the edge off more than before after the secret Fae resistance meeting. I couldn't tell if it was nerves or my high from positive adrenaline that turned one wine into 2, then 3. Now I was losing count. Either way, I figured I would be suffering tomorrow. We found a bustling inn on the lower level of the city, humble and mostly full of humans. I kept my eyes on the few pointed ears that were regarded like royalty in here. One shadowless sank his teeth into a young man, but I'd been tracking the man's mannerisms, which appeared content, flirtatious even. I dragged my sight away from the affair that turned too boldly passionate for public spectacle. I kept my hood up, hair tucked away, not wanting to attract any unnecessary attention while we unwound away from the suffocating castle. "You never told us you were that influential in all of this," I said to Davina, who'd joined us a while later. She hooked a brow, observing my 5th, or was it my 7th, cup of wine. "There's a leader of the resistance in each kingdom. Those meetings keep us all connected and in the know. How many roundups are happening in each place? Numbers. We've been building this for a long time." Zath whistled low.
"So, you're a resistance leader too? Never would have guessed."
Her head tipped to the side. "Why?" she challenged. I sipped my wine, observing them over the rim with a growing tension.
"You just look so delicate and breakable. You were posing as a handmaid. Can you blame me?"
He struggled to defend himself. "You never know what the quietest are capable of," she said. Rose added, "She could take you, and I would love to watch it." Zath opened his mouth to argue, but at the deceivingly innocent look in Davina's eye that invited him to try, he wisely chose silence. At the back wall, the establishment burst into applause, and my attention was pulled back to the game they played that I'd kept casual interest in. It was knife throwing, taking turns at hitting a board with targets with points allocated depending on where they hit. A man marked a little shy of dead center, but it was the closest anyone had gotten all night. I'd wanted to join in, but the moment I sat down and indulged, well, I might have overdone it too much to be competent now. My liquid confidence from the alcohol made me too arrogant, however, and I stood before I had the chance to talk myself out of it.
"I don't think that's a good idea,"
Zath sang, but his amusement was prompting me to try. My vision was a little blurry. The ground wasn't straight. Still, I was slipping through the small gathered crowd with all the giddiness in the world until I made it to the front. "What's the winner's prize?" I asked, not knowing who to direct it to. The liveliness of the game hushed as more eyes fell on me. A slightly rotund older man with a graying short beard who leaned an elbow on a nearby table flipping a coin absent-mindedly was the one who answered.
"You name yours, I'll name mine."
"Are you the one competing?"
"No, you can face my champion."
His chin jerked toward a tall man with tousled brown hair and a wicked scar along his lower left jaw, the one who'd come close to the center. He looked at me with a side smile that didn't regard me as even remote competition. "Drinks for my friends," I said. I didn't really need anything. Their dumbfounded reactions would provide enough taste of victory.
"One night with you,"
he countered. Disgust rolled in me. Of course, he could think of nothing better than a temporary sense of hollow gratification. I was confident I would win, and if I didn't, well, what's one lie? "Deal."
"I don't think so."
The low, menacing voice trembled down every notch of my spine. I thought the thread in those 4 words trembled across the floor, and the corners of the room darkened to it. Night's proximity crept closer to my back, and people retreated from me with fast unease. I didn't turn around, letting his body melt into mine and my eyes almost flutter to it. He pulled my hood down, and my loose silver hair spilled free.
Are you in the habit of gambling with what's mine?
He purred across my ear. You're ruining my fun. A thrill erupted in me with the hand he slipped around my abdomen, claiming tighter possession of me.
On the contrary, I arrived just in time to give you a real challenge.
You want to compete with me?
We both know that target would become splinters before either of us won that way.
Then go sit with the others and let me play. Night spun me in his hold, so quickly that, paired with the alcohol, it took a moment longer than it usually would to find anchor in his bright amber eyes. They were near glowing right now, like liquid metal swirled around his pupils. His magic hummed around me, too, and I wondered what had made him this alive.
You're not playing with anyone but me tonight.
You're a killjoy.
Are you still willing to bet a night with you?
Need gathered between my legs and scattered over my skin. He didn't need a game for that, but there was something daring and exciting about his desire to gain it. What would I get for winning?
Absolutely anything you desire.
Arrogant of you to wager that high.
I never enter into a deal I can't win.
I had to admit, I found his confidence right now highly attractive, but I kept my displeasure regardless. How was your meeting with Elliot and the others? I leaned into him, trailing my fingers up the seams and over the black embroidery on his chest.
Terribly tedious, and I've been suffering a dangerous desire to get back to you.
Night held out a hand and someone quickly approached him with 5 throwing daggers.
Now I want to claim my prize and get out of here, if you will.
He let me go, offering me the knives, which I took with apprehension. Before I could ask anything, he was walking toward the target with one hand in his pocket. At the end, he turned back to face me with a wicked hint of a smile.
If you so much as graze me with one of those, you win.
My eyes narrowed. No moving through the void.
Of course.
If I wasn't intoxicated, I would have matched him with arrogance, and my sheer stubborn will to wipe his confidence would have given me better odds. Right now, I was doubting, but I couldn't go back on it. So I braced my stance, shook my head as if that would expel any of the cups of wine from my mind, and zoned my full focus on him. Night's eyes became the only color in the room. I didn't have acute senses like the Fae or vampires, but somehow I thought I found his heartbeat that canceled the rest of the sounds in the room. I imagined each dagger I held lodging in his chest to spur my determination. Then I threw. The second was leaving my hand before the first speared into the wall, which he avoided with an easy sidestep toward me. He twisted to the opposite side of my next knife, ducked under my third. The target of him was larger with each fraction of closed distance, but he glided left of my fourth, then somehow fucking caught my fifth by the handle. Then it was over when he reached me, with a hand grabbing my jaw.
Mine.
Night kissed me, despite my frustration. I took the irritation of my loss out on him. When his arm curved tightly around me, I lifted weightlessly into his arms, my legs circling his waist. The pull of the void surrounded us, but our mouths never broke apart. Icy air whipped across my cheeks, but my skin was still heating with the wrap of his body and the tight press of him with my back now against a wall. I think I moaned his name, so lost in the scent and taste of him, I might have been begging for something inappropriate for where we were. He wanted me to. His hips jerked against my core, making every stitch of my pants torturous to the friction of his hard cock. "Aren't you going to take us somewhere to claim your reward?" I said breathily when he kissed hungrily down my neck.
Not tonight. I just needed a moment with you when I was close to tearing out the eyes of every man that was watching you in there.
Overreacting, as always.
There's a man in there who asked for a night with you and is still breathing. I'd consider myself very merciful right now.
In the haze of my lust, I didn't care for the cold or the fact we were outside where anyone could stumble upon us. My hand reached between us, hooking the waistline of his pants. Before I could do anything, he was pulling us through the void again, and the alcohol made everything spin so much faster. My back pressed against something far softer and warmer, and only Knight's hair tipping over his forehead and leaning over me made me aware that I was lying down now. "This isn't as exciting," I said, hooking my knees around his hips and reaching between us again. He took my wrists this time, pinning them by my head as he groaned, leaning in to plant a kiss to my neck.
"Your sweet torture, Starlight."
His voice was thick, wanting, and I couldn't understand why he was holding back. "Stop treating me like glass."
I'm not above breaking you if you were, but intoxication is a line I won't cross.
"I'm telling you, I want it."
Your lust-clouded, alcohol-infused thoughts are telling me that. If you wake up tomorrow and ask again, I'll happily oblige.
"Fine," I said. The bastard drew back with twinkling, amused eyes.
"Dress for bed,"
he ordered, slipping off me. We were in my rooms, and he knew where everything was as he reached a dresser, picked a black satin nightgown, and brought it to me. "I think I'll sleep naked." The arm he extended to me fell, and he looked skyward, as if for a plea of sanity. He laid the gown on the bed regardless, then leaned in to kiss me once more.
"My sweet torture,"
he murmured against my lips. He moved to leave, but what Taryn had said earlier had been taunting my thoughts all day, and the insecurity tumbled out of me. "Night?"
"Starlight."
"Have you ever betrayed me?" He searched my eyes thoughtfully, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear.
"I think it depends on who you ask."
"You always have a way of avoiding direct answers," I huffed, sinking down on the pillows. Knight sat on the edge of the bed.
"No, I just don't often think there's the whole truth in a single one. But what is always true is that betrayal never comes from your enemies."
"You're my enemy."
Is that what you feel?
"No, but I think I feel guilt for it. Like I should say yes."
It's your past coming back in feelings rather than images. This is good.
I studied him with my next question, growing nervous to mention him. "Has Oster ever betrayed me?" Knight's eyes narrowed for a second.
Why are you asking this?
"I'm trying to figure out who I can trust."
My word to your half-drunk mind isn't going to help you with that,
he said, but it was with an edge of apology, like he wished he could.
You'll get the chance to figure that out for yourself, though I try not to think about you with him at all.
My guilt came in such a crashing wave that I could barely look at him. Was it a betrayal to have met Oster and not have told Knight? Even more so to be planning to meet with him again away from here. I couldn't risk Knight stopping me.
I'll be away from the castle tomorrow,
he said.
I found out where Dryston has been hiding, and I have to deal with him. We're going to find out how the transition vampire numbers are growing. I'd take you with me, but you might want the day to recover.
This was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. I could have met with Oster today, but My conscience couldn't settle without seeing Calix, so tomorrow would be my next chance, as much as I wanted to agree to go with Night, especially with the mention of Drystan. I rubbed my temples. The strings of this war were starting to pull my wants and focus in different directions. Probably best I stay and rest, I agreed, with no small amount of ache for the lie. Night nodded, looking at me with such soft eyes. I treasured these quiet moments he bore to me without even realizing.
You know how to call for me. Any time, any distance.
Yes, I whispered. He gave a barely there smile before smoke and stars stole him away. My hand reached out to the ghost of his impression on the bed. Sitting up, I began to undress. But before I took my shirt off, my eyes cast outside and my skin broke a shiver, as I wondered if Oster could be watching again. I couldn't see any pale flicker that would indicate wings. I was never shy about my nakedness. It only became sexually empowering when there was someone I wanted to crave me. Otherwise, it was just flesh. So I changed, uncaring if there could be 10 Celestials watching. I admired my silver markings in the mirror, thinking of the Fey resistance. My magic glowed faintly, wanting to join their rebellion. It was a spark of purpose I needed to see. No longer was the war something that was a fable when it couldn't be seen, nor an idle threat when it couldn't be felt. I had to want to see it, and I had to want to face it. Chapter 9. Astrea. The beauty of the forest around me soothed my sharp anticipation. I watched the final violet flare of the key diffuse the sky through the frost-tipped leaves. Birds chirped quietly in the early hour, and the sun glittered on the snow. Having Rose with me helped calm my nerves. I was glad she'd been eager to agree to accompany me. Oster had only warned me not to tell Night. "You really don't look so well," Rose fussed again. I definitely had a little too much to drink last night. In all the excitement, I hadn't eaten well either. "I'll be fine. I just need a drink," I brushed off. "Maybe something to eat." "I wonder if they eat and drink the same as us," Rose said. That inspired some amusement in me. "I don't think they're much different. I've been picturing purple mushrooms and blue wine. And pixies that pick them from yellow grass meadows," I added. "Pink waterfalls that can get you drunk? Talking trees of wisdom?" We both burst into soft giggles with the conjurings that kept getting more ridiculous.
I prefer the yellow mushrooms, and celestial wine is in fact tinted light blue.
A deep new voice broke our idle waiting. A branch cracked, indicating an advancing footfall. My head whipped with a spike of adrenaline heating my skin, tingling my fingertips with magic, like it was trying to remind me we were never helpless, never powerless. If only I gave my trust to it. I had the key at my hip and my dagger at my thigh, but I didn't reach for either when my tension diffused at the sight of Oster. He was more beautiful in the daylight. No hood, and his smile for me fluttered in my stomach. His wings glittered faintly against the sunlight. Oster wasn't alone either, and it wasn't him who spoke. When I caught sight of the handsome, dark-skinned man beside him, "You," I breathed in disbelief. I blinked with the flash of memory. His hands on me. How he'd seemed to recognize me that day he'd saved me. I heard you.
You doubted my combat against 3 amateur vampires?
He mused with a stunning smile that creased around his green eyes. He'd saved me from them in the woodland next to Goldfell Manor before I ever knew I'd be heading to the Central. I'd heard his cry and believed he'd died for me. I became overwhelmed with relief that wasn't true. "Thank you," I said through a breath of disbelief. "And I'm sorry that I didn't know who you were or what, or—"
It's no matter.
He chuckled at my flustering.
I was clueless about your lost memories, so that apology is mine. I must have frightened you.
I have to laugh too, because at the time, it had been terrifying to that lost, scared woman of the manor. "This is Rosalind," I introduced as she'd been waiting patiently by me. Her face was quietly studying our company. "I hope you don't mind, but I trust her."
A pleasure to meet you. Any friend of Estrella's is one of ours, of course,
Oster said. He was so polite and elegant, everything I expected of the Celestials.
My name is Zadkiel.
I reached for the hand he extended to me, and now that I wasn't out of my wits in fear after a near vampire attack, I felt his touch differently. Safe. "Did I know you?" I asked. My thoughts tunneled away while we shook hands, as if trying to find some pictures for the familiarity he bore.
I was a lot younger back then, but yes.
That enlightened me to my first idea I hadn't considered about the Celestials. The vampires had long lifespans. I knew the Fae did too. Rose seemed to have the same thought as she asked, "How old are you?" Zadkiel smiled at her, and there was something in it that had me looking to Rose for her reaction. I'd never seen her shy from attention before.
Our lifespans can reach a millennium. We measure in decades. I'm 33.
Such a number was far easier to comprehend than over 300 years old. Oster met my curious gaze, suppressing an amused quirk of his mouth.
48.
He answered my unspoken question.
You would be 43 this decade.
That's where the illusion it could translate to human aging was broken. Oster didn't appear a day older than his early 30s. His eyes were young, his skin glowed with a healthy tan, and even the few wrinkles around his forehead and eyes seemed caused more by the responsibility of being a high celestial than from aging. Zadkiel had a youthful, carefree charm about him, and his dark skin was smooth and burdenless. I found him comfortable to be around, while Oster certainly had more of an air of authority that touched me in his presence. I was beginning to lean more into my gut feelings, knowing some of them were pulling at threads from long ago. I was learning to trust myself, and it was empowering me more and more each day I crushed my self-doubt.
Shall we go?
Oster said, holding a hand out to me. I tracked the wings expanding over his shoulders, and my throat dried. "We're flying?" I asked.
We could use the void, but I'm afraid I can only carry one person through at a time, and Zadkiel doesn't have the ability. Besides, you must be missing it. Flying. I hope we'll find your wings soon.
My stomach was twisting so tight. I loved heights. When night had taken me high through the night, I'd been yearning deeply to fly again. But staring at Oster's invitation in an upturned right palm, I wasn't thrilled with the idea of being in an intimate hold with him instead. It's just transport. Nothing more. I looked to Rose, because if she wasn't comfortable with it, I would insist we take turns going with him through the void. She gave me a small nod, however, and stepped closer to Zadkiel. I watched them first, and Rose let him take her into his arms while hers hooked around his neck. I almost felt the need to glance away from the look they shared. Taking a deep breath, I slipped my hand into Oster's, and it might have been childish of me to be glad we both wore gloves. Zadkiel took off with Rose, and my stomach tumbled when my legs were swept from under me and I had no choice but to press tightly to Oster. His scent trickled over me, a hint of honey and some kind of spice. I couldn't unlock my body. My heart was thundering fast, and I tried to tame it.
Relax.
he said gently. His brown eyes were closer than ever, and in the daylight, I was hypnotized. Locked on them, though if I let them keep pulling me, I would discover answers I wasn't sure I was ready for, with the way my skin slicked under my dress.
Do you need a moment?
He asked. Pull yourself together. I shook my head, swallowing through my dry throat. I'm okay.
Good.
My arms tightened as he crouched, then shot skyward with long, powerful beats of his wings. To distract from the broad, muscular body I was clutching for dear life, I lost myself in the tiered cityscape of Vesitir. Oster flew higher until we were engulfed by clouds, and the mist of them dampened my hair. The view up here was breathtaking. The clouds invited me to let Oster go and let them catch me in their fluffy embrace instead. A beautiful but deadly illusion of comfort.
Is this your first time flying since you've been back?
Oster asked. Guilt riddled me. His warm breath fanned my ear, and I was so conflicted with the closeness of him. No, I said honestly, but the first in the daytime. I dared to look at him. Oster was a dream up here, as stunning as any fable of a guardian angel. It made me anxious to discover what I might have felt for him in the past, and why he hadn't been enough for my heart to let go of the one person who was catastrophic for me and the world. Perhaps I would learn that it was all me. My wrongs, my twistedness and selfishness. What if I despised the person I had been? Someone who had been close to condemning a world for the villain that terrorized it. Oster's expression was pinched in thought as he stared ahead. The sun kissed his skin, and I resisted the urge to reach for his face and trace the shadow line of his jaw. When I realized that impulse, I looked away quickly, hoping we didn't have much longer in the sky.
I'm sorry we didn't get to you before he did. Before you ended up in that game, too. But at least something good came of your triumph in it. You found your key.
I haven't mastered the use of that either. Night is going to help me with my magic. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned Night, because it locked Oster's jaw, and his arms tightened around me, as if he thought of flying farther than Althenia, beyond where Night could find me again. I knew that was futile. Somehow I believed Night would always find me, against all odds.
We're here. You might feel the veil awakening your magic.
Gravity flipped my stomach as we dropped, falling out of the cloud bank. I gawked, blinking at the sudden change of luminosity as we headed toward a bright starry infusion like light battled the dark. I wasn't afraid of it. I was pulled toward it, with a gravity so strong my hold slackened on Oster. When the veil engulfed us, I wasn't in his arms anymore. I felt Night. This veil was like a full embrace of him I wanted to stay suspended in. My magic flared in tendrils of silver that found a home in here. I searched through it like I would find the only dawn that could defy the night. His eyes. I wanted to search endlessly for them, but too soon I was pulled from my peace. I could have whimpered with the lashing I felt within after leaving the veil behind, and I watched it over Oster's shoulder for a while as we flew away from it. When I turned, my attention was quickly stolen by the most ethereal sight I'd ever seen. Of all the tales and wonders, maps and drawings, nothing could come close to depicting the true impact of the otherworldly expanse that was Althenia, the land of the Celestials. High above, it appeared just as I'd seen on paper. There was a center island surrounded by 4 land masses that were divided by water. The illusion of river paths was like a 6-point star, with 2 extra river paths forming smaller lakes on the largest side where the veil ran across. As we descended toward a glass castle on the central island, I couldn't stop my wandering awe. When my feet finally met ground, I stared over the city, so vibrant with color from a grand balcony with no rail to prevent a fall.
"Welcome home,"
Oster said quietly, as though he had filled with emotion too. His 2 words wove in me with promise and security. I embraced that feeling. This was home. It just wasn't the only one I knew. I didn't live here, though, I concluded, when the castle of Vessitir was also so familiar.
"You chose to govern in Vessitir, as it was central on the continent,"
he confirmed. You didn't stay there with me?
"I did for a while, when I thought we might."
He trailed off, catching himself against the wound of the past, but I knew what he was going to say. At some point in our past, I had to have contemplated a life with him. It would have been favorable to the land, the people. It seemed utterly outlandish I wouldn't choose him. Oster said carefully,
"What happened to you these past 5 years? When you fell, we almost had you."
He slipped a look at me, and if I didn't know any better, I would have thought he appeared nervous.
"We failed you. The trace we had disappeared, and we have never been able to pick it up again. Then our spies were certain they'd seen you in Vessitir, in that wretched game of all things. We learned Knight's death was back, and he had you."
I don't know where to begin, I said honestly. Oster stood with clasped hands behind his back, where his towering silver wings displayed proudly. I could see the coat of authority he wore well, fit to rule the people. My attention was once again caught on a glint of silver at his side. "What happened?" I asked, transfixed on his metal left hand. Oster faced me so I couldn't keep staring. My cheeks warmed. I couldn't help it, when it was as if my mind reached for a cloudy memory, like the first time I saw it, trying to remember how he'd lost his hand as if I should know.
"It happened in battle,"
he said somberly.
"Close to the end."
My brow knitted together in a cloud of sorrow we shared. A familiar laugh turned my body to the doors behind us. Rose appeared so soft and relaxed in Zadkiel's company that it was unexpected but a joy to witness. They joined us outside, and when she found me, her eyes lit up. "Isn't this place incredible?" she gushed. "Yes," I agreed. It meant so much to me that she was enamored with these lands. It was as if all past burdens and transgressions didn't follow her here, and showed a new bright layer under Rose's usual guarded exterior.
"This has been and always will be your home too, no matter where you settle to govern,"
Oster said, having edged closer to me, his soft eyes angled down at me now. My chest tightened. I didn't want to give the impression of anything other than learning the ways and land here. I wasn't ready to face anything of us yet. "Can we go down there?" I asked, glancing over the magnificent spectacle of Althenia. In the distance, I thought I could make out other glass buildings as grand as this one across the wide river that encompassed us.
"I would love to show you my lands of the House of Nova. We occupy the center island of Althenia."
I was gripped in fascination, and from the twinkle in Oster's eye, he knew I would follow eagerly as he turned, heading inside. Zadkiel and Rose walked with me.
"When you see the other islands governed by each of my brothers, you'll find there's a distinction in our wares, and a few of our customs are different. But where a celestial is born doesn't prevent them from ever changing location. It's not as simple as moving at will. There is an assessment for migration to keep the population sustainable."
The tall entrance doors opened at our approach without any physical influence. This place was made of magic. It hummed in the air, and as we stepped out, I realized something I should have realized sooner. "Does the veil distort the weather on this side?" I questioned. While it was cold, there was no snow on this island.
Not exactly. It is my magic that influences the temperature. I am known to some as the god of south wind. My magic is crafted of storms, and it charges through my lands. It's why some celestials move. They find themselves drawn to another high celestial's power, which is a certain call to them in itself.
I found that fascinating. Maybe that's why I felt charged by it, from being his bonded. Perhaps the Nova province called to me most.
Look to the north. You can see the snow capping the mountains of the Lunar province. My brother Zephyr is the god of north wind. He's most powerful in the winter. And the most good-looking always.
A new voice interrupted behind us. When I spun, I was met with a striking blonde man. His hair was short, sleeked back with a circlet like Auster's over his head. While Auster wore notes of blue, this high celestial, whom I assumed was Zephyr, wore tones of green that matched his mossy green irises. As he came to stand with Auster, I saw they matched in height and strong build.
You didn't mention you were visiting,
Auster said. If I didn't know any better, I might have said he wasn't thrilled about it.
You thought I wouldn't come greet our maiden the moment she's back on our lands?
He said, not taking his bright eyes off me. My body decided it was relaxed around him, which was odd considering my nerves to come here waiting for Auster. Did I know him well in the past? I wanted to ask, but it didn't feel right with an audience.
You don't remember me, do you?
Zephyr said, his mouth curving. My sheepish look was answer enough for him. His hand lay over his heart.
Here I had hoped our friendship was strong enough to break through the cracks of your blocked mind. No matter, I'm sure it'll come to you as one of the first. As I was saying,
Auster drawled.
To your left is the Sarah province of my brother Aquilo. He thrives in spring as the god of west wind. And finally behind us, the Aura province of my brother Notus. He favors fall as the god of east wind.
Zephyr said.
Though don't expect a greeting from them. You're not their favorite person, but don't worry, the feeling was mutual.
I slipped a look at him, appreciating his honesty, but no one liked to hear they weren't thought of fondly, more so when they couldn't remember a damn thing of what could have caused the hostility. Shit, what did I do? What did they do? I might not be at fault here. It was odd to realize there were things I could have done in the past to affect me now that I had no recollection of. I couldn't decide if ignorance was bliss or if I wanted to know so I could direct the same energy back when I inevitably faced them. Auster steered me back to his lesson after cutting Zephyr with a warning look for the interruptions.
The humans have likely forgotten the feel of our winds, as the veil has stopped them from passing through. Before, our magic would expel from our lands from time to time, and kept a certain balance throughout the seasons. Now their winters are too cold, their summers too hot. You see, there is so much to be restored.
You expect one person to be responsible for that? Rose asked, voicing the incredulity I couldn't.
Not alone. You have us, of course,
Zephyr said, giving me a small look of assurance. Auster said,
You're the people's hope, more than anything. Physically, we're here to fight for you.
I didn't want that. To be excluded from the fighting. Night wanted to train my power. He was adamant to awaken it. Auster seemed content to be gentle and take on that role for me. I had to show him I was more than that. I wouldn't be another trophy in a case. I'm going to get my power back, I said.
Then let me help you.
I'd rather my time here helped me learn about my heritage. I didn't mention I thought Night had to be the one to bring out my power. It awakened at his touch, and it often felt like our magic was kin, opposite sides of the same coin. With Auster, he could teach me the way of the Celestials and all that happened when I was gone. Auster stopped walking, regarding me with a look of excitement and pride I didn't know what I'd done to invoke.
I'm looking forward to having time with you. It brings me the most joy I felt in the vacant centuries you've been gone that you want to return to me here. If you say the word, you have the might of all 4 high celestials and their houses against the wrath of Night's death, should you want to stay with us. Until then, you must keep it from him. Do not risk a war sooner than we're ready.
Zephyr interjected with,
Night may have quite the bloody reputation, but he's strategic. Always has been. I've been trying to tell Oster the most telling him you're here would do is rile him with jealousy. You would rejoice in that, brother. He's savage and unpredictable.
Oster snapped. I grew tense and unwell with how they debated Night's nature and crimes. Conflict racked me. I didn't want to believe that Night would start the war he was trying to prevent if he found out I was meeting with the Celestials. But Oster's concern was enough to make me doubt. Althenia was thriving and peaceful, like they existed in their own realm. I couldn't put them in jeopardy if there was even a small chance Night could react against them. Perhaps I could come here once a week for now, I offered. That shouldn't be too hard, eluding Night for one day. He seemed to have a lot to occupy himself with, regaining control of the vampires, and I would use that to my advantage. Oster nodded.
Use your key, and I'll come for you. We'll always be watching for it.
This was it. How I would begin to collect the scattered pieces of my history and figure out which were truth, and if any were lies. Rose never looked at me with as much hopefulness as she did now, but I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that any path away from Night would be favorable to her. Perhaps Zath would agree too, but I didn't know if I could trust him with this secret when he had worked for Night before. My happiness about these lands and what I could discover became tangled in a web of lies I had to keep secret for now. Nobody wanted to believe there was good in Night, but I did, and I hoped my greatest betrayal wouldn't come from my own heart. Chapter 10. Astrea. Night was my enemy. It had never been clearer than right now, locked in a stance of a battle I couldn't remember starting. The conflict between us tore through me with heartbreak and anguish so powerful I thought it could kill me. Both of us held the key. The glow between us hummed otherworldly energy that we shared. We were 2 hearts, 1 soul. This is what fire on fire felt like, and we could break the world in half. His eyes glowed bright with the amber diffusing from them while my vision saw the world through a white film. While we seemed to pause in our war, the pain in his stare mirrored everything breaking me apart, that I couldn't fathom how we got here. His face bled, a crimson trail from his temple over his right cheek. I'd inflicted it moments before. This attack was mine. My body moved of its own accord, pushing off his hold on my weapon, only answering a scorching drive that coursed through my veins like betrayal. Only, I couldn't remember why I wanted him dead. And though he defended himself, my rage didn't make sense to me, considering the agony and confusion painted across his beautiful, battle-worn face. How long had we fought? My chest heaved with exertion. Striking him down wasn't a want. No, everything in my heart cried against it. But in my mind, it was a need. To make him bleed like I was hurting, and so I lunged for him.
Astrea.
His lips didn't move and my vision doubled. The scene turned to blurs of darkness, and it wasn't him who fell. It was me. Plummeting faster and faster until I crashed into reality. My breath drew sharp, then began to stab my chest when I couldn't gather it fast enough. I blinked hard against the darkness, and in my panic, with a weight pressing over me, I latched onto the only thing of color to grapple what was happening. A few locks of black hair were curled over golden eyes that held me, flooding me with both dread and relief when I knew we weren't on any battlefield. The ground registered hard against my back. We were on the floor, Night pinning my hands by my head, and the horror of my nightmare flooding back slowly.
"Welcome back,"
Night said, sounding almost panicked. He released me gently, easing off the straddled position he'd held me in. "Did I attack you?" I choked, pushing myself up and almost collapsing to the wobble of my elbows.
"Unless you are dreaming of me with affection."
Night ran a hand through his messy, dark locks, sitting back against a tall bed, and only then did I realize he only wore sleep pants. No shirt, no shoes, and I became too aware of the dainty piece of silk I wore. Scanning the room, I realized I was in his when I hadn't fallen asleep here. I got to my feet on weak knees, the air breezed to chill over my sweat-slicked skin. "Sorry," I mumbled, staring off with my drifting thoughts. Recalling the dream, it began to settle in my mind as much more. My hand vacantly rubbed my chest, with the ache growing even in my awareness. "It wasn't a dream," I whispered. I was sure of it. Standing in the same room as someone I'd clearly wanted dead at some point in our history, I couldn't be sure if I wanted to flee or confront it fully.
"The battle again?"
he asked carefully. A loud rattle jolted me. It was merely the winter wind battering the balcony doors, and the coldness of the room started to wrap around me now that my adrenaline was dwindling. The second thing to startle me a second later was a weight over my shoulders. I eased into the warmth and scent of mint and sandalwood far too easily. Night's hands lingered at my arms after placing the black blanket over me. Why is it always that I'm ready to move on from the obvious? Night only passed a few seconds of silence with the knives of the past come to open their wounds.
"I have a theory,"
he admitted. Night steered me around the bed, which I noticed with a twinge of guilt was disturbed. I'd pulled him from rest. "It can wait."
"No, it can't."
I watched him bend by the fire, and something so mundane as lighting it had felt like witnessing some precious part of him. Nothing powerful, just night. When amber licked across the dark space, I gravitated toward it. Kneeling where he crouched, my palms splayed toward the flames with a soft sigh when the warmth rippled over me. To his silence, my head turned a fraction, knowing he was watching me. What I didn't expect was how soft he would appear. In times like this, it was easy to imagine that anything beyond our sphere didn't exist, but our reality was that we were destined to destroy each other, or the world, if I didn't resist this pull to him. "Your theory?" I prompted. Night sat back, getting comfortable with one knee bent, so close to touch.
"I should have realized sooner. I think your parents are trying to give back the worst of your memories involving me before you might remember anything good."
It was a certain type of anger to be resentful toward gods when no confronting them would help.
"They're not fond of me,"
Night mused. I couldn't help my short laugh. I can't imagine why.
"There were many times you wanted to hurt me. We were enemies, Estrella, born to be. For a while, I think both of us acted true to that, until we tempted that fate, crossed a line that was never meant to be."
We were bonded. Like, fully? His eyes met mine, and though he didn't speak, they gave me the answer, which erupted within me.
"The battle you keep seeing, it was the repercussions of it."
That stole any excitement from the prospect. Was it against my will? He didn't answer right away, leaving seconds for dread to pool.
You chose me,
he said, distantly, as if he wished it wasn't true.
But the bond, it only happened because I had no choice. You were dying, and I didn't know how else to save you than to bind you to me. I think it was the first attempt against your life. To this day, it is my greatest failure and torment never to have discovered who finally succeeded. But I haven't stopped looking, and when I find them, I plan to kill them 1,000 times. Even then, it won't be enough for the 1,000 more I died from losing you.
I tried to process, but all I became was cold. So cold. I didn't want to hear what was going to shake me further, but I needed to know. The impression of night tucking in behind me slipped my eyes closed. I shouldn't want it. Yet, even if these moments of accepting his comfort would bleed out of me later, part of me thought it was worth it. Why did I attack you back then? I whispered.
Before I tell you, I need you to reserve your judgment. As much as I want to kill him, but for far more selfish reasons, he protected you for a long time. You trusted him.
I didn't want to accept this next truth, but I couldn't run from it. Oster? Knight's hand slipped over my thigh like the name triggered something in him, as though it could make me leave to go in search of it when I didn't have to. He'd found me.
He made you believe I only bonded you to merge with your power, that it was a vampire who attacked you with the key by my order, and that it killed him to do so. Your key is highly protective of you, as the only thing that can kill you. Unless you give your blessing to it willingly, anyone who tried to wield it without will face punishment. I guess the severity depends on what power or resilience to it they might have.
If there was even a possibility it was true, I could be sitting in the embrace of my killer. Not by his hand, but his orchestration. How can I be certain you didn't order it? He pressed closer, and I became hyper-aware of his hand trailing higher on my leg while I still kneeled.
Do you believe answers can be found in the heart?
You think I'd believe you because of heated touches and romantic notions? It's a manipulation of the highest form. Somehow, I could feel his smile. It always shifted a playful energy that shivered my skin, and I was daunted by how in tune to him I was becoming.
I don't mean in your feelings for me. You've always had a very acute intuition. Listen to yourself.
It wasn't that easy. Not when I couldn't be sure my feelings wouldn't betray me just as easily. Knight's hands hooked the blanket at my shoulders. He moved so slowly, ready to stop at the slightest rejection, if not from my voice, then from my body. Yet I remained utterly relaxed, wanting him to slip it from me and replace the heat of it with his skin instead. My lips parted at the feel of him. It was a craving I didn't think I would ever be able to fight. I must have believed Oster came after you back then, I said.
I can't blame you. He's one of your people, someone you were close to for far longer than you knew me. You grew up together.
Why didn't I bond with him? Knight's lips hovered between my shoulder blades.
I can't answer that for you.
Please.
I can't answer because it's not fair to expect you to take my word for it. All I have is what you expressed to me in the past, but you might feel differently in this life. I can't plant words that could influence you as you figure out your wants.
Is that why you wanted me to go to the Vale? Before the Libertatum?
Yes.
It would have condemned you.
But it might have given you a chance to find the feelings for him that you couldn't before.
You would wish for that?
No, of course not. I would have gone mad in jealousy. But he is safer for you.
I couldn't believe that. Not when, despite all he was, Never had I felt safer than when night was near. Not even as much as when I was with Zath. It wasn't just his power, either. "Would you let me go to him?" I asked quietly. Night's breath blew across my skin. Then he pulled away.
"I would lose the vampire trust if they knew you'd gone to Althenia and I allowed it."
Part of me anticipated that answer, but I hated that it felt like he was denying me a right. I pushed up on my knees, turning to pin my heated stare down on him. "So I'm your prisoner." Night's golden gaze stared up at me, but he didn't react to my anger. Instead, he wore awe in those beautiful eyes.
"You're my eternal torture,"
he said with a low gravel. My breath drew sharp when he reached for my sides and pulled me to him. I had no choice but to brace myself on his shoulders for balance, but my hand slipped into the back of his hair, gripping tightly enough to angle his head back in warning. The bastard grinned up at me, so slow and devious. It ignited a challenge of passion infused with anguish. "This isn't because I've forgiven you for everything."
"Of course not."
"In fact, this is because I hate you." Night squeezed under the curves of my ass, and I bit back my whimper.
"Then hate me. Lower those hips and feel what it does to me."
It was tempting, but I wasn't ready to give him what he wanted. My thumb reached around, tracing his facial scar carefully. Then my fingers dropped, finding the one among many on his chest. "Do any more of them belong to me?" I asked.
"No."
I began to chart the map of cruelty on his skin, pausing on the next.
"My father,"
he answered. Night became so still that I hesitated moving again, but all he did was watch me, and I couldn't explain the permission in those amber irises, how they tried to tell me what he couldn't voice. I paused over the next one, a serrated, longer scar along his bicep.
"Battle."
The next.
"Father."
Over his chest again.
"Father."
I took in a few more until I couldn't stand to hear that word again with what was boiling inside me. "Where is he?" I said, in a dark tone that was new to me with the need for vengeance crawling inside me.
"I don't know."
"Don't you want your revenge for what he did?"
"Yes, eventually. But right now all I want is you. They're very old wounds, Starlight. I feel nothing for them anymore."
"The act doesn't erase," I said sharply, surprised by my own anger. "You killed Hector for me. For a while I wanted to hate you for it, but I don't think I could have done it. Not again. But I want to kill the king for you." Night tucked my hair behind my ear, the pinch of his brow a mix of heartache and pride.
"I don't wish that. In fact, I'd do whatever it takes to make sure you never cross his path again."
"You can't shield me from everything."
"No, not everything, but whatever I can. I will be your shield, your shadow, your weapon. I will be whatever you ask of me. There's no denying I'm the villain they whisper me to be, but since I'm at peace with what I am. Because now I do it all for you, to see you rise to everything you were created to be."
"Anything?" I asked.
"Yes."
"If I asked you to stay in this realm with me?" My heart thundered at the fear of rejection.
"I'd only ask one thing back. Would you be willing to condemn your world for it? Because I would. I would lie with you and watch every star plummet to land,"
he said in a gravelly whisper, leaning in until his breath teased my throat.
"This world would fall to darkness, and I would spend every day content never to see the daylight, because I have this, you, my brightest star."
It wasn't fair. To have this choice that balanced my heart and a duty the world depended on at opposite ends of a scale? I don't think I want to choose, I said.
Estrella.
Don't tell me it's impossible. Not after all we've been through. No one could be certain of the future to come, but right now, I broke for him. My lips met his with an urge to release all that had been building between us since he'd betrayed me for Taryn on the rooftops. I understood why he'd done it, and maybe I wasn't truly angry at him for it. I was furious that it was necessary. So beyond frustrated to be a pawn in this war, when somewhere within was the locked potential to be the game master. I took it out on Night, let out the fire of our ages-long war with feelings and blood that was so far from over. He groaned into my mouth as I pulled his hair tighter, then pushed him back to straddle him.
There's a perfectly good bed right there,
he muttered huskily. As I traced up the contours of his abdomen to his chest, the bed was the last thing on my damned mind. Why did I choose you back then? I asked, even though the responses of my body over him thought it to be the most ridiculous question.
I can't answer that either,
he murmured, trailing hands up the backs of my bare thighs, and it was like I melded into him with that touch, sinking myself lower. Frustration angled my nails to drag over his chest. His teeth clenched against a hiss, but those molten eyes swam with desire. Then show me, I pleaded. I need more of us.
Say you trust me, because I can also plant lies and manipulations. I'm very good at it, and you would never know the difference. It was my father's second favorite thing to use me for.
I trust you. It was the truth, and I was becoming desperate when my parents were determined to meddle and give me only the worst of him against me. Knight's eyes flexed, as if he warred with himself over that response. I said, "Why do you try to push me away, yet you won't let me go?" His palm slipped around my nape, pulling our heads closer until I could feel the warmth of his breath across my lips.
Because I am incapable of it. Because I selfishly want you to choose me, despite the stars we collapse and the war we incite.
And if I don't choose you?
Don't provoke me, Starlight,
he muttered huskily.
Don't make me show you why you can't stop this any more than I could.
My legs wanted to close with the heat gathering between them, pooling a slickness he was bound to feel if he... With a palm to my lower back, Night erased the few fractions of space I left hovering in his lap. A small gasp escaped me, then all reason scattered far to the rush of desire meeting his hard cock beneath me.
Or do you want to run?
He said, the vibrations of it shallow against my lips.
So we can both meet after the thrill of the chase. Because there is nowhere you can go that I won't find you.
Is that a threat? I breathed.
It's a damned promise bound until the end of time.
His lips crashed to mine, and I answered in a moan he took as an opening to deepen the kiss. Hungrily. We clashed lips and teeth and tongues in a raw passion that beat in my chest like a war drum. Night broke from my lips to trail down my throat, and in the haze of my pleasure, I barely registered movement until my ass touched cold wood and the last licks of starry shadow dissipated when my eyes opened. He kicked the legs of a chair out of his way, with his lips never leaving my body. I sighed his name, tightening hands in his midnight locks, while it seemed he planned to feast on me, right on this solid black dining table adjoining his bedroom.
May I?
He asked thickly. I didn't realize he'd paused with fingers hooking my nightgown. For some reason, his tender care, even in the heat of passion, warmed in my chest. Yes. I said through a labored breath. As Night slid the silk material over my head, his golden eyes began a slow trail of my body. He'd seen it before, but it was like he savored every inch for the first time in that short pause. I had never been shy of my naked body, but never before had I felt like the skin I wore was made of shining armor. The admiration in Night's expression made me feel powerful.
There is no star in the sky that shines as bright as you.
I combed fingers through the locks tipping over his eyes. There is no darkness that defies the night like you. His eyes flickered with odd surprise. Then he met my lips again with a new ferocity that exploded through me. A large palm cupped my breast, and I moaned into his mouth, close to begging for something, anything at my core that had me hooking legs around his hips to draw him closer.
Greedy,
he murmured wickedly. I need you, I said, shamelessly trying to chase my pleasure against him.
How do you want me?
The answer came in such a scatter of urges that I couldn't form a coherent sequence of words. His hands, his mouth, his cock. I couldn't decide what I wanted where because I was greedy to have it all at once.
Here,
he muttered in a low growl. My hands planted behind me, tipping my head back with a moan when his fingers ran down my center. Only once. My eyes locked on his just as he brought his thumb to my lips, pressing down gently.
Or here.
My tongue flicked out on instinct, and I delighted in the wildness it evoked in his eyes as he watched. Feeling bold, my fingers hooked into the material slung low on his hips. My gaze trailed over the deep contours of his pelvic bones dipping under it. My hand followed, earning a hiss from him when I palmed the length of his cock, which raced a thrill in my blood. I squeezed on my next pass, keeping my eyes locked on his face to consume every flex of muscle from what I was doing to him. There was something empowering and triumphant in owning Night's pleasure, knowing the torment I could cause if I stopped, and the utter bliss I could give if I wanted. To have Night's death at my mercy. Take them off, I ordered, with a seductive edge that was new to me. And sit on the chair. The flare in his eyes spoke of a feral thrill. He obeyed. Slipping off the table, I fed on the lust clouding his irises as he leaned back, trying to anticipate my movements as I approached.
You don't have to.
Dropping to my knees, I took hold of his cock, earning a white-knuckled grip on the arm of the chair.
Estrella.
He groaned my name, which sparked my confidence. He was big, intimidatingly so, which I hadn't fully conceived of the last time. I didn't know what I was doing, but I tried not to let the seed of uncertainty cause my focus to waver. I drove his pleasure with slow strokes at first, adding pressure until I discovered the right amount that had him refraining from thrusting into my hand. Then I took the head of him into my mouth, tasting him, slipped a moan at my throat, and Night's hand slipped through my hair, tightening.
Fuck, Estrella.
He groaned, like anything else but my name eluded him, and that brought me satisfaction. My cheeks hollowed, sucking in harder when I wanted him to come undone for me. My hand worked his base in tandem, and I tried to take him deeper into my throat, but panic rose when the tip hit the back, and I realized how much my palms still covered.
That's it,
he said in a strained voice.
That pretty little throat is as perfect for me as the rest of you.
I hummed, and that seemed to heighten his pleasure. His hips moved with me, hand in my hair guiding me, and I wondered if he was holding back.
Stop,
he rasped sharply. My lips unwrapped from him to peer up. Night was a breathtaking sight to behold. chest heaving with his scarred, golden-tattooed skin beginning to sheen against the dull light.
Bend over that table for me, love.
My core ached at those words. I did as he asked, leaning until my breasts met the cool bite of the wood. My palms splayed by my head, and the anticipation tightening in my stomach pooled between my legs and down my thighs. I expected his cock at my entrance, so when glorious heat lapped over my core instead, I cried out shamelessly.
Spread your legs wider,
he instructed. I shuffled, nearly boneless already.
Good girl.
His tongue alternating between dipping inside me and curving over my apex elicited unchecked sounds from me that I was far too consumed in the pleasure to feel shameful about. My hips wriggled, desperate and greedy for more, but not knowing what to beg for. Night groaned against me. Then his hand curled around my knee, lifting my leg sideward gently, until I understood what he wanted me to do. My flexibility eased the extension of my leg until it was across the table and my body angled. It splayed me completely to him, pressed tighter to the table. Night devoured without mercy, though I clenched around emptiness as a warmth pooled in my lower belly, beginning to tingle over my trembling thighs.
Give it to me,
Night ordered. He sucked hard, spreading me for his tongue to dip deeper inside than I thought possible. Oh, gods, I rasped. So close and unexpected. Yes.
I could spend my fucking life on my knees behind you,
he growled.
So long as you call out for me, Estrella, let me hear it.
His teeth dragged sharply over my ass. Night! My nails scratched into the table with the force of a climax when his mouth returned to my core. The quick shift from pain to pleasure detonated every internal piece of me. I shook with the instinct to slip my leg off the table and make him stop, but he held me still, continuing his assault that stretched my climax on and on until my vision began to pepper around the edges. Night finally pulled away, and I panted hard against the table, willing my consciousness to hold on after the most shattering bliss of my life.
You are incredible,
he murmured, leaning over to press a kiss to my shoulder. I whimpered at the gentle press of him at my entrance.
Are you okay to take me?
Stars, yes. I was boneless and still blinking back my vision. But I needed him. Please, I said.
You never have to beg for what is already yours.
Night eased into me slowly. My nails clawed into the wood, lips parted on a silent cry.
I am yours, Starlight. Do you believe that?
I could hardly hear him through the pleasure roaring in my ears, so the response came and went in such a blur that I didn't think it left my lips.
Estrella,
he growled, sinking deeper. Yes, I cried out.
I want to hear you say it.
Another inch stretched me so full. Shit, I didn't remember him being this much. You're mine, I said, claiming him with my body and my soul. No matter what was to come, I didn't think that would ever change. I could attempt to live on without him, but the lies it would take would be like applying balm to my chest when it could never touch the wound that carved deep under my skin.
And?
He prompted, giving my hips a squeeze but not moving again. He was wicked in his torture. I'm yours, I said, bringing my head back to lock with his eyes.
Eternally mine,
he growled, then thrust forward suddenly. Finally seated fully, he stilled for a few seconds to let my body adjust. Then he let go, driving into me over and over, and there was nothing tender left in the way he claimed me back. The friction of the table against my apex heightened my pleasure with his hard thrusts, while causing a whimpering frustration that it wasn't enough. My breasts crushed into the wood, so I could hardly grapple for stability. Night groaned with his next punishing plunge into me, and he stopped, leaning over my back, and I shivered with the radiating warmth of him over my sweat-slicked skin.
"You have to see what I do,"
he said, voice thick as he pressed his lips over my shoulder blades. I couldn't ask what he meant, only let him guide my leg down from the table and take most of my weight as he carried me through shadows. Then I stared at my naked body in the washroom mirror, which stretched the length of the entire wall. There was a counter before me.
"Hold on to it,"
he said thickly.
"Tight."
My hands reached to brace against the wood. His hands guided my hips out and my legs farther apart.
"I hope you know I'll never get enough of you,"
he said, running his large hand over my ribs to cup my breast.
"Not even when I have you every day of our eternity."
Presumptuous of you.
"No, Starlight. There's only one way we end, and that's if the world ends with us. Even then, I'll find you in the next and happily collapse that too, if that's to be our never-ending fate. I'd choose destruction every time if it meant having you."
Night entered me again, and my face pinched with the shot of pleasure. His skin glowed, the gold markings flaring to life, and only then did I realize we matched. Our magic awakened, as if it reached to bind too.
"I'm so close, but I need you to come with me,"
he rasped against my neck. His thrusts were slow and deep, savoring. I wanted to shake my head. I didn't think I could handle another climax as intense as what he'd given me, but that control was slipping further away from my exhausted mind. His hand curved around, circling my apex, and I cried in utter bliss and torture combined.
"There you go,"
he growled when I tightened around him, so fearing the eruption of what was about to unleash that I couldn't even muster sound anymore. When it hit me, the sound that came from me was between a scream and a cry. My eyes clapped shut, and my back curved up against Night, whose hand slipped around my neck. He kept fucking me through my orgasm, which felt endless. Waves and waves of pleasure rocked through every piece of me. Night picked up the pace before he slammed into me one last time with a powerful groan, burying his forehead into my neck while his body jerked against mine with his end, gripping me so tight it was claiming. The only thing keeping me upright was him. We remained like that for a stretch of silence to collect ourselves, our sweat slicked skin against each other and our breaths fighting to steady. Night pulled out of me and I whimpered, bracing against the counter again. I couldn't move. I focused on collecting breath and staying standing, listening to Night run water and then return. I couldn't say anything to the warm cloth he ran up my thighs and between my legs.
"I've made a mess of you,"
he said with quiet admiration.
"So beautiful."
Letting Night guide me around, he took my legs from under me, carrying me into the bedroom. He lay me down in his bed and I nestled into his scent that wrapped me. Night slipped in, and I tucked into him comfortably. It was always when I felt most content with him that my fear of losing him crept in. What if we're always destined to end up there, on opposite sides of a battlefield? I asked quietly. Night's lips pressed to the top of my head.
"Then my vow is to never give up trying to rewrite the stars." Chapter 11. Night. I didn't want to be here so far from my Starlight, but I needed to see for myself what my little brother had been doing in my absence. Following the red-headed rogue Nadia brought us deep into the mountains. The cold was sharper this high up, but it was a hidden spot, perfect to conduct the sinister project of transitioning humans to vampires.
You know they say the blood vampires first came into creation from humans?
Nadia said. She sat on a rock she dusted the snow from, swinging her legs. Then how come we have shadows? Elliot pondered. She answered.
Because the original blood vampires were a consequence of mortals having their shadow stolen by a cursed god that terrorized the realm. Then they procreated, of course.
Kara huffed, tucking a flying wisp of brown hair away.
That's a ridiculous claim.
Zeke was peeling an apple with his small knife. He joined the discussion with a full mouth. Don't they also say some of the maiden's guardians were cursed gods? Their eyes started to target me as if I would have more knowledge about Estrella and her guardians. In truth, I didn't get the chance to learn as much as I wanted to with her in our past life. Doesn't matter, I said. This is not the same. You were among the lucky ones who faced this dark magic to transition humans and kept your sane minds.
Lucky.
Sorlene echoed my word with cold detachment. Elliot lingered by her as he usually did, casting her a saddened look. There is luck even in misfortunes, but that doesn't cancel out a fraction of your burden, I said. Sorlene didn't look at me. I was growing used to her vacancy, and Elliot seemed to be the only one who stayed close by her regardless of the silence. When I first found out about my father's plan to bring back the making of vampires, it took a lot to horrify me, and that was exactly the thing to do it. He'd made the discovery in a book of long outlawed and forbidden magic. It was barbaric and unpredictable to create such a species that caused periods of such carnage in our history that the Celestials had no choice but to have all of them hunted and slaughtered to stop the procreation. Even though some transition could be as civil as the born, it was too much of a risk to mankind. I would never forget my father's first successful leap to repeat history. Elliot's terror was something that threaded through his charisma even to this day when I looked at him. He'd survived, and mercifully, after his first feed, he didn't become something uncontrollable with thirst that I would have had to have put down. It wasn't often that I cared, but something about him made me curious. How many? I asked Nadia.
20,000, give or take.
Shit, it was far more than I'd expected, exceeding the recorded number of creations our history had ever reached. If those were the survivors, the number of humans dead as a result would be even higher over the past century. How many roam through the kingdoms?
At least half. The others are either too savage, kept in cages within these mountains and fed enough to keep them alive, or still undergoing training before they can be let go to join civility.
Training was a cruel word for taking someone's humanity and forcing them to learn to live with the monster they'd become, or they would die. The transition vampires had one ability to help them remain untraceable. They could compel the mind of someone whose blood they drank, and their saliva healed any puncture wounds in flesh. The humans would never know the sinister change in some of those they'd taken in as neighbors and friends. The transition vampires were the ultimate predators of the species they once were, and that was the cruelest twist of fate.
Some of them are insufferable little beasties,
Kara muttered. Like snapping nymphs, Zeke added, bashing his teeth to depict it. We watched the cave entrance far below us as a new wagon pulled up, and I could hear the frightened cries of the humans within. When I saw who was being escorted out, children, I seethed, standing from my crouch.
The king's order,
Nadia said, low and resentful.
When I was there, they would often disappear, and I'd never see them again. I always assumed they died in the attempt to change them.
These humans couldn't be much past their first decade. How long ago did he start bringing them in so young? Elliot asked her.
Around 80 years ago.
I'm going in, I said. Rage was already coursing through me, and perhaps I would get to release some of it. The wings aren't fair, Zeke grumbled. You won't be too far behind, I said, stepping off the high ledge. Dropping down in front of the carriage, my fist tightened at the soulless whose hand connected with a crying boy's face. The soulless straightened immediately at the sight of me, his contorted face of ugly anger blank to terror. That wasn't very nice, I said calmly. My words caused him to shudder more and take a step back, as if he could deny doing what I saw. My lord, he stuttered, giving a short bow of his head. Their cries, they won't stop. My eyes fell on the boy, then across the ghostly faces of those in the carriage cage. Look away and cover your ears, I said to them. They didn't hesitate. Zeke and Kara caught up first, bickering over who would take the reins of the carriage. Elliot stayed back with Sorleen, who kept stoic. Nadia stood closest to me. It looked like I wasn't doing a good enough job of repelling her from me. I'd have to work on that. Terror does that to a person, I said to the shuddering soulless. The vampire cried out when his knees slammed to the ground without a trace of physical force. What's worse than the cries of frightened children are the wails of cowardly men. The shadows that climbed his body began to seep into his ears, his mouth, his nose, then his eyes. They robbed all his senses to induce the most silent and lonely kind of physical suffering. It had taken some time to learn everything the shadows were, what they could do. The dark could be crafted and learned, and they answered me like kin. The soulless wasn't worth any more effort than the snap neck I commanded through his mind without touching him. The darkness spilled like smoke from his body when it fell. Get them out of here, I said, not looking at any of the guard in particular. Many years with them led me to anticipate that Zeke and Kara would take the wagon, while Elliot and Sorleen followed behind me, along with the rogue. The scent of damp stone was lined with a faint copper tang of blood. Despite the cold, there was a certain humidity that began to choke the air the deeper into the cave we ventured. My focus was wrapped around myself, however, calling to the beast that lived inside me, already clawing the confines I kept it in. Night's death had become a reputation, but it was a harrowing essence inside of me, the kind of pure darkness that repelled any light. It was something I could be in control of, though it had taken decades of torture and discipline not to let the power become me.
We weren't expecting you.
A woman, soulless, spoke when we entered a wider expanse of the cave. If you were, you'd already be dead, I answered.
Of course, my lord.
She dipped her head, avoiding my sight as if that would stop me seizing her mind. At first, the eyes were the door, a necessity to breach the mind. That was an obstacle I'd torn down centuries ago. Your arrival doesn't surprise me, brother. I inwardly groaned at the sound of Dryston's tone of amusement. He really was hell-bent on testing the limits of my mercy toward him. Though I am disappointed at how long it took you. Easing out from the cloak of shadow, he approached with a swagger that was far too comfortable in this place of evil. So much had changed in this last century, and I still had catching up to do before this new version of him would settle in my mind without conflict. Before, he had always been innocent, curious. His thoughts were filled with wanderlust and untouched by darkness. Now I could hardly stand to look at the mirror image of me he was becoming. This is who he was now. Not the naive young prince that was eager for my company. Not the enthusiastic male that once lived in his own world, spared from the malevolent corners of reality. So, in my stead, Father placed you as the overseer of this, I commented dryly. You could say that. Dryston spared to look at my company, and the faint twitch of his brow landing his attention back on me tightened my fists. He didn't need to say it, nor did I need his thoughts for it. He questioned Estrella's absence. The tension between us grew, grating even more against my skin with the small audience we had. A word alone, brother, I ground out. To my relief, he obliged, leading us off down an open passage. Only a single look at Elliot was needed, and he knew to stay and stand guard with Sorleen. Nadia took a step to follow me. You stay with them, I ordered.
You wouldn't be here without me,
she protested. I won't risk you doing something reckless facing the one person you want dead the most.
I'm not some reckless, unhinged thing, or I would have attempted it long ago.
I couldn't believe I was entertaining this conversation as long as I was. You can bring your new pet. It makes no difference to me, Dryston said. Her green eyes blazed at him, and that's all the confirmation I needed that she was too much of a temper risk. Stay here. Elliot came up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder, but she shrugged out of it, storming back to the entrance. Stars help us, Elliot muttered. I followed Dryston down a narrow, dark hall until we came to an office, elaborate and finely decorated. So many items and tones made it easy to tell this room belonged to Dryston, and had for some time. Several maps hung on walls, some with pins and strings that likely calculated 100 ventures he would never see. There were books and compasses and telescopes. He always had a fascination with the wonders of the world. It was a convincing show you put on for Terran on the rooftop after the Libertatum, I will say, even if it was all wasted breath to grapple the reins of control you've lost with the vampires. But I haven't, Dryston said, wandering around the walnut desk littered with papers. You've grown in confidence. I can admire that, even if it's a pure delusion. You've always underestimated me. It means nothing to me now. In fact, it only makes this all the more gratifying in the end. This only kills you in the end, I snarled. Careful, it almost sounds like you still care for me. I wished I didn't, but I wouldn't abandon my responsibility for him as my brother, no matter what he did to me. I was condemned as his enemy in his eyes, but I would be damned if that's what I truly became. Do you know where our cowardly father is hiding? I asked. Actually, no. I figured you would by now, and I planned to ask you that. Are you losing your touch? 100 years behind a veil seems to have slowed me a little. Dryston waved a nonchalant hand. It's only been a few weeks. I won't hold it over you. I studied him hovering around his desk, shifting some papers around absent-mindedly. It was jarring to watch, when there were moments I wanted to deny anything had changed at all in him, between us. Your new recruit is feisty, he settled on his word choice. She wants you dead. Dryston's caramel eyes flicked up in mild surprise. Have I personally offended her? Taking her life against her will? His sight dropped and he straightened. I wanted to know what he was thinking. He'd become so masterful at hiding his emotions, but the silence was filled with his unspoken thoughts. Is this how it feels, son? Shouldering all the blame for something far larger? You've been providing your blood for some of the transitions. Did you know it created a blood bond? Of course. Then you are to blame. His eyes turned sharp and resentful on me. Forget it. As if you could ever understand anything but your own self, he said bitterly. Nadia wants you dead to break the bond. Do you know how many enemies you'll make if all the others you've transitioned find out? I snapped. He turned, bracing his hands on the table, and I didn't recognize the threatening demeanor that fell over him. Then best to kill the rogue before she starts talking. Better yet, hand her over to me. You're no killer, Dryston. Yet, as I said the words, they seemed laughable in the cold irises he pinned me with. If she figured it out, others will too. Killing her doesn't eliminate the many deadly threats you've made against yourself. They're only deadly to someone who can be killed. My jaw clenched tight in anger and infused irritation. Death is not a god that can be summoned and grant you fucking wishes. They don't give dark power to those with ambition, or father would be the one with the beast inside him. Is he making you do this? Dryston straightened, and I knew I'd struck a nerve. I wanted the key to never touch his hands as much as you did, he said. Why? Those who crave power as savagely as he does are the ones who should never come close to it. You taught me that. It disturbed something in me that he would recall anything I said to him. There were a few regrets I harbored and a long existence crafted of many vicious deeds, but what I'd done to him in taking his mother would always be one of them. I know you don't trust me, but neither of us want our father gaining more than he already has. We could find him together. Dryston huffed, a bitter sound. You're right. I don't trust you. It's best we keep our endeavors separate. How about a race, though? First to find our father gets the reward of killing him. What is your endeavor? You were always masterful at keeping me out of yours. Why would I tell you mine? That's not true, and you know it. I told you everything I could. You and Estrella had secrets. I wouldn't deny that. We'd included Dryston as much as we could. It wasn't that I didn't trust him back then. There was just so much at stake. It was getting exhausting to reason with him. Did you really come here just to interrogate me and think I would spill everything to you after all this time? They're children, I snarled. That wiped his expression to indifference. You know age is no barrier to cruelty to our father. Then why are you doing this? Because I was tired of being a pawn in everyone's game. You're better than this. Better than me. I spent my life trying to stop him from falling into the same villainy I had, and now looking at Dryston was like seeing a horrifying reflection I wanted to shatter. We're all born better, Dryston said, his voice stripped of anything familiar. At some point, the pain behind us makes us turn around, and the person we find holding the knife in our back makes us realize being better is what made it a shock. Becoming worse is how we never give another that power again. I couldn't believe how much he'd changed, how guarded he'd become. Somehow I always thought him to be the most resilient person I knew, but the spirit he once harbored had been broken, and I would always shoulder the guilt of it. I want to meet with Estrella, he requested. Alone. He might as well have tried to strike me, considering the rush of rage and defense that tightened my skin. No, I growled low. Then good luck finding father on your own. The anger simmering under my skin strained the tethers of my control on the magic that could incinerate everything in this room with a thought. What do you want with her? What part of alone didn't convey that it's none of your business? My teeth ground. There was no one else who could rile me to the point I had to hold back my impulses, like Dryston could. In some ways, it had trained me to maintain control in a way that I suppose I should be somewhat grateful for. She's not coming alone. I'll be outside wherever it is. Our old gambling establishment, he said. 1 week's time. I won't force her. You won't have to. I didn't think so either, but it was soothing to think of her refusal for a second. Suddenly my world silenced to a distant lance of pain within me, and I trained on it, forgetting the presence of Dryston. It was an echo I knew from far and long ago. Even as a small, negligible tug, it was worse than any physical torture I'd endured on my own flesh, because it was a signal to Estrella's pain. I left without a word, with Night's death already a straining, deadly force priming at the surface to discover what caused her harm.
Chapter 12. Estrella. The years I'd spent keeping hidden at my old manor served me now to be able to elude the vampires crawling the castle grounds and cross the courtyard to the library. I couldn't enter through the main doors without Dryston, or I suppose Night would be able to open the ward, but he wasn't in the castle. After returning from Althenia, Night was still away, and to occupy myself, I thought to retrieve more books. I had no other choice but to make my way down the familiar hatch. My skin prickled through the damp, dark passages that gave off a chilling reflection of memory. In the cave, I had to pause with the slam of the vision I'd last seen in this place. The dark blood of the vampires I'd killed restraining Night still coated the ground, but their bodies were gone. My swallow dragged painfully down my throat. I planned to head straight up to the library, my first thought to begin finding out more about the Celestials and the war. I was bursting with excitement to learn anything I could before I went back to Althenia. It all dulled as I stared at the open shackles attached to the thick iron chains. I was overcome with the gravitational pull to them. At the point where the veil had separated us, my hand reached out as if it could have returned. My fingers passed through the air, but not without a phantom break of energy that pulsed through my body. I wasn't sure why I felt compelled to reach down for one of the bindings. My brow pulled together at the heavy weight of just one of them. There was a space that led to somewhere dark and depthless. I shouldn't venture further, but something in me wanted to know exactly what Night had lived through for a century. Each step tightened my chest. This kind of darkness felt lonely and burdensome. My heart rate picked up with each echo of the steel chiming through the passage. I'd brought the shackle with me, only to know how far Night could reach when he was bound in them. I would only be in here a moment, but Night's time would have felt like an eternity with no sure indication he would ever taste freedom again. I couldn't explain the tether within pulling me farther into the cave, like I knew I would discover something I needed. The tightening, ominous passage tingled my skin with a warning I should abandon this venture, but breath came easier when light broke ahead, and what opened before me. My eyes couldn't take it in fast enough. The pool of turquoise water reflected throughout the cave like I stood in a kaleidoscope. Crystals littered the space, growing from the walls, the ground. It was unlike any place I could have imagined existing in this world I'd known mostly in monochrome. From humble homes and towns to the pristine of the Black Castle, the marvelous beauty of this hidden space was a treasure. Crouching by the edge, as soon as my fingers dipped against the ethereal waters, I gasped at the pulse of energy shooting up over my arm. Before I could find a reason why undressing to dip in fully was a bad idea, I was already out of my cloak and boots. The exhilaration at bathing fully was unexplainable. The water had a current, slowly enveloping my body like tiny threads of magic wound around me. Glancing down at my arms, I marveled at the gentle glow of my silver markings. I was learning to bond with my magic, listen to it, not cower from it. As I fully submerged, a new determination bawled at my core. I wanted to let it out. This thing that felt like a bottled scream that had been suppressed for so long was a part of me that feared what it could unleash. Still holding the shackle, I thought there was a gap in the stone beneath the turquoise water. Could it be a way out? I clutched the stone edge, wanting so badly to let go, to dive down toward it. But I didn't know how to swim. I hadn't before. Unless by some chance I'd known how to in the past, and it could unlock from my mind if I tried. I wasn't so foolish as to attempt it alone when I could drown easily. I thought of asking Night to bring me back, but I couldn't make him revisit a prison he'd just escaped from. A hauntingly beautiful echo of a song filled the small cave. I looked around but couldn't find the owner of such a melodic voice. It conflicted me with a desire to feel peace and an urgency to get out of the water. Until a sleek head of black hair emerged above the surface. She looked human, but from the dark movement under the water, I knew she didn't have legs. Though beautiful, there was something deadly enticing about her depthless black eyes. "You must be his star," she said, confirming that the voice that had sung belonged to her. I felt strangely entranced by her, content to let her float closer. They talk so much about you. The maiden. The savior. They talk of how delicious your blood must be, even deep in our seas. That struck an alarm in me, but I didn't want to move. I kind of wanted to sleep. "Who are you?" I asked, my words heavy on my tongue. "My name is Fedora," she said, canting her head at me curiously. "Your knight owes me something." I couldn't get the words out as the song began to weave around us again, slowly lapping me with sleepy comfort. I shook my head, and the moment I had a clear thought, I reached for my magic to combat the spell that was pulling me under. It snapped me awake with a gasp, clutching the shackle I held tighter. Fedora giggled, swimming across the pool, and I watched her black tail chase after her in fascination. I had an uneasy feeling about this creature. "You know him?" I asked. "I visited him a few times over the decades. What a sad, lonely fate he fell to." I traced my fingers over his shackle with a tightening in my chest. "I didn't know he had company," I said. "He wasn't very good at it," she pouted, still drifting back and forth across the water. "Being company. Yet you kept coming back. I found his stories fascinating," she said, shooting over to me suddenly. "The knight and his star, the star and her knight. They sing songs about you. Such tragic poetry." "Are they all tragic?" That tilted her eyes to me, like she knew she had a toy to play with against me, and she was a creature of games and tricks. "It depends on your perception. Would it really be so bad to have Nytefall eternal?" "Yes. It would throw the whole world out of balance." "It seems rather obvious what you have to do," she sang, floating so close that our bare chests almost touched. "What is the one thing Night's death can't stand?" "The light?" Her smile revealed sharp, serrated teeth. "You have to become so bright that not even Night's death can defy it. That is the only way to kill him." "I can't," I breathed. Fedora cupped my cheek and my heart raced in anticipation. I didn't know what she was capable of or could do to me. She spoke in alluring songs and taunting riddles. She spoke of my blood, and those teeth could tear my flesh to shreds. "Meet death, not with your life, but another's this time," she whispered, inching her lips closer to mine. "Only one villain can win, Light's death." She kissed me, and I was so stunned by it, I could do nothing but allow it. Fedora pulled back with a sweet smile, running a hand down my hair. "Light's death?" The name trembled through me with something so dark and foreboding. She nodded, lost in thought. "Silver only suits your hair, don't you think?" My head was beginning to throb, trying to solve something I had no whole pieces for. Her words only served to torment me about my dire fate with Night. I couldn't kill him, even if I found a way. Everything in me was tearing apart at the thought, and if that's what it took, then I was no savior. Perhaps that was Fedora's warning. Only one villain can win. "He knows I'm not a very patient person," she said, but I could hardly process anything else. "I'm hoping this will remind him. I'm still waiting." "What are you—" My scream turned to a gurgle when she dove under the water in a mere blink, gripping my leg and yanking me down with her, too fast for me to react. I flailed against the strong resistance, trying to blink through the blur and sting of my eyes. Water filled my mouth, and I lost precious air with a silent yelp, scrambling to keep my tight clutch on the shackle that was all that kept Fedora from pulling me under any further. Pain lanced at my leg with the sensation of sharp talons tearing through my flesh. My screams bubbled in the water, and my struggle was futile. I was going to die here. No, that couldn't happen. Not when I hadn't had the chance to live yet. Determination to have that life awakened something inside me, and perhaps whatever magical essence that touched this pool aided me in my fight. The warmth around my body became hot. I blinked the sting away and started to focus my sight under the water, too. It was like I was looking through lenses of bright light that flared at the edges. My tattoos glowed, and as I looked down, I suddenly wished I couldn't see it all when I found the beautifully vicious creature staring back at me. All pointed, snapping teeth and claws, her face shedding any mask of kindness. The hold on me began to slacken. Maybe she would let me go before I drowned, but I attacked, shooting a bright gale toward her from my palm. When I was free, I didn't wait to find out if it had killed her. Fire was spreading rapidly in my chest and up my throat. No more air. No more time. The surface seemed too far away, too impossibly far, and I wouldn't break it in time. I stopped swimming up and gave into an instinct that told me to slip my eyes closed. Trust. Don't panic. Unleash. My arms were moving as I focused my mind to feel the magic that could save me. A current formed around me, and before I could comprehend anything, air rushed down my throat. But I breathed steadily. The power that consumed me soothed the threatening hysteria. All was so beautiful and light, and I was floating in it. Then falling. And falling. But the impact was gentle to my knees, and my hands caught my balance against the stone when gravity weighed on me again. I came around slowly, trying to grapple the thread of reality. Pain returned to my senses. A hot line of fire shot up my leg, and I found 3 deep gashes the length of my calf. I winced as I stood, limping to my clothing. The euphoria of the magic dulled, returning my senses with a punishing force. I needed help. Dressing quickly, I whimpered at the material of my dress, rubbing the wound that was bleeding too much. Was night too far away to feel me? I had to make it out myself. My vision swayed me through the passage, and climbing the ladder seemed like an impossible feat, with the drowsiness pulling me under. Keep going. It wasn't my voice that came to me. Like before, I whimpered that it was Cassia's that became my strength in dire moments. I don't know if I can, I panted, but I reached for the ladder. Don't give up now. You're just getting started. I gritted my teeth, getting to the top, pushing the hatch and tumbling out of it. On my hands and knees, I didn't want to get up. I couldn't. Darkness was claiming me. Not the kind I craved, but the kind I feared more than anything, when it would leave me unaware and vulnerable.
We can't.
A voice hissed. Terror shot through me.
Just a little. No one has to know.
Another argued back. Oh, stars. I was about to become a vampire's meal, and that had me pitifully crawling a few paces across the stones, as if it would achieve anything. You need to survive. A glow broke past my cuffs, and I breathed in the slow waves of calm, not sure how I was doing it, but the pain dulled enough to allow me to straighten and cleared my dizziness enough to stand. I turned but barely caught full sight of the vampire before hands caught me by my upper arms. You don't want to do this, I rasped, rallying bravery to push back the fear overtaking me, locking on feral red eyes within the vampire's hold. His taloned, membranous wings towered high. It was like he couldn't hear me, and there would be no reasoning with him when he could scent my blood. Another shadow closed in from his right, then his left. The one who held me bared his teeth, preparing to lunge for my throat. Smoke wrapped his neck. No, it sliced through it. My hand covered my mouth at the gruesome sight of his body falling as his head rolled away from his shoulders. I didn't get the chance to react when choking and high-pitched cries struck the night. I could hardly keep track of the form that blinked through starry shadow, snapping the neck of another, then tearing the wings from the final night crawler, only to draw out his agony before his body slumped to the ground without his heart. When the air fell silent, my pulse drummed in my ears. Night stood with his back to me, shoulders rising and falling steadily, like he was collecting himself. A golden glow broke the cuffs of his jacket, but my attention was caught on the blackened fingertips dripping with blood that began to turn to smoke as he flexed them several times. "Night," I said, testing his name with caution. I took a step to him.
"Stop,"
he ordered. His voice was a low baritone I'd heard before. He battled with Night's death. "I'm not afraid of you." I stepped again, but a gasp caught in my throat when it caused Night to move so fast I couldn't react. Pressed to the wall, I watched the sun diffuse from his irises. His hand wrapped around my neck, but not with any pressure as his arm shook with restraint.
"You're too bright right now,"
he said with a controlled calm.
"And I'm still too volatile to being able to control this."
It had only been a few short weeks since he'd been free, but he was trying. Black veins crawled his neck, and the tips of his ears matched his fingers. Shadows circled around him like snakes priming for their moment of command. I nodded, and Night let me go. Slipping out from the cage of his body, he remained facing the wall, hands braced against it, trying to reel himself back.
"Go back to the castle."
I stood still against his order. I couldn't leave him like this.
"Leave."
Wincing at the demand, I stayed defiant. "I can't." His bowed head shook.
"Please."
I couldn't resist the pull toward him, no matter how lethal he was. "I can't." I placed my head tentatively against his back, which turned taut against my touch. The brightest star needs the darkest night. Remember? Heart speeding in my chest, I slipped my arms around him until my front pressed to his back. I gave a violent shiver, so instantly greedy for his warmth that I clutched him dangerously tighter, now treasuring his heartbeat under my palm as my cheek lay on his spine. His pulse was just as desperate as mine, speeding to the ache and fear. My drowsiness returned, but I tried to hold on. My eyes slipped shut, so content against him that I thought I might fall asleep right here. Night's hand slipped over mine on his chest. It caused him to straighten immediately, turning, and my protest faltered when his arm around my waist became the only thing that stopped my buckled knees from collapsing me.
"Shit, you're freezing. And why is your hair wet?"
What did he ask? I was falling without the consciousness to catch myself. I didn't need to when his glorious heat enveloped me again and I nestled into it as best I could in Night's arms.
"Oh, Starlight."
Night sighed.
"I might not be able to truly die, but you're certainly making sure I never forget what it feels like."
Chapter 13. Estrella. The bitter air stopped nipping my skin. I tried to blink so my vision would focus, and I was placed down on something soft. The heat I craved was drifting away, and I clutched at it with a weak fist. Knight's soft chuckle gave a similar warmth within. He took my hand. Then he was sliding in behind me, and I relaxed. "I'm bleeding," I said sleepily. "Quite badly, I think."
"I know,"
he answered.
"I would get a healer, but it would take too long. Do you trust me?"
"Do I have a choice?" Knight didn't answer, and the next thing I knew, his arm was lifting to my mouth. My hazy sight caught the gleam of crimson. I tried to jerk my head back, only to be restricted by his solid chest.
"Shh,"
he soothed.
"It won't do anything but heal you."
I was too tired and in pain to refuse. The alarm in me dulled with his gentle approach, waiting for me to accept. I closed the distance, and the first hit of metallic liquid on my tongue drew my brow together. I was drinking Knight's blood. Soon the copper tang turned to something sweet, addicting. I clutched his forearm like some starved creature that couldn't drink fast enough.
"Easy,"
he warned, but it was distant from the roar in my ears, craving more. 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 Knight smoothed back my hair before that spare hand slipped around my waist. A low vibration against my back tightened my core painfully, and I needed him to relieve it. Frustratingly, his hand didn't dip to where I wanted, but rather circled me, trying to restrain my movements against him. His lips pressed to my neck and I whimpered. Sparks shot through every nerve cell, and I came so close to a climax I was near feral. Desperate. He continued to tease down my sensitive throat, and I wanted him to bite so badly I could have begged for it.
"That's enough,"
he said, his tone thick with lust. It wasn't enough for either of us, and I couldn't understand why he was denying it. I could only speak or act on the desire overtaking me if I let go of his arm from my mouth and tight clutch. But I wanted his blood so much at the same time that it became maddening. Finally, I let go when I couldn't inhale enough air through my nose, alone with the exhilaration sharpening my breaths.
"Good girl,"
he growled over my collar. My head tipped back against his shoulder while he continued with his kisses along the base of my throat. "Knight," I panted, not sure what I wanted to follow with, and then my mind became hazy.
"Starlight,"
he murmured, so relaxed, calm. When I felt the complete opposite, wanting to take over the world hand in hand with him right this moment or wage a war in these black sheets. "Did you find Drystan?" I asked, trying to grapple anything to ground me while I was soaring.
"Yes."
"Is he a danger?" Knight pushed the hair over my temple in relaxing strokes.
"I don't think you really want to talk about him right now."
No, I didn't. My blood was racing too hot, scrambling anything else but the feel of him. Desire crawled my skin, and I wanted the clothes between us gone. "I feel like I need you," I breathed.
"It's a natural effect of drinking from a bonded,"
he explained.
"You are absolutely stunning."
His compliment drew my attention to my arms, the silver markings that were glowing. "Did we?"
"No, we are not bonded fully from it. It requires a blood exchange and spoken words."
I nodded, not sure what was stronger, my relief or... Stars, I didn't want to acknowledge it fought with disappointment. Between my legs still grew so warm that I could hardly keep still. "I need..."
"I know."
Instead of helping me the way I hoped, he slipped out from behind me too fast for me to voice my dismay. He couldn't just leave me like this. My scowl up at him was met with a knowing smirk.
"Undress for me,"
he said, leaning down to press a kiss to my head, and I was too pent up with lust to admire his tenderness. He stalked into the washroom, and the irritation didn't leave me as I heard the water running. Fuck. It crossed my mind to reach my own hand between my legs and finish what he hadn't.
Go ahead.
2 words of pure enticing gravel. My sight flicked up to find Knight, cross-armed, leaning sideways in the doorframe.
I won't stop you.
It felt like a dare. Would he break? Or I? Perhaps his blood, the unexplainable surges of magic I'd endured both in the cave and with him, had clouded all sense and reasoning. Get out of my head. When I stood, my knees took a moment to feel like they would hold me before I walked to him, never breaking eye contact.
I'm not in your head,
he said, irises melting to a liquid gold as they watched me, like he was trying to anticipate my every move.
Your body is my favorite language.
I turned when I reached him. Knight made a faint noise of amusement.
Not in the mood to stretch today.
The high was beginning to fight with my returning fatigue, but the need between my thighs kept me wide awake. My gown dropped after Knight untied the bag, leaving only my undergarments. Knight took my hand, guiding me with backward steps into the washroom. He braced his hands on my waist. Reading what he wanted to do, I gripped the counter behind as he helped me atop it. The basin beside it was full of warm water while the bath was still filling. He dipped a cloth inside, then dropped to his knee, taking my calf tenderly.
Every wound on your flesh inflicts a new one in me,
he said in a voice of shadowy confession. You shouldn't allow it to. I can be quite accident-prone.
Too late.
I didn't know what to say to that. How was I going to be able to sever this tie I had to him? It won't matter when you're gone, I said quietly. Or if I was gone. His golden eyes flicked up, and I could barely withstand the misery in them.
It will always matter.
I couldn't bear the determination in his gaze. You had company? I diverted. In the cave? He huffed a humorless laugh.
I would rather I hadn't.
Then his eyes flexed as he asked,
That nymph that hurt you, are they still alive?
Certain he could incinerate all life within the mile-long stretch of pool if I gave the wrong answer, I was wary of being honest. She said you owe her something.
What happened?
I became distracted by the way he moved, standing to dip the cloth in the basin, the water turning deeper shades of pink each time. His jacket removed and sleeves rolled to his elbow showed every contour of his golden tattooed forearms, and all I could think about was how I wished they weren't flexing to wring out the water, but rather working with his fingers and me. The next time he stood, he dropped the cloth and did not retrieve it. Instead, my breath caught on an inhale as his hands trapped me on either side and he leaned in close.
Fuck,
he growled, slamming his lips to mine, and the surprise of it drew a moan from my throat.
I can hardly think, hardly breathe with the scent of your arousal driving me wild.
I want you, I said, drunk on the assault of his mouth on mine, my jaw, my neck. I wanted him to bite.
You have me,
he said in a low, gravelly murmur.
For every call, every whim, every minor inconvenience, I am yours.
I gasped when his fingers slipped into the low neckline of my cotton corset, and he tore the material down the front. It felt so carnally possessive that I shivered at the dark look he trailed over my silver-marked skin. I could have taken it off in a minute.
A minute too long.
Knight dropped to his knee, dragging my underwear down my legs to expose me to him fully. Desire pooled out of me from the mere anticipation as he lifted my knee over his shoulder and shifted me to the edge of the counter.
Look at you,
he marveled, running his hand over my navel before dipping fingers through my core.
So ready for me already.
He sank a finger in, and my head tipped back with a cry, my fingers threaded through his hair in a silent demand. Nyte smiled sinfully, kissing slowly up my thigh, while his finger worked in and out of me. It was utter, wicked torture, and he knew what he was doing. Nyte, please.
That's it. Sing for me.
He added a second finger, and my hips tried to meet his strokes, needing deeper, faster something, when the slow teasing was making me so hot and needy it was maddening. His mouth finally met my center, and my back curved to the pure bliss of his tongue pressing and licking and devouring me in every way that made my thighs shudder around his neck. This was my favorite thing, I decided. Nyte and his perfect talent between my legs with his mouth. He read every small reaction I gave and adjusted his assault, sucking on the sensitive bud, curving his fingers slow, then faster.
You're going to come so soon for me, aren't you?
He hummed against me. I didn't have words. Something of a mule and a cry came from me in confirmation, and Nyte growled, the vibrations teetering me to the edge. Nyte pulled his fingers from me suddenly, and his lips stopped sucking. I moaned, shuddering from the denial of my release that was right there. I barely managed to drag my head up and open my eyes when Nyte gripped my hips and his cock replaced his fingers, sinking into me deeply. I gasped at the fullness, reaching for his nape for purchase as he groaned, and we both watched him thrusting in and out of me in a fast, deliciously brutal pace.
I haven't stopped seeing this every time I close my fucking eyes,
he ground out.
The sight of you wrapped so tightly around my cock.
I wanted to feel it, reaching my other hand between us and parting my fingers where he fucked me. Nyte swore, leaning his forehead to mine and slowing his pace for a second to marvel at us.
You're a stunning creature,
he whispered. Nyte leaned his mouth to my ear. His tongue flicked my lobe before his sharp teeth dragged down my neck. I must have squeezed him like my hand did in his hair as he stilled with a groan, with his next deep plunge into me. He was still fully clothed, and I found it wildly attractive. How he'd snapped his restraint so fast that he didn't take the time to undress. I rubbed myself to chase my orgasm faster, and Nyte's eyes closed like he was on the brink of losing sanity. He kissed me hard once, then his hand planted behind me, the other gripped my hip, and his pace raced both of us to the edge.
Good girl. Keep touching yourself and come with me,
he rasped. He hit a spot inside me that tightened my skin with each thrust. My own movements climbed my pleasure so high that I tensed for the fall. My thighs clamped around him tightly as I came, clawing the skin of his neck with the intensity wrecking through every internal piece of me. Nyte groaned loudly as he reached his release, spending himself inside me in slow, deep plunges until we were a panting, entangled heap.
You have destroyed me, Estrella,
he said, kissing me tenderly.
In every life that is your power over me.
I wanted to say it wasn't power since I felt at his mercy too. My attempts to keep distance would always be feeble. If my past was at work in ways I never knew, I thought we were doomed. We were cursed with this cycle of destruction, and I didn't know if we could break it, if we were strong enough to defy it. And that became my greatest fear. Night pulled out of me, and I shivered with the cold lick of air across my center and my slicked skin. He cleaned himself off before fastening his pants. I hadn't moved. He came over and lifted me easily from the counter and over to the bath where I let go, moaning softly with the gentle lapping of hot water I sank into.
What happened under the library?
Night asked, pulling over a stool to sit by the bath. I truly intended just to go for books. I started. Flashbacks of where he'd been locked for so long threatened to spill sympathy on my face that I knew he would hate. So I looked away. Without you, I had to go the only other way in. And then I only wanted to know what you'd endured all that time.
You found out it wasn't as dire as it seemed, that I had a luxury bathing room and delightful company.
No, I whispered. I found out that not even the most beautiful place should be anyone's prison. I sank down to my collar with the wave of peace lapping within me. But in that cave, what is it? It awakened my magic. He held out a palm, which I slipped my hand into without hesitation.
There are certain magics that call to one another.
His skin and mine both glowed, and within me pulsed a precious life awakening. A demonstration. Magic I was discovering was something to join with inside myself. It was a language waiting to be learned, and only I stood in my way of using it.
That cave used to be for the celestial dragons. It's imbued with their magic even after all this time. That's why it calls to you. It leads out to the great lakes surrounding the city, and so from time to time a wandering water creature might find itself inside.
They don't seem friendly.
They can be,
he said.
I'm so sorry, Estrella. I don't think Fedora would have killed you, but I owe her a debt and she used you to prompt me along.
You bargained with a... I searched for the word he'd used.
A nymph, and yes, she did something for me a while ago.
What?
She left your dagger in Goldfell Manor for you to find.
My lips parted with the shock. It was you?
I hoped it might spark a memory, or at least give you some sense of the power you had.
I didn't know what to say. That dagger had meant the world to me. The one treasure I had that was a secret rebellion and made me feel safe. No memories, but it did more for me than that, I said, hushed from the emotions flooding me. Night's fingers laced through mine, and I had no willpower to stop what was going to make the end of this hurt so much worse. You'd better give her what she wants before you leave this realm for good, I said, trying to make it humorous, but my heart cracking deeper with the impending departure. I'll find you only to kill you myself if she starts plotting her vengeance on me instead with you gone. Night smiled sadly, his lips pressed to my knuckles. What did you find out from Drystan? I asked.
Not much yet. He's being very difficult.
I huffed. I expect it's on purpose, even for amusement. Night groaned, swirling fingers over the surface of the bathwater.
I'm trying to be nice.
Your version of nice doesn't typically align with others.
I'm nice to you.
I couldn't deny that. There was a softness that calmed the darkness in him and curved his sharp edges when we were alone. He'd done some things that turned me sour, but there was always a reason. There were so many versions of the person beside me that lingered in the minds of men. No one knew the real one, not even me. But I was committed to him, and if he was as committed to me, knowing who I am in this life, he would forgive me for wanting to figure out Oster too. My wet hand cupped his face, and I leaned in, kissing him softly.
What was that for?
He asked. I kissed him again, more needy this time because I didn't want that to ever be a question again. As if he thought anything kind or warm had to come with a reason, other than that I cared for him. No matter our differences or what was to come, I didn't think that would ever change. "We need Drystan," I said quietly. "The Fae want a vampire annihilation because they've never seen anything good in them. He's the son of the king that wronged them, a blood vampire. On our side, he could help change the tide of this war." Night groaned, reaching for a bottle of purple soap and pouring some onto his hands. I dipped my head under the water and let him lather it into my hair when I came back up.
"He's not going to be easy to convince. Once we eliminate my father, he'll want my death to follow. He might bargain his allegiance to you if you find a way to do it."
"I don't believe that. He wouldn't truly wish you dead." My eyes slipped closed with the pure bliss of his fingers massaging my scalp. He took his time, giving my hair his utmost care and attention.
"You're severely underestimating his vendetta against me."
Or you're too stubborn in your self-conviction that you want him to be hell-bent on condemning you.
"Is that so?"
"Just try," I said, barely a sigh from my lips when all I could focus on were his hands. They slipped down my neck, kneading my shoulders, and I did moan then. It was a different kind of arousal, and between his glorious massaging and the hot water, my existence was melting away.
"For you,"
he murmured under the shell of my ear.
"I will."
His lips pressed to my neck, and I was needy for him again, resisting the urge to touch myself under the water. Did I ever have these kinds of feelings for Oster? The question slipped from me before I could stop it, as if his touches relaxed me far too much to think clearly. Night's hands stopped moving against me, and the pause of silence became charged.
"What kind of feelings are we talking about?"
he asked enticingly, pressing fingers into my skin again. I knew it disturbed him that I asked about Oster, but I thought this was his way of quelling the insecurity. "You know what kind."
"I like to hear it. Your body might bend for me, but you often deny me your words."
I guarded them because I was afraid. When they felt like fragile tokens of me voiced to a world that could break me with them. What if I don't have the words to do it justice?
"You just gave me everything I needed to hear."
Night retrieved a bowl, gathering water and rinsing the bubbles from my hair. His care was bliss and agony.
"I want to try something,"
Night said gently.
"I've been thinking about how to help your memories. That if you're beginning to trust your intuition, then maybe some images can help, even if they're not in your perspective."
My stomach erupted with a giddy thrill. I craved anything that could help me gain the pain to move forward in this present. "You want to give me yours?" I thought. Of course. How could I have not considered the possibility before, considering his ability to reach into minds?
"I want you to understand how we got here. That it wasn't easy then, and it never will be."
It felt like he was trying to warn me, but I wasn't afraid of what I could see. "Thank you," I said, overwhelmed by the trust he was extending to me.
"Please, don't,"
he said, pained. Standing and retrieving a towel as I got out of the bath, he handed it to me, and I hated the guarded expression he wore. My kindness repelled him, like he was always braced for me to suddenly look at him and see the villain everyone wanted me to. "How do we do it?" I asked carefully, scared he might take back the suggestion.
"Come,"
he said, guiding me into the bedroom.
"When you wake, you'll have it."
He agreed. I was giddy, anxious, but ready to see what would meet me in my dreams filled by him. How does it work? I asked curiously. Why do I need to be asleep?
We both do. Where I'm from, my father called it night walking. The subconscious mind is most susceptible to having thoughts and feelings and images woven in, masked as being of your own creation.
It was both a daunting and fascinating concept. He picked a violet nightgown as I finished drying off. I lifted my arms and he slipped the material over my head, neither of us really conscious of our movements anymore. He took my hand, guiding me to the fire instead of the bed. Sitting in the tall chair, he pulled me onto his lap, where I sat sideways. Between the comfort of him and the gentle heat of the flames, I was already fighting sleep, and my hair had to dry. I thought this must be why he chose here. When watching the flames flicker in an amber tango, I became hypnotized. Then Night spoke, his voice a gentle murmur vibrating softly in his chest.
Once upon a time, the brightest star met the darkest night.
Part 2.
Chapter 14. Night. Past. Night idly twisted the stormstone blade into the game table. His thoughts drifted from the fan of cards he held, watching the intricate black wings of Estrella's dagger turning, spinning threads about her in his mind that carried too many questions. It was an interesting design, considering how the wings of her people were shades of silver, and the dark touch was considered profane. He would know, since his own black wings branded him an evil mockery to the Celestials. Most of the time he kept them hidden. Smoke choked the air of the elite gambling hall he sat in. Night wasn't here out of want or leisure, but as a regular player. He couldn't give the vampires here the impression he'd rather be anywhere else. Night hadn't gone looking for the Star Maiden after her escape 2 weeks ago. His father thought it was what occupied his time away, tracking her down, following his outrage. When Night became old enough to know his capabilities, his father's short temper stopped being inflicted on him physically. He pitied whatever boy likely took his place as the outlet now, but at least it wasn't Dryston. His brother's heart might never have felt love from their father, but Dryston had his mother to warm the coldness their father left. Under her protection and Night's, he was safe from the king's cruel ways, but not oblivious. Night's eyes flicked up with a thought, finding Dryston with a victorious grin aimed toward a scowling blood vampire at his table. He was winning. Suppressing his smirk, Night flipped the dagger before laying it on the table. The 2 soulless and 3 shadowless eyed the deep purple blade warily. It was made of the one material that could kill them instantly if plunged into their hearts. The Star Maiden had his thoughts starved for things he didn't need to be able to kill her, but he couldn't stop swaying from that goal. Couldn't turn off the curiosities about her that were driving him to a very dangerous and irritable edge. He had patience, however, and didn't need to expend energy seeking her out when he knew she would come back. Her return to him this time grated on his ire. They weren't any closer to discovering who would go down in the fire growing between them when their task was over. But worst of all, in the silence without her, he discovered something that may very well test the limits of his patience. Estrella liked games. Night chose the moment he felt her descending on the staircase to pretend he needed to hold his fan of cards. Placing his turn, he didn't look up from them as the Star Maiden sauntered into the room. Her confidence was a statement in this room full of those who might kill her despite the king's order. A shame her brazenness was going to go unappreciated. His inward smile didn't mirror on his face. The quakes don't seem all that important to you if it's taken you this long to come back to me. He spoke to her mind, keeping the table oblivious.
Sounds like you've missed me.
Night flicked a glance up, greedy for any reaction from her spectrum, when he was too damn eager to sample them all. Perhaps he shouldn't have torn his sight from the cards, because his full attention became hers in an instant. Observing the room, she was quick to realize what was happening, since she still stood without disturbing a single person's attention except Knight's, and he relished that satisfaction. She was his.
None of them can see me?
She concluded. He didn't need to confirm. The headache that formed was too dull to erase her presence from the whole room. Even a splitting migraine would be worth it. Estrella walked around the circular table, and Knight stalked her like a vulture eyeing its prey. Not to kill. Not yet. But she was utterly fascinating. He wondered why the color black was what she preferred. Her attire was almost a dress, but split high on either side to reveal her leathers beneath. She stopped at his table, bracing hands on the back of the seat of the male opposite him.
How was your father's reaction to my escape? I wish I could have witnessed it.
Estrella flicked her cool blue eyes up from studying the male's cards. Something in him stirred at that look. Something long dead given life with the challenge she stoked. What are you up to, maiden?
You didn't earn the reputation you have with such poor interrogation. Knight's death.
My lord, the soul vampire to his left prompted him to take his turn.
You're going to lose,
Estrella said. If I wanted to cheat, I could do that easily myself.
They just trust you not to?
Believe it or not, my reputation is outstanding for more than just killing. Knight's attention returned to the table. Estrella didn't know what cards he had, but she let slip the advantage that whatever she'd glimpsed in the other hands gave them high odds. Knight found himself no longer studying the cards, but a much more enticing game. Estrella wore a ghost of a smile. Was she misleading him? The thrill erupting in him wasn't welcome, but he could admit he'd never felt such excitement before in this gambling hall, or anywhere for that matter. She said,
I'm flattered for the protection, even if it is unnecessary.
He couldn't decide if her confidence, despite being alone in a room full of vampires, was admirable or foolish. Actually, I'm about to win a very large sum of money, and you erupting chaos would jeopardize it. Estrella fought the curl of her mouth, continuing her stalk around the table, eyeing the players' cards.
So your father sends his most notorious leader to gamble for the funds for his armies?
If you've come to talk about my father, you can leave before I release the glamour on you instead.
Touchy subject.
Knight's jaw clenched. You've come for my help, Starlight. Don't provoke me. Her cool eyes lingered on him, but whatever she thought of disappeared before she spoke it. The player she stopped behind reached for a card. As Estrella reached with him, Knight's whole damn body tensed as he fought the impulse to jerk when she touched him. He could hide her from sight, but he couldn't erase her fucking existence. The soulless felt her guiding his hand to another card instead. His brow twitched, as he likely believed that intuition, a mere gut instinct, changed his mind. He laid down Estrella's choice. Estrella met Knight's warning look with a twinkling challenge. Briefly, he caught Dryston's eye across the room, his brother's brow furrowed, suspicious of Knight's behavior. When Estrella's hand slipped over the chest of the soulless, Knight slammed his cards to the table before he knew what he was doing. The room hushed at his disruption. Estrella made him look like a damn fool for reacting to seemingly nothing. If she wanted to play, fine. Knight released the glamour on her, and in an instant, every set of vampire eyes pinned on the Star Maiden, who wisely backed up a few paces to the wall, straightening her stance, ready to retrieve the key strapped at her waist. At the first snarls through the room, purple light flared from the weapon she drew as she shifted it to a staff. Nobody takes one fucking step toward her, Knight said with calm but deadly authority as he rose slowly. It became a challenge to keep track of so many vampires holding their dangerous restraint against lunging for her. Both the soulless and the shadowless wouldn't pass on the opportunity to indulge on celestial blood. Unlike human blood, there was a far more compelling and powerful property to it. One taste of Estrella, and he knew none of them would have the will to leave a single drop. Knight's head snapped with a vicious glare at the first movement. Dryston held up his hands, edging closer cautiously, and Knight had to take a few moments to push back the darkness of Knight's death that was clawing inside him. Perhaps we should take this elsewhere, Dryston hedged.
I know who you are,
Estrella said to him. Dryston's face relaxed, even seemed pleased, though it wasn't set in friendship. His brother had been eager to hear more about the Star Maiden since the last time they saw her, and Knight had been reluctant to give away that he thought of her at all. Storming to her, Knight hooked her elbow, leading her to the exit. You have no idea what you're doing, he hissed in her ear. Outside, she ripped her arm from his hold, matching his stare.
I didn't need you in there. One step toward me and they would have been dust.
She snarled. Dryston had followed them out. He whistled low as if to cut the tension. Estrella made a target of him, her key flaring at her command, and Knight felt the rise of Knight's death beginning to blacken his fingertips and darken his sight. She took in the changing features carefully, then his neck, his ears. So slowly, but not with the fear he anticipated. Instead, it seemed to distract her, fascinate her. So much so her key winked out its light.
What are you?
She asked, more a slip thought than as if she expected any real answer. Why did you seek me here? Knight bit out.
You told me to.
You could have done so more privately rather than cause another rage from the king when he hears of your mockery around his territory.
Your father has no territory,
she snapped.
Don't forget for 1 second that it doesn't matter where you hide or try to settle. You are in my realm.
We'll see about that, Dryston cut in. Does one of you want to tell me what this is about?
Why is he here?
Estrella grumbled. Why are you here, maiden? Knight countered. A muscle in her jaw worked.
Follow me.
She wasted no breath before starry shadow began to encase her. Knight only had seconds to grapple her projection to follow. Before Dryston could voice his protest, Knight said, I'll tell you later. Promise. Try to do damage control in the hall before Father loses his mind hearing outlandish versions of it. His younger brother groaned. Knight clapped a hand to his shoulder in farewell before following Estrella's trace through the void. When the smoke cleared, he surveyed his surroundings. Unimpressed, he wondered why an out-of-commission bell tower was her location of choice. Spying the last flicker of silver hair before she turned a corner, Knight followed across a narrow, precarious rafter. He didn't expect to find a room laid out for a living, with a grand bed decorated darkly like the tone of everything else, but the brightness from outside the several open archway windows gave it beauty. Estrella leaned against one overlooking the city. Knight discovered then they were in the heart of Vessatir. The grand castle reflected proudly in the near distance. Why here? He asked, feeling a strange sense of peace so high and hidden.
It's away from possible trespassing.
Knight studied the contents of the room with more attention. A few personal items sat on the dresser. There was a tub for washing and the scent so prominent here. You come here often, he stated.
Expectations are heavy on the ground,
she said distantly, pushing away from the window.
Up here, they don't exist.
Knight could relate. He didn't want to find common ground when he could feel an attachment to her threatening to wind around him. They might share a common goal for now, but he wouldn't forget his enemy. Your mission was to find out about the quakes. Where do you suggest we start? He diverted. Estrella sat on the bed, leaning back on her hands.
I've been making inquiries around the High Celestials in Althenia. Everyone is at a loss. I thought it might be worth trying to see if you knew anything, or if there could be someone among the vampires who knows. Like your father.
He never mentioned it.
Why would he?
She countered. Pushing up, she leaned on her thighs, observing him curiously. You didn't come to me for an alliance, he said darkly. You think I have something to do with it.
It would be foolish of me not to have considered it. If I kill you, I'll have my answer.
Try it.
You have no other suggestions to explore before I do?
Knight turned to view the city, but he felt her try to use that as an opportunity to stab him in the back. He spun to catch Estrella's wrist. The sharp tip of her stormstone blade hovered inches from his heart. The instinct in response to the threat forced all his darkness to the front at once, and she became a bright, insufferable source of light. Her silver-blue eyes widened, but he was lost in something sinister that needed to snuff out the light. As Knight held her, twisting her around, Estrella gasped as he pushed her, and she was forced to lean out the low window with only his hold on her arm keeping her from falling out. You don't want to contend with me, he said, taming the beast inside him that wanted to kill her so badly it pained him.
Let me go.
Fine. Releasing her, Estrella fell from the high height. Knight stepped up to the short ledge, taking a few long breaths of the calm air that helped to subdue Knight's death. His eyes opened in time to watch her magnificent wings come out from hiding, splaying wide to stop her rapid fall, before beating strong to shoot her high. He spared a few seconds to admire the most magnificent thing he'd ever seen. Her wings were light silver but uniquely touched by a faint purple hue around the edges of the outer feathers. Knight dropped into the air in pursuit. It wasn't often he flew in the daytime. He preferred to blend into the darkness with his black wings. Estrella soared high past the cloud bank, and when night broke through, he came to a hovering stop a few meters away. He felt the energy of her magic before he saw it. What formed from her was like pale, glittering stardust, and it blasted toward him to meet his starry darkness. The collision was exhilarating, like nothing he'd experienced before, and it took all his effort and focus to push back. Light against dark, an utterly mesmerizing and catastrophic rage of forces. Both of them withdrew their magic, and he was left panting with the exertion, having never been tested like that before. The clouds had cleared around them, showing the specks of the city buildings far below. On the ground, their power battle could be devastating. The Star Maiden was unpredictable, volatile, but what stunned him with sudden conflicting feelings was how he'd become so addicted to her that he wanted to collide with her again. He needed to be away from her. Out of the line of that look she pinned on him while chasing her breath. Knight was as desperate for her thoughts in that moment as he was terrified of them. Terrified. He didn't think anything frightened him anymore. Yet there it was, adrenaline that raced through his veins and exploded in his chest like it could end him, or complete him. She became a new beacon of terror. I'll see what I can find out, he said to her mind. Don't come to me in that place again. I won't intervene if you do. Knight took off before she could give a response. He flew hard and fast, his shoulders protested, but he pushed and pushed, as if the thin air would force him to focus on his breathing, or the pain in his body would flood his mind. Anything to drown out the revelation that wouldn't stop blaring. He felt it the moment he met her, but believed it to be a celestial bewitchment. Yet now that he'd felt her magic, it was so undeniable. She was his bonded. A primal, dangerous urge was taking over him, and he kept flying, as if he could reach the end of the world and his denial would reverse that curse. He kept flying against everything that wanted, no, needed, to go back to her the moment he left her.
Chapter 15. Estrella. Twilight was falling as I stood in the bell tower. The last time I was here, I'd felt the same wrap of comfort. Home. Only now I knew why, and I wanted to spend days here, the only place on the land that felt out of the reach of any burden.
How are you feeling?
Night asked gently from behind. He'd been gone when I woke this morning, and I lay recalling the memory he'd given me while we slept. Good, I said, barely a whisper when I was so calm and lost in thought with the view of Vesitir. It looked much the same as it had back then, except the view far beyond, the veil that became a separation between the world and the celestials. I ran my hand along the metal of the telescope while my skin prickled at the awareness of Night's slow approach. This wasn't here before, I said.
I had it made after you left, to see you.
My heart clenched, looking up at a sky diffused with hues of navy welcoming the early nightfall. It was hard to imagine myself up there, though maybe some part of me yearned for it again. To be with Cassia. You still came here often? I asked, though I knew the answer. This place had been kept up well, not left to become dusty and neglected.
You showed me what true peace felt like in this place. It became agonizing in your absence, but the strongest, most authentic pieces of you remained right here.
Why couldn't you let me go? I whispered, finally turning to him. My chest was swelling too much. Everything would be so much easier if we both just let go then. And now, getting pieces of our past, it was both exciting and gut-wrenching. I watched myself through his memory and wanted to tell that version of me not to fall, knowing the catastrophic events that were about to unfold. It should have been enough to repel me from him now, but those golden eyes stole me every time I found them, and I didn't think I would ever stop bleeding inside if they were lost forever.
Is that what you want?
He asked. No.
Then I don't choose easy. Nothing I face has ever been granted easily, and you're something I'd trek through hell and back to have.
My forehead had fallen to his chest when he'd come close enough. It was an entirely selfish way of thinking, but Night didn't care. I knew he would condemn the world for this, but I couldn't. You said we tried, that you were leaving to go back to your realm because it's hopeless as it was back then. I wanted more of our story. But I didn't know if my heart was going to survive it when I was still denying that it was either him or me in this world. Not both.
It was never going to be forever,
he confessed.
I'm incapable of letting you go.
But you said...
When I said I had to leave this realm, it wasn't me giving up. I'm determined to find another way to rewrite our ending. Over and over through time and space. Finding you in every story, and living the agony until I find the one where we were triumphant. I refuse to give up on us. I refuse to accept that there is no having you. You're mine, Estrella.
I didn't realize it was something I'd been waiting to hear. An insecurity that had been festering inside me since he said he was leaving. I should have been horrified to hear it. His leaving would have been heroic for our world, selfless, and I don't know what it made me to be glad he was no hero. Maybe we could go together, I said, looking up at his face, the beautiful streaks of fleeting sunlight glowing in his amber eyes. If we can stop the vampire war, then we'll deal with our curse. Together. Night's palm cupped my cheek as he kissed my forehead.
I want that more than anything.
Peace soothed the anxiety that had been building in me. I wanted more of our memories together, and now they might be bearable despite the end to our story back then. No, it was just a pause before a new parting. I didn't know how many of them we would need to write before we reached the true end. But there was hope threading around us as we stood there, defiant against the fate that tried to write it for us. "What's on the agenda for today's training?" I asked, with my spirit lifted.
Since you've seen a glimpse of the Fey resistance, how do you feel about seeing another side to it?
A thrill broke out in me. I was more than ready to act, rather than just learn idly and remotely. Will Davina be there?
Of course. She's hosting a smaller meeting in the woodland with a certain group of vampire hunters.
Hunters? There were so many stems of this war, subtle roots and rebellion I was engrossed to learn about when all I'd known was submission. Believing the humans were silent and compliant, and the Fae had long ago been sent into hiding or wiped out. Night's arms circled me, and I braced for the pull of the void he took us through.
Davina might argue she deserves the credit for recruiting Fae and humans as hunters for the resistance, but it was my suggestion, even if she was the one to implement it. People wouldn't trust it coming from me, likely believing that I'd set it up as some gain or control for my father.
My heart felt for Night, how everything he did was in his father's evil shadow. He spoke of it like he didn't mind, like he didn't do it for credit. Then why did he? When we stilled and my boots met ground, I looked down to find sticks and moss beneath my feet. The thick tree canopy snuffed out the last of the daylight. I thought back to what I knew of my short, sheltered existence. The few things I'd heard about Night's death. He took my hand to walk through the woodland, and the simple gesture warmed in my chest. Cassie had told me Night's death was the one that kept the vampires under control and prevented them from savaging the lands and wiping out the humans, I recalled. Is this how? You would hunt them?
In some ways, yes. Even my father was struggling to hold the vampires in check. He was slipping his authority over them when they started to grow restless. He promised them a vampire reign, but so far it reaped little reward for them.
The vampires are wealthy and known as the elite. What else were they hoping for?
Investiture, perhaps. But they were promised all the reigning lords would be replaced with vampires, that the humans would lose their rights and become servants to the vampires. My father liked the control he had over the reigning lords. If he let the vampire reign happen, they could easily band together and overthrow him as the king.
So you kept them afraid? Instead of removing him from power and taking over all the kingdoms anyway? I concluded. Night drew a long inhale.
It was rather taxing, but yes.
I shuddered at the ominous power he had. How frightening he was to keep an entire species afraid of his wrath if they went against him. A glow broke the darkness ahead, and through the timber bodies, smaller silhouettes moved faintly around the campfire in the clearing. We're late, I whispered. They all bore attention on Davina, who paced at one side, lost in whatever she was saying to them, with a serious frown disturbing her expression.
We're just observing, not participating,
he answered. We stopped at the tree line, and Night leaned back against a tall trunk. I stood in awe of the many uniformed Fae in attendance. Their wares were subtle enough, all black that blended them into the night like wraiths. On the back of their jackets, they all wore the resistance seal embroidered between their shoulders. Night's hand slipped over my waist, and in my trance I lost all sense of gravity as his gentle pull leaned me back against his front as we watched.
The vampires are evil,
a Fae male sitting on a log by the fire said. It attracted murmurs of agreement.
There have been 2 savage attacks in the last week between the outskirt towns. They killed a human child, among others.
Davina answered. Then we need to form groups again and assign them to each town. They're taking advantage while there's been rumors the king is no longer in power. Night idly played with a strand of my hair. How did you meet Davina? I asked quietly. We were far enough away that I didn't think they would hear me while their meeting seemed to be growing intense with the topics they discussed.
She's from Astrinus. I found her after stopping a vampire attack that wrecked her whole town. Her parents and sister were murdered. She was fairly young, but old enough that I had to ask if she wanted to fight back one day. I planned to hand her over to the resistance in Astrinus, but she didn't want to stay there.
You don't seem the type to take on apprentices.
Davina was very spirited and made her case pretty convincingly.
You mean she was defiant and irritated you enough that you had no choice? He huffed a short laugh.
Something like that. I brought her back to Vesitir, and she worked her way up in status with the resistance here all on her own. She was mentored by the previous leader, cropped her ears in full dedication to the cause, and when the last leader was killed over 100 years ago, there was no one better to take their place.
My heart broke for my friend. All the losses she'd suffered, and my pride in her resilience was immeasurable. I looked at her with awe, inspired by what she'd become for herself and her people. She hadn't let the past break her, and I found a light in that. Just then, her brown eyes flicked up to us briefly, like she knew we'd been here all along.
Dryston wants to meet with you,
Nyte said with a taste of bitterness. That sparked my nerves and intrigue. Did he say what for?
Of course not. And I'm not allowed to be there with you.
My stomach knot tightened. Do you think he'd join our side again? I asked.
Truthfully, I don't know. I thought I knew my brother as well as I know myself, but so much has changed in him, and I've neglected to keep up.
I felt his sorrow and regret like a cold, haunting aura. It wasn't just him who had failed Drystan. That burden had to be mine, too. We should be glad he's willing to hear either of us out. Nyte's hand on my hips circled around me absent-mindedly.
I don't know why yet. That's the uncertain part. Before, it would have been out of the kindness of his heart, but I don't think he harbors that anymore. I just can't figure out what he's trying to gain other than to overthrow me in the end. But even that seems too broad of an ambition for him.
I want to meet with him. Nyte sighed, his head leaning down as he breathed in the scent of my hair.
I had a feeling you'd be willing.
Look at them, I said, observing the angry faces of the Fae in conversation with Davina. They think the only way to end this is to kill all the vampires. Drystan could be our only chance to start changing their minds.
I'm not hopeful he'll be on our side, Starlight. You shouldn't be either. No matter what you see from the past, he is not that person anymore.
I didn't believe that. I thought rights and wrongs could shape, but never erase what lied in the heart before.
Shit,
Nyte muttered. I turned utterly still.
I'm rather comfortable and hope for a relaxing evening.
He reached across my hip and pulled out my key. I took it at his prompting.
I hope you won't need it, but maybe a live threat will help trigger your memory with it. Hone your instincts, love.
Nyte straightened with me and rolled back his shoulders. My heart raced, his words jarring against how lax he was. The Fae started to become alert, too, standing from the logs, and Davina retrieved her weaponized fan. Then it all happened so fast. Night crawlers came out of the darkness with snarls and vicious expressions. The key warmed in my hand, and I flipped it, grabbing it again as it shifted to its stunning, iridescent blade form. Nyte watched me with a small smile of pride, despite the fighting that erupted around us. Then his eyes darkened on something behind me, and it was the fastest I'd seen Nyte's death change his appearance before he blinked out of my sight. I turned around in time to watch him rip the wing off a nightcrawler like it was made of paper. The shrill cry pierced my ears and I winced, but a hiss to my right drew my attention and I gasped, reacting out of instinct. My blade swiped through the air, not to make impact with the key. A slice of light projected from the angle I cut, and for a second, I thought I'd missed as the Nightcrawler stopped running, but stood in front of me, staring with wide eyes. Then the top half of his body fell away from his lower half.
You still have your touch,
Night admired. I was still so stunned by what I'd done that I didn't register the other attack that was just a few feet from reaching me before Night intercepted, stopping their advance with the hand he plunged through their chest. Retracting, he didn't take his eyes from me as the heart slipped from his lazy fingers and the blood coating his hand wisped away in shadow.
Your focus could use work. On your right.
I gasped, whirling, and my palm cast out, fingers posed to the ground that cracked like lightning stroked beneath it. Then I pushed that force of magic up, and the Nightcrawler cried out as he was launched into the sky from the exploding path under his feet.
I don't think I've seen you do that before,
Night mused. A second later, he shot to the sky, grabbing the flailing Nightcrawler who tried to catch himself with his wings, while Night tore them from his back. I winced and wailed agonizingly, but it was silenced when Night's shadow smothered him as his body plummeted to the ground. You seem to have a habit of doing that, I said, subconsciously rolling my shoulders. Night landed gracefully.
The wings, it's the most pain they can endure.
I figured.
There's at least a few dozen more around,
he informed. Night blinked away again, and I honed my senses to help end this vicious, blindsided attack. My pulse blocked my throat as I spun, and instead of the key, I formed light in my hand, pushing it toward the Nightcrawler who screamed when it slammed into his chest. Then the light seeped into his screaming mouth, his ears and eyes. I felt the warmth, but it would be nothing to the magic setting him on fire from the inside out, and he couldn't make a sound. His body burst into flames, and though I should have been repulsed by the death and fighting, I was too in awe of the magic that was answering me. Methods of attack filtered through me like lost threads, and I came alive with the action. I would never be weak or helpless again. All this time, I'd been made to feel like I needed someone to protect me. I'd been manipulated to believe I couldn't survive out here. Goldfell was right. This world is vast and full of monsters, but fear is a choice. What I let it do to me was my choice. I would never let it own me again. I wouldn't fear trying, or failing, or myself. Tears pricked my eyes, and my adrenaline coursed proud and determined. Running into the clearing, I targeted the skies. My only frustration came from the fact I couldn't chase the Nightcrawlers in flight. I threw the key from my right hand as it transformed, catching it in my left as a bow and conjuring magic to craft an arrow with 3 heads. I aimed skyward, waiting for the attention of all 3 Nightcrawlers that were closing in. Awareness that one was racing toward me on the ground pricked my skin, but I shifted my legs, keeping my stance braced. Almost. 2 of them dove for me, but the third was a little too far away. Terror pounded in my chest, but I used it to craft my focus. The enemy on the ground was moments from pummeling into me, and then I let my arrow soar, not getting a chance to watch if it separated to strike all 3 like I'd attempted, certain I'd achieved it before. The key became a blade in a breath, and the Nightcrawler's snapping teeth came inches from my face as he ran straight through my blade. The weight of him made me drop it completely. Then I was standing face to face with a pleasantly surprised Night.
I'll admit, I doubted you for a second there.
I scanned the clearing and got to witness the last of my triumph when I found 3 light arrows fading like burned-out matchsticks from 3 bodies. The stillness came down chillingly and exhilaratingly. The ground was now covered in bodies, but to my relief, I didn't see any fallen fae in a quick scan.
There you are,
Night said. I'd never heard such awe in his voice. I panted, the exertion only just now touching me at all. I don't know how I did any of that. Night scanned my face with sparks of pleasure dancing in his eyes.
I do,
he said, tipping my chin to him.
You've just been hiding for a little while, but you are breathtaking.
He kissed me, hard and only once. Then he pulled back and reached down, yanking my keyblade free from the Nightcrawler's gut. Darkness spilled down the key, and the light magic hissed, but it only lasted a few seconds before Night's magic erased the blood from it. Night held the key out to me. Thanks for the help, Davina said, wiping the blood off one of her blades and returning it to her fan. Making her way over to us, she stopped to pluck another from the neck of a fallen Nightcrawler. Are all of them like this? I asked, looking around the gruesome display of death.
They are the more untrained and savage of vampires, but not all,
Night said. Was one of your guardians not a Nightcrawler? Davina inquired, folding her fan and fitting it to her thigh. Night had mentioned them before, and I was beginning to sense that it was important I backtrack to them, as if it could unveil something necessary. Ulysses, I muttered. There has to be a reason why I fell to Ulysses. Of course, Davina said, as if just remembering the fact. The Guardian Temple. You should go there. Inspiration erupted in me. Every time I felt myself clutching a new thread to help me learn my path, I became giddy with anticipation.
They might have more to say than your parents,
Night agreed. I need to visit there first, I said. The temple investiture I'd come to at the end of the Libertatum. I could have opened the temple then, and I'll never know what that choice could have granted me instead. But I'd chosen Night. Are you heading out with us? Davina asked. The night is young, and this has only warmed us up for some vampire hunting tonight. The attacks in the towns are getting out of hand. Night looked to me to decide.
As much as I'd love nothing more than to persuade you to come back to the castle with me, the choice is yours.
I was hoping to meet with Oster tomorrow, and the thought of that coiled such guilt in me that my eyes dropped. I think I've had enough for tonight. Best not to push my luck with whatever is coming back to me, I said. Night nodded, with no judgment, and Davina squeezed my arm. It gave them hope to see you. You should be proud, she said. I hadn't thought about the other Fae. They fought just as valiantly, and were now scattered throughout the clearing, beginning to gather the bodies into a pile. I hope to join you again, though. Any time. Night circled my waist, and I exchanged a smile with Davina before he took us through the void. My rooms expanded around us when the starry smoke cleared, and my heart now weighed heavy. I told Rose I would go with her into the city tomorrow. She has a few errands to run? It was a pitiful lie, and I was anxious with the thought that he knew it.
So you're saying I need to occupy myself in the meantime?
Are you saying you have a shortage of things to do?
That would be a blessing, but things are far more tolerable when you're by my side.
Stars, he was making it difficult to keep up this secret, or to even want to go to Althenia without him at all. For a moment, I imagined him there with me instead, that he wouldn't be shunned or feared, that he would get to enjoy the wonders of those lands just like any other. That was a future that seemed so precious, yet impossible. I didn't think Oster would ever welcome Night on his land. Can we go to Drystan in the evening, though? I asked.
Probably best we don't delay that, yes.
I nodded, and when Night made to leave me for sleep, I couldn't stop the request that tumbled from me. Can you stay? Maybe it was my guilt that made me think keeping him close would compensate for the secret about Oster I was harboring. Or maybe I was only trying to soothe the wicked demons in my mind that were taunting me that I could come to find an attachment in my heart to someone else. Knight's expression turned so soft and yearning. It was moments like this that he was merely a person, and so was I. We had an attraction without curse, and feelings without burdens. The pretend might be the only thing that kept the spirit of our bond alive.
Those might be my favorite 3 words you've ever said to me.
He tucked in tight behind me in bed, his shirtless chest against my back, and how his warmth enveloped me made it impossible to believe I could feel this from anyone else. My hand slipped over his knuckles at my chest, and our fingers entwined.
You're particularly nice to me today,
he murmured, pressing lips to my shoulder.
Should I be concerned?
Don't get used to it, I answered lightheartedly. He huffed softly.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Chapter 16. Astrea. When Oster brought me to Althenia for the 2nd time, he assigned handmaidens to help me change before we ventured into the city. Unease at the elaborate wares that took a lot of pleading to get me into crept over me. The gown was pure white and silver, and it was like a waterfall of crystals fell from a train at my shoulders. It was elegant, but a statement. My hair was braided so many times before it was pinned into a gathering at the back of my head. Then what I wouldn't cave to was the diadem they were insistent I wear. I didn't want the attention, but Oster wasn't content with me covering up under a black hooded coat. They looked at me and tried to hide their horror when I asked if they had any gowns of black or even a dark purple instead. I couldn't explain why the pale color didn't appeal to me, like it weighed purity and expectation on me. Now that is a star maiden, Rose's voice said in appreciation as she entered the room. She agreed to change too, but her pink gown was far less elaborate. With the spectacle they made of my appearance, I may as well have walked out into the balcony and screamed my title. It's too much, I groaned. Rose tried to hold down her amusement. It's a lot, she agreed. But what do I know of your mating customs? About as much as me, I thought.
You look magnificent,
Oster interrupted. I turned to find him in the archway into the room. He was a sight to behold, too. No longer clad in his black and navy leathers, he wore an impeccable embroidered jacket of deep blue and white. A silver circlet laid naturally on his head now, the perfect depiction of ethereal royalty. It feels like it will draw a lot of attention, I said, nervously picking at the crystals on the bodice and glancing back to the mirror.
I hope so,
Oster said, trailing his gaze over me as he stalked closer.
The people have been wishing for your return for centuries, Astrea. Let them feel the hope and joy to have you back.
I didn't argue.
It felt too much too soon when I wanted to discover all that it meant to be the Star Maiden before I felt the weight of the full expectations of what it meant to be her.
I caught Zadkiel joining us behind Oster, and he exchanged a pleasant smile with Rose. Will Zephyr be joining us too? I asked eagerly. Even though we'd only gotten to meet briefly last time, I'd thought about him since and wanted to explore his easy company more.
Not this time,
Oster said. My shoulders fell a little. Oster's hand grazed the small of my back, and I drew a sharp inhale. The shock of the touch stole him from the reflection and erased the room around me. In this vision, he stood in front of me, far younger now. The room we were in was dark, glowing with warm firelight. His hand on my back pulled me closer. too intimately close, and my protest pushed him away with a hand to his chest before he could kiss me. I snapped back to the bright daylight of the dressing room with a single stumble back from that unexpected flash of memory. Oster's hand circled my waist now, as if to catch me, steady me. My heart was thundering, and my whole body turned stiff in his hold.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. Concern pinched his brow. "Yes," I said, shaking my head to clear it. "Can we go to the city now?"
"I know just where to begin,"
Zadkiel said with a bright grin. Outside, I was once again marveling that I only needed a light coat here, when across the vale was bitterly ice-cold in a long winter. The streets were made of pristine white and beige stones. Many of the buildings were white with dark wooden supports, doors, and signages. It wasn't as bustling as Vesitir's tiered city, but what constantly caught my attention with awe was the many sets of wings. I stared after each set in admiration, until the Celestials started staring back, stopping their walks and whispering with one another. That's when I started noticing people following, watching, gawking. I caught faint murmurs of "maiden," and my skin began to crawl. My posture straightened too unnaturally from the attention, as if I was an imposter in the skin they doted on, that I hadn't had the chance to become the hope they thought I was, and I wished I'd fought against the proud icon they'd made of me. Oster's hand gravitated to my back again, but it inspired the opposite of the comfort I thought he was trying to give. Instead, I focused on what I could control: my breathing, my thoughts. I let my sight drift further up to try to forget the gathering crowds and the volume of voices that grew. I found beautiful purple banners hanging above our heads between some of the buildings. They glowed like magic infused them, and my hand raised to my chest, recognizing the same constellation adorned them that also marked my skin. On the banners, it shone over a simplified version of the key as a staff between silver wings. "What are they for?" I asked, finding more things with that sigil, such as posters and other types of banners.
"It's Star Maiden Day next month,"
he explained, admiring them with me. My cheeks warmed to that. Why would there be such a day?
"It's the anniversary of your creation, your birthday, so to speak. It is the biggest celebration of the year and used to be across the whole continent. They might have let your existence become a fable across the Vale, but everyone here remembers. This will always be your true home."
What happens on Star Maiden Day?
"It's a day of unity and complete peace in your name. Between noon and twilight, everyone visits their nearest temple to pray to the maiden. Families come together, those without are always welcomed in. People will feast and laugh and enjoy company. In the past, you would have been here, visiting people and spreading your love that was always endearing and infectious. You touched one person with your words, or just your presence, and they carried it through masses."
It all sounded wonderful, like a fairy tale I wished to be part of and hoped to gain back. That tale lifted my spirit here, and I smiled back at some of the Celestials in passing. Zadkiel led us to a massive round building, and the moment we stepped inside, my pace slowed to the most incredible, huge, and wondrous invention I'd ever seen. It was both daunting and exhilarating, though I had no idea what I stared up at that took up the entirety of the domed hall.
"Welcome to one of my personal favorite spots, the solar sphere,"
Zadkiel announced proudly, his voice echoing beautifully in this place. "What is it?" Rose said, as awestruck as I felt trying to take in what looked like a sculpture of spheres and stars and the moon. But it moved.
"It tracks the position of planets and stars beyond us. The universe is vast and full of the unknown,"
Oster explained.
"It helps us know when solar magic is strongest. Look."
Zadkiel said excitedly. I walked closer to him and followed his gaze up to a gold carving of the sun and moon.
We're actually close to the opposite, a solar eclipse that unfortunately is predicted to fall on Star Maiden Day this time. There are a couple of astronomers who say that it won't, and those who are predicting that are trying to scare people into believing it's a bad omen to be wary of.
That's a bad thing? Rose wondered up at the sun and moon that moved, barely detectably, toward each other.
For as long as I can remember, there's been an old superstition that when an eclipse falls on Star Maiden Day, the wrath of the gods will reign,
Oster said. My throat turned dry, and I swallowed hard as my sight fell from the metal structure to Oster. He merely smiled, like it was a scary story he had never entertained a true belief in, but I was haunted by the notion.
Will you celebrate with us on Maiden Day? It would mean everything to those who could see you here. Our lands are vast, but even staying in the Nova province would be the greatest gift,
Oster said, so kind and encouraging, it was becoming hard to think of anything but keeping his hope from draining every time he looked at me with those soft brown eyes. I would like to, I said, and I meant it. It was a month away. That would be enough time to tell Knight I'd been coming here. And if he opposed, I didn't want to think about that right now. I knew he couldn't pass the veil, and though it hurt deeper than in my chest to imagine defying or somehow hurting him, I had to come here.
He never told you about Star Maiden Day, did he?
Oster asked. Not yet, I said quietly.
He likely never would have if he could help it.
That's not true.
You don't remember the decades he hunted you, when you were aware and elusive toward him, never letting him find you, while you watched him, waiting for your chance and figuring out his weaknesses. None of us could have predicted you'd become his biggest one.
My heart skipped at that sudden enlightenment. It was something I already knew, but it hit me differently hearing it for the first time from someone on the outside. I didn't want to ask when I didn't know Oster too well yet, but I wondered when he had discovered that my hunt for Knight had turned into something else. I didn't want to believe I would have led Oster on if I was gaining feelings for Knight. But once again, I was back to being sickeningly overwhelmed by the idea I could hate the person I was. Dragons, Rose said in a breath of wonder that traveled to us from the echoing hall. I held Oster stare for a moment longer,
and his expression seemed to war pity with yearning.
Then I dragged my sight to Rose.
Celestial dragons,
Zadkiel corrected. What's the difference? She asked, tracing over the carvings into stone. I approached her with piqued interest. My lips parted in stunned admiration of the depictions.
They say the celestial dragons were like royalty among the species during the age they filled these lands. Their wings are feathered, which sets them apart. Legend has it that they're not all truly gone, that they're still here on our land waiting to be awakened, that they were only forced into hiding to prevent annihilation around 700 years ago, before your first reign.
My head whipped to Zadkiel. Is it true? He shrugged, folding his arms.
It would take one of their direct kin to do it, so unless one survived, I don't think so.
I thought about the dragon egg I'd gotten in the maze. For a second, magic hummed in me, but I fought the urge to reach through the void and retrieve the egg. I didn't know where the rush of doubt came from, like it could be taken from me if I showed it to Oster, and maybe he'd say it belonged here in Althenia, even if it was just to be a prized artifact the people could come to gawk at. Do you have a library? I asked, when I hadn't discovered what it took to hatch an egg, but perhaps I might find it here.
We can go there next time,
Oster said warmly. I sulked a little at that. I don't know when the next time will be, I admitted. Not without telling Knight. The mention of him fell the kindness from Oster's face, It rattled an internal chill to watch how fast his mood could switch.
"Then stay with us,"
he said, stepping closer and dropping his tone so soft and pleading.
"Stay with me here. This is where you belong."
He took my hand, and the contact scattered pinpricks up my arm. Conflict began to drum in my chest, like I wanted to feel the same yearning he had in this touch. But instead, I was trying not to rip my hand away. "I still have much to learn on the mainland. You said you weren't ready for war, and me leaving him could incite one."
"We'll be safe behind the veil for a while, as long as it takes to get your wings and full power back and ready our armies. We've been preparing for a long time, just waiting for our final piece. You."
I shook my head. "I've been getting some memories back."
"From him."
The dark tone in that accusation unsettled me. I pulled my hand free then. He's the only one who can give me some insight to begin threading the past together. Oster huffed, giving me a look over as if I was a naive child, and my cheeks flamed.
"He is your enemy, Estrella."
Oster snapped.
"How can you look at him? Trust him to plant thoughts in your head when all your people have suffered because of him?"
"It's not just him."
"You're right. It's you."
That struck like a searing pain through my abdomen. Enough that it felt so tangible when my hand hovered there. Then I reached for my key with a trembling hand. It was still at my thigh, but my mind was mocking me with the illusion that it was piercing my flesh instead.
"I'm sorry,"
Oster said. His hands on me caused me to jerk away from him.
"I didn't mean to be so harsh."
My heart raced, and I couldn't tame it. "I want to leave now," I said. I needed to be away. From him. Here. I needed a moment to reel back from the unexplainable pain that made my throat too tight to breathe and the air too hot to withstand. I was dying. Slowly and with the ache of something dark and terrible crying in my soul. "Estrella?" It was Rose calling my name, but she sounded too far away. I leaned on someone, but I couldn't make out faces or objects or anything. All I could think about was how Night would never know something. I called to him, but it was like we were separated by a thick wall of impenetrable darkness. Death itself. He couldn't hear me, and I would never get to say goodbye. Then I realized what had overcome me was a flicker of the most haunting memory I would ever get back. My death. I didn't gain pictures of what happened that day, but the dreadful, helpless feeling collapsed my knees. I didn't fall. I floated. Higher and higher, but it didn't matter if I was pulled up to the heavens or dragged down to hell. Either way, it was too far from the only person I wanted to stay right here in a mortal body for. I woke with a sharp spear of air piercing my throat, not remembering falling asleep. "Shit, you scared me." Rose's voice came around clearer as I tried to figure out where I was. I didn't recognize the room of blue with white floral decorations along the walls and elegant gold and white furniture. I propped myself up in a plush bed with blue satin sheets. "You're all right, dear," an older voice said at my other side. I jerked at her proximity, and she leaned back with a patient smile. When I relaxed, she brought the cloth to my head again. "As I understand it, you have a shortage in your blood," she said. "Yes," I said, then rubbed my throat because of how awful I sounded. "Here," Rose said, holding a glass out to me. She helped me drink, and I felt miserable in my state.
I think the events of the day took a toll on you. You haven't taken any medicinal herbs or tonics before?"
"No," I said, not elaborating my wariness of substances because of Goldfell. I was glad to awake to Rose's presence instead of Auster's. Recalling what happened in the solar sphere, I didn't want to explain why the worst of my past dragged forth at the most embarrassing, inconvenient moments sometimes. I lay back down when my head pounded to imagine what he must think. Weak maiden. How was I to rule like I once did? I had a lot to prove and show here. "What time is it?" I asked, suddenly panicked that I had to make it back to Vessitir before nightfall.
"Almost dinner hour."
"We need to go," I said, pushing myself up.
"Not so fast, young lady,"
the older woman scolded, laying a frail hand on my shoulder.
"You've been holding yourself back all this time. If you don't get your health in check, you can't possibly hope to recover your power or memories, dear."
I hadn't thought about them being connected. With a sheepish smile, I propped myself back against the headboard. "I haven't been great with pills," I admitted. Rose shared a look of understanding with me.
"How about a tonic, then?"
the woman said cheerfully. I watched in fascination as she took a white pill and dropped it into a small bottle. Her hand waved over it to turn it into a silver liquid that looked like starlight matter. "What is it?" I asked apprehensively when she held it out to me.
"It will compensate for the missing levels in your blood, that is all. If you remember to take it once a week, your health will greatly improve."
It sounded nice. Almost too good to be true when I'd lived a life of waking with fevers and dealing with prolonged headaches. "Thank you," I said, but I didn't take the dose. Her aged face pinched in understanding. She reached for a cork and left it on the side table.
"My name is Agatha. I'm the court healer and at your call for anything, Estrella."
I gave a grateful smile as she left. "Why won't you consider staying here?" Rose asked tentatively. "Is it just because of Night?" It was the softest she'd ever spoken of him, even using his preferred name. So I knew she was trying to be gentle in the way she thought me a fool for not considering Auster's offer. "We don't know Auster yet. I haven't even met the other high celestials besides Zephyr. It doesn't feel right to abandon everyone and hide on this side of the veil. Zath is reluctant to come here. And what about Davina and the Resistance?" That dropped Rose's gaze, like she hadn't considered everyone I'd be abandoning. I watched her stand and gravitate closer to the long windows. The sun was beginning to set, and we had to get back to the castle in Vessitir before night did. But for a moment, I was lost in the vulnerable sight of Rosalind. She hugged herself and stared out at the Nova province, lost in thought. It was then that I realized she wasn't just talking about me abandoning everyone. She wanted to stay here too. My legs swung gently off the bed. "You've never spoken to me about your history," I said carefully, like she might raise her steel guard at any moment. "How you came to be in the Libertatum. Your family." "There's nothing to tell," she said distantly. "Living here won't help you run away from whatever it is back home." "You can't give me advice on running away," she scoffed. "What is that supposed to mean? That you're hardly giving Auster a chance? You hate Night. I get it. But you don't know a thing about either of them. Look at the world Auster wants to give you." She gushed over the lands beyond the glass. I didn't have to look, because it didn't matter to me. Nothing of land or beauty or things could replace Night so easily. He was the home my soul chose. I know you don't trust him, and I'm not going to convince you to like him, but he wouldn't hurt me or you, nor would he let harm come to me. Rose's hard expression targeted me. He's responsible for the death of thousands, perhaps millions, she argued. He is the villain in this war, the leader of the vampires. It's not as simple as that. They own this world, Estrella. Stop being so naive just because the most wicked of them all decided you were his. That hurt. Deeply. I pushed off the bed, taking a second on my feet for balance. Reaching for my coat, I didn't want to argue with Rose when I didn't think it would end well for either of us. I'm sorry. I'm not going to convince you what Night is or isn't, I snapped when I whirled around. There are two kinds of belonging, possession and alliance. You're right. I am his, because I chose to take the hand that wanted to help me, not own me. I am not naive, and I wish everyone would stop fucking treating me like I am. I made to leave. What Night's death said, Rose started. I stopped with my back to her. How I wasn't supposed to be in the game? It's true. You don't have to call him that. That's what he is to me, she said coldly. My teeth gritted at the hostility between us, but I forced myself to hear her out. I came to Vesitir to kill him, like Cassius said we would. I didn't win Pixia's trials to become the selected for the Libertatum, but I couldn't let Cass go there alone when I knew she would try to carry out our plan herself. So I had no choice. I switched the information about Pixia selected for the Libertatum before it left for Vesitir. I watched her tell the story with so many twisting emotions I couldn't place. Fear, regret. There was something else to it she'd left out, but it was enough of a struggle for her to tell this. So I didn't push for now. I didn't know what to do, how to console her when a tear fell down her cheek. She swiped it quickly, sniffing hard as if it would halt the others gathering. I'm sorry you never got to meet Cassia in the end. Me too, Rose said, her head bowing. You should hate me, I said. When you saw me in her place, why didn't you hate me for being here instead? I did, she admitted. Or at least I wanted to, but then I saw why Cassia loved you. Not because of so many explainable attributes when you seemed so opposite to her. It was something about your company. Being around you has some kind of energy that made me want to stop thinking. Thoughts of resentment for Cassia not being here. Anger at myself for what I'd done. Every time I was around you, the present became more important. And I wanted to learn what you are. I didn't know what I'd done to make her feel that way, but I was grateful to have found a friendship I now treasured. As prickly and stubborn as she could be.
You look better.
Oster's voice cut our tension. My spine straightened, and I stood as he entered. We need to go, I said to him. I'm sorry I wasn't well enough to enjoy my full time here.
It's no matter. We'll make sure the next visit isn't so long away.
I kept my mouth closed to that.
May I have a moment alone with Estrella before you leave?
Oster asked Rose. She nodded, casting me a look in case I objected, but I didn't. Zadkiel waited by the door. She headed toward him.
Are you sure you're well enough? If you need more rest, we can deal with...
I'm fine. It was just a lot to take in for one day. The dress, the thought of Star Maiden Day. I'll be more prepared next time, I assured. That seemed to satisfy him. The promise of my near return. Auster approached me, and I let him. I was trying to be receptive to his advances. He moved to me like Night did sometimes, as if it was a natural habit, and no time had passed at all. The only difference was me. My openness to Night in comparison to my reserve with Auster. His hand raised, slow and ready to retreat if I reacted wrong. I did nothing but hold his brown eyes, trying to find a tether in them, something that would assure me had been something between us in the past that could spark again. His warm tan skin across my cheeks sped my pulse, and this time I tried to pretend it was with the same yearning he doted on me.
Have you visited the temple of your parents yet, in Vesitir?
He asked. No. His brow twitched to a near frown.
I'm not trying to turn you against him, only trying to make you see why you did in the past. You should see the gods of dusk and dawn and hear what they have to say.
They're the ones who took my memories. In truth, I'd been too afraid of their disappointment in me. Their daughter, or perhaps I was just their creation, had fallen into dark hands once more. They pulled my memories to prevent it, and how was I supposed to face them when they would regard me as their greatest failure before I'd even begun my life again?
It's not too late, Estrella, for you to choose right and do right by your people.
The avalanche of responsibility from that statement alone buried me to the point I struggled to breathe. I nodded, but it felt like a lie, as if I knew I wouldn't be the hero he wanted me to be. What shook the fragile pillars of my existence was wondering if the villain was never Night, but me. Chapter 17. Estrella. Back in Vesitir, I changed quickly and couldn't bear the restless waiting for Night to retrieve me to seek out Drystan. So I used the void to travel to Night, wondering if it was his blood or something deeper that ran between us and manifested stronger each day, making it easier to track Drystan to this mountaintop. He didn't sense me right away, and I didn't make myself known when the sight of him stunned me still. Night laughed, not as hard as the others in the Golden Guard, and I didn't know what they found funny, but he didn't hold back that flicker of enjoyment, even if it was fleeting. A red-haired woman dusted snow off her shoulders with a scowl, while a broad, dark-haired man dipped down to gather more in his gloveless hands. She knew it was about to be aimed for her again, and tried to get away, narrowly dodging the incredibly fast throw of it. I was taken back by a childish normalcy I didn't expect from the transitioned vampires. The woman gathered her own snow, throwing it with the same velocity, but the man twisted to avoid it, and it hurled straight for Night instead. I inhaled a euphoric breath at the ripples of his dark power that created a veil of shadow and starlight as a shield with the wave of his hand. The moment the snow made impact, it fell as shimmering dust once more, and his magic pulled away on a breath of wind. I'd known the guard respected Night and looked to him for leadership, but he hadn't been forthcoming about how much they meant to him. Not a leader and his generals. These were friends, though I didn't think Night would ever admit that. When he spotted me with a casual slip of his gaze, his eyes locked on me, and the expression that relaxed his face stole me away for a second. He was moving toward me in an instant.
Estrella,
he said, stunned to see me here and scanning me over for harm.
How did you find me?
I'm not entirely sure.
You're getting too good at the void.
Is there such a thing as too good?
When you're beginning to contend with me, yes. But then again, I do love competition with you.
I pushed his chest at his playful smirk, and my sight fell to the 4 golden guards behind him, and someone new I didn't recognize.
You know Elliot?
Night turned to them with me.
This is Zeke, Kara, Sorleen, and Nadia, the bold rogue we can't seem to shake.
Sorleen was the most standoffish, not even breaking a smile, and her eyes were distant. Nadia gave a sweetly prideful smile at Knight's comment, and I had her pinned as someone cunning, perhaps deadly already. "So we're all going to see Drystan?" I asked.
No, his order was for you to go alone,
Knight said. My brow lifted at that. I didn't think Knight would agree.
I'll be right outside,
he said to my unspoken thought. Why Drystan would want me alone riddled me with unease. Take me to him, I said. Though I was nervous to confront the prince after all that happened, I had to know if there was any hope of salvation in him. If what Knight said was true, we had once had a friendship, and I hoped I wasn't a fool to believe there could still be something there after all this time. I knew this place, which Drystan had requested to meet me. I'd seen it in the memory Knight gave me. I'd been here before. It was the first time something in a vision unfolded as real before me, and I had to take a moment in the archway entrance leading to the elite underground gambling den. Sweat began to slick my skin. My heart raced. It was all true, what Knight had shown me. I knew this, yet it still broke me in that moment. Knight trusted me enough to open himself to absolute vulnerability and give me every thought and feeling in his memories.
I knew you would come,
Drystan drawled from across the room. He sat in an empty space by a chessboard with no opponent.
You would never let go of a spark of curiosity.
I thought about the version of him I'd seen from the past. Only a glimpse. But in Knight's memory, his brother was so light-spirited and happy. Who I saw now had lived through the kind of tragedy and suffering that ice touched anything warm within. He'd become distant, untrusting, and that saddened me. Why did you want to see me?
Join me,
he said, nodding to the empty seat. The establishment was fully vacant as far as I could sense. I couldn't even feel Knight, though I'd parted with him just above the entrance. Drystan smiled to himself as he spun the board to give me the white pieces.
Your move first.
Was this just to mock me? My teeth ground as I looked over the game. I picked up one of the front row pieces, moving it one square up out of nothing more than guesswork. Drystan huffed a laugh.
You know far better openings than that.
My cheeks heated. You know I don't.
Because you're not trying to remember.
You don't know anything. Drystan moved one of his front pieces 2 leaps forward.
The pawns can only go forward. 2 squares at the first movement, then only 1.
I didn't come here to play a game. I ground out irritably.
Sure you did. You love games and puzzles.
He was taunting me, trying to prod at my vulnerability to see what I would react to. If you wanted me, you could have told your father who I was right away when I arrived.
I'm not a fool, Estrella, despite what you and my brother always believed.
We didn't.
I thought you don't remember.
Knight is showing me.
And you trust it all to be the truth. Memories from the realm's most notorious villain.
Why would he lie?
To keep you on his side.
He was prepared to leave the realm for me. Drystan's jaw shifted, like that hurt him to hear.
Then why is he still here?
I'm not ready. He regarded me with a pitiful look.
Take your turn,
he said. I took a breath to calm my irritation. Drystan leaned back casually in his chair, his expression bored and distant. Looking over the pieces, I didn't know how any of the others could move, and it seemed hopeless. Out of nothing more than a faint pull of gravity, I reached for the horse. Picking it up was like a shock of energy. I didn't have images flood my mind, but somehow I knew exactly where I wanted to place the piece. Still, I did so hesitantly, in case Drystan scolded me it was wrong. He didn't. When I dared to look up, he was staring at the horse piece like it had taken his thoughts elsewhere for a second. His eyes glazed with ice the moment they were back on me.
How do you think you can throw daggers with such expert precision despite seeming to have little training? You're adept with a bow. How do you think you solved the puzzles in the Libertatum so easily?
My chest pounded as he recalled the unnerving things for me. How long have you been watching me? Drystan dropped his gaze to take his turn.
You've not been engaging in the things that you did often before. Perhaps if you do, you'll find yourself again somehow.
Nothing about his reception was kind. He didn't appear to want me here at all. Yet why did it feel like that was a small nudge to helping me? I thought back to the night in the woods with the Fey resistance. When we were under attack, it was like I knew what to do, how to fight back. Right now, I had a similar instinctual feeling toward Drystan, that no matter what, I couldn't give up trying to reach him to help us both. I'm sorry, I said. It slipped from me before I could brace for the daggers it would earn from him, like I'd insulted him instead.
What for?
We were friends. And I abandoned you. Drystan searched my eyes until his narrowed and a bitter smile stole any vulnerability.
Did he tell you what to say? That poor little Drystan is wounded and all he needs is a hollow apology.
He didn't tell me anything.
Maybe not directly, but his manipulation will always hold you.
Why did you want to keep us apart? I asked, recalling how he kept trying to steer me away from Night, painting him as a monster.
Because he was never going to leave this realm if you kept giving him a reason to stay.
You really want him gone that badly?
Our father is going to kill him.
That silenced the world around me. It's impossible.
That way of thinking is exactly what will make it very possible.
I moved another pawn, and Drystan mirrored. Then my knight crossed one square, and I almost lost myself to the game as my concentration started to sharpen, like we'd played this exact strategy before. I was winning. You still care for him, I said quietly, like a single wrong word would shatter the glass we walked on.
I feel nothing for him, nor you. I just have to live in this world when you two are finished destroying it, and I would rather you took down my father with you.
What happened to us? I asked sadly. We were friends, weren't we?
It doesn't matter anymore. You can stop looking at me like something to save.
Why did you want to see me then? I ground out irritably. Drystan assessed me, scanning to the entrance and back.
I can't trust my brother isn't eavesdropping this very moment, in your mind or outside close enough to hear.
I can't trust you don't have spies somewhere either. I moved my final chess piece, and somehow I knew. Checkmate, I said. Drystan looked over the game board, but not in surprise. He studied it like it was an answer he had been waiting for. His chin tipped a fraction when he seemed to decide something.
Trust your intuition, Estrella. If it's all you have, it's enough.
Drystan leaned forward.
There's a particular memory I'm waiting for him to show you. You'll know which one, and then you'll come to see me again. A hint. It involves something you've been holding on to since the maze.
My mind flared with hope and giddy intrigue. The celestial dragon egg? His eyes spoke all the confirmation I needed, twinkling with the same fascination I harbored. What do you know of it?
Find me when you have the memory.
That might take too long, I protested in ire.
Everything has an order, maiden.
The unfriendly way he addressed me stung. I trusted you, I said as he made to leave. Drystand stopped with his back to me. In the Libertatum. I shouldn't have, but I did.
Then maybe your intuition can lead you astray too, and you need to take caution with what you felt in the past and what is true now.
You helped me. You gave me the map that helped me find my trials faster.
Yet you still kept getting distracted by my brother,
he said sourly.
I wanted you to get it over with and find the damned key. Then you let it fall into the hands of my father, something we were all trying to prevent, and you have no idea what it's done.
I was taken aback by the snap of his tone. Rising, I was near trembling with foreboding. You know what he gained? Drystand's lips pursed tight. Tell me, I pleaded.
I owe you nothing.
Please. He contemplated, like he too battled with the echoes of the friendship we once had, but the wounds of loss and betrayal still bled between us.
All I can say is if you truly cared for him, you'd make him leave.
I shook my head. That can't be the only way. Drystand didn't answer, only dropped his eyes, and it was the second time today I was hit by the notion that I was the cause of devastation in my selfishness. Did everything fall because of me? I asked him, so quiet in case Night could hear. I knew Night would tell me no, that I was never the cause, and he would blame himself. I added, was everything better without me? For the first time, Drystand looked at me, not with disappointment or resentment, but pure tragedy.
You're the reason,
he said gently.
But it doesn't make you the blame.
My lip wobbled, but I didn't want to break in front of him. I turned around, trying to grapple with the threads of my composure, but I was so tired of trying to figure out who I was, what I should be, who I wanted to be. Everything would have been better if I'd never come back. His hand weighed on my shoulder, and my brow pulled together tightly. My chest felt so tight that I was going to collapse. I was torn with the strong desire to turn around and embrace Drystand, but it was only the echo of an instinct from long ago. Now our broken friendship was only cutting deeper the more time I spent around him. His hand squeezed once, then let me go. I waited until his footsteps turned lighter and disappeared. Then I broke. I couldn't hold back the sob that wrecked me, then the emotions that drowned me. My hands braced on the chess table, and I could barely make out the blurry pieces. My past was right in front of me, and the way I'd won that game, but it was merely a mockery. She was never coming back. Maybe I didn't want her to. With a cry of anguish, I scattered the board and all its pieces, which crashed around the room. That was merely the lid bursting free off of a bottle of rage that had strained too long. The table I gripped flew across the room next, breaking against the wall. The chair Drystand sat on was in my grip 1 second, then in splinters around me the next. The impact of it slamming against the wall that shuddered through my body was merely fuel for the emotions that were pouring out of me now.
Estrella.
I felt Night's presence before I heard the soft echo of my name, which so contrasted the scene he'd walked into. I couldn't stop. I picked up glasses, throwing them against anything that would shatter them. Everything I was inside started to mirror around me, and that only drove my anguish harder. More broken pieces, more destruction. More nothingness. Then my skin was glowing and prickling, and I didn't feel weak anymore. I felt dangerous, on the verge of burying us both under the rubble I would make of this place. Night approached me, and I wasn't thinking when my hand cast out. A flare of silver shot for him, but it was engulfed in darkness. When it cleared, he was gone. He appeared fast out of darkness right in front of me, and I braced both hands charged with magic against his chest. He pulled us through the void before my strike sent him flying back from me. The impact threw me off balance too, landing on my back to watch Night's wings catch him in the night sky. I felt cold, wet grass beneath my fingers, and snow was falling heavily now.
Get up,
he ordered in a vicious snarl. He hovered above me like an angel of death, and my teeth clenched tight with a rush of frustration because I couldn't reach him up there. I should have been able to, and I was a pathetic celestial, a laughable maiden to still be without them. Night dropped to the ground, slamming into it with an impact that vibrated under me.
You're not done yet. Get up.
He pushed on my defiance and anger as I rose from the icy ground and tracked him through the dark and the snow. He blended in so hauntingly, with only bright gold eyes to split the night. I slipped the key out of the holster at my hip, and it formed a beautiful glowing staff as I twisted, lunged, and sent a streak of pure power toward him. I anticipated his easy deflection, so I struck again and again, lost in a dance of memory and passion. Then Night started to attack. Darkness collided with light, and the trees around the clearing bent with the velocity of our merging power. I'd never felt more alive. My blood roared, my heart sped, but I felt unstoppable. When our collision broke, I was panting, facing off with Night's death.
You're going to keep moving forward,
he called.
Even if it kills me and you and the fucking world, you're not allowed to give up.
I rolled my shoulders back. I'm just getting fucking started. His smile was all wicked delight. Then I struck first. Our power battle continued, a push and pull of darkness against light. The snow hindered my movements, but I didn't have any option other than to keep my focus, no matter what, because Night wasn't going easy. It made me push through the fire in my lungs. It drove out a will and defiance to contend with him. But he was undoubtedly still stronger right now. It didn't slow my drive. He'd forced me into the tree line with the onslaught of attacks. His darkness dissipated against my blocks with the key that spun from hand to hand and around my body as I moved, at one with the weapon. Doubt started to creep over me when I was still on the defensive, still retreating through the trees that were splintering with the explosions of our magic. Out of the trees again, I managed one sideways glance to discover with a trickle of trepidation that we were coming to a cliff's edge. That didn't seem to concern Night, and I wondered if I'd lost him to Night's death. If he would keep going until he achieved what he wanted, which was always to cancel the light. I couldn't tame my magic right now, not before he might end me. Our blasts ceased, and I panted hard with ice battling fire in my throat. Night's death stalked to me, with still glowing, terrifying gold eyes and black vines crawling his neck and jaw. I can't go on anymore, I wheezed.
You should never start what you can't finish,
he said in a low, chilling growl. I met the edge of the cliff, my heels almost slipping off. Night stopped walking. He was so beautiful and horrifying, and I was mesmerized by his wings. We locked stares and our heartbeats thundered in the silence. Then I let myself fall. Chapter 18. Astrea. Falling at the complete mercy of gravity was the true test of one's state of mind. The first time I'd been here, I was terrified, but also liberated. I'd wanted to hit the ground and have every burden silenced in the impact. At that time, it had felt like winning, when the world would no longer be able to hurt me anymore. Freedom had a different meaning to me now. It was accepting that life was going to hit me down time and time again, but I wanted to get back up. It was full of challenges and choices, and I would make many mistakes. I would be selfish, but nothing worth anything was without strain on the heart, soul, or mind. So long as I kept wanting to get back up, it was not the end. I caught myself. The wings that expanded from my shoulder blades arched my back, and I was not afraid anymore. They spread wide, and I twisted, defying gravity's claim, and I could almost reach down to touch the snow before I swept high. I was flying. The exhilaration made me beat my wings harder, faster, uncaring of the burn and the strain it took to keep climbing. Bursting through the cloud bank, expanding the stars above me, I became awestruck, floating in their palace. I gasped when an arm hooked around me, pulling me a little higher, and my back curved at his touch. The dark angel catching the light.
"You are absolutely exquisite,"
Night said, barely a whisper.
"There will still be days that you fall, but it can't be forever so long as your will to stand, to fly, is greater than your demons."
Pulling me, it felt like floating, and our lips met with a sudden burst of freedom and longing up here. I kissed him harder, more desperately. The air was sharp and icy, and my hair had turned damp. My legs almost circled his waist until a blast of lightning struck from nowhere, tearing us apart. A second strike of blue illuminated the sky, and pain scorched through me. Not mine. Night's. I watched in horror as he fell, swallowed so fast by clouds that my heart tore from my chest. I followed my instinct to dive after him. It wasn't fast enough to catch him. My wings beat harder and faster, closing the distance. But now we were both plummeting at a speed that would shatter us on the ground. But I was desperate to reach him despite the ground closing in. My relief at hooking my arms under his was short-lived when I tried with all my might to slow us. A cry ripped from my throat at the powerful strain on my wings, but I didn't stop trying to prevent our plummet. Night came around enough so that his arms circled around me. Then his dark wings closed around us, tucking mine in tightly, and I wanted to scream at his submission to take the impact of the fall I was trying to stop. We both knew I wasn't strong enough. His magic grew around us next, and all I could do was hug him tightly. The impact came like the world exploded around a sphere that kept us safe. At least from broken bones, but the moment we landed, it was like Night used the last dregs of his strength. His wings fell away, opening our cloak of darkness, and he was so still under me. So deathly still. My face pulled back from where I had it buried in his neck, and I straddled him. He was still breathing, but it was faint. I laid my palms over his chest, and they glowed. My eyes slipped closed, and I didn't know what I was doing, only that I reached for him, and I felt him more deeply than I ever had before. His pain and anger and heartache. My eyes pricked, being wrapped by so much loss and loneliness from within him, which I tried to heal with parts of me, filling myself into the voids, the splits in his soul. But it wasn't enough. Without bonding, it would never be enough to heal the fractures inside him. But for now, I could soothe some of the pain. Night's heart came back stronger each minute my magic infused him. The darkness was tamed by the light until we were an entanglement of peace. "Night," I whispered, utterly terrified by the silence. "Please, wake up,"
Estrella!
a voice called down to me. I looked up, blinking my blurry vision to find Elliot at the top of the crater. Then several more forms. The Golden Guard were around us too. "He's still not moving," I sobbed.
"He'll be okay,"
Kara said, trying to be assuring.
Are you injured too?
Zeke asked. No, at least I didn't think so. I could hardly feel anything in my rush of panic. "What the fuck happened?" Nadia asked. "There was lightning and it happened so fast," I sniffed. "Pull yourself together."
Well, how are we supposed to pull him out?
Zeke grumbled.
It's steep, none of us can.
Elliot said. None of them had wings. I did, but night was too heavy. I thought of the void, but I'd never tried going through it with another person by my command. When I felt a weak squeeze on my thigh, my sight snapped down, finding a flicker of gold through fluttering, tired eyes. Relief washed over me to see it.
Thank fuck,
Zeke muttered.
Are you hurt?
Night asked, barely a croak. He was the one lying against the cold ground, dark wings splayed, but I hoped they weren't broken. He'd been the one who'd been struck twice by lightning and had taken the worst of our impact. I'm fine, I said, brushing a lock of hair from his eyes. I don't know how the weather turned so fast. Night's eyes cast to the sky, but he didn't voice his thoughts. He looked so tired. It was frightening to see him like this. I don't know if I can take us through the void. Are you strong enough? Night took a long inhale, but it was slow enough that I knew he was trying to mask his pain from me. He sat up, and I helped with a hand around his nape.
I think so,
he whispered.
We'll head back to the castle after we scope the area,
Elliot informed. Night held my other hand at his chest.
Can you do that again?
He asked. What?
Give your magic to me.
I didn't realize that was what I'd done, but when I remembered how it felt to reach into the depths of his being, my palm warmed with a violet glow, and Night sighed like it offered him some reprieve. Then I shifted closer, tighter, as he pulled us through the starlight void. Beneath my knees was cushioned now, and I looked over the black silk sheets. I didn't know this room, but the fact that he'd brought us here made me think that it had to be his bedroom. Night's wings fell over the side of the bed, and I'd used the void to alleviate mine for now. The broken feathers pinched my brow. Does it hurt? I asked quietly.
I'll be all right.
Take my blood.
No.
Night.
Can you just lie with me, please?
How was I to resist that weak and vulnerable plea? Shifting, I tucked into his side and monitored the rise and fall of his chest, riddled with the anxiety of it stopping still.
What did my brother say to you?
Night asked. Not a lot, I said honestly. He showed me how my past skills can come back. I beat him at chess. In the small pause of silence, it was like I could feel Night's smile. His hand idly traced up and down my arm.
Then why the anger?
I just needed to let it out.
You did so beautifully,
he said in quiet admiration.
But do you want to talk about it?
I feel like I'm being torn apart, I admitted. The confession tightened my throat. Between who I am and who people expect me to be. Even back then, the hero would have let you go. But I didn't.
The hero would have left this realm, but I couldn't.
So we're both villains then?
I don't know,
he said.
If you ask me, there are no heroes. for everyone's wrong deeds are justified by their own means. I don't care what you are or how you came to be here. You are a person, Estrella, one who loves deeply and as much as you try to give it to the world. Your heart deserves to be selfish, just like everyone else's.
I absorbed his words in the silence, fighting my mind that wanted to rebel against what felt like permission.
This world will try to make you. What I do know is it can take many good things to make them believe in you, but only one bad one to make them condemn you. That's why there is no single version of you that can exist. What matters are the ones you have in your mind that you live with every day.
I leaned my chin on my hands over his chest.
Is that how you accepted what people made you out to be?
I whispered. You stopped trying to change their minds?
I wanted to be better once, seen as good.
He admitted.
When I thought there was some hope we might break the curse, I didn't want you to live with being shunned by your people for choosing me when I was only a monster in their eyes. It's all I knew how to portray, and I didn't care before. For you, I did.
They never would have let you be good, I said quietly.
I don't think so. I've done cruel and heinous things in my life, and I don't ever want you to forget that part of me exists, in my past, and my capabilities now.
It's in my capabilities too, isn't it? I asked carefully. Night tucked a strand of my hair, his expression thoughtful.
Yes, but you wouldn't harm someone without great reason. You are fair and just and precious. So very precious, love.
He weaved a lock of silver between his fingers, watching it while he seemed lost in his own mind. You were a child of war, Ray Knight, I said gently. That brought his amber gaze to me with a twitch of his brow. I added, you were given a dark power without a choice so young, and made into a soldier without ever knowing what it meant to be just a son.
Don't excuse what I am, all I've done. It's in your nature to do so, but every innocent life I've taken, I knew what I was doing. I just didn't care about anything. I looked around and I saw life after life in cycles of love, violence, greed, anger. So much anger in every mind, and it made me resent carrying my own existence. Yet I was cursed to eternity here. So all I could do to make some of the demons clawing my mind apart relent was to inflict this pain on others. My father ordered me, but I can't say I put up much resistance for a very long time. That is why they call me Night's Death. That is why there is no amount of good that could ever atone for all I've done. It was a delusional dream to believe otherwise.
I still believe, I whispered. All he told tore me apart, but I didn't know what it made me to be mourning for him above all.
Your heart is the only one I've come across in my long and torturous existence that allowed me to come close enough to touch it. It's possibly the most dangerous thing you've ever done.
I pushed up on one hand, my mouth curving in challenge. You don't scare me, Night's Death. That broke a tired smile on his face.
I never have. It's been my life's torment.
My fingers traced over the burned material where the lightning had struck his chest, close to his heart. I began to undo the buttons of his jacket.
You don't have to.
Just let me. If you're not going to take my blood, I'll have to patch you up the mundane way. Can you sit up? I pushed off him, letting him take off his jacket and shirt as I went to collect what I needed in the washroom. Coming back with a basin of cold water, some cloths, and a salve I found, I felt my chest ache as I watched him shift on the bed with gritted teeth. Shouldn't you be healing faster? When I got closer, the wound was far worse than I thought. I thought only the second strike had hit him, but that was the one to make him fall after the first hit him to break us apart.
I should be,
he said with a disgruntled huff. You didn't warn me flying could be dangerous with unpredictable weather, I said lightheartedly, sitting on the bed. I couldn't help reaching my hand out to his feathered wings. Knight's eyes closed with a soft sigh to my touch.
There's a lot to learn about flying,
he said.
But you'll pick it up naturally.
I laid the first cold cloth to his burnt skin, and Night hissed.
I didn't expect you to be so fussy, I mused.
This isn't a typical wound,
he grumbled in defense. I fought amusement, even though I hated the pain he was in. I need to go to the temple investiture, the one I almost opened until
you chose me. Your first incriminating act of villainy if you ask the gods you wish to see.
That shook me with dread. Perhaps I shouldn't see them if all I would face was their wrath and disappointment, but Auster had made me believe it was important. Night's eyes slipped open lazily at my silence as I wrung out the next cold cloth. I can't keep cowering away from it, I muttered. As I laid the wet material on the rest of the scorch mark on his chest, the veins in Night's neck protruded with the sting, but he didn't make a sound this time.
You're not. You're taking steps as you need to for you. They can wait their turn.
The only reason you're a bad influence on me is because of how easily you let me off with everything.
Did I go too easy in the woods?
He lifted a brow.
I'll have to do better next time.
No, he hadn't. At one point, I feared he would keep attacking until he struck me down. But it was what I needed, and what ultimately made me take the chance to find my wings. I scooted deeper on the bed and leaned over him. My fingers gathered some of the salve for the smaller wound across his side. Then I couldn't help tracing fingers along his scars, near lost in a trance over his skin.
We can go to the temple tomorrow,
he said gently. My eyes flicked up to his. When do we need to make the bond?
When you're ready.
They must be getting impatient. Terran and the vampires.
I can handle them.
Somehow, I didn't think that was true. But he didn't want to concern me. Telling Night about my small interaction with Terran would only serve to make him angry, so I kept it to myself. It had just been hollow words to scare me, and in some delusional part of his mind plant the ludicrous idea I'd ever side with him over Night and Auster. I wasn't siding with anyone, not before I had the chance to ally with myself. Can I have a memory? I asked.
I don't think I have the strength tonight.
Disappointment dropped in my stomach, though I understood. I couldn't stop thinking about gaining whatever it was Drystan was anticipating I would see, and I didn't know how much longer before it came in the story Night was writing.
Feeling your magic tonight, bold and unleashed, was the most fun I've had in centuries.
He mumbled sleepily. I laid down again gently, mindful of his wing. Fun? I guess I need to do better. He huffed, a barely there sound of amusement.
No, you're progressing exactly as you should be. Faster than I expected, in fact.
Hearing that lightened me, when it felt like the world was spinning so fast and I was too slow to keep up. I'll be able to best you soon.
I'm counting on it.
I smiled, laying my cheek on his shoulder and tuning into his heartbeat. It filled me with serenity and fear, I realized, when today it had become so shallow right under my palm, and I didn't want it to ever come close to that again. Chapter 19. Astrea. The doors to the temple were open. I'd expected it to be bright within, but the slither of dark space wasn't as inviting as I'd hoped.
You don't need to go inside,
Night said gently, waiting patiently a little behind me. He wouldn't follow me in. It wasn't a welcome place for him. Yet he wouldn't leave me alone, and I didn't want him to. I do, I said. I'd waited over 5 years for this moment. I knew I was the daughter of dusk and dawn, and I needed to learn what that meant, even if I would come to find I never had doting parents. Not like what I'd yearned for witnessing Cassia with her father Rian. I wasn't born. I was made. Taking a long breath of courage, Night's presence stroked my senses within one last time before I slipped into the temple. Only a strip of light from outside cut down the middle, and I used the key clutched tightly in my hand to expand more luminance. The sound of grating stone made me whirl around, and my throat tightened in panic, watching the doors finish sealing behind me. All was silent, so eerily silent. I didn't know what I had expected, but something felt wrong. I walked tentatively, using the key as a torch to examine the interior. 2 giant sculptures towered at the far end, and a long stone bench stood before it. My hand reached up on instinct, and the moment I touched the bench, a vision exploded in my mind. Nothing whole or certain. I could only see blurs of color and several spheres that moved. People. My heartbeat suddenly felt so small and precious. I tried to count how many could be surrounding me, but I lost track at 4, entranced by the murmurs of voices I wanted desperately to hear in full clarity when they tugged at something safe and familiar within me. This is where I first came into the world as an infant. "My child," a feminine voice said. This was far more clear in my mind, sucking me back to the present time in this temple. It was too close, as if spoken to my mind. I was about to search for her, but when I looked up at the ethereal stone face of the goddess of dawn, the voice attached itself to her in my mind. I don't know if I am," I said honestly. "Who you are doesn't change in a new beginning." "I came from my memories," I said, trying to rally my bravery. "I can't do what you need without them." "You bargained them to us for your return." "Why would you want them? It doesn't make any sense, and I'm so lost." My throat tightened in pain as I tried not to cry like the frightened child I felt reduced to here, in front of something I couldn't see and could barely feel. But if these were my parents, I was crumbling with that notion when they were nothing I could hold, not people who would try to comfort me like Rian did for Cassia. "To give you the chance to do right this time, yet you allowed darkness to claim you again." "Night?" She didn't answer. All I could feel was coldness and disappointment. When I looked down from the goddess, I gasped in fright, turning and turning to meet 100 reflections of my own horrified expression. Then screaming rattled my bones, and I whirled to the noise, finding a scene relaying through a mirror I headed toward with vacant steps. I'd seen flashes of this day, felt the anger and heartache and pain from it as I stood on a battlefield.
"We will always be enemies."
Night's voice tore me away from the mirror. He stood behind me, and I blinked in confusion at his anger toward me. "We don't have to be," I breathed. He was wholly Night's death, with no warmth in those glowing amber eyes. Only hate and cruelty, and his black-tipped fingers lashed out around my throat. "Please," I choked. His fingers only clamped harder, closer to crushing my throat. I clawed at his vice grip as the frightening, merciless image of him turned blurry and my soul snapped in two. Then he let me go with a careless push. I fell backward, but I didn't meet the ground. Instead, I kept falling down a well, and those golden eyes watched me with such icy loathing, I felt like I was dying inside. Closing my eyes, I succumbed to the misery.
Estrella.
I blinked, disoriented when I didn't remember the impact after the fall, nor how I stood again, watching my reflections and the approach behind me. Auster was shirtless. His body was broad and toned, and he was a stunning craft to behold. His front pressed to my back, and his breath caressed my ear. My blood roared with a want to step away, but I was stunned utterly still, helpless to do anything but watch as his lips pressed to my neck.
We are perfect together,
he said.
Made for each other.
I knew it was true. For the world, to the gods, to the celestials. Not to me. No, I choked out in a whisper. He stopped his gentle touches, and his face firmed with a frightening wrath. As he spun me in his hold, he gripped my arms and I whimpered. This wasn't real. Stop! I cried to the goddess.
You keep choosing wrong,
he snarled. Then he pushed me, and I fell again, wondering if this was to be my existence. Always falling, always choosing wrong, always failing everyone. I sank into a pool of freezing water that shocked through my entire body, then floated me in the embrace of a numb oblivion. There was a time I had been drowning, and I didn't want to be saved. Yet night had come for me. He'd defied the laws of magic just to reach me. Through my blurry vision, it was like someone stood above the ice this time, watching me drown. This time, I reached for him. I wanted to breathe again, to live, to fight. I wanted him. Agony sliced my skin and my lungs burned, but I swam hard. Reaching the ice, I tried with everything I had to break it, but I was running out of air. I wanted to get back to Night, yet it seemed the more I wanted him, the weaker I became. Still I fought with my last dose of strength until I had no choice but to let go.
My starlight.
My eyes fluttered open, and though I still floated underwater, the image of him was so clear beside me.
They made you, but they cannot break you.
His mouth didn't move with the words as he cupped my cheek and brought his head to mine. Our lips met, and I was content to stay here, but we only got a second before we were ripped apart. I gasped and the water didn't flood my lungs. It took a moment to feel the ground under my hands where I kneeled. Please, stop, I begged. She was trying to mess with my head, get me to see Night as the enemy, and show me there was another path for my heart. My head angled back, and I knelt under the harsh judgment of the still figure. My heart became cold. All my short life, I'd yearned to discover if I had parents, but it seemed all gods were merciless and cruel, and I was merely their failed creation. I only had one purpose: to right the world. They would never forgive me if I didn't let Night go. It was another god who spoke next, the deep tone of the god of dusk, and I cast my eyes over his dominating sculpture.
You have flesh and you bleed. You have feelings and a heart that beats. We created you in the image of mankind, and you are capable of their flaws. We brought 6 guardians together to raise you and teach you the ways of the species, yet still you abandoned all you were destined for. Your heart calls to darkness, and you cannot give yourself to it again.
The dark isn't frightening. It can love, too.
There will come a time when your heart is tested, and you must not choose to sacrifice yourself for it.
I don't know if I have the strength to let him go, I confessed quietly.
Look not for strength, but righteousness.
I need my memories. Please.
They cannot be given back, my child, as you bargained them to us, and it is absolute. But the mind is a powerful tool. All is never lost.
The glow of the key discarded beside me returned, and loneliness swept in. No energy pulsed through the space except what was bound to me. I didn't want to cry, but tears fell before I could force them back. There was part of me that passed the years believing I didn't need to know who my parents were, that I didn't need their love. Now, having the answer and knowing I would never gain such affection, I mourned for the lost child in me. But there was a single flare of hope that my search wasn't over. The confirmation that I had been a child in the past, and I had been raised by 6 guardians as the god had said. So I straightened, breathing a long inhale to compose myself. When I turned, I saw the light leading out of the temple, as if the doors closing had only been an illusion. Who waited beyond them pulled me with more eagerness to be outside than in. I breathed in the cool air and found Night sitting on the steps with his back to me, leaning his forearms on his thighs. He didn't speak or even look at me, but I joined him.
I would go inside and ask for their blessing, but they might just find a way to cast me to hell sooner rather than later.
Probably, I said. And that job is mine. His mouth twitched, but something was preventing the break of a smile. I said, the gods weren't any help. I might be just as damned as you are to them. But I want to visit the guardians, to know if they think any differently, or could help. He only responded with a nod. His thoughts seemed elsewhere. Night's tone turned so haunted.
When you died, I called to the gods, any gods that would listen, and I was answered by dusk and dawn. They said they would take you back. I can't face going inside that temple, and I almost fell to my knees watching you disappear into it just now, because it's where I had to bring your body. Walking out of there all those centuries ago, watching those doors close with you inside.
Night didn't finish, but the slam of his grief and sorrow was enough to prick my eyes. I reached out a hand, and his unclasped to entwine with mine as I shuffled closer. I'm sorry, I said, not knowing what else could soothe the sharp pain slicing both of us. Night sighed before his forehead fell to mine. His other hand cupped my cheek.
Even if you hate me, fight me. In the company of your rage, your defiance, your heated passion, it is my peace, because you're alive to throw it all at me, and only when I'm around it do I feel alive.
I didn't know what to say. There were no promises I could give when our paths rocked so uncertainly. He wasn't looking for a response when his lips pressed to my forehead, and he stood, seeming to bury any insecurity with it.
I didn't think they would help, but it was worth a try,
Night said. I followed him down the steps. What do you know of the prophecy? When falls night?
That it's a fickle and convoluted thing. I've never been a fan of riddles, and one tied to fate serves no purpose other than to bring out madness in men.
His hand slipped around my waist without warning, and I held his arm as the familiar pull through starry shadow took us away. So what do we do now? I asked, hoping he had something else. He took us to the castle rooftops again, and my stomach flipped as I eyed him suspiciously, like he could push me off in an attempt to train my flying this time. The bastard gave a wicked side smile, reading my apprehension, but it was a strange relief to see after the kernel of vulnerability he'd let show at the temple.
When you came back, I was surprised it was in Ulysses at first, until I remembered that's where one of the guardian temples is. There's many of them throughout Salamis. Perhaps your parents knew Vestitir wasn't safe, and the king would find you there if you wandered without memories.
Considerate of them, I grumbled sarcastically. Knight reached through the void to retrieve his stunning black sword again. My shoulders slumped as he looked to the key I held expectantly. My key became a blade, and Knight's eyes twinkled in satisfaction.
Don't slip off the edge,
he taunted.
I might not be fast enough to catch you this time.
My eyes narrowed to a glare. I'd catch myself.
We'll see.
I moved first, using steps Rose had taught me before. Knight sidestepped my vertical strike, but I spun to clash blades, giving off a beautiful flare from the key against his obsidian. Pushing off it, I reeled into a focus that came to me by instinct. Knight began to push back, dancing with me. We pushed and pulled through the bitter air for some time. I became lost to it, enjoying the feeling of release through the movements that answered his like it was a rhythm we'd found before. Our blades cut a symphony through the silence, and each time our eyes met with the passion of battle, a pulse of energy expanded in my chest, racing through my blood. When our blades locked again, Knight spun his arm, nearly disarming me, but instead of claiming victory, he claimed me. His arm wrapped my waist, drawing me flush to him as a surprised gasp left my lips.
No matter what the gods have to say, you are incredible and powerful, and they won't admit it, but they fear you,
he said huskily, before bringing his mouth to mine. They're only disappointed I didn't turn out to be their perfect maiden, despite their efforts.
Disappointment only comes from their own egos. Gods are very proud and very selfish. They fear you because you do not fear yourself, and therefore they do not control you. It is the greatest power you'll ever hold.
Part 3.
Chapter 20. Night. Past. When 3 weeks passed since he had last seen Estrella, Knight broke his own damned defiant stance to seek her out in Vestitir. She had become a plague in his thoughts, devouring all of them to remain the sole focus more times than he cared to admit. Every time he paced a room, broke something, flew high, tried to do anything to eradicate her presence in his mind, the suppression only made it worse. So he'd spent the last hour high on dark, simmering rage, thinking that maybe if she didn't exist for him to find, he could forget her. Until he laid eyes upon her as he spied, crouched and blended fully into the darkness atop a tall building. Just like that, his mind calmed. When seconds ago he had wondered if he would snap to end her once and for all when he found her. The peace only lasted for a few seconds before he watched a man, a celestial, approach her on the street below. Knight quickly assessed his towering wings and the dominant way he carried himself. Then what sealed his assumption was the glint of the moonlight against a circlet that peaked downward at the center of his forehead. A high celestial, one of 4. He would have to get closer to distinguish the sigil on his jacket. Knight's ability would work to slip into his mind, but unlike anyone else, this celestial was sure to feel it if he tried. The man reached for Estrella, and Knight didn't realize his fingers around the chimney had tightened until he clenched only stone debris in his hand. The hold he pulled her into was near intimate. Knight should have looked away, but he couldn't. What overcame him he had no right to feel, nor did he want it. He couldn't help tracking her every response, though he was on the verge of doing something reckless. Thinking she would lean into him, Knight braced to leave before he snapped. Yet Estrella laid a hand on the high celestial's chest, a signal for space, which he didn't grant right away. His palm went to her face now, and Night broke. Slipping into her mind, he said, "Over 100 years, I've never been able to find you. So I have to think this exposure is a calling." Estrella reacted to his voice, too abrupt that it made her companion survey the street as well, as if she picked up on an impending threat. His brown hair half tied back in a knot, leaving only a few strands around sharp features and a shadow-lined jaw.
"Took you long enough,"
she sent back, but gave her attention back to her company. "Come to me," Night said, then took off. He landed high on a mountain and slipped into the snow-covered woodland. Then he waited. Night could tell a lot about a person by how they navigated the dark. Would Estrella hesitate with fear? Shy away with uncertainty? A candle flickered inside him before he saw her. Estrella's footing was gentle, careful but bold. He sought her through the shadows while he watched from behind a thick tree. Her hair was a beacon against her surroundings and stark clothing, but her magic awakened faintly to glow the markings of her skin. Estrella glided through the woods like a fallen star, utterly exquisite, confident in her light and unafraid of the dark, perhaps even curious. Through the shadow that climbed her body, he felt her like a ghost's touch. Her breath drew shallow, stopping her walk. The beat in her chest amplified as she observed the moving darkness, lifting a hand as if to greet it.
"I found you,"
she said through her thoughts. "I see now what has been occupying your time," Night said, stepping out from his cover. Estrella watched him now, and the darkness drifted away from her.
"Oster? He's not a new distraction,"
she answered. Night's jaw locked, and to distract himself from something ugly stirring within, he turned to continue his walk. He knew the name. "The High Celestial of the House of Nova," Night drawled. "You're involved with him."
"You could say that,"
she said, but it was a low murmur that took his interest. He seemed affectionate.
"He's my bonded."
That slammed his steps to a halt. He didn't realize how close she'd come until she knocked into his side with the abruptness of his stopping. How could that be possible? Night had been sure that she was his the last time he saw her, but now he was doubting again. "Are you—"
"No,"
she cut him off.
"We haven't completed that."
The topic made her uncomfortable. Night wondered why. "You're a powerful match."
"Yes, so everyone likes to remind me."
"So what's stopping you?"
"Are you always so direct about people's personal lives?"
No, in fact, he'd never cared to inquire about anyone else before. Night shrugged, continuing his walk. "I'm curious how it works. A match of power, is it not? Why wouldn't you want to strengthen yourselves?"
"Are you really clueless? Vampires and Fae have a bonded too."
She paused to contemplate.
"Which are you exactly?"
"I'm intrigued as to what your fables say about me. No scepter, but there might be some truths." She huffed a laugh.
"No beard either."
"I've never been fond of them."
"They say you're death, actually. None of our species."
"It's not far from the truth."
"I think it is."
They broke out of the trees, coming to a wide open glade covered in snow. At the farthest edge, Night headed toward the small cabin. The door was pitiful and wouldn't keep out any chill. Night had to duck through the threshold.
"What is this place?"
Estrella inquired, scoping around. "A cabin."
"I can see that."
He didn't want to expand. He'd only come for one thing, and then they would leave. Estrella reached for something on the crooked mantel, and Night reacted before he could stop himself. He caught her wrist. "Do you always touch what isn't yours?" he said irritably. She eyed him carefully.
"It's just a wooden figuring."
Night didn't look at the bird carving. He stepped forward, forcing her back with the hold he still had on her until her back met the wall. He tuned into her heart, picking up speed and skipping beats like a song off tune. He let Night's death linger at the surface, and watched as she glanced at his ears, then his neck, until finally his eyes, and through this lens she became so dangerously bright. Do you know why people truly fear the dark? He canted his head, hooking a strand of her shining hair. Because it requires trust. The cabin flooded with the shadows Night drew in from every tree, rock, and creature, cloaking them in pitch darkness, but unable to smother the light that glowed between them from the whimsical markings over her skin.
You can't scare me,
she said, but the breathlessness gave her away. Night leaned in close until his breath fanned her neck. It was a compulsion. He was repelled by how insufferably bright she was, yet wanted to claim her so no other could. She was his war, his to end, his to break, his to protect. Then let go of the light, he said in a low, taunting tone. Estrella did. The glow of her shallowed until they stood in his peaceful embrace, where everything began and everything ended. The dark wasn't just trusting, it was tempting. A keeper of sin and lies. It was dangerous. Yet she stood here with him, a willing little lamb in his trap.
You've proved your point,
she said. I don't think I have. Night's hand wrapped her throat, but in the same breath she flared to life. The key glowed and wind blasted through the cabin as she slammed it to the ground. For the first time in his life, he was caught off guard by how quick and dazzling she could become, and the force of his magic strained against hers. They stared off in a battle of wills, night against starlight. He tried to hold on to the darkness he'd pulled together as her light pushed it out. Maybe he could overpower her, but this place would become dust. Perhaps the forest around them, too, if one of them didn't yield. So he let the shadows return. Both of them straightened when the magic around them cut out. They collected their breath after the exertion. In full battle, they could be catastrophic.
Don't provoke me again,
she warned. A sinister thrill rattled in him with that. Don't entice me, he said.
I could turn this place to ash in a blink.
Is that what your light does? Burn?
Like your darkness, it does many things. I just happen to be in the mood for fire.
How so?
What?
Estrella's heartbeat was so fast he became entranced by it. What is it about fire that excites you?
Perhaps I just want you to know what hell will feel like before I send you there.
The curl of his mouth wasn't foreign when he made men tremble at the cruelty of his smile, but what awakened in his veins at what she evoked was so new it became an addiction. You are a volatile, stunning thing, he mused. Night backed away, turning to pace at the far end of the cabin, while Night's death slumbered again inside him.
How do you do that?
She asked, closer than he expected her to come after he'd invaded her space.
Turn all dark and frightening, I mean.
You said I couldn't scare you.
No, but you terrify others.
Night kneeled by a small chest, opening it to rummage inside. I don't do much to invoke that, he answered. Fear is a choice. What is it that makes something frightening?
Unpredictability.
So you're not affected by me because you know all I'm capable of?
No.
Night paused, flicking a look up, but she seemed just as puzzled as he. Estrella should be afraid of him, yet he believed her when she said she wasn't. Her brazenness around him wasn't just arrogance. She was smart enough to know fear wasn't a weakness, it was necessary. He found what he was looking for and straightened again.
We came here for a compass?
She observed flatly. Night dusted it off. You should learn to think beyond the ordinary means of an object.
It's magical.
It can be.
Do you always dance around straight answers?
He flashed her a devious side look, then tossed the compass to her. "Magic deals and bargains," he said. "I didn't think I would have to explain that to you." Estrella examined the intricate gold casing.
So what does it require?
"I'm not sure, actually. My brother and I won it in a game of cards years ago. He said it was an item of the Wanderer's Trove. It's supposed to lead you wherever you ask, any place rumored to be hidden or lost. He'd find the way with that. We never really got the chance to take it anywhere and discover how to activate it. Besides, it's not like there's anywhere we could have gone." Knight knew there was much of the land to be explored, but their leash to their father was short. He planned to snap them both free of it someday. He had the patience to get it right.
I can take it to Oster.
No. Her blue eyes flicked up at his abruptness. "It's a very high-value item. I'm not risking you cutting me out of this alliance if you find what you need with your bonded." He took a pause with a taste of ash in that word. "You came to me for help, and I think it's about time we made it official."
What are you saying?
Estrella already knew, so he left his silence as confirmation, which dropped her arms and turned her face defiant.
I'm not bargaining with you.
"Then give it back." Knight stepped toward her with a hand out, but she jerked back, pulling the compass to her chest. His eyes twinkled in amusement at her stubborn frown.
The Cratonis bargain, then,
she said begrudgingly.
It prevents either of us from betraying the other until we find the source of the quakes.
Knight lifted a brow. "Are bargains part of your training, maiden?" Estrella folded her arms, leaning against the precarious wooden table. Knight blocked out the memories of him and Dryston around it from a long time ago. This cabin held much of their childhood with Dryston's mother, before they grew older and she shed all warmth for Knight when she discovered the monster he would become. It was then that their fantasy shattered. Knight was not her true son, and he was shunned by the only nurturer he'd known when he was young. Dryston had always defended him, and Knight harbored a guilty conscience that she all but abandoned her own son, too, eventually.
Like you said, magic deals and bargains. I'd be a fool to not read up on them,
Estrella said, pulling him back to their present from the past he'd tunneled to. Knight took a long breath to drown the threatening flashbacks. "It requires giving what we most desire from the other that cannot be claimed back," he said. Estrella straightened, and if he wasn't beginning to read her easily, he might have dismissed the thought that she appeared nervous.
What is that for you?
She asked, giving him her back. His tongue traced across the two teeth that had sharpened at the mere thought. "Your blood, of course." Her shoulders locked at that, but she'd known it was coming. More dominant than his raging craving right now was his curiosity about what her desire from him would be. He could slip into her mind to find out, but watching her squirm to spill it herself was far more exciting. "For this to work, you need to be honest," he said with a hint of amusement. When she turned to him, the color on her pale cheeks and the way she couldn't seem to hold his eye made him very curious.
Don't get inflated with arrogance about it,
she snapped. Knight could hardly suppress his smile. "It can't be that bad."
I only want to know... Shit.
Under all the titles, esteem, and power, Estrella was just a person. One who now covered her eyes in embarrassment and paced the floor with tangled thoughts. It was humbling to see, distracting for a moment. "I promise not to tease you about it," he said. She still cast him a scowl.
I want you to kiss me,
she blurted. Of all the things he'd imagined, this hadn't even made the list. "I'd have thought your desire would involve something sharp lodging in my chest."
It does,
she grumbled, hating herself for what she wanted.
But I know that'll achieve nothing, and this... It's a mere curiosity to know if I'm completely broken.
You're not broken to crave lust, and your choice in suitor is faultless, he added with a wicked gleam.
It's not that. It's that I wonder, if I don't?
The rose coloring her cheeks spread. She added in a grumble.
And you wouldn't be my first choice. You just happen to be a convenient one.
There can't be a lack of prospects who would gladly go to their knees for such a request from you. Though he had an urge to hunt down any she allowed to touch her.
There's none Oster wouldn't hear about.
By the gods, he despised that name the more he heard it. It was another unexpected confession. Knight laid down his weapons before his enemy for this moment of vulnerability he never could have anticipated walking into. Have you never...
I have, but I just have never felt good about it. Sleeping with Oster.
Estrella looked at him, and her face washed with horror like she was only just realizing who she was divulging this to.
We should just choose a different bargain. The Fikara bargain would make sure I couldn't draw blood from you, at least, or...
Estrella. He halted her scramble for a way out. You don't have to be ashamed with me. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to be intimate with your bonded. I've seen it before. That lit a light in her eyes, and Knight didn't expect it to warm in his chest. He couldn't deny there was still a note of resistance in him. He was being too soft on his enemy, but for this plan to unfold in the long run, this temporary trust was necessary.
You have?
Knight nodded, coming a little closer. A few times, in fact. Some tied the mating bond for power and live as friends. Others have parted ways without ever completing the bond. Estrella mulled over his words, and he watched her in fascination. Knight had never met someone he didn't want to breach the mind of because the puzzle was far more enticing to put together slowly, delicately. The Star Maiden was a picture worth painting with precision to capture the finest details. So, are we doing this? He asked carefully. Knight could be patient. He was damn good at it.
Who goes first?
She still couldn't meet his gaze, and something about that frustrated him. Are you sure you want to do this? Finally, her eyes flicked up, and he was lost in the spark of challenge in them that instant.
Yes.
Good. He moved before she could rattle with another twinge of uncertainty. The moment his hand grabbed her jaw and his lips met hers, Knight was overcome with a rage of want. No, nothing so easily sated or forgotten. Estrella became a need, as essential as the blood that coursed faster through his veins and as necessary as the air they could hardly draw around the kiss, that turned to a near feral demand he wasn't prepared for. When she gave a breathy moan, his arm circled her waist, lifting her onto the table, and their bodies pressed together. She was made for him, it was undeniable. But their perfect existence was crafted for destruction, not bliss. Right now, he didn't care if they cleaved the world in half with the passion that ignited between enemies. The ground trembled, turning violent. Estrella leaned back, planting a hand behind herself, but they didn't stop with the dangerous quake that rattled through the cabin, tumbling things from the mantel. He couldn't break away from the heat of her despite the very land that quaked around them like a warning from the gods against it.
Knight.
She breathed his name, and his cock ached at the sound of it. He kissed along her jaw, down her neck. My turn, he said, voice husky with pure wild lust, the like of which he'd never felt before. Estrella's hand tightened to a fist in his hair in anticipation. Knight couldn't hold back anymore. The moment he tasted her blood, he knew he'd fucked up. It was his greatest desire, and he'd never been tested to the very limits of his control when blood turned him feral. He'd indulged in human blood before, and it was a sweet craving, but this... her... she was euphoric. Her blood was transcendent, and he didn't know if he could stop. Estrella's moans only encouraged him. Her thighs pulled him closer and clamped tighter. The wreckage continued to mount around them with the quake that lasted longer than ever before. He didn't care if the stars were collapsing too. All he knew was her. The way her hips ground against his hard cock made him thrust against her too, as he kept an arm around her to press them impossibly tighter when it never seemed close enough.
I think I'm going to...
She lost her words, but he knew what they were. He could only groan through his mouth still wrapped around her throat with his teeth deep in her flesh. Night was losing his damned mind to thoughts of his cock being buried inside her, too. Estrella's blood wasn't just like any other Celestial's. It wasn't even just because she was the Star Maiden. She was his. In every way, forged in his bones and written in his soul. It was dangerous to think of Auster right now when his murderous thoughts turned despicably villainous, to keep the High Celestial from taking her. In this moment, he would wreck the realm and kill anyone who stood in his way. Night pulled out of her flesh with a pained groan. Against her neck he said in a low, husky murmur, "Come for me, starlight. Show me how bright you shine for your enemy." Then his tongue lapped over the small puncture wounds he'd made. His name cried from her mouth with a release that shook her body, and he almost exploded in his damn pants, too. He held her tightly as she rode the waves of her climax. He didn't want the moment to be so fleeting, and clung to every exhilarating fucking second of her wrapped tightly around him. They stayed, catching their breath as the world around them settled too. The last trembles of the land were a reminder of what they'd done. He had to remember it was not for pleasure, only a duty, an alliance. He felt the bargain like a new tether within him. They were protected against one betraying the other until they found what they needed to stop the quakes. Night deemed her steady enough to keep herself propped up as he stepped away. Estrella wouldn't look at him, immediately hopping off the table. The sight of his bite mark on her collar surged a primal need in him all over again. She fixed the neckline of her jacket to conceal it, which ground his teeth. He wanted her to wear it openly so every creature would see Night's claim on her.
I didn't mean to. I didn't expect...
Estrella was embarrassed, and that disturbed him. "It means nothing," he assured. "Nothing but confirming you do have needs, and lust is simply natural." She chuckled with resentment that turned dark in him.
Then I'm fucked up and twisted to have it surface with my enemy and not my bonded.
He wanted to rip that term apart unless it was said in regard to him. Night hadn't even met Auster and he wanted to kill him. With Estrella's blood coursing through him, he trembled with volatile rage, replaying his proximity to her, the obvious affection he had for her. "I was just an experiment," he said, matching the acidity in her tone. He had to remember that being her enemy trumped any alignment of power. "I'm confident you can find it with another. But to further ease your mind, a bite from a fae or vampire is supposed to evoke pleasure when it's done willingly. It is why many humans seek out the blood vampires." Even as he said it, the darkest, most selfish, and insidious part of him wanted to kill whoever she chose to finally bet before they could even get that far. Perhaps it would be his new favorite way to torment her when this was over. He could follow her, let her fulfill her desires mindlessly with men who could never give her enough, not everything she would crave, then see how many bodies he could leave in her wake before she discovered it was him.
"We don't ever speak of it again,"
she said firmly. Night's teeth clenched. "It's already forgotten."
"Then I'll find you again soon so we can track down a mage for that damned compass."
Estrella's boots crunched over shattered ornaments on her way out. He watched her back right until she left through the starlight void, engulfed by beautiful darkness. Night stayed a moment longer to untangle his thoughts. Being wrapped with Estrella in the heat of her pleasure was something his mind was going to loop in torment for a while. He pinched the bridge of his nose with a groan, pacing to the mantel. When his sight fell down, he sank to his knees to pick up the small bird carving. It was the only thing he had of his mother's. He had been clutching it as a babe when his father stole him away in the night, supposedly saving him, before crossing worlds to escape one so powerful. That's all he knew. Perhaps all he would ever know.
Chapter 21. Estrella. Every time I gained a vision of the past, I battled two minds in one body. My fingers brushed my lips as I stared into the mirror, skin prickling with the remnants of night and me discovering our passion as enemies. It was as damning to the world as it was igniting to our souls. Thinking of what I'd said about Auster as that spirited, curious version of me, it made sense to my feelings now. Maybe I even found it a relief to know I had been reserved about my attraction to him in the past, too. He was no doubt beautiful, and Auster radiated power and protection. It was me who was completely and utterly broken not to want him the way he wanted me. That filled me with guilt and despair, wondering if I simply wasn't trying hard enough, wasn't letting myself see him as anything more. "You didn't tell me about the bond you suspected," I said with night lingering behind me. I reached for the dress ribbons I'd abandoned.
You despised me as it was. There was no reason to tell you when I didn't think anything would ever come of it.
When did it change? He approached as a looming shadow in the mirror's reflection. His fingers caught the laces of my dress, and he took over.
There are a few more things you should see before we skip there.
I was growing impatient, needing the whole story, not just chapters, desperate to turn the next page while night held the book.
Did you wear such darkness just for me?
I traced my fingers over the black lace bodice.
It was my preferred color before it was yours.
It's colorless, love, and it's my favorite on you because it is yours.
I tacked back to the memory. You agreed to help me, but you still wanted to kill me at the end of it. When he finished with the tie, his hand slipped to my waist.
I'm sure you had your own plans on how to betray me too once we achieved the goal of our alliance.
You never found out?
No.
There was only so much Knight could give me, his own version and plan of events. For now, I was so eager for the next page of his story that I wanted to abandon today. This reckless plan. I need more, I said.
You're exhausted today. It's going to take time. I'm willing to give you all I can, but not at the cost of your health. We'll take it slowly while you adjust to each memory, and hopefully you'll find your own somewhere in between.
My impatience irked me, but I understood. I thought I'd done a good job at hiding how tired I was today, thinking it was just a bad day because of my blood deficiency. It slipped my sight to the bottle of silver tonic Agatha had given me in Althenia. I should take it. There was no reason for anyone there to harm me. I swiped it from the table, hesitating to catch Knight's curious eye. "Can you tell me if this is safe to take?" I asked him. He approached, taking the small bottle from me.
Where did you get it?
"A healer," I said, hoping he didn't query deeper than that.
You don't trust them?
I do, Never mind. I reached for the tonic, but Knight pulled his arm back. I watched him pop the cork off and sniff, then take a sip. His expression soured and I bit my lip from amusement at the reaction.
Safe? Yes. The taste, however...
Knight cringed, handing it back to me. I relaxed within. It was a potion from Althenia, and Knight didn't know that to be a reason I shouldn't take it. That was confirmation enough that neither could be manipulating me through it. Staring at the swirling silver liquid, anger simmered in me. I despised how Goldfell had made this so difficult, and that I questioned the help. Drinking the tonic, the taste was bitter, but I could hardly register it considering my resentment. Knight's fingers grazed my chin, tearing my glare up from the empty bottle as I thought of Goldfell, of how he would place his pill of control on my tongue, and I'd been his willing victim.
Are you all right?
Nyte asked tenderly. I will be. That was a promise to myself. I would be no one's pawn again, and it was time to make those who thought to try see there was steel behind the guise of a delicate maiden, starting today. Can we get this over with? I asked quietly. His mouth leaned to my ear.
I don't want it to be this way,
he said, his breath like sand scattered across my neck, which inclined a fraction. I'll be bleeding in a hall of vampires particularly attracted to it.
I'm rather looking forward to the test of their restraint,
he said nonchalantly.
I would enjoy getting to make an example out of one. There won't come a second chance, not even a hesitation for any advance made against you.
That's a little harsh, I said. His head tilted a fraction.
Don't tell me you've grown merciful for those seeking to overthrow you.
I don't need you to fight all my battles. Without warning, his mouth came down on mine with a firmness I yielded to instantly. I had to bite back my embarrassing whimper of a protest when he pulled away too soon.
I will always fight them with you, not for you.
Held by the sun burning in his irises, I wanted to believe the promise of the world in them. Wanted to give in to everything he might offer. But I couldn't escape the nagging thread that it came at a cost. Maybe one day it wouldn't feel so cowardly to accept what our alliance could mean. But right now, how could I ever feel equal when I hadn't the chance to discover who I was myself? They're waiting, I said. With that acknowledgement, my stomach tightened the knot that had formed since waking this morning. Nyte scanned every inch of me, as though he was savoring it for the last time.
You are absolutely magnificent,
he said.
And brave and resilient. I may be the villain to all those we face today, but I will never be yours, even if you choose to see me that way.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I was glad when he saved me from needing to by stepping away, extending an arm to the door. Time to tempt the damned and the deprived. If it wasn't for Nyte walking by my side rather than awaiting me down the aisle, the setting of the throne room would have spiked my nerves high enough to sway my vision with the thought of a darkly twisted wedding. Though I suppose binding my life to the devil I walked side by side with was far more permanent. Nyte's hand grazed my lower back. It was his gentle influence on my emotions within that soothed the sharpness of my panic I appreciated more. Soul and blood vampires gathered down each side of the hall. Perhaps some of them were fae, but I couldn't distinguish without checking for both a shadow and a reflection. It was the furthest concern right now. Only when we met at the dais did I glance sideward to find Zath, Rose, and Davina.
No one will get a step toward you before their knees break on the ground,
Nyte said to my mind. That's not my concern, I thought back.
Stage fright?
Something like that. When we stopped walking, I faced him.
Only you and I exist in this room,
he said.
To me, only you and I exist in this world. It's been an empty 300 years I don't plan to repeat.
I gave a barely there nod. My throat was too tight for words, and my mind was racing to think of anything but what we were about to do.
The union between our notorious Nice Death and the esteemed Star Maiden will be most legendary.
Taryn's voice crawled across my nape as we passed him. To my surprise, he kept near the back, leaning casually against a pillar like he awaited a grand show. Nyte's hand gave mine a gentle squeeze, and though he kept his expression neutral for the crowd, there was no mistaking the hatred he bore for Taryn. Whatever their history, it went beyond me. He gave me his attention, as if the room of spectators didn't matter to him. I wished I could feel the same, but I was hyper-aware of every set of eyes. Night unfastened his sleeve, beginning to roll back the material to expose his forearm. His eyes didn't leave mine as he brought it to the sharp teeth he'd exposed to cut himself. My hand lashed out before he could, heart leaping up my throat with what was about to happen. "Can I?" I asked, painfully choked out of nerves. My hand reached into a pool of glittering black, retracting with my stormstone dagger from the void. The material of it I now knew was fatal to vampires if aimed at the heart. I held Night's forearm in my hand, angling the sharp tip of the waved blade over his skin, even though it twisted my stomach to harm him.
"You had no trouble plunging it through my chest,"
Night mused. I flicked up a scowl, which quirked the corner of his mouth. My blade cut deep enough to bead crimson along the purple steel. It was like my senses became acute to him, and while I might have otherwise been horrified at the notion of drinking blood, his filled my nostrils with a sweet copper tang my mouth parted to. "How fast will you heal?" I asked, to distract myself a few seconds longer when I'd finished scoring his flesh.
"A couple of days. Stormstone is a particularly irritating material to be cut or stabbed with, even for me."
Night's hand cupped my nape as his arm raised to me.
My pulse drummed hard in my ears. My breath became labored. This was insane, and I was fully convinced I was out of my damned mind to go through with this. Just before my lips could meet his open skin, my sight flicked to Rose. Her expression, trying not to twist with disgust over what she was witnessing, pinned me firm, and I coiled inside. Zath appeared pained by her side, like he wished this circumstance was different, but there was nothing he could do. Tasting Night's blood again was as powerful as I'd expected. This time and the last, my existence felt broken into finite threads that searched for something equal and promising to bind together with. Every fiber of my being was searching for him, and I became addicted, feverishly addicted to the essence of Night, believing I would never find completeness unless he found me back. I might have moaned with the pleasure rocking through me, completely unaware now of where I was, who was watching. I didn't care. My back pressed to something so warm and safe.
"If you don't stop, I'm seconds from bending you over that damned throne."
Night strained in my mind. I registered his arm around my waist, while I had the other clutched in my grasp, drinking from him. He held me against him while I drifted on a cloud of euphoria. My eyes snapped open to that awareness, and I let him go. I stared at the impression of my teeth on his skin, while I scrambled to piece together where I was, who I fucking was. My heart raced to a dizzying speed. I hadn't anticipated how much his blood would affect me, and I still had a task to do. I wiped the blood at the corners of my mouth and stared at the crimson on my thumb. Night swept my hair out of the way to expose my neck, his lips pressed softly, but I was numb to it. He turned me in his hold as I finished whispering words I hoped I recalled right.
"Are you ready?"
he asked, inching sharp teeth and hungry eyes toward the veins throbbing against my flesh. "Yes," I choked out. Night didn't hesitate. My brow pinched tightly, and my eyes fluttered the moment he sank his teeth into me. The heat from before gathered quicker between my legs, and I was shamelessly teetering on the edge of a blissful finish from the rush of lust infusing my adrenaline. I had to keep chanting to myself to stay present. He seemed to lose himself too, groaning quietly against my skin, and stars, I wished we were alone. That this was different circumstances. That we were different people. When he pulled out of my flesh, his breath shuddered out of him. I reached fingers to the wound, swiping my own blood onto my fingers. Then I touched the thing I held and finished my final verse.
Night locked still against me.
"What is that?"
he asked, but he already knew. He could feel what I'd done before he had a chance to tie the mating bond. His head only pulled back enough to rest against my forehead. He stared down at my hands, at the feather, his midnight feather, I held. "The Peñaranda bargain," I said through my tight throat. "Complete command of another.
Far stronger than your basic blood bargain to have will over me.
Our blood combined on an item belonging to you."
"Oh, Starlight, what have you done?"
He let me go, stepping back, and those golden irises became unreadable to me. "Kneel," I said. Night's eyes flexed, fighting it for as long as he could. Then when he lowered with clear resistance to my command, murmurs broke out among the crowd.
"What is happening?"
A soul vampire demanded. He only got a few steps before I said to Night, "Stop him." Night didn't even have to look away from the intense stare we'd locked on each other. The low growl of outrage from the vampire told me Night had seized his mind against movement. I dared to look over, and my sight snagged on one vampire I didn't expect to be leaning against a pillar near the back, watching with amusement on his face. I'd thought Taryn would be the most outraged, at the front to bear witness to all of this, and it was almost a disappointment to see him smiling. "Now make them all kneel."
"Are you sure you know what you're doing?"
Night taunted to my mind. I didn't. This plan I'd conjured only knew the present, with no steps paved ahead. Only defiance and determination that I wouldn't be another pet. Never again would I allow my choice to be made for me. I'm going to walk out of here, and you're going to make sure no vampire can come after me. Then, I forbid you from coming after me, Night. Until I break this bond, you will not follow me." "How could you allow this to happen?" Another vampire barked.
"She's the Star Maiden,"
Night said calmly.
"We shouldn't have underestimated what that meant."
I couldn't decide if I was glad about his cool demeanor, that he didn't pin me with loathing and betrayal, or maybe that would have been easier to bear. It could have prevented the swell in my chest that wouldn't let me do this without regret. I was the Star Maiden, and it was time for me to stop underestimating that too. When I turned to the onlookers of furious vampires on their knees before me, I delighted in the power I had over them. With Night at my command, they would be helpless to stop me. My hand reached into the void again, and the power that hummed through me with the weapon in my grasp quelled my anxiety. The key came to life as its true staff form, the faint purple glow winking out when the stars did. "Rose and Zath are coming with me," I said, glancing Rose's way, and only then did the two of them snap out of the stun that blanked their expression. Rose nodded once, the fierceness in her returning. My head dropped to Night again, and so much conflict waged inside me to see him on one knee in submission to the betrayal I'd inflicted on him. "Order them to free Calyx," I said coldly. Night's jaw locked in defiance.
"No."
"Order it." The bond within us strained hard with the demand, hurting him, but not me. I was prepared to keep amplifying it if he kept denying it. With fury-lined reluctance, he asked a nearby couple of guards to release Calyx. My insides calmed when he did. Despite everything, I took no joy in hurting Night.
If you're going to shine, may as well blind them with it,
he said to my mind. My shoulders squared, turning from him to face the crowd.
Vampire rage choked me when I looked over at them, but I didn't let it show.
My name is Estrella, I said, letting the power of the key soothe my senses like we were one. I am the daughter of Dusk and Dawn, the Star Maiden, and I'm back. There was once a time this land knew peace, and I plan to bring it back. You'll either become a part of the new golden age, or you'll become dust, forgotten in the old. I didn't get 2 steps off the dais before Night's low voice, shadow-touched and daring, echoed through my mind and caressed my spine.
Run, Starlight. Run far and fast, but when I catch you, you'd best be ready for it. Chapter 22. Night. Estrella was the most exquisite thing to have ever lived. I was soaring with her blood in my system, which was the only thing keeping me from wrecking everything in my path because she was currently venturing away from me. I couldn't deny that what she had done was utterly brilliant, a fantastic announcement to the world that she was back. How could you have not seen that coming? Taryn drawled at my back. I stopped with my hand on the door to my father's old study. Amazing, wasn't she? Heading inside, I had to make a tremendous effort not to do something deadly and impulsive to the soul vampire that followed me in. As an elder vampire, one of the oldest alive, he had a reputation and influence I had to navigate carefully. When I was free and known across the land by my notorious name, Taryn wasn't a force I considered a threat. I knew of him, but he was quiet back then. It seemed that in my absence he had found an opportunity to gain power, and from my findings, he had a lot of it in follower numbers where the vampires were considered. I gravitated toward the window as if her distance from me was straining a tether. My mouth curved when I saw her, just clenching with such pride I wanted the pain to linger. I savored the last flickers of her silver hair before she disappeared out of sight over the curve of the frosty courtyard with Rose, Zath, and to my absolute displeasure, Calyx. Taryn said, "It was quite a spectacle indeed, though I'm surprised you allowed it. She's the Star Maiden. We never should have doubted that, even if she's still finding herself from before." What he couldn't know was that I'd been hoping for her to escape, waiting for it. Though I never predicted the bargain she would trick me into, I adored that about her, the unpredictability of what Estrella could be planning. "What is your plan now that we've lost our greatest ally?" This was my part to play, assuring Taryn I still had things under control no matter what Estrella did. I haven't left Estrella since the early days after she came back. I'm not going to start now. He knew what I meant. "You'll continue to follow her." She didn't say anything about infiltrating her mind, I mused, fixing my stare out the window and replaying the breathtaking sight of her. I know all of her movements and plans. We'll have her soon enough. When she feels you're there, she might block you. Don't underestimate me, Taryn. And it's in your best interest to tame the restless vampires away from this. Estrella is smart enough to have pulled off this bargain. She'll know she hasn't gained an escape from me, only a head start. I'd lost her once. This world would end before I lost her again. "My lord, you might want to." Elliot halted in the door he'd entered without so much as a knock. Usually I wouldn't mind, but locking eyes with Taryn made him regretful of that. It was no secret the vampires hated the Turned, seeing them as an abomination of their species, and I guess that's why I could sympathize with the Golden Guard. "What is it?" I asked sharply. "Dryston is here," he replied, but my spine straightened at his tone. Elliot added, "Nadia is trying to kill him." When I found my brother and the rogue, I was quite irritable Elliot had made it seem more urgent than the childish display I stood witness to. They were fighting. Perhaps it seemed vicious enough to the others who stood with me, but I found it mildly entertaining. She chased him while he darted around the drawing room. They'd wrecked the map and crushed the figurines I was quite fond of on the table. There were claw marks on the wood too, and at least 3 chairs were in splinters. Nadia picked up another, throwing it, and Dryston was too cornered to avoid the impact of that one. It slammed him to the wall and broke into pieces. "Stop this," I warned. My command trembled through the room, and she wisely stopped herself before taking another step. "You're quite strong," Dryston groaned, rolling back his shoulders. "What do you think you're doing?" I asked, targeting Nadia. She straightened, gathering her breath not from exertion but anger. Nadia had so much of it bottled inside her I could practically feel it emanating from her. It made me curious, because I didn't think Dryston was entirely the cause, merely one volatile trigger that unleashed some of it.
"Welcoming our guest,"
she said, keeping her heated stare on my brother like she anticipated another round. "Next time, allow me," I warned. Then I said to the others, "Leave us." Elliot read my silent command, edging tentatively toward Nadia like she was an explosive that would detonate on him too any minute. She tore her glare from Dryston, and I felt a stroke of heat from it falling on me for a second before she marched from the room. "I don't know what I did to piss her off so much," Dryston said when we were alone. He straightened his jacket and ran a hand through his hair, staring after the ghost of her like she lingered on his thoughts. "She doesn't like the power you have over her." "I've never used it." "But you could." His hazel eyes slipped to me then, and my chest felt the mutual understanding. Dryston knew the centuries I'd lived through as the monster lingering in people's nightmares, without ever needing to terrorize them. "So the attack doesn't matter, only that you hold the weapon," he said. I didn't wish this life on Dryston, but he'd brought this upon himself. "Your mistake was ever picking it up in the first place," I answered, pacing around the table and stepping over the pieces of Nadia's rage. "She's not going to stop wanting you dead," I said, "unless you know of another way to break the blood bond." "There is no other way." I quite liked Nadia's spirit. Admittedly, I also wanted to figure her out just like I did each of the Golden Guard after their game. What made them compete in their selected trials to be in the Libertatum? Who they'd lost or hoped to return to. But with her passionate drive to end Dryston, I might have to put her down instead. "Why did you come?" I asked. "Have you shown her the day in the library yet?" he asked. My brow curved curiously. "Why are you eager for her to have that memory?" "She should know." "I thought you didn't have concern for her anymore. So what is your gain?" Dryston shrugged, then circled back to my question. "I came to tell you. Rumor his father has been bragging about a way to kill you, and he plans to use Estrella to do it." Heat torched through me so fast I risked causing far more destruction to this room than Nadia. "You know where he is?" I snarled. "I said I heard rumors." "Where?" "Here and there." I was so fucking far away from being able to tolerate a verbal dance with him. He has no army, no power. He has an answer to a once impossible feat. My true death. I didn't know what it would take, but the fact that Estrella was mentioned made me want to hunt him down like a savage beast, if that's what it took to find him and rip the black heart from his chest. "You have no leads on where he's hiding?" I asked. "I've had some of the transitioned out on the lookout as spies. It's curious how untraceable he's become." "Magic?" I had that thought, yes. He could be cloaked, stealing the identity of someone else through one of many means of magic. "You never did find the final item of the Wanderer's Trove, did you?" Dryston asked. "No. There was a monocular out there that could unveil anything hidden by magic, but we'd never been able to find it." "A shame," he said. "So you came here to warn me?" "You said we were working together on finding Father? I'm waiting for you to start pulling your weight." I'd been too distracted with Estrella. I still was. She was the only thing I wanted to care or think about, but that was a luxury I couldn't afford right now. While she was gaining her freedom and challenging herself, this could be the distraction I needed to use my sharp edges in her absence. I still have the compass, I confessed. You said you broke it in your foolish rage, Dryson grumbled. It had been the first thing to make Estrella and me realize our doomed fate. The thing we thought was broken and useless had been warning us the whole time, and I had thrown it against a stone wall and watched it shatter. Then witnessed the mockery when it laughed at me as the pieces vibrated against the ground and reformed back into the enchanted item. It might take us to him if we find the right mage to enchant it, I said. You could have told me this before. I would have been on it while you've been gallivanting with the maiden. She's been learning her powers. Too fucking slowly, Dryson snapped. Watch yourself. You've been too precious with her when you know she's not so easily breakable. The more you treat her like glass, the longer she'll believe she is. Not anymore, I assured him. I'd pushed her in the woods and feared I'd gone too far, but she was magnificent. Watching her defiance and power unleashed filled me with awe to see again after so long. Just meet me tomorrow with the damned compass.
Chapter 23. Estrella. We traveled for 2 days without much conversation. At least, Rose, Zath, and Calix might have exchanged words, but I was too lost with thoughts storming my mind to contribute. I didn't know how many hours had passed since we set off today, after a short camp in a freezing, damp cave. Twigs snapped under my boots, and I stumbled occasionally over rocks, but my tunneling focus barely registered any of it. My pace had been a punishing walk since then, driven by terror that the hall of vampires I'd mocked would be chasing. Or worse, that Night had humored me, watching in sadistic entertainment as I thought I'd bested him when really the blood bond hadn't worked. The thought of him chasing us exhausted me with spikes of fear and excitement. I've left you to march in your silence long enough. Please tell me we have a purposeful direction. Rose's tone was careful, and I wondered what I'd said since leaving, or what my expression displayed that had brought on the unusually tentative approach from her.
We're heading toward Ulysses,
Zath informed her. From the chime following us, I spared a look back to Calix, who trailed behind, eyes fixed on the ground, with his wrists still bound in front. I didn't want to feel the sympathy worming its way through my resentment toward him, but there it was. I tore my sight from him and tried to forget his presence for now. Estrella! The firmness of my name, accompanied by the shake of my shoulders, snapped me back to the woodland surrounding us. I met Rose's concerned hazel eyes. Sorry, I breathed, scrambling to pull myself together. Night couldn't be known to let me go willingly, or the vampires wouldn't trust him anymore.
You didn't tell him of your plan?
Zath asked. No, I had to do this for me. It was amazing what you did. I'll admit, I had my doubts for a while, but damn did you shock us all. Brilliant, really, Rose said. A nervous laugh escaped me. I couldn't believe I'd done it, and glee burst over me. Starting to come around to myself, I reached down to the sodden hem of my gown. I tore the material right up to my corset bust, creating a second tear up the other side before the front part came away completely. It exposed my leather pants, and I slipped my stormstone dagger into the sheath at my thigh. Rose was already more dressed for travel than I. She glanced over at me with approval. If we're not opposed to a little theft, I'm certain I could get you better wares, she said. I shrugged. I'm fine. I knew I would have the few weeks' travel back to Ulysses. My boots kept my feet warm from the snow, and my cloak was thick enough at least. Rose nodded, then we carried on our trek.
We need to get out of the woods before nightfall,
Zath said. By the time the sun vanished and the stars awoke, we'd found a quiet inn, making sure there was no sign of vampires before paying for lodgings. Rose watched me rummaging in my pockets. To her concern, I said, "Of all the things Night would want revenge for, I doubt it will be a few stolen trinkets." I handed over a sparkling red necklace, and the innkeeper beamed, though I couldn't be sure of its worth.
"Hell no,"
Zath said, snatching back the necklace. The innkeeper yelped, reaching after it. I frowned at Zath, puzzled. Rose gawked at his hand as she explained, "That is made with rubies, which could buy a place twice the size of this establishment." Then she began sifting through the other items I'd brought. "How do you know that?" I asked, my cheeks warmed by how little I knew. Rose flashed a wary look to Zath that I found odd. "It's not that uncommon to know the value of certain well-known jewels." She fished out a small bracelet with white and purple crystals. Rose handed it over, and I smothered my protest. I liked that one. The innkeeper scowled at the exchange, but was only met with Rose's sharp stare. They slapped 2 keys on the table and grumbled. "Only 2 rooms, one with 2 beds, one with a double." We exchanged looks to decide who would be sharing. My sight lingered on Calix, and I thought about how leaving him with either of them would only beat him down more. Both of them hated him for what he'd done. "I should share with Calix," I said, hoping Rose and Zath wouldn't mind sharing. They passed a look, but it was quick, and if I didn't know any better, I would have questioned their unease. "We should eat," Rose said, breaking the tension. My stomach gave an audible agreement as we headed into the main room.
"Can I, have these off?"
Calix asked, lifting his arms and slipping his sleeves past his shackles. I winced at the red abrasions.
"Shit,"
Zath muttered.
"Did anyone get the key?"
I blanched at the oversight. Calix's eyes closed for a long second of hopeless irritation.
"Tough luck,"
Zath said, clapping a hand to Calix's shoulder with a smug smile. Calix met the amusement on Zath's face with daggers. "Allow me." A new voice crept up, one I found naggingly familiar before we all turned. Nadia's flaming red hair was a surprise to see. Then my pulse skipped a beat, thinking my bargain hadn't worked when I'd ordered Night not to let any of his vampires follow me. "How did you follow us?" I asked with trepidation. There couldn't be any other reason for her being here other than by Night's order. She had become part of his. Truthfully, I didn't know what Night regarded his close circle as when he would reject the term friend. Nadia shrugged. "It was easy. You're not the most skilled at covering your tracks." She approached Calix, and he retreated an inch as she reached for his hands, snapping the chain between the manacles easily. We watched in surprise as she broke the lock on one wrist, then the other, the metal clanging to the wooden floor. Calix rubbed his wrists gingerly.
"Thanks,"
he muttered. "Did Night send you?" I asked. "He won't even notice I'm gone. Or he'll be glad I am." "Why were you with him at all?" Rose asked. "I'm starved, aren't you? What were you saying about food?" She shimmied past us and into the main room. The rest of us traded uncertain looks, not sure what to do about the transitioned vampire that had followed us.
"We can't trust her,"
Zath said. Rose agreed with him. "We don't know what she wants yet," I said. "Let's just eat." We sat at a wooden bench soaked with ale and wine. My nose crinkled at the sour scent of alcohol and bodies that warmed the air. I was eager to retire for the night. Our stew arrived and we ate. Rose, Zath, and Calix must have been thinking the same as me as we apprehensively watched Nadia eating just like us, lost in her bread and stew.
I thought you drank blood.
Zath was the one to voice what all of us were wondering. I do, Nadia said with a frown. Are you offering dessert? Zath stiffened against a shudder to that. But you can survive on human food still? Rose inquired. It's like a bland meal now, I guess, she said, chewing on a bite of bread. It fills a hole, but I couldn't survive without blood.
Human blood?
Zath said. Actually, the transitioned can survive on any blood.
Even another vampire?
He asked. Nadia nodded. Except another transitioned. Their blood is just foul.
How long has it been since you...
Calix trailed off, shifting nervously in his seat. Nadia propped her chin in her clasped hands, giving him a sweet smile. Drank? She supplied. I would never pass up an offering. You might enjoy it, you know. It can be pleasurable, though I will admit there's something sweetly addictive about fear. Now it was my turn to shudder. Nadia was a dangerous creature when she had an effortless beauty and allurement to her. You want to kill Drystan, I said. Her attention drew to me. What does following me have to do with that goal? I might have chosen the wrong alliance at first. I thought being one of them, telling them what I know, would get the Golden Guard to help me convince Knight's Death to put down his brother. But they are foolishly loyal to him, and the notorious villain of the land is nothing but a weak and selfish coward. That flared a defense in me, tightening my grip around my spoon. Nadia seemed to notice my reaction with bored disappointment. I really hope you have a mind of your own to see what needs to be done, she said. And what's that? Rose asked. We can't allow Drystan to have an entire vampire army at his disposal, she snapped. You have no idea what we're capable of. Nadia stood, grabbing the next man in her path. She pushed him down onto the bench and straddled his lap. We all tensed at the sudden boldness as she grabbed his face. He was young and handsome, staring at her with stunned adoration as she smiled. I grew uncomfortable witnessing the affection around our meal as she leaned in close to whisper in his ear.
Then, before I could take another blink, her sharp fangs sank into his neck.
What the fuck are you doing?
Zath hissed, pushing up from across the table. I was shocked still, not knowing if I should stop her. Would she kill him? The man tensed at the first sting of her bite, and my neck tingled, my body flushed, recalling how it felt to be drank from. By night, it was sinfully pleasurable. He relaxed and I imagined the pleasure taking over. He gripped her hips, needy for her. It only lasted a minute before Nadia released his neck and her tongue lapped over the wound. She kept his face in her hands as she spoke. You don't remember that bite, she said seductively.
I don't remember,
he repeated, completely under her spell, and I blanched witnessing the compulsion. The flush of his neck faded quickly, along with the 2 neat puncture wounds. The speed of healing for a human was impossible. You kissed a pretty girl, and that's all.
Yes,
he said, cupping her cheek. He'd become enamored with her in minutes. Good boy, she purred, slipping off his lap, Nadia picked up a knife from the table, pressing it into his palm. "Now, go stab this through the hand of the man with the white scarf over there." "Stop," I said, as her victim stood without a second thought. She didn't listen, and we watched in horror as he walked over to the person she'd indicated, knife clutched tightly with purpose.
"You've proven your point,"
Zath hissed. "I don't think I have," Nadia sang. I couldn't watch this. Pushing up from the bench, I wouldn't make it in time to stop him, but Zath could. He lunged, grabbing the young man who struggled against him, and commotion ensued. "He won't give up until he achieves the task," Nadia said, reaching for her wine. I knocked it from her hand in a flash of anger. "Then fix it." She met my defiance, and I thought for a second she would fight me. But she huffed in irritation before swaggering over to the fight that had erupted, with Zath pinning the young man down and the near victim shouting curses of accusation. Nadia crouched, gripping the young man's jaw. Once she attracted his stare, she spoke. He stopped fighting. My next breath released all the tension in me. Witnessing the power of compulsion Nadia had was chilling. "Now, can you imagine the power he holds?" Nadia said as she returned, her tone switching so dark and cold, I shivered at the whiplash. "If Drystan was here, he could command me to do whatever he wanted, and I have the ability to compel the mind of anyone to keep them silent." "There has to be another way to break the bond to him," I said. My mind was reeling. We couldn't kill Drystan. I needed him on our side and hadn't given up hope of that. "Has he forced you against your will before?" "No," she said, folding back into the bench as if nothing happened. "But I can't live with that possibility. I won't be anyone's puppet after I had my whole life ripped away from me." I sympathized with her on that, sitting back down with her as Zath returned, disgruntled and pinning Nadia with a hateful stare. "How do you know it is his blood that has been used for the transitions?" I asked. "Because I saw it." "Did he harm you?" "No, he was actually kind. Not in the sense that he checked in all the time and made sure we were comfortable, but he made sure our treatment wasn't as cruel as we expected, given the way we were torn from our homes by Soulless." "Do you have family?" Rose asked. "Not anymore." None of us pressed her to expand upon that somber statement. "He doesn't deserve to die for being the blood that changed you when it could have been someone far worse," I said. "If you won't help me, then I'll tell more transitioned vampires. Someone will get the job done." "Then why haven't you?" Rose challenged. "Like I said, he wasn't as cruel as he could have been, and I didn't want him to die by some rogue. I came tonight thinking he was planning for it anyway, but he's lying to himself."
"So you're not completely twisted and heartless,"
Zath grumbled. "Not completely," she repeated with a deceptive smile. I was rattled by the lingering ultimatum that if Knight didn't kill his brother, she would. "Don't do anything yet. Just let me figure something out," I said. Stars, if she killed Drystan, Knight might try to guard himself against exposing how he still cared for his brother, but I could see that he did. I didn't want to imagine what it would do to him if Drystan was killed. After dinner, we headed up to our rooms, but Nadia said she would find elsewhere to rest. Down the narrow halls of the inn, I was taken aback by my surroundings. Tight brown walls, the clamor of the night downstairs, and the lingering scent of alcohol. I didn't realize my vision had turned blurry, boring into the sad chipped wall, until Rose called my name.
"What's wrong?"
Zath asked. Seeing my expression, both of them scanned me head to toe, as if I could have sustained an injury in the few seconds they'd glanced away from me. The last time I was... My throat tightened. We were with Cassia when she died. The place was similar. Would all such well-worn and bustling establishments slam me with the flashback of that night? Or was it possible some were different in their atmosphere? Shit. Sorry if you'd told me the value you were carrying. We could have chosen somewhere better, Rose said. Calix gave a hollow laugh.
She would have hated that.
My chest constricted. He was right. Cassia didn't like fancy things and places. Not when she spent her days suffocated by them, as she'd told me many times. I smiled at the memory. This is exactly the place she would have chosen for a night of cheap alcohol and common people games. It was just the type of run-down establishment we would so often sneak into back in Alyssa's town. I shook my head. This is perfect. We said goodnight to Zath and Rose before parting to find our room. Twin beds were made with a few feet of space between them. The roof slanted, and as the midnight sky grew darker, the snowfall came heavier against the single window that could be seen from the bed. A desk occupied one side of the room next to a small dresser. Calix started a fire while I took off my boots and cloak, laying them in front of it to dry off. Then I sat by the flames, finding peace watching the tango of flame. He joined me, but neither of us spoke for a peaceful while, lost in our own thoughts. Mine drifted to night, wondering what he would be doing and if he was angry with me. Then my mind sped with what to do about Drystan and the target he had on him from the rogue vampire. The whole army he'd created that could want him dead too if they knew the power he held over them.
"We're going back to the keep, aren't we?"
Calix asked distantly. "I should see Rian. Pay my respects," I said. The mood between us was suffused with sorrow and heartache. We'd been here before. After the influence of wrath left me in the maze, and we'd stood staring at each other with so much pain, we didn't know how to release or comfort each other.
"He wanted me to come after you too,"
Calix admitted quietly.
"When I returned with Cassia, we kept it quiet when it was already announced she'd made it to the Central. I knew it was you, and I couldn't believe you'd gone there in her place. At first I resented you for impersonating her, but then I realized you had to be one of the bravest people I knew to even try it. When you weren't trained for it, you stepped in to give our kingdom a fighting chance, and I understood. I felt the pride I knew Cassia would have."
My lip quivered, but I swallowed my grief. Calix said,
Rian was distraught. I'd never seen him like that before, but he told me we had to get you back. He was so very passionate that you had to succeed and return to him.
The ache behind my ribs grew, and my breaths were shallow with the pain. I couldn't fathom a father's loss of a child, nor Calix's of his love. I'd lost my best friend, and ever since, my world still often felt empty. As I leaned my chin on my knees, tucked tight to my chest, I began reflecting on a past that felt like a lifetime ago. Who I was before I entered that game was a woman I mourned for now, someone I didn't ever want to be again, but who I was grateful to, thankful for her resilience in enduring what she did for me and finding the strength I have now. Goldfell said he had an agreement with Rian. "Do you remember?" I asked. I didn't know why my mind found that piece of information among the chaos of that day. Calix's brow pulled together as he tried to recall.
He was a high member of society and very rich, probably did some kind of trading with the reigning lord.
Calix concluded. It seemed very plausible, only I was curious to know what it was Goldfell could have supplied to Rian. You don't have to come, I offered. You wanted to start a new life in another kingdom. I can ask Night to get you through the borders elsewhere.
I want to come,
he said.
One last time.
I didn't respond. Fatigue started to weigh on me, and I slipped into bed, watching the snow gather on the slanted window. Calix sat on the edge of his bed with his back to me.
How can you be sure?
He paused, as though warring with asking me.
How true was it that Cassia loved me? How can you be sure that it wasn't just an infatuation? Being the only man close to her, with her believing she didn't have long left. I could have just been the only option.
All this time, Calix had been harboring the insecurity that Cassia's love wasn't as true as his, and it took me by surprise how much that disturbed me. I rolled onto my side to watch his slouched back, as I thought. You weren't her only option. She was the reigning lord's daughter with no shortage of attention. She was beautiful and charismatic, and her company was infectious. She could have chosen anyone in this kingdom, slept with as many as she wanted since she knew her days were numbered. But she waited for you. I watched the words hit him hard. The small comfort that he wasn't alone in his devotion wasn't the balm he'd hoped it would be. It was another wound, something I couldn't heal, and didn't think anything ever could. I laid back again to watch the snow, and my thoughts drifted to Night. After all I'd done, with the lingering prospect of Oster even though he didn't know of our meets, it struck me all at once to imagine his turmoil, his uncertainty about my feelings. Yet at the same time, I couldn't find the words to describe what I felt for him anyway. I counted snowflakes like they measured something greater. I wasn't conflicted in my feelings, only terrified about how to guard them and keep them locked tightly away. Against Oster's warning, I had to go to the Guardian's temple. I had to know if they could help when they could be far closer to parents than the gods. They were people who walked this land too, and had raised me like I was merely a child of the world, like all others. My heart yearned for someone to talk to that wasn't part of my battle here, the war in my heart, or around me.
Chapter 24. Night. I'd given her enough time without me. 71 hours was even too many. I sat, tipping my head back, and while I could reach her at any moment, slipping my eyes closed and giving over to the task completely would make it all the more tangible, and I was starved for her touch. It didn't take long to find the brightest star. Before she discovered me there, I scanned her surroundings to know where she was. They were heading for Alyssa's. Smart girl. Finding Calix trailing them particularly stirred my loathing. As far as I was concerned, his days were still numbered, stretched longer only on Estrella's mercy. And I fucking loved her heart. Even when it defied me, it was a beam of light against my darkness. The flash of red hair I saw was unexpected, and filled me with dread and anger, however. What was Nadia doing with her? And how had Elliot and the others let her elude them? They stopped by a stream, and I took that moment to watch Estrella bend beautifully, cupping hands in the water and bringing it to her lips. Come home, starlight. How present I could become for both of us depended on her mind being open to me. For now, she didn't want to see me, but there was a part of her that at least wanted to hear me, to my great pleasure.
I'm going home,
she answered. She didn't truly believe that. Alyssa's was all she knew, but it was not her home. I pushed her boundaries a little harder, and she yielded enough to feel my touch along her collar, shivering to it. I miss you, I murmured.
It's only been 3 days.
That was far too many with the years I'd been without, but I didn't expose myself as a pining fool completely. You were absolutely radiant declaring yourself, I said, making it a believable whisper across her ear. Estrella's body was singing even to the phantom presence of me, and it took every bit of my willpower not to damn everything and follow her already. I would behave, give her this venture to find herself before I helped. We would always be stronger together. She would see that soon. Her head turned, and just like that she gave me what I wanted. The clear opening to her mind that was as close to kneeling right there by the water with her as I would come. It was only then that I started to feel her surroundings through her mind. The bitter air nipping at her cheeks, how her hands were cold from the water, much colder than the rest of her. The rush of the stream and the song of faraway birds. Her companions were chatting or minding their own business, while it seemed they'd stopped for a short rest. It gave us this moment alone with them entirely unsuspecting of my intrusion.
Seeing you kneel for me was very satisfying,
she said aloud, but quietly now that she could see me. I couldn't fight the curve of my mouth. Which time? Her pink lips parted. Both of us felt the rush of desire to remember her spread out for me on that dining table. She was a temptation just by breathing.
You're insufferable,
she grumbled. My fingers grazed her chin. Come back to me. I'll kneel for you any time you ask. I knew she wouldn't come back. Not yet. I asked only to feel the yearning pull inside her. It soothed the wicked beast that paced within me, tormenting me with the knowledge that she truly wanted me gone, that she could leave me. But her expression couldn't lie to me no matter how hard she tried to resist the twitch of her brow, the flicker of her eyes, and most preciously, the gentle uptick in her heartbeat.
I need your help,
she said, reluctantly, but it was music to my ears. Those 4 words, I decided, were close to my favorite in the fucking world from her. But, while I was close to falling at her damn feet, having Estrella bend for me was thrilling. What are you willing to owe me for it?
More bargains?
Always.
What do you want?
The sadistic side of me was rejoicing in the game. I thought we'd talked about this, I said, leaning in closer until our mouths were just shy of meeting. Monsters can want frightening things and gain them in pretty ways. You wouldn't know what you'd sold until it was in my hands. Her breathing came delightfully shorter.
Like my soul.
Already mine. I kissed her only for a second before she added resistance to my reach that numbed her surroundings to me again. I clung on enough to meet her adorable scowl with a wicked smirk. What do you need? I asked.
Past the borders of Ulysses.
Done. Anything else?
What happened to wanting something in return?
You've already opened your willingness for it to be anything. I won't forget to collect. Her lips parted again to voice a protest. It silenced with the brush of my thumb along her lower lip. What does the rogue want?
Nadia. Same thing she tried to gain from you.
She really is hell-bent on ending Dryston.
It seems so. What do we do about her?
I'm trying to seek out my father with Dryston now. Then I'll deal with her. Unless she's a threat or an annoyance to you, I'll send Elliot and the others to dispose of her.
She doesn't deserve to die.
I don't think she'll let go of her vendetta, and it's a risk I won't take. I should have ended her the moment I learned of it.
But you didn't, because you know why she feels so strongly about it. As do I.
I kissed her head. Her soul was so precious it hurt. If she harms any of you, besides Calix, I won't have the patience of mercy before I come for her. Before she could protest, I claimed her parted mouth. Be safe, Starlight. You know how to call for me. As soon as I slipped away from her and opened my eyes to the dull brown office, my mood became sour. I couldn't stay idle for one fucking moment without her near, where I was sure to be villainous for no reason in these vampire-infested halls. That wouldn't be ideal. I didn't mind the reputation I'd gained. It was the truth, even if their terrors about me were often amplified by the unknown. The unpredictability of what I could do when few would care to know the motive behind heinous actions. There was always a purpose. So, Dresden would be my distraction.
Chapter 25. Astraea. I never thought I would see the gates of Alyssa's keep again. My feet planted, unable to go any farther with my heart speeding so fast I thought it might collapse me. A warm hand slid into mine, giving a squeeze. Zath's gentle smile was a calming sight, while Rose on his other side was taking in every aspect of the keep.
It's a lot brighter compared to Pixtia Keep,
she assessed to herself.
Not as vibrant as Visaris Keep,
Nadia said, observing with folded arms. So many plants and flowers in Visaris, the colors were sickly. I'm kind of glad to be away. I'd never been, and knew little of what could make each kingdom look and feel different. It was fascinating to hear about. When we got to the gates, the guards chatted to Calix while my heart thundered. Rian emerged from the keep and my knees weakened. He headed for us immediately, and the guards let us pass.
Astraea.
The heartbreak in Rian's voice cracked when it had always sounded so mighty, unshakable. Death broke even the strongest wills. What pulled us into an embrace was not the warmth of a reunion, but the chill of grief. I hadn't appreciated how much she looked like him until now. His eyes were a lighter shade of blue, but the shape of them was Cassia's. Then he broke a smile, and it slammed in my chest to remind me of Cassia too. He wore a top hat on his jet black hair. I'd never seen him wear such a thing, but perhaps it was for the cold or a token of his mourning. I'm so sorry. The words barely came out of me, choked and muffled against his chest.
Oh, child,
he said, resting a large hand on the back of my head. I melted at the fatherly comfort of him, blessed in such a dire moment that I was so glad I'd braved to come, when there were fleeting moments that tried to tell me I wasn't welcome here anymore without Cassia.
Come, let's get you out of the cold.
Inside the keep, the familiar walls were both a burden and a gift. I tried pushing away the sorrow to find happiness, hearing Cassia scolding in my mind that would tell me to stop wasting my energy on things that could not be changed. This is Rosalind, I said when I knew the halls were clear. And Zathrian. Rian didn't seem that surprised. He didn't stop walking, nor did he give her a glance.
My congratulations on your win,
he said. Cassia was a good friend of mine.
I'm so sorry for your loss,
Rose said. His posture remained stiff as he walked, hands clasped, and I let Rose walk with him to exchange condolences and tell him of their correspondence all these years.
You should have let him kill me,
Calix said, barely a whisper. He stopped walking with me, and I searched his eyes, becoming colder than the winter wind breezing through the archway hall the longer I couldn't find anything in the brown depths that countered his words. Not a single flicker that was glad to be here. Cassia knew her life was ending. She never would have wanted yours to as well.
I thought I could handle being back here, but I don't think I can.
I held her soul, I admitted. The whole time I was in the Central, until the very end, she helped guide me through, and I never realized. Now she's joined the stars. She's seeing the world like she always wanted. And she sees you, Calyx.
Then she'd be telling you to kill me too.
Something in me snapped. Before I could process the heat of my actions, the vibrations of slamming Calyx to the wall shot at my arm, and my magic awakened. It reached into him from my connection to his chest, finding something warm and bright and dragging it out. Calyx gasped, then stunned still. We both did, as a flare of white and gray light hovered in the space between his chest and my palm. A few more inches, and you'd be dead, I warned. Say right now that's what you want, and I'll send your soul to join her. But let me tell you, it won't be as poetic as it sounds. The stars are dying, and you might be one of those unfortunate souls that never gets to find life again. Cassia would have given anything for the many years you still have in this damned realm to make a difference. You let her down by regarding your life without care. We stared off for a few moments. He said nothing, but he was thinking deeply. That's a fascinating and frightening trick, Nadia said in awe, bringing her head much closer to examine the glow of Calyx's soul. What happens if I touch it? My hand thrust against Calyx's chest before she could be brazen enough to find out. I wasn't sure if it could harm him. I pushed off him, winking out the brightness of his soul outside his body, and found Rian studying me apprehensively. I'd come here expecting to explain what I was to him, though I suppose the demonstration would make that a little easier now. I brushed myself off as the tingling sensation of the magic within me subsided fully. I'm quite hungry, I said, heading toward them. And we can't stay long. Rian nodded, but his mind was still on the spectacle he'd witnessed, quiet and trying to process as he led the way to the dining hall.
When I heard the Star Maiden was real, and that she had returned...
Rian stared off, seeming to continue his conclusions in his head. I didn't know who I was, I admitted with shame crawling my spine. It began to retract when Rian's furrowed brow smoothed out and he cast me a warm smile. His hand guided the small of my back, and the tension within me broke its stiff walls, feeling that touch as his acceptance. It was a liberation I didn't realize I'd been on edge for. In the banquet hall, I sat next to Rian on his left, and when my eyes cast opposite for a second, I met deep blue irises. Cassia was laughing about something her father teased her about, the sound of it like her ghost skipping through the room. The vision of her broke when the chair groaned across the stone. I can't sit there, Rose protested to the servant who'd offered it.
Please.
Rian offered kindly, but the curve of his mouth was forced and broken. Rose wanted to object again, but caved to the weight of his expectant stare. Then she met my eyes, and I wished I could do something for the sorrow that was tangling around us all. The food became a distraction, especially since my stomach had been hollow for hours, and I piled helpings of chicken and vegetables onto my plate.
Does the, soul-stealing thing starve you, or something?
Calyx asked gingerly, eyeing my stacked plate from beside me. My eyebrow hooked at him. Soul-stealing?
Well, what would you call it?
I hadn't given it much thought, that my ability could have a name. My mouth quirked in amusement. We haven't eaten in hours, but I think using magic could be having an added effect, at least while I'm gaining it back.
All this time,
Rian muttered. I cast a sheepish look. I wouldn't have kept the secret, had I known. Rian dropped his eyes from me, and my gut sank with them.
Don't apologize.
he said, but something changed in him.
How long will you stay? I'll have guest rooms set up for you.
A few days, if that would be okay, I said. I'd only come to visit the Guardian Temple, the place I'd fallen to, but I wanted a little more time before I said goodbye to Ulysses again.
Of course. Then where do you travel?
I hadn't told any of them where I planned to go next. If I didn't get any answers from the Guardians, I thought I would go back to Althenia for a while this time. To Althenia? I think the Celestials will come out of hiding soon.
How soon?
I didn't expect his tone, like he feared it. The Celestials would be their salvation, yet his response indicated the opposite. They're ready if war breaks.
They could come for you.
I stopped eating, trying to figure out the source of the urgency in his prompts. You don't have to be afraid of them, I said. Rian nodded, but the disturbance didn't leave the creases of his aging tanned skin. I couldn't blame him for being uneasy. The humans had never seen the Celestials since they locked themselves away behind the veil centuries ago to save their species and regain their strength. Knowing I was the cause of their suffering, and I would be again the more I came into my magic, it was another matter of urgency that drove my need for answers against my clashing existence with night. I finished my food, weighing in my mind where I wanted to go after and wondering if I had the strength. But my chest warmed 3 times like it did when Cassia guided me through the Libertatum, and I took that as a sign of her spirit still with me in some way. So I asked, "May I visit Cassia's room?" Chapter 26. Astrea. Everything was exactly like I remembered. Grief crashed into me, but I kept walking through Cassia's room, despite the rising storm. The color blue which she favored was littered throughout, and it was like she watched me through every note of it. I don't know what I'd expected, but it felt right to be here. I laid on her bed and mapped her starry ceiling, pretending she was lying right beside me as we'd done so many times. I don't know what I'm doing, I confessed, as though she could hear me in those painted stars. The silence was cold and heavy. I rolled over, hugging myself against the lonely chill, until my chest warmed again like a pulse of 3 beats, and I felt I must have been conjuring it from memory and desperation. This time, it made me remember. Cassia kept a diary. I'd seen her writing in it in my company. She was never shy to tell me how she loved to write her thoughts and plans, finding it gave her wonder-filled mind reprieve and sealed her promises to herself in ink. I looked in drawers and around the room, growing heavier at the thought I wouldn't find it. Perhaps she'd taken it with her to Central, and it was lost in the belongings I'd never recover. Until my eyes were drawn to the edge of her bed, and I knew. As I lifted the mattress, my eyes lit up at the familiar deep blue dyed leather journal. The stamp on the front was a constellation I traced the points of. For a while, I merely sat on her bed, hugging the journal to my chest and trying not to cry. I wondered if she would protest against me reading her thoughts, but my chest kept warming, and maybe that was her permission. I just needed to hear her, even in silent words. Just before I could flip open the pages, Cassia's door creaked open tentatively. Rose entered as gentle and lost as a ghost. I didn't disturb her, letting her wander around, observing and reflecting on our friend in her own ways. "Seems fitting," Rose said, quiet to the peace of the room like we were careful tourists in the remains of our dear friend's life in our physical world. "Everything in here speaks to her personality," I said, with a glance at the roof. Rose followed and smiled. You had more in common with her. I shook my head. There are many commonalities that can connect a person. She might have loved the stars like me, but she was a warrior like you. Rose regarded me then. Her brown eyes became thoughtful, and this gentleness was rare from her. You're a warrior too, Estrella. You just haven't had the chance to prove it yet, even to yourself. I gave her a smile of gratitude. I was trying to see that in myself. I think I'm going to stay in here tonight, I said. Can I stay with you? I'd like that. Rose lit the fire, and we sat on Cassia's bed. Neither of us were tired yet. Are you not worried Calix will try to turn Rian against you? Rose asked. I don't think so. He loves Cassia still,
and I have to believe his amity with me is true to her memory.
What are you going to do about him? For the first time, I felt real authority. Calix's fate was in my hands right now, and I had a choice to make. I'm not sure yet, I admitted. I spared his life for Cassia. She truly loved him, and despite the very bad choices he made, it was all to try to save her. How can I fault him for that? Knight's death said it was his fault Cassia died. His name is Knight, I cut in. Knight's death is just a dark part of him. He is all darkness. Maybe. But he's a person. Rose might never understand why I defended Knight, but at least it seemed like she was starting to accept it. What's that? Rose asked, breaking me from my thoughts. Her attention bore down on the diary I clutched. Cassia's thoughts and dreams. I don't know if it's wrong to open it. Rose didn't immediately say it was, and I slipped her a look, finding her pinning the book with a frown of contemplation. No one else knows about it?
I don't think her father or sisters would have left it there if they'd found it.
What if it could tell us something she never got the chance to? My heart skipped. I had thought of that. Cassia had shown me pages within it before. She'd expressed to me what she was writing sometimes, but still I wondered if some things were private, and this would be an invasion. You said Rian is like a father to you, too. Rose trailed off. He is. He seems afraid of you. That sank in my gut. A lot has changed about me. I guess I'm not the person he used to know, and he had the right to be wary. I guess, Rose said, in a way that didn't seem convinced by that reasoning. I pushed the diary across the bed. You read it. For a time unmeasured, I sat dangling my legs off Cassia's bed, enjoying the gentle strokes of the fire and listening to Rose's voice take on a soothing tone as she recited some things from Cassia's diary. Though my heart was melancholic as I glanced at the familiar things around me without their owner, the tales of her weaved through the room. I found myself giggling at things I already knew. My eyes would tear up with more touching things to come from her pages. For a while, it was like she was right here with us. She really loved Calix, Rose said quietly. Yeah, I whispered, watching the tango of fire. Which is why I have to let him go. He was going to try to start a new life, but seeing him here, I don't think he'll ever let her go.
We shared a pained look of agreement.
Even though Rose didn't care about Calix, for our friend, we couldn't disregard him completely. She thought you were special, Rose went on. My brow pinched at that. She had the biggest heart. It's more than that. Listen. Rose shifted behind me, and I cast a look back over my shoulder. Rose recited Cassia's words. There's something about Estrella that is magical. I can feel it. And when I look at her, she's so ethereal, I wonder how she can't see it. Sometimes I imagine her as an angel, one with beautiful silver wings, like the ones in Father's office. My pinched brow of sorrow smoothed out with those final words. Wings, I repeated like it could be wrong. It's what she wrote, Rose said with a shrug. She showed me the diary, and I was taken by the sketch next to that page. My fingers brushed over the charcoal lines of the feathers. Were there celestial wings in Rian's office now? Adrenaline sent my heart thumping hard, and I stood from the bed. It's the middle of the night, Rose argued, anticipating my intentions. I just want to see. You should ask him tomorrow. I shook my head. Cassia would always say it was the one room out of bounds to her. She would talk about the Celestials with such fascination, like she knew they were real, even when no one had seen them in generations. This must be where she got that belief from. I'm coming with you, Rose said, slipping into her boots. I didn't protest as I headed for the door. We avoided the guards that were sparse at this hour. I knew where the office was since I'd passed by with Cassia many times. Down the next deserted hallway leading straight toward the office, a body jumped out of nowhere into our path. The key was in my hand in a heartbeat, and my next breath choked in my throat. But my attack tensed my body against unleashing when the violet glow revealed a familiar face. I love a secret mission, Nadia gushed in a whisper. Shit, why did you do that? Rose grumbled, letting go of the hilt of the dagger on her thigh. If you'd thought to invite me, I wouldn't have had to. It wasn't exactly a planned venture. Nadia assessed us head to toe. What is the venture? Just be quiet and don't touch anything when we get inside, I said, passing her on my way down the hall. I listened first, straining my hearing against the wood. There's no one inside, Nadia confirmed. Can you hear better? As a vampire? Rose asked warily. Hear, see, smell, taste. Honestly, aside from the whole bloodlust annoyance, it has a lot of perks. She said it with a nonchalant attitude, but I had a feeling it still wouldn't have been a choice she'd have made. I'm stronger, too. Want me to break in? No, I said quickly. She could be quite impulsive. He can't know we were here. Ugh, Nadia groaned, reaching into her high ponytail. The human way it is, then. We watched her use 2 hairpins in the lock with fascination. I could have done that, too, Rose commented. I slipped a curious look, but she only shrugged at it. There was a lot of Rose I still had to figure out. Nadia cast a victorious feline smile at the unmistakable click of the door unlocking. Inside was dark, ominously so. The only light to flood in right in front of us, on through a long window, made the prominent desk and tall back seat appear as daunting figures of judgment, even though they were vacant. You should have brought a torch, Nadia said, already across the room. I figured her vampire sight was a little more advanced than ours. To my command, the key flared to life in its staff form, and I smiled proudly. I did. What is that thing? Nadia asked curiously. I didn't know how to explain what the key was. It could do many things. An extension of my magic, as Knight had called it. Estrella. Rose said my name with a note of dread that slithered down my spine before I turned around. My heart stopped. I didn't feel my movements, but as I got closer to the wall Rose stared up at, the light from the key revealed unmistakable finer detail with every step. We stared at celestial wings. Huge, breathtaking wings. They had to be a life-size replica. They couldn't be real. I didn't bask in their beauty. I had to know for certain. My hand was compelled to reach for them, to touch those shimmering silver feathers. I gasped sharply when my mind flooded with images the moment I did. A grim, horrifying reel played for me, showing that I was no longer in that office. I was somewhere so terribly cold, in a small square cage high off the ground. There was no color, hardly any light, and worst of all, it spanned years of lonely isolation. "Estrella!" Rose snapped my name, and I plummeted back into myself with a harsh shake of my shoulders. "They're real," I breathed. "Oh, stars." "And I think—" I shook my head, dizzy with the confusion and pain of what it meant. "I think they're still alive, the celestial they belong to." I thought I might be sick. Sinking to my knees, I tried to scramble for any reason why Rian would have someone's wings. Perhaps he'd won them, or bought them from some sick poacher. The explanation for why he owned them could be a mere innocent, though ignorant, admiration of the Celestials. Right now, it's all I could believe because the alternative, I couldn't fathom. Rian was like a father to me, always so kind and warm, even though I knew there was a side to him that had to be firm and sometimes harsh in order to rule the people of Elysis. "Someone's coming," Nadia hissed at the door. "They're far enough away that we can get down the hall before being seen, but we have to go now." I wasn't ready to leave. What else could I find in this room? I could discover where he'd bought them and begin to trace the poacher. What if they were still at large, capturing innocent celestials that ventured out of their safety behind their veil? Rose pulled my arm to get me to leave, but one last lingering look at his office chilled me with a sense of foreboding. This enlightenment to what cruelty lurked in the world showed that Knight had been right about what he'd told me on the rooftops in the city during the Libertatum. Battles came around and ended, but war was ever present. Part 4.
Chapter 27. Night. Past. The summers were becoming shorter each year, and this winter was beginning to feel endless. Night stifled a shiver from the cold whistling through the cracks of the long-neglected library they'd ventured to, in a corner of Arania. He plucked a book from the old shelf, squinting with little interest at the small script. Estrella's light laughter drew his eyes to her as she sat unbothered by the dust of the old seating she reclined on, next to Dryston, their noses stuck in books likely far afield from what they'd come to this hopeless abandoned library for. Over their time spent trying to scour the land for any knowledge and following any leads to seers, mages, and tricksters, he'd watched the pair become concerningly close, only for the mischief that was tangible between them. If his father knew they'd been meeting with the Star Maiden for so long, Knight didn't think his rage would spare their lives for this. Knight kept to himself as much as he could, but as the months turned to years and the years passed suddenly too fast, he found the days or weeks she wasn't around became hollow. Estrella also kept their meet secret, and both their travels were passed off as a truth wrapped in a lie, that they were hunting each other. "I don't know what you could find about the realm's history that could be humorous," Knight muttered. When Estrella flashed those silver blue eyes at him, twinkling with mischief, her attention on him fluttered in his chest. It did so often, and he tried to ignore it, but the small truth that he allowed his dark mind to hold was that he enjoyed it.
"You know, I've often wondered if you're capable of a smile,"
she replied. Dryston didn't look up from his book as he said, "So have I." Estrella was leaning into him, turning the pages of the book in his palms when he didn't do it fast enough, and giggling over whatever they were looking at. Knight couldn't understand his feelings at the sight. He'd never had such light occupy his mind without the itch to expel it. The Star Maiden was unbiased to what Dryston was, a blood vampire. She was raised to be neutral about all species, even though both the soulless and shadowless had begun siding with his father to overthrow her in masses growing larger each day. "This is the last library we know of," Knight said, approaching them. Estrella's face fell with this news. She knew already that they were running out of options to discover the origin of the quakes and how to stop them. "There's one temple left," he hedged. They'd been to all of them, yet he wondered why Estrella had often diverted from the one temple he thought they should have tried, or at least she could have, a long time ago. Her feet swept off the table she'd perched them on, and she ran a hand down her face. Knight stilled with the urge to do something for the distress rising in her. He could feel them, the shifts in her that had grown stronger in their time spent together. He was becoming so acutely in tune with her it was frightening. He'd never feared anything in his life. Knight asked carefully, "Why won't you reach out to your parents?" Estrella huffed a laugh, a mocking sound.
They've never been parents. They are gods, nothing more.
He'd never expected to find himself on common ground with his enemy. "You are the daughter of dusk and dawn. They might help."
I'm a duty, not a daughter. Created, not born. Raised by 6 guardians, not parents.
"Knight is created too," Driston said casually with half attention as he kept flipping through his book. "Technically." Knight's jaw locked, wishing he wasn't here right now. "Hardly the same," he grumbled.
What do you mean?
Estrella asked. The interest she harbored wasn't simply for knowledge about him, but rather it was like she exposed a side of herself that was longing to find a relation to something. When those who surrounded her in Vesitir and Althenia could never understand what she was. "Knight's death," Driston answered her. "Maybe you should take a walk, little brother," Knight said tightly. Driston looked about to protest, until he looked up and saw it was an instruction, not a request. He groaned under his breath, thumping his book shut and kicking his feet off the table. "If something terrible is lurking in dark corners to devour me, I'll make sure you're commemorated bravely." Driston sauntered off with a huff. The silence between Knight and Estrella grew uncomfortable. "He shouldn't have said anything," Knight said, wanting to strangle his brother. Estrella was still their enemy, and he wasn't foolish enough to think she wouldn't turn on them as easily as Knight could her. Once they found the answer they were looking for, he was prepared for the battle to rise between them.
You don't have to tell me,
she said, dropping her sight to brush over pages aimlessly. Her disappointment tugged a thread within him, clamping his fists by his sides. Would it matter if she knew things about him? When it came time, he supposed it wouldn't. It would be his power against hers, and knowing the origins of him couldn't grant her an upper hand. Knight sighed, gravitating toward the old leather seat. He sat beside her, sinking down and not anticipating the small size that had them nearly touching. He thought being near her would keep the tension locked in his body, but instead, he eased. "My full name is Ray Knight," he began, picking a book from the stack for a distraction. But it didn't feel right to keep when it belonged to a child named by his mother he was torn away from. But nothing is chance. And that child was bestowed a gift that would become a curse, made into what would become the realm's nightmare by the name of Knight's death. He stole a glance, finding her delicate face thoughtful. "So you see, we're not so different after all," he said quietly. "Only you are made of light, and me of dark."
Some might call that balance. That you were created for something good after all.
Or destruction, created to bring nothing but terror.
Not everyone is afraid of the dark.
Knight mapped every inch of her face, resisting the urge to reach for a strand of glittering silver hair that hung loose from her braids. No one fears the dark. They fear what can lurk within it. "Hey, look what I found!" Driston's voice echoed from down a bookcase. He came into view waving a parchment. Knight hooked an unimpressed brow. A map? Jason smiled, mischievous. He set it down, saying, Peñaranda Keep. They watched the paper, and to his surprise, the ink started shifting. When it finished, the full keep came into clarity. He'd never seen such an enchanted item before. Knight swiped it up faster than his brother's protest could stop him. Vesitir, he said to it. Nothing moved. When Dryson huffed a laugh in satisfaction, Knight almost tore the damn parchment. It doesn't like you. Give it here, Dryson said. Estrella plucked it from his fingers first.
Vesitir,
she repeated for him. It didn't answer her either. Dryson's grin was insufferable. Estrella said,
It must only answer to one person at once. Perhaps it would switch if Drystan gave up ownership, as it seems to have attached itself to him.
This place is centuries abandoned, Dryson thought out loud. Its past owner could be dead, and it was just waiting for the next. It's an item of the Wanderer's trove, Knight realized.
Like the compass that doesn't work? Is there anything else?
Estrella asked. Knight drew a long breath, leaning back to try to recall the story he'd learned from an old man in a tavern once. He thought it was just a drunken tale for entertainment that engrossed the room at the time. I think there's a monocular telescope. They say it can reveal lost islands or doors or items. It uncloaks anything hidden by magic. These 3 trove items make someone a master traveler and treasurer. We need to find that, Dryson said with a giddy edge. Not what we need right now, Knight said. Dryson rolled his eyes as he folded and pocketed the map. You're not very fun. Knight ignored him, halfway to lifting a book from the table when a loud sound, like a roar mixed with a wail, shot him and Estrella to their feet in alarm. What the hell was that? Dryson said. What else did you touch? Knight demanded. Nothing! It sounded again, and Estrella's key glowed to life in the appearance of her legendary staff. We should get out of here, Knight said. Contrary to his warning, Estrella headed through the bookcases, toward the creature's sound. She was impossible, yet Knight followed after her. Perhaps some action would help to ease his boredom that had been growing over the last few months of travel and no findings. Nothing at all except suffering close company far too often with Estrella and Drystan, who'd bloomed something of a near intolerable friendship. This is not a good idea, he warned, but he knew there was no dissuading her. The bookcases in front of them exploded, and Knight's power struck out on instinct. Waves of his darkness surged toward the threat, but it was repelled by a huge white-feathered wing. Knight wasn't thinking when his arm hooked around Estrella, pulling her to him to avoid the counterattack from the beast that came with just as much force. Pressed to the nearest bookcase, he watched the power blast by, trying to decipher what it was, when it looked like what he could conjure. Smoky darkness littered with stars.
It's a celestial dragon,
Estrella said with wonder, barely audible over the commotion. The creature wailed again. Run! He barked at Drystan. His younger brother took off, but Estrella pushed off him to face the creature. Are you planning to talk to it? Knight said sarcastically, charging his dark energy.
It's wounded,
Estrella said, so entranced by the giant threatening creature Knight was ready to kill. He examined the huge beast that had wrecked dozens of bookcases around it. Its mighty wings hung lazily. Someone, or likely it would have taken several people, had sawn away at its shoulders, and they were shorn of many feathers. Some were bare like long fish bones. Knight pitied the mighty creature that had been overpowered by mere mortals, who took away its ability to fly. Someone clipped them, Knight concluded.
It's barbaric,
Estrella seethed. The dragon cried out again, and they winced at the sound. We're either getting the fuck out of here or I'm killing it, Knight warned.
Don't you dare.
Estrella pinned him with a lethal look of warning. Knight internally groaned. Of course, this wasn't going to be an easy out. A dare is a musical challenge to me, Starlight. Estrella appeared ready to fight him, but the dragon's chest expanded and its neck straightened, ready to blast another round of what he assumed to be some kind of shadow fire at them. This time, Nyte circled Estrella's waist and traveled through the void to evade the attack. They stood behind the dragon as it finished breathing fire. It must have felt them as it immediately swung around, and they had no choice but to dive out of the way, as its lame wing came close to projecting them across the room. More bookcases were torn through, but before Nyte could cast out his power to avoid the rain of sharp wood stakes and books, a gale of light encompassed them as a shield from Estrella. "Thanks," he said through a breath.
Don't mention it.
They fumbled up to stand over the wreckage around them.
I mean it. Don't.
With the next roar, he wondered if it was his own adrenaline that thought the beast was getting more pissed off. Nyte didn't think when he took Estrella's hand and they raced through the library. "Over here!" Nyte swore at the sound of Driston's voice echoing from somewhere lower and distant. He hoped his brother was safely outside, but a part of him knew he wouldn't be that fucking compliant. They winced at the loud tumbling of stone as the dragon tore through walls to follow hot on their trail. Nyte's intuition of the darkness felt the prickling of its approach across his nape just in time to duck into the next alcove and pull Estrella into him. He held her tightly to his front, and they panted hard to catch their breath. "Remind me why we're not just killing it," Nyte snapped.
Celestial dragons have been believed extinct. We can't just kill it.
She hissed back.
It's only attacking because it thinks we're a threat. You can't really blame it for the treatment it's endured by mortal hands.
Right, and you want to become smoke and ash for what? She pushed off him, and Nyte cursed all the hells as she ran and he after her.
Just let me handle this. Don't get in my way.
He had a lot to say about that, but he kept it to himself. It wasn't that he thought her incapable. What he despised was the acknowledgement that he was incapable of leaving her in danger. They skidded into a smaller hall that had been torn down. In the center was a giant nest, like the dragon had made themselves a home here. Nyte could kill his brother right now, standing in the middle of the dragon's den, a dead end with no door on the other side. But what he stared down at...
Stars above.
Estrella breathed in awe. It was a celestial dragon egg, a stunning stark black with silver etchings. You decided to come to the one place that'll piss it off more for our trespassing, Nyte snarled. The crashing amplified, and if they didn't get the hell out of here now, they were going to... Nyte's magic expelled from him out of instinct. Darkness struck the creature behind them, and its roar turned to a cry of pain.
Stop!
Estrella said, advancing forward, and Nyte jerked, almost following her. He studied her and the beast with a laser focus, ready to disregard her request and strike it again if it so much as showed a flicker of attack. Right now it huddled into itself, and the viciousness it found them with fell, revealing a frightened, beaten animal. Nyte watched Estrella raise a hand, and when the beast snarled, Nyte's shadow swirled his fingers. She wasn't afraid. Estrella's metallic tattoos glowed brighter the closer she got, like her magic was recognizing the dragon as kin. Then she spoke. Words not of our language or any he'd heard before. The soothing speech was as delicate as it was fierce, like an enchanting song that, even though it was for the dragon, Nyte felt hypnotized by, resisting the urge to kneel to her. It calmed the beast, who laid its head down as if it bowed to her.
She's in pain,
Estrella whispered, her voice choked with emotion, and Nyte turned stiff. He was in pain, with the Star Maiden's distress, and he didn't know how to be rid of it. This ache inside him for her. We have to leave it, Nyte said, approaching her and the tired dragon.
We can't.
When she turned her head to him and her silver eyes glistened with tears, he was slammed with the pressure to stop them from falling. Nyte was utterly compelled by her, reaching out without conscious effort to touch her wet cheeks. He didn't know what this was, only that he couldn't stand this sight and needed to eradicate anything that could invoke this sadness in her. "What do you need me to do?" he asked, and it was like he gave her all the power over him with that token. Estrella's sight weighed to the ground with sorrow before casting back to the dragon. She reached out a hand, and Night's whole body tensed when she made contact with the beast. It gave a huff, like a dozen horses at once, then a soft whine. Such a contrast to what had chased them moments before. It was then that he understood the creature, when agony turned peaceful things sharp. It broke out claws and teeth, and all it took was one vicious reaction from the pain to be condemned to that reputation.
We can't leave her here like this.
Estrella sniffed, wiping her tears on her sleeve, and looked to where Dryston still stood by the egg.
She's only held on this long to guard it.
Night understood what she was asking, what needed to be done, but Estrella didn't have it in her to kill the beast, even to end its suffering. "Take it. I'll meet you outside," Night said. Estrella's eyes held him with gratitude he didn't deserve. He was only doing what he was known for, after all. Death.
Can you make it painless?
He gave her a nod, and it was in that moment he realized the trust she gave him was genuine and without doubt. As he watched her say her silent farewell, calming the beast more so that it settled down like it understood it was all over, Night didn't expect the feelings that lingered when she left, with Dryston carrying the egg. She trusted him. Why did that feel more terrifying to him than the thought of her as the enemy? He didn't know when it had happened, but that term, enemy, seemed fitting only in politics and duty now. For somewhere along their quest he'd been silently, unwittingly, ensnared by the beautiful poison of her that tasted precious and valuable, but it turned a steel guard to fragile glass. He cared for her. No, that felt too little for what he was willing to become for her. When he knew he'd be a shield if danger was near, or a sword if a threat advanced. Shit, he would even take her in his arms if it would stop those tears from falling. He'd felt the racing in his chest before. It was like the adrenaline of war, and that's what she'd become. His war. Something he had to fight against because it was not their destiny to be anything else on mortal opposite sides of everything. Dark and light. Vampires and celestials. Him and her. It was a twisted, dark mockery that taunted the bond between two who could never be. Night grew bitterly resentful and turned his focus to the dragon. He had to admit, a part of him despaired at the end of such a magnificent creature's life, and more so because it had spent its last centuries in lonely misery. Night came to the sinking thoughts he could relate to in its torment. Approaching, the beast tracked him with large purple eyes with slit pupils. He reached out a hand and was hit with so much pain and suffering his teeth clenched tightly. While he distracted the creature's mind, his shadow magic crept around the dragon. While it could cause immeasurable agony and terrifying hallucinations, his darkness could also be peaceful and gentle. The beast's eyes grew tired and shut. Its loud heartbeat slowed. Just before the silence of death fell, Night's mind was battered with impossible images. He saw Estrella, but she appeared different somehow, so lost and fragile. Then he looked up at a tall barrier of rippling starlight that felt like his magic, but he didn't know what it was dividing. He was shown Dryston, but his brother's usually bright hazel eyes were so disturbingly cold and loathing. Then he heard the roar of a different dragon, seeing one with membranous wings and red-tipped talons and horns. Finally, Night saw himself, kneeling in a small crater around deserted, ash-clogged land. But it was his cry, a sound of the most absolute agony. He didn't know could tear him apart for what, who he cradled. Night ripped his hand back, but it was too late to demand what it all meant. The echoing terror of that final vision drummed hard in his chest. Knight didn't know what to think, how to feel. He wandered out of that library feeling vacant until the freezing air hit his face. Glancing up, Estrella and Dryston huddled close on the snow-covered steps. She held the dragon egg, examining it as his brother was studying a book, and they chatted quietly. "It's done," he said, words that were almost lost in the whistling wind, but Estrella heard him. She stood, hugging the egg to her body, and Knight didn't care about anything anymore. Not the dragons, nor the quest to find the quakes. He couldn't explain why he never wanted to let Estrella out of his sight again, and resisted a strong pull of gravity to her right now. "We found something else," Dryston said, coming up beside Estrella. Knight barely registered his brother. He couldn't take his eyes off the Star Maiden.
Are you okay?
Estrella asked carefully. Her face pinched in concern as if it was killing the dragon that disturbed him. Estrella unexpectedly stepped toward him, and his whole body turned taut at the arms she circled around him. Only one, while she still cradled the dragon egg, but her warmth seeped into him. He didn't know what to do.
You're a terrible hugger,
she mumbled. "Tell me about it," Dryston said. Knight glanced down to see her small smile to that, and he relaxed, thinking of nothing but right now. She was safe. Right here. She wasn't going anywhere. Knight held her, slipping an arm around her shoulders, and his other hand cupped her head on his chest. He'd never felt this before. Every muscle in his body eased, and he didn't want to let go. He wanted to draw her tighter when it suddenly didn't feel like enough. He wanted her alone, like that time in the cabin she'd been wrapped around him. Knight didn't know what love was, but he thought, just for a few vulnerable seconds, that he could come to find the answer in her. An answer he couldn't want.
Thank you,
she whispered. "What else did you find?" Knight asked, his throat tight. Estrella took that as her sign to let him go, and the coldness of her absence was like a lash of punishment for craving her warmth when it could drift away at any moment. "A diary, I think, but the text is in a language neither of us have seen before." "It's old," Dryston said, squinting at the pages. "This was also inside." He held up a transparent piece of paper, the likes of which Knight had never seen before. It had an intricate drawing of a dragon on it, but Knight thought there was a constellation through it. "What does it do?" Knight asked. Dryston shrugged. "We've been puzzling over it." It seemed the least of their concerns right now. "What do we do with that?" Knight pointed to the black and silver egg. Estrella held it protectively, marveling over the silver swirls that reminded him of her metallic tattoos.
I think it could be alive,
she said.
I just don't know what it takes to hatch it. No one knows a lot about the dragons, even the Celestials. It's been over 1,000 years. For now, I'm going to place it with a guardian I know will keep it safe.
Her brow crumpled, and Knight knew she was reflecting on how long the beast inside had been suffering. Even he felt sorrow, but it was sleeping peacefully now. Estrella slipped her sight to him, and her small smiles felt so precious all of a sudden, like he had to capture each one and store it away for safekeeping because they could be numbered. This world wouldn't survive if that was true. It had been Knight's primary order to eliminate the Star Maiden. Now he feared she might be the only thing that could save the world. From him.
Chapter 28. Estrella. Drystan knew how to hatch the egg. It was the only conclusion I had, and what Knight had shown me of the past was what his brother was waiting for me to see. I figured he'd found out from the diary, somehow translated it. So much was unveiled to me in that one memory that my mind was spinning faster than it ever had. The map. It all made sense now. I dipped into my pocket for the enchanted item I kept close. It was invaluable, and yet Drystan had given ownership of it to me. I couldn't figure out his motive yet, but suddenly I was cursing myself for coming to Ulysses. As much as I needed to see the guardians, my heart was urging me toward this new path. I felt so close to discovering more about the celestial dragons, and that became an exhilarating rush. I walked the halls of the keep like the fresh air would help me sort through my tangling emotions. The temple, the dragon egg. Both had to wait for one other thing I needed to confront while I was in the keep. Though as I headed to find Rian, I wasn't entirely sure how to approach the subject of the celestial wings in his office without exposing our infiltration that would break his trust.
Sleep well.
Those 2 words stroked like a lick of smoke at the tip of my spine. Knight's illusion was very convincing, strolling by my side with his hands casually in his pockets. I hid the egg in the maze, I said, still in disbelief.
You did.
The map. We were there when Drystan found it. I kept replaying the memory that held so many clues to the present. It hurt to see how close I'd been with Drystan, even feeling it through Knight's observation of us. Yet the younger brother I knew in this life often regarded me like I was nothing at all to him anymore.
Yes.
I need to meet with him again.
Is that a good idea after the last time?
I winced, recalling the outburst that had come over me. Though it had felt damned good to unleash at the time, and I couldn't promise it wouldn't happen again. I'm sure you'd enjoy the reaction it could pull out of me.
Absolutely. I'm restless to taste your rage and feel your power again.
Are you not angry with me?
What for?
The humiliation in front of everyone. The bargain I placed on you? Knight merely shrugged.
Trust, I feel not an ounce of embarrassment at what you did. I'm still glowing with the pride of it. And it was genius to my advantage that the vampires think you escaped and I had no choice. But you and I both know it's only a matter of time before I come for you.
I shivered at that. The bond I made could kill you if you do. Knight reached for my hand, and I let him pull me into the shadows. It was too convincing. He was too damn tempting. I was taken back to all the times he'd come to me like this, unable to truly reach me.
I've told you before, I'm well acquainted with death. To reach you is the last thing that would stop me.
My hands met his chest when his circled my waist. He's not real. It was all I could chant to myself to pretend this didn't count as anything. How do I know you're showing me the truth? I whispered. Oster and Rosalind's doubt had nagged at me several times.
Come back to me. We can bind the truth bargain.
Knight chuckled at my groan. I've had enough bargains for a lifetime, I said.
For 2 lifetimes.
None in the third, then.
Deal.
Knight said low, before tipping my chin up to him and leaning his mouth to mine. I was lost to him that second. Shamelessly, my hands curled into his jacket, pressing into him tighter, and before I knew it, I was frustrated with him for not being real. I broke away with that unwanted disappointment. I'd made the spectacle to show the vampires I wasn't weak, and I'd left Knight's side to prove it to myself.
You don't look too well,
he observed, scanning my face like it would reveal deeper details about my troubles. I cupped my forehead. I'm fine. Just a little tired.
You need to eat and rest. I'll come for you now just to make sure you do.
I tried to pull on a mask of absolute health with a charming smile. He knew what I was doing, but he said nothing, perhaps anticipating I'd bite back at the coddling.
Do I get a tour? Knight
asked, tipping my silver hair over my shoulder. You've never been here before?
I've never had reason to. Ilyssus has actually had the least vampire problems.
I thought to ask Knight about what had been disturbing my mind since last night. Have you ever known of celestials having their wings taken? My stomach rolled at the mere thought. Picturing Night's stunning midnight wings on that wall ached in my chest.
Yes, it was punishable by death to be caught selling or even in possession of celestial wings. Some poached them just for triumph and decoration. Like all crimes and evil, the law doesn't stop it from happening. Sometimes it even tempts the hunger of the wicked more.
Does it kill the celestial?
Not usually, but it's an unimaginable pain to have them sawn or torn off, and they don't often recover mentally from the ordeal.
My horror-filled gaze met his. Even Night displayed his abhorrence for it.
Why do you ask?
I paused to contemplate what he might do or say if I told him what I'd found. If there was a pair of wings and I touched them, would I know if the person was still alive? Night's arm pulled me against him again. His eyes searched mine, filling with concern. I was distracted for a moment by the real force of his touch, then by the fact that my hair stayed over my shoulder when I thought the illusion that he'd touched it would be broken. Those were the tells I'd learned when I reflected on his illusion appearances. You can manipulate things from afar now, I concluded. Night's hard frown of interrogation smoothed for a second of twinkling satisfaction.
I was wondering when you'd notice,
he said with a low gravel to his tone. Night's hand headed lower, toward the cut of my skirt. He'd gathered inappropriately between my legs.
I'd still much rather be with you in person, but I could demonstrate how real of an impression I can make now.
How? I said, letting him continue his sinful roaming when it dulled my headache for a moment.
I drank your blood, you drank mine. It is a far stronger connection for me. Magic is pliable.
Night twisted with me, pushing me against the wall in a small alcove with a low growl, and my face pinched when he hooked under my knee to press himself into me tighter.
I think I've stayed away long enough,
he purred. I could still banish you with a thought.
Do it. I dare you.
I was on the verge of it when these dares and silent battles awoke a dormant language between us. But I wasn't going to entertain him so easily. Have you seen Drystan again?
I don't want to hear his name or anyone's when I have my cock pressed against you.
Technically, you don't. I whimpered at the firm drag of him against my core. Stop, I rasped, becoming hyper-aware of how this would look if anyone wandered down here. Night smiled wickedly. He kissed the edge of my jaw.
Is that really what you want?
No. I wanted him to finish what he'd started when the temptation of him was right here. Please, I whispered. I had pitiful resistance. His hand reached between us, slipping under my skirt, and his other hand clamped over my mouth, anticipating the moan I couldn't bite back when he circled between my legs.
You are so wet,
he growled.
While I'm bending your mind to come for me on my hand here, I have my fist around my cock, imagining it inside you instead of my fingers.
I choked on a sharp inhale when he curved 2 fingers inside me, stretching me full. My hips rocked against his hand, chasing the pleasure faster with the rush of adrenaline that came with knowing anyone could come by.
Best be quick, love. How scandalous you would look here.
His thumb pressed against my sensitive butt as he fucked me harder, faster with the curve of his fingers. What was driving my lust wild was the thought of him touching himself to the same rhythm, thinking of me and how I felt wrapped around his fingers. Are you hard for me? I whispered. Night planted his other hand by my head as I pulled his head down, and he watched his hand working under my skirt. Wishing your cock was fucking me instead.
Yes,
he rasped, like he was as close to a release as I was. I tightened around his fingers, teetering right on the edge. This was so different and daring, but it felt so good and real I didn't care.
Fuck.
"Come for me, Night," I said across his ear. Reaching my hand down, I dragged the heel of my palm down his hard cock, and that pushed him over first. He tensed against me, and picturing him sitting in his room or office, hand pumping his cock and releasing to every thought of me, sent my orgasm crashing over me in waves. My head tipped back against the stone wall with a silent cry, and I shuddered violently. Night kept fucking me as if he was spending himself inside me. We both came down in a panting mess, his forehead buried in my neck.
That was unexpected,
he said, breathless.
But absolutely thrilling.
I shivered with his fingers pulling out of me. Pressing my palms against the wall, I tried to scramble the pieces of me back together as my leg unhooked from around Night.
Miss, are you all right?
My pulse leaped up my throat, literally. I coughed and swallowed to force it back down to be able to respond to the guard who had come out of nowhere. Night chuckled darkly, not even moving for the company that stood right in front of me because only I could see the scandal of Night pressed against me, mouth hovering at my ear.
Better respond,
he taunted, kissing my neck. That bastard. Just fine, thank you. I barely squeaked the words, needing him to leave when I couldn't move.
Should I get someone for you?
The guard asked in concern for the flustered mess of me. No, I'm just taking a moment. Leave me the fuck alone. Night wouldn't stop trailing his lips along my collar. I could banish him, and there was something twistedly wrong with me that I didn't.
If you're sure, ma'am.
I nodded a little too eagerly, but with a wary look over, he continued on his way. My hands flattened on Night's chest and pushed the moment he was gone, and I scowled deeply to his smirk of amusement. It didn't put much distance between us. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
I miss you.
Then you need more things to occupy yourself.
Trust I could be in the midst of a war outnumbered 5-1 and still be missing you. Do you forget the centuries I've waited?
He knew how to make me forget everything that should be driving us apart. Night backtracked our conversation.
Why did you ask about the wings?
Rian has a pair of silver wings in his office, I said, scanning the hall. But before you jump to any conclusions, I'm going to find out why. I don't believe he knows of such laws when 2 human lifespans generations have passed since people saw celestials wander freely. They've been thought extinct or even an old fable. Night's silence was frightening. His jaw worked like he was trying to hold back his impulse to disregard all I'd tried to defend. He might be their greatest enemy, but Night was disturbed by the idea of the Celestials being poached for their wings.
If there's even one hint he knows more than he lets on, trust your instinct. It's never led you astray, but sometimes your good heart tries to ignore it because of something you don't want to believe.
I nodded. Then, with a drop of disappointment, I said, I need to go.
I'll always answer your thoughts if you call, but if you long for me...
You'll become an irritating, tangible force. His smile lifted my spirit.
Always,
he said, then kissed me firmly. Night was gone when I opened my eyes and became lonely in his absence. Chapter 29. Estrella. I spent the next hour looking for Rose and Zath, but found no sight of them, nor did my inquiries to passing guards produce answers. Beginning to grow anxious, I turned the next corner and found Calix heading toward me. My relief at finding a friendly face turned to tension when I looked over his uniform. You're staying? I asked.
I had a change of heart,
he said, but it was distant, emotionless.
The reigning lord sent me for you.
You said you wouldn't be able to live in this place with the constant reminder of her, I accused him. Something didn't feel right.
This is her home. It's the best place to keep her memory alive.
I couldn't figure out what might have changed his mind so suddenly. When we'd arrived, he looked ready to leave. He could hardly stand to look around the keep. What happened? I asked.
Nothing. Let's go.
Why would Rian send you for me?
He's requested you join him for dinner.
That should be harmless enough. I would be able to ask him what he knew about the Celestials, and it might lead to an explanation about the wings in his office. Yet as I walked with Calix, I couldn't banish the unsettling feeling in my gut. Have you seen Rose or Zath? I asked him.
No.
I slipped a look up to him at that short answer. He wouldn't look at me, and my walk slowed a little. Your intuition has never led you astray. I'm not actually hungry, I said. Can you tell him I retired for the night? Calix hooked my elbow when I tried to turn back. My pulse slammed. I ripped my arm free as I spun to him, hovering my hand over the key at my hip as I took backward paces. What's going on? I asked. As I stepped under the open archways, the snow fell around me in the small open courtyard. Memories of Cassia's last training session flooded me from this space. Calix didn't answer, merely waited with a steely expression before glancing around me. I chilled at the sight of the guards surrounding the archways.
Estrella.
Calix said my name like a hint of a plea, but he was interrupted by a voice I wished wasn't responsible for whatever the fuck was happening.
You have no idea how long you spent here as a blood supply,
Rian said as he crept out from a shadow cover. I didn't recognize him. The demeanor,
the cruel smile foreign to his kind face.
Why are you doing this? I didn't know what his intentions were, but from the armed guards blocking every escape around me, I knew he meant to capture me at least.
You'll find out soon enough, maiden. Now, do you want to come easily, or is this going to be difficult?
My answer pulsed warmly in my hand when the key expanded to a glowing staff and I firmed my stance. You don't want to do this, I warned him. Even though betrayal was stabbing in my back, I didn't want to hurt him. He'll come for me, and he is not merciful. I shuddered to think what Knight would do. More than just killing Calix and Rian, what if he had destroyed the entire keep in his wrath? Noises of a struggle rattled my composure. I knew before I saw them that my odds had been damned. Rose and Zath were dragged out and pushed to their knees. Not Nadia, though I wasn't surprised, as she was gifted at appearing and disappearing.
You're not going to let that happen,
Rian said.
Or I start cutting them into pieces.
Why are you doing this? I said, my voice reduced to a heartbroken, pathetic whimper. This wasn't the man I knew. Cassia's father was warm and safe and welcomed me just like any of his daughters.
You're going to help me end Night, once and for all.
I blinked at that. It didn't make any sense. Why would Rian want Night dead so badly as to risk all of this? It wouldn't stop the vampires or save his land. My heartbreak sharpened to anger that aimed my daggers of hatred toward Calix. How could you? I seethed. When Calix said nothing, gave no reaction, I broke. The key pulsed a flare of light that shot at him. It slammed his chest, and maybe I was a weak coward for not adding enough force to it to kill him. The other guards drew their blades, and I didn't know if I could take them all, but I felt myself beginning to reel into a focus that would damn well try. Fly, Estrella! Rose shouted. Rian's hand connected with her cheek, and she cried out from the brutal force. I'd never seen Zath so angry, and he lunged, almost reaching the Lord before he had to turn his focus on the 3 guards who were attacking him. I couldn't leave them here. Through my magic, I felt the ice of the ground. My hand moved, a vertical swipe, then my palm upturned. With magic that awakened in me, the snow formed into dozens of ice shards floating the perimeter. I might have admired the spectacle of it were I not trembling with the effort it took to hold it. But dark thoughts started to trickle into my mind with the display of power I wielded. I could kill them all. Send every spear of ice shooting around the square at once. I wondered if I should be horrified by my contemplation, that the only thing that spared the blood of these soldiers on my hands was the fact that I wasn't confident enough yet in my precision to spare my friends in the attack. My heartbeats of deliberation became my downfall. Fire exploded in my shoulder from the piercing of an arrow. My knees crashed to the ground, and my consciousness started slipping rapidly. I'd experienced an arrow shot before, but this type of seizing pain was something far more incapacitating. It set my blood boiling beneath my skin, but my agony was silent to the world. I couldn't open my mouth to release the screams tearing me apart inside.
The arrow is laced with nebulora. It's a poison to your kind,
Rian said. He crouched by me, and I could do nothing but kneel in my broken misery.
Ray Knight won't be able to feel you for a while.
How did he know his full name? I tried to shake my head, but it was as heavy as stone. So I gave up, unable to tell him that was what I was afraid of. That Knight didn't need to know exactly what was wrong. It was only a matter of days that he would be content not to hear from me before, perhaps thinking I was blocking him on purpose, he defied my bond to come for me. Rian took me in his arms, and I couldn't fight it. I was losing my senses one by one, unable to hear like I was drowning, not feeling anything except the spreading pain through me. I could only see the blurry white sky until I was carried under the archways.
Oh, maiden, how elusive and smart you are. I severely underestimated you and never thought our paths would cross like this.
I don't understand.
Shh,
he said gently.
You will. Sleep for now.
Chapter 30. Estrella. Every time I woke, it was a punishment. I didn't know how many days had passed. My mind was foggy, my throat was dry, and I couldn't peel myself from the hard ground I lay against. I had a cushion under my head and a blanket, but I was freezing. Today was a little better. I came around enough to know my shoulder was bandaged, but it ached so much with every movement that I often wanted to fall back asleep to escape the pain. My skin was slicked with fever. Maybe it was infected, or maybe I was still suffering the remnants of the poison Rian had called nebulora. My eyes opened, and I could finally get them to focus, but I wished to be oblivious instead when the sight of the iron poles crushed my spirit. A tear slipped out of the corner of my eye as I lay staring at them, wondering if I would ever be free of cages, or if I would always be this little bird, easily captured in the palms of others. I pushed myself up, gritting my teeth with the screaming pain of my dormant muscles. Panic rattled me when the ground beneath me moved, and I gasped, thinking my disorientation was swaying my balance. Until my sight slipped out past the bars and horror doused me, seeing the true ground was far below. The cage I was in was suspended high in some kind of underground prison hall. Cells lined high up the walls too, but they were vacant. Estrella? The whisper of my name was timid, but it shocked me like a siren. I winced with a sob at the sharp stabbing in my neck, whipping around toward the direction it came from. I wasn't alone. It was both a relief and absolutely horrifying to discover that inside another suspended cage, a short distance from mine, was a woman. She was beautiful with blonde hair and green eyes, but the hollowness of her face, along with the worn scraps of clothing she wore, made it clear that she had been here for some time. "How do you know my name?" I asked. My throat was hoarse, and my voice barely came out in a croak. The woman frowned, then her expression saddened, and I didn't know why. I felt like I had disappointed her. She inched closer to the bars facing me. "It's me, Katerina. We were friends." That fact slammed into me, and my hand braced to catch me from the wave of dizziness. "You don't remember," Katerina concluded, and the small glimmer of hope on her face wiped away completely. I was overcome with guilt. "I'm sorry." She smiled sadly, sitting back against her cage with her blanket. "Don't be. I was part of one of the first groups that left Althenia to look for you 5 years ago." "Look for me?" She nodded. "Oster and the other High Celestials decided to send groups of us to search for you when we all felt the quake of your return to land 5 years ago. Did they find you?" "Yes," I whispered vacantly. "All this time." My people had been looking for me when I'd been cluelessly locked away in Goldfell Manor. Celestials were risking their lives in search of someone who was of no help or use to them. I thought about Oster now, with more guilt that I hadn't made efforts to see him again in weeks. He'd risked so much for me. "Why did he capture you?" I asked. This couldn't be about me. I had to figure out what Rian had been doing. "For my blood," she said. "I believe he trades it to vampires to keep them away." Stars above. It was so cruel and heinous, I struggled to believe the man I knew was capable of it. Rian was like a father to me, so loving and kind, and... did he know about me before? My eyes stung and my heart might have been bleeding for how deeply I was wounded inside. Goldfell was taking my blood, and it was more valuable than ordinary celestial blood. Things I didn't want to believe started to come together so clearly that denial wasn't an option anymore. My head rested against the cold, sharp metal. 5 years ago, Cassia got confirmation from a healer. Something Rose had told me during the Libertatum. A truth. Only with their infused remedies was she given more time than everyone thought. A partial lie. Cassia's years weren't extended by any magic from human mages.
"You'll find I have a rather upstanding agreement with the reigning lord."
I blinked hard with the final recollection of Goldfell's words, and the conclusion dawned on me. He was trading my blood to Cassia's father. It's what kept her alive. I couldn't find it in me to be resentful or angry. All I felt was overwhelming sadness and betrayal, because I would have agreed. If Rian had told me, asked me, I would have given Cassia my blood for the rest of our lives if that could have kept her with me. My tears fell, but I couldn't make a sound. "We'll get you out of here," Katerina said fiercely. I had to admire her spirit, more resilient than mine right now despite her years of captivity. I had to be strong for her, for my people who had been strong for me. "I'm getting you out of here," I said, staring at the grim, dark walls and beginning to calculate a way out, whatever it took. "Does someone know where you are?" My first thought was that it was only a matter of time before night found me somehow. But then I remembered Rose and Zath, and my head straightened. What had Rian done with them? Now my anger was creeping over every desolate feeling. If he'd harmed them, I hoped my dangerous, vengeful thoughts wouldn't need to be translated to action, that he'd merely locked them up too so they didn't try to help me or warn Night. "My friends are here with me," I said. I had to push out of the drug. Getting to my knees, I tried to take in everything I could about where we were. It was a simple underground room with no windows. There were more cells around the perimeter of the ground floor, and I had to wonder if they put us up here as some sick, twisted joke. "Do you know if we're still in the keep?" I asked. "I think so," she said. "I've heard the guards talking about it." I needed my key, just enough strength to reach into the starlight void and retrieve it. So I folded my legs, cupped my hands, and sat straight, slipping my eyes closed. I had to focus. My mind was hazy, like I couldn't see through the fog. My headache worsened, and I could barely hold this upright position. I kept trying. The harsh grinding of metal against stone snapped my eyes open. Across from me on the balcony perimeter stood Calix, and rage flushed through my body when I met his eyes. "You spineless, deceitful bastard," I spat. His firm expression didn't flinch.
"Your blood kept her alive,"
he said. So Calix, too, had only just found out what extended Cassia's years. I didn't answer him. Calix could burn in hell for all I cared now. I should have left him tonight. "Where's Rose and Zath?" I demanded.
"I don't know."
My teeth ground. "Fuck you, Calix."
Estrella.
He stopped speaking when Rian entered behind him. Like a good, obedient dog, Calix dipped his head before stepping aside. I wanted to keep my anger hot and coursing, but seeing him conflicted me with so much pain because I still wanted to deny he'd wronged me and my people so despicably.
"I didn't want to do this,"
Rian said, and there might have been a time my soft heart would have fallen for those words too easily. "It's never about want," I said. "You know what you're doing is barbaric."
"There is a cause to all things, no matter how extreme the method."
"Cassia would be disgusted with you. All of this. She never would have wanted it." He didn't respond. It was like he'd come to examine his pet in a cage, to know if I was still too feral to touch. "How many have you killed?" I asked with deceiving calm.
"It changes nothing to know that."
No, but now I knew he wasn't just a deplorable man. He was a murderer of innocence. "It's not Night you need to fear," I said. "It's me. When you came for my people."
"Aren't we all your people, maiden?"
My eyes narrowed on him. "I don't condone evil. In my time, people like you would have had their souls wiped from existence by the soulless in treaty with the Celestials for peace."
"Your time is over."
I smiled, but there was nothing friendly in it. "My time is just returning." What I'd hoped would gain a wary reaction from him only seemed to invoke a thrill. I couldn't decide if he was just taking sick enjoyment in my fight, or if he was waiting for it to return so he could break my spirit.
"I'll be seeing you without Bar soon. You may come to find our goals align more than you think."
Rian left, and there were few times I'd felt such a bottle of rage inside me that I couldn't unleash. I didn't expect the bigger twist of betrayal to be from Calix. I should have known he was capable of this. He'd been willing to sacrifice me before, and I guess when the opportunity came to win back favor with his lord, he did it again. "I should have let Night kill you," I said to him. He didn't even flinch, like he had no emotions at all left to feel anything. He said,
"Rest, Estrella. You need to build your strength."
Chapter 31. Estrella. They took me out of the cage, but I could only glare at Calix across the dining table.
You need to eat, for the blood you're losing.
He sighed like I was a defiant child. I was close to picking up the plate of delicious food and throwing it at him. They'd taken at least 2 cups full from me, and I fought the dizziness as I relied on the tall back of the chair to keep me upright. Then they bandaged my wrists and brought me here to eat helpings of red meat to recover. Burn in hell, Calix. I look forward to sending you there. He barely reacted, only dropped his eyes like he could hardly stand to look at me. Calix surveyed the small room. We weren't alone. 2 guards stood by the door, and I didn't doubt more were outside. They were afraid of me. And though I felt weak and helpless physically, part of me retained a sense of power and satisfaction that they remained wary of me.
Can you please eat?
He tried again. I was planning to, if only to get some strength back. My slowness wasn't resistance. I was merely simmering in my hatred toward him, and too tired to move. He groaned, pushing up from the table and coming around to my side. I hoped he would turn to ash with the stare I kept on him. I was restrained in shackles that had created thick red abrasions. More nebulora, I assumed. If he got close enough, I might just muster the will to attempt to strangle him with the chain between my wrists. Calix started cutting up the meat, as if that's what was stopping me. You try to feed me, and I'll bite your damn fingers off, I warned.
Trust me, I don't want to.
He speared a piece and gave me a cautious look over before setting the fork back down on my plate. When he moved away again, I reluctantly lifted my hands that felt like heavy stones, taking the fork and bringing the meat to my mouth. It was as delicious as it looked, and my head tipped back to savor it as I chewed. Reaching for another mouthful, it was pitiful how much effort it took me to simply eat. I might have been embarrassed, but that was drowned under everything I was calculating to try to get out of this. I wasn't weak. Not really. This was all cheap and dirty tactics to put me at their mercy. What does he want from me? I tried. A few cups of blood to sell isn't going to last long. Calix sat back down opposite me, once again looking to the 2 guards like they would object to anything he said.
Is it true that you and Night, you're the reason the land shakes every now and then?
Sorrow clenched in me with the reminder. Yes.
And Night, he can't be killed.
Why do you care?
If there's a way, you have to take it.
Pinning him with a glare, I wanted to hurt him. Badly.
Is that what he's tried to tell you?
When falls night, the world will drown in starlight. Cassia would recite that riddle. I know he's made you care for him, but he's going to kill you again if you don't find a way to kill him first.
You don't know anything, I hissed.
Astrea.
He said my name in a jarring, soft plea.
You spared me in Cassia's name. This is me trying to return the favor. Whether he wields a weapon or not, Night is killing you. Every day he's too fucking selfish to admit there is no you with him.
You think we don't know what is happening because of us? I snapped.
Then you have to hear what Rian has to say. At least learn how to do it, and then decide if you have the strength to stop history from repeating. If you don't end him, someone will end you, if not Night himself, just like before.
I would not break. I would not cry. Every time I was reminded my soul couldn't have what it yearned for, I came closer to wanting to burn everything to the ground because it wasn't fucking fair. Screw you, Calix. You'll never atone for all you've done, and I hope you never get to see Cassia again in the stars. I'll make sure of it. That made its mark. For the first time, Calix showed fear. There were no threats nor words that could strike him as hard as the promise that he'd never reunite with Cassia. He knew her as well as I did, how much she believed our souls watched over those still living at the end. Perhaps he believed it now. It was all he had left. The belief that, when his time was over here, he would be with her again.
I'm only trying to help you,
he said quietly, but he blanched, seeming to realize what I was capable of taking away from him. Sure doesn't fucking feel like it, I grumbled. My wrists were becoming itchy beyond belief, and I still shivered, though my skin was slick with sweat. I finished eating, sad when I chewed on the last piece. I reached for the cup of water and Calix stood. I watched him carefully as he came around. He lifted my cup before I could, and placed his own in my hand. It was so quick I paused to process the maneuver. Calix wandered around the back of my seat, taking a sip out of my cup before seeming to aimlessly wander again. I glanced inside the cup he'd given me with suspicion. It looked like water, but he could have put any poison in it, knowing I was desperately parched. When I didn't taste anything that would trigger alarm, I couldn't help myself greedily gulping it down.
Let's go,
he said, hooking my elbow and pulling me up. The cage they suspended me in could be craned into the balcony, and the sight of the open door waiting to capture me again filled me with despair. Calix leaned in to remove my shackles. As much as I despised the closeness and teetered on the dangerously unhinged idea of screwing the consequences and trying an attack, I had to be smart, and he could incapacitate me easily like this.
Rose and Zath are detained in another cell block where I think he's keeping other Celestials,
Calix murmured, so quietly I almost missed it under the loud chafing of metal as two humans reeled in my enclosure. My eyes dared to snap to him as he unlocked my second binding. He didn't look back, but my heart sped with the information, and I had to tempt him to give another piece. Nadia? I asked.
He hasn't found her. She seemed to escape somehow.
Would she have gone tonight to tell him? I had no choice but to walk into the wobbling cage, taking cautious steps to adjust my balance. Is this really necessary? The height? I groused. I'd never been at sea, but this was how I imagined shallow waves might feel. So I decided I was no longer enthusiastic to try a voyage one day.
I think it's in case you reached your wings,
Calix said, eyes trailing over my shoulders like the idea was daunting to him. How considerate of your lord to give me flight practice. It wouldn't have made a difference. Suspending the cages like this was only a mockery, to display his prized trophies like perfect trapped birds.
Hang in there,
Calix said, once again almost inaudible as my cage started to reel away from him on the edge of the balcony. I couldn't figure him out. He'd been so hot and cold that I didn't know what of him was true anymore. He was only trying to clean a fraction of his conscience for Cassia. Did you know? I tried to tell myself I didn't care. What did it matter? What Rian was doing with the Celestials? Or that he was using my blood?
No,
he said quietly. I wanted to believe him, but I didn't know if it made any difference to the sting of betrayal even from someone I knew hated me.
Like you said, Cassie would never have allowed this to go on.
I turned away from him with the grief that weighed me down to my cushion. And then it was just me and Katerina again as I shivered and folded my blanket up to my shoulders. You don't look so well, she said, sitting like me against the bars. I was feeling better after the meal, but still so tired. I don't have a lot of blood as it is, I said with heavy eyes that contemplated sleep. What do you mean? That it's not the first time I've been used like this? I whispered. And then it hit me all at once, how I was right back to where I started. Oh, Estrella, I'm so sorry for all you've been through. Me too. For you. and everyone else who tried to come for me. Guilt would never be enough for all that was growing in me because of the stranger's sacrifices. Zephyr wouldn't stop until we found you. My eyes slipped back open then. Zephyr? Not Oster? She smiled, but it held something like uncertainty. Him too, of course. But Zephyr insisted on leading many of the searches himself. He cares for you a lot. That knowledge was unexpected.
Zephyr had been easy company, though I hadn't had as much time as I would have liked to have had with him when Oster kept me close in his own province of Althenia so far. You and I, were we close?
I realized I couldn't fully trust anything she might say. I had no memories, and that made me frighteningly vulnerable. Yes. There was something hesitating, held back in that single word. She didn't add anything else. Anything people told me about my past life could be riddled with lies or only half-truths. Did Oster find out about me and Night? Eventually, yes. I had a feeling it wasn't by my confession, nor Night's. I closed my eyes and thought of neither. We're going to get out of these damned cages, I said, with my determination growing and my rage simmering. I was fucking tired of being trapped in iron, so I focused on stilling my mind, feeling and bonding with my magic to learn to reach it past the numbness and pain of the nebulora. In the calm of my thoughts, Night's words trickled back as I thought of the cage around me.
If you ever find yourself in one again, you're going to have the means to break it.
The fire burning inside me from the poison hissed, rebelling to my will to pass through and claim back the magic it guarded. My name is Estrella. I am the daughter of dusk and dawn. I had to retreat from my battle to reach my magic when my skin slicked hot and I trembled, panting with exertion. But I was so far from giving up. I am the Star Maiden, and my light is eternal.
Chapter 32. Night. My younger brother was already grating on my nerves with the way he walked, one hand in his pocket while the other tossed and caught the compass absent-mindedly over and over. "Can you stop that?" I hissed. "Still as easily irritated as ever," he grumbled, pocketing the compass. "When you showed Father the other one, from your realm, what did he say?" My mind conjured the image of the item with a twisting in my gut. He didn't have a lot of time to react under the circumstances. I didn't know what kind of ground we walked on, with this temporary common goal. But I suppose if it was glass doomed to shatter at the end, there was never a better time to ask questions that had taunted me for years. "Why did you bring it to me?" I asked. "Why did you keep visiting me under the library all that time?" I didn't expect the answers to come easily. Dryson's jaw shifted in the glance I stole as we walked through the quiet streets of a town near the edge of Essatir. "I realized that one of you had to be triumphant, and I guess you were the slightly lesser evil. Then why did you act on his order to seek out Estrella when she fell?" "I was going to kill her." My steps slammed to a halt. Dryson stopped a few paces ahead, dragging his bored sight to me. He said, "Well, I didn't, did I? To get back at me. To stop a cycle that will never end," he snapped. "You will always choose her." I couldn't deny that. Nor could I get him to understand, because my feelings for Estrella could not be placed in mere mortal words. No language could move another person to fathom even a fraction of all I carried for her. She was your friend. She trusted you even in this life. And whoever is truly after her in this one didn't kill that arrogant son of a bitch in the Libertatum. Draven. Dryson's jaw worked, and he avoided my eye like he hated to expose himself. He'd killed that player. Why? Because he would have killed her at the end to take her key, and I didn't think she could contend with him then. You gave her your map. That was obvious. Then why pretend you don't care for her? Because I fucking don't, he said coldly, yet his heart was betraying his mind. She has something I need, that's all. I was beginning to itch with a promising wrath as I heard about more and more people who wanted to use my starlight. What is that? I asked through gritted teeth. Dryson held me with dead eyes for a second before he turned away and continued his walk down the snowy street of a town just outside the Central. He declined to answer my question. The person who killed her handmaiden, however, they had to have been after her, Dryson reflected. You couldn't find a trace. I did. You're not going to like what the identifier was, though. There's nothing about it I could like. There was a silver feather. A celestial. That had to have been from one of them just watching her. Didn't you say her own people had attacked her in the past? Until she was adamant she was mistaken about that first assumption. Dryson cast me a look over his shoulder that said I was being complacent. They have no reason to harm her. Don't they? What if others found out about the two of you in the past and condemned their maiden? They've been hiding for centuries waiting for her return. Oster would have caught wind of any upset or movement against her. As far as we knew, only my father and Oster had found out about us. The High Celestial wouldn't have wanted that abhorrent scandal to get out. Worse than their maiden sleeping with the enemy. The fact that she'd rejected Oster as her bonded for it was a secret I had no doubt he protected vehemently from getting out. Dryson merely shrugged. That's what I found. If it was the vampires, I don't know what they sought to gain from trying to kill her either. I had to calm myself right now. It was taking everything in me not to defy her bond right now and go to her with the thought of that threat still lingering. Every moment she was out of my sight was haunting. We came to an establishment like Goldfell Manor, a place where the higher members of society came to gamble, drink, and fuck. Apparently Dryson knew a mage inside. I listened in on his conversation with one of the ladies who leaned into him with eager flirtations that he indulged. There'll be a moment, he informed me, returning with 2 glasses of wine. Impatient ire pricked my skin, but there was nothing I could do but take up a table with Dryson. Not in the mood for a game, Dryson said, indicating the card tables with his chin. No. Sour as ever. If you knew where Estrella was all that time, did you know of the abuse? Not knowing might be safer for both of us, but I was trying to figure him out since everything I thought was being contradicted when it came to how we felt about Estrella now. I knew that Goldfell was selling her blood to keep the vampires away from his establishment. Yes. I didn't know his hand could be cruel too. He doted on her any time I saw her. My hand tightened around my cup. I didn't expect the alliance he'd make. He was smarter than I thought, he continued. What alliance? Dryson cast me a look over the rim of his cup, like he didn't believe I wouldn't know. Shit. I thought you just hadn't told her to spare her heart. What fucking alliance? I snapped. You should really be nice to people when you want something. The only type of kindness pressing on my mind right now was imagining my hands around his throat. Nice trick in erasing his name, by the way. I wonder where you got that idea, he said sarcastically. Now I was really itching to strangle him. Dryson, my love, you've neglected me for years, and I don't anticipate this to be a social call, given your company. The interruption came from a tall person with dark skin and gold eyeliner complementing yellow cat-like eyes that had to be an enhancement of magic. Their black shirt was open to expose a toned chest, and they held a glass of wine as they approached. Seemingly having been interrupted from some private affair they didn't mind provoking anyone's speculation about. Nadir, this is my brother, Dryson introduced, sitting back and allowing them to trail an admirable hand along his chin. My brother had no preference for gender in people when it came to his sexual relations, and there was no denying that these two had been involved before. Nadir's lips parted, and they gave me a second, intrigued assessment. The notorious Knight's death. They drawled the name with a deep air of wonder, but still a trickle of fear. Then their attention fixed back on Dryston with a soft look of adoration. To what do I owe the pleasure of your esteemed company, Your Highness? We need you to enchant an item for us. Dryston held up the compass and Nadir took it, setting down their cup on our table. They flipped it over. The Wanderer's Compass. Dryston nodded. Can it find a person? Of course. The Wanderer's trove makes sure nothing that is lost is forever, and nothing that is hiding can stay so. Nadir took a long drag of a pipe offered to them by a woman in a feather nightgown. So maybe it was quite like the Goldfell Manor, but this place was far more eccentric and bold in its affairs. Who shall I spell it to obey? Me, Dryston and I said simultaneously. He cut me with a look. We wouldn't be here without me. I would have found another mage, I countered. That earned a disgruntled huff from Nadir. Good luck finding another that will touch that thing. One wrong move and it can curse the mage responsible for tinkering with it, they said. Wrong move? I inquired. I didn't think there could be any repercussions from using the item. Items like those of the trove are never meant to fall into nefarious hands. It can sense ill intent. Such as? Dryston prompted, also curious. The compass never used to need a mage to activate its power until the previous owner began using it to find people to kill them. Always a specific type. The compass would point them to any child-free, blonde, unmarried person as their prime victim. They say he raped and killed 8 before the compass stopped working and never helped again. Dryston and I exchanged a look. He said, We are hoping to track down our father and kill him. Nadir took a long inhale, then another drag of the pipe, as if to collect a plea for the ask. A very risky request, given the intent. What shall you give me in return? What do you want? I asked. A vial of the Star Maiden's blood. No. Deal. My sight blazed at Dryston's agreement. It's not ours to give. Her blood runs in me right now. You can have mine. Nadir contemplated my offer with the tip of their chin. Are you bonded? No. Then it's hardly as powerful to me. Only the bond truly makes you one source. Your blood, your soul, it's as powerful as it is vulnerable to the likes of you. A god, are you not? The one who cannot be killed? It was like they mocked me with that last sentence, knowing something I didn't, and that itched my skin toward violence, which I did a commendable job of suppressing. I didn't know what they were trying to provoke out of me, but I didn't appreciate the probe into my bond with Estrella, forged or not. The offer is my blood, or nothing, I said firmly. Nadir challenged me with those yellow eyes primed with amusement. I thought about testing their mind, but decided it was best not to risk getting what we came here for unless they kept resisting. Very well. Nadir took the compass and claimed they needed peace to work the spell. I undid the button of my sleeve, rolling it up as a woman came around to my side with a small knife to collect my blood. Did you ever try using the compass to find her killer? Dryston asked curiously. Yes, it didn't work. For a while, I thought it might mean they were dead, and I can't decide if that would be worse when I've been counting on revenge for centuries. How did it not work? I shrugged. The mage spelled it, and it never moved. Then they could be dead. It should have at least taken me to the remains. Unless they're dust or shadow. That was a fair point to make. I'd erased all physical trace of many bodies in my wake. The thought that I could have unintentionally already killed them ground on dark nerves. Who did Goldfell sell her blood to? I asked again. Dryston sat back, contemplating whether to be kind and tell me or test the limits of my patience. I thought it was rather obvious, given that you knew about the reigning lord's daughter. That's all it took for the weight of what he implied to slam into me. Rian Vernhalla? Dryson's look of disappointment over the fact that I didn't figure it out sooner was all the confirmation I needed. In truth, I was loathing myself right now for not thinking of it sooner. Goldfell heard about his daughter's condition, and he knew from the vampires that Estrella's blood was no ordinary celestial's. I don't think that it would have kept Cassia alive forever without some greater consequence for attempting to evade her fate, but it extended the human's years, at least. And she was Estrella's friend. I figured if she'd had the choice, she would have given her blood anyway. The point is, she had no choice, I growled. Thoughts of her being controlled and taken unawares boiled in me. She was magnificent and powerful, and her first years back had made a mockery of the goddess she was. She's alive, and she's with me now. It was taking everything in me not to slip through the void to her this second. She's heading there right now. I sat so low and dark while my vengeance was stirring. I'm going to fucking kill him. Can you really blame him for wanting to save his daughter? Yes, when it required taking something against Estrella's will and pretending he cared for her. I think he did, truly. Goldfell was a powerful man, and Estrella's blood kept his daughter alive for a while longer. What would telling her have done, other than upending her world and what she knew? And Estrella would have no one to help her then. Time and order. You, of all people, know destiny works in often cruel ways. The woman finished taking my blood. More than I thought was a vial, but I didn't fucking care right now. You should have told me that sooner, I growled. Estrella is with the Lord right now, and I'm not leaving her there a day longer.
Chapter 33. Estrella. I tried to meditate, but it seemed I needed a lot of teaching to even come close to mastering silence of the mind. Even though my thoughts were foggy right now, they wouldn't stop battering my head. Groaning, I gave up, massaging my temples. "You can do this," Katerina encouraged. I was enlightened by her to the fact that my past self had conquered the effects of Nebulora and had been able to find my magic through it. With my hopeless attempts that weren't so much as slightly warming my skin with magic, I was beginning to lose trust in that fact more than anything Katerina had told me so far. I haven't even felt my full power yet in full health, never mind pushing through this. Everything is heavy and cloudy. Now is the time. Find it for you, and for all of us, damn it. My head turned to her, stunned and mildly irritated by her tone. Katerina giggled. "Sorry, it was worth a try. You preferred to give and take tough love a lot as your old self." I huffed a laugh with her. I don't know what I prefer now. It was a lie, I thought, as I remembered how responsive I became to Night when he was harsh in the woods, attacking without holding back. The scraping of metal and stone would never fail to make me wince, but my heart skipped a beat when it came from below this time. 2 humans dragged someone in, and my cage wobbled as I stepped closer to the edge. My world silenced at the blood that trailed them, at the gruesome sight of the man's torn back, 2 sharp, bleeding lines. My hand covered my mouth, and the other gripped the bar with the wave of dizziness and sickness that overcame me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That all the times I'd stood above in this keep, my people were being barbarically stripped of their wings and held captive for their blood below. My eyes filled with tears of grief and agony at first, but they quickly turned hot. My pulse spiked. I watched them drag the man who couldn't walk through the door at the opposite end, and I snapped with rage. "He's not getting away with this," I snarled. I took deep inhales as I sat back down, crossed my legs and straightened my spine. I dove deep within myself to find what I needed to break free of this damn poison. Meeting the raging fire around my magic with more willpower than ever, I gritted my teeth painfully and reached through it. My name is Estrella. I pushed with everything I had through the haze of my mind. My pulse raced dangerously. It was like passing a hand through scorching fire, which took me to the very edge of my resistance. Every time I'd come this close, I'd had to retreat when it threatened to devour me completely. It could kill me. Or free me. I am the daughter of dusk and dawn. A whimper escaped my lips, but I let the inferno take me within and gripped the magic behind it with everything I was. I am the Star Maiden. That light magic, I became it. My eyes snapped open and my world was touched in starlight, shimmering and beautiful but dangerously lethal. My skin warmed to banish all chill, and I found my silver markings glowing. My hand lifted, and the starlight void opened for me, as natural as breathing. I reached inside, gripped my key, and stood as it came to life in my hand, flaring a stunning purple and touching in my chest like an embracing alliance. "You did it," Katerina said with an air of wonder. "We're getting our people the hell out of here." The key answered me, and with a cry I swiped horizontally and expelled a sheet of light magic that cut through the bars. The floor fell away, but instinct awakened in me, like I was unlocking skills I'd known before, and exhilaration pumped through my blood. I jumped before I could fall the long way down. The key disappeared into the void, and my hands wrapped around the top bars. Half of the cage clamored so loudly against the stone that it wavered my focus in a wince and pierced my ears. Now we were on a countdown before guards flooded in from the commotion. It was only now that I came to the terrifying conclusion that while I might know how to do this, I hadn't accounted for my current lack of physical strength in my brazenness. My arms tore in pain from the lack of muscle, but I couldn't fall. I didn't think I would survive it. "Where are your wings?" Katerina asked with a note of panic from seeing my struggle now. "I can't," I wheezed. I tried to focus and find them, but right now, my panic and the remnants of the Nebulora made it impossible. I sobbed from the pain as I swung my legs, enough to gain a push, let go, and barely managed to grip the next bar. 3 more to go. Then the biggest challenge would be whether I could pull myself up to the top of the cage. By the time urgent voices sounded, about to burst in, I cried out at the last hurdle to pull myself up. It took every ounce of physical strength that I had to pause for breath that was hard to draw with my midriff being crushed by a thick pole I was bent over. When the blackness at the edge of my vision passed, I seized all my determination to swing my leg around until I got in the position to balance myself on top of the cage, just as the door below slammed open. I retrieved the key, not sure if it would work, and I aimed it and called my magic through it. The bridge of light it produced could plummet me down if it was as hollow as it looked, but I was out of time for caution. I jumped. Landing on the strip of light, I released a delirious noise of relief and shot across. The voices were commanding each other on the ground, and it was only a matter of time before they burst through the balcony I landed on, too. But I made it across, and then it was only my adrenaline pushing through every tired muscle and sharp breath cutting my throat. I reeled in Katerina's cage, despite the pain lancing through me with every heavy pull. I couldn't manage the whole way as my arms gave out and I heaved a dry sob. "Can you jump from there?" I asked through wheezing gasps. "Yes." Using magic was a temporary reprieve, even though it drained strength from me after. In the moment it coursed through my body, I felt dangerously invincible. It could destroy me if I didn't remember my limits. "Ready?" She nodded. I cut through Katerina's cage the same way as before, and she almost didn't make the leap across. Both of us shot arms out for each other, and by some miracle from the gods, she tumbled my way instead of the opposite. We crashed to the balcony ground in a tangle of limbs and agony. Then the door tore open. I angled my arms and pushed myself up as they wobbled. Flicking my side up, I saw 4 men file in, braced with swords. "I don't want to hurt you," I panted, managing to clutch the key staff and use it as an aid to rise. The closest man gave a chuckle, but it wasn't fully arrogant as he eyed the key carefully. As if it was the only threat, but the person who wielded it was nothing more than a cockroach to crush.
"You're the one who's going to get hurt, girl."
"Stop," I warned. He didn't listen. I had no choice. All it took was lifting the key and slamming it to the ground to split through the slab between us. The other 3 shouted and managed to usher themselves back before the stone balcony crumbled, and the one who'd advanced was swallowed in the crumbling debris that fell with him. "We have to go," Katerina said, pulling my arm, but I couldn't help the seconds of regret that tainted me when I saw he wouldn't survive that fall. Then I squared my shoulders, knowing this was the world I lived in, and that it was at war for peace. We jogged across the balcony until we found stairs and ran down them. When more men tried to intercept us, I used magic to get them out of our way until they started retreating. Then we emerged into a new large space, like the one we'd been held in, but horror slowed my jog until I stood in the center, turning to see every cage on the ground level, then the second level, then the third. They were all full. Dozens of captive celestials edged timidly out of shadow, peeking through their cages at our abrupt intrusion. "It's the Star Maiden!" someone called out. It snapped me back from my reeling shock. Voices broke out, most of them muttering the same thing with a growing buzz of hope. Hope that they were getting to go home.
"Estrella!"
I gasped, spinning toward the direction of my name, and my eyes filled with overwhelming relief at the head of pink hair I saw. Zath was with Rose, to my immense relief. Rushing over to them, I examined Rose head to toe. Aside from tousled hair and a few scratches, likely from her resistance, she appeared unharmed. My eyes dropped too in concern to where Zath was clutching his abdomen, but he waved me off before I could say anything.
"Just a nasty beating. I'll be okay,"
he said. Even Rose looked at him with worry. "I have to get you out," I said, mulling over how. My hand lifted to the lock, and threads of magic pulled out of me to break it. I was learning it was so many things, like clay to a sculptor and paint to an artist. It could do many things, and it was my craft to learn. When my magic retracted back into me, however, I didn't know how much longer I could go on in my current state, and I glanced helplessly around all the cages. Rose's hands were on me the moment she was free, as if knowing my stability was about to fail. "We have to get you out of here. We can come back with more forces for them," Rose said quietly. I shook my head, watching Katerina at one of the cages and the bright hope of the tattered old woman within one. I couldn't leave them another moment in here.
"You can't fight anymore,"
Zath said softly in a plea. I'd never seen him so concerned for me. "I have to." Taking a long breath that felt like fire expanding in my chest, I used the help of my key to walk, trying to gauge how I was going to do this. 1 cage at a time? That would take too long. Guards would flood the room soon. Then I realized. "Where's all the guards?" I asked. Surely Rian would have guessed this was where I would go. We should have been swarmed by forces by now. Someone approached, a single set of feet running toward us, and I spun to them. Calyx slowed his pace, holding up his hands, but he didn't keep his eyes on me. They scanned around and above, and if I didn't know any better, I would have believed the ghostly expression that was disturbed by this sinister place. "I'm going to kill him," I seethed. "Wait." My step was halted by Rose, and my incredulous look sliced her instead. "I hate to say this, but we might not be alive if it wasn't for him." "What are you talking about?" I snapped. Calyx was a traitor and a liar. Rian ordered us killed. Calyx took us before they could, but we couldn't leave you. So he brought us here since they wouldn't come looking and kept us in the know about you until we could figure out a plan.
But you seem to have done that all on your own, as impulsive as this is.
I kind of like your style. I tried to smile at the small attempt to ease the racing adrenaline in us from realizing that this was far from over. We had to get everyone out of here alive.
"There's an attack outside the keep,"
Calyx informed. My brow pulled together, then relaxed with a wash of cold dread as I asked, "Night?" Calyx quickly shook his head, approaching tentatively, as if I still might turn on him. In truth, I hadn't fully let him off the hook yet.
"I think they're Fae."
My eyes widened, and hope bloomed in my chest.
Had the resistance come to aid?
It bought us time to get everyone out of here. "Do you have keys?" I asked Calyx. His face fell apologetic, and I could have groaned to see the shake of his head. "Magic it is," I said through a labored breath.
"You hardly seem capable to tackle them all. We can wait for help,"
Zath protested. "We don't know how many Fae there are. This could be our only chance with the distraction they're making for us." I practically hobbled to the center of the room. I would rest once everyone was out, and could only hope what it took wasn't my life. So many eyes watched me, hollow, tired faces that for some reason looked at me with the kind of hope they'd thought was lost. Focusing on my breathing, I reached for the power of the key, unable to muster enough magic without it right now. Power crawled over my skin like thin prickling water. It hummed in my veins like new life, and I was just the vessel. Then it spilled from me in threads that searched for the cage locks. Starlight swirled around the room, and though it was beautiful, I was trembling to hold it, direct it. Those threads wound their way around every cell, like I held them all in the palm of my hand, and all it would take is one pull. They all broke at once, but I wasn't prepared and had not trained myself to reel the magic back into myself safely. It pummeled into me like a rebounding attack. Rose caught me before I could fall. "You did it," she said, a certain wonder in her tone. I could hardly stay awake, but I had to see. Their voices grew louder, yet they were all muffled. I was close to passing out, but I watched in wonder as some still had their wings, stunning large silver wings. They helped each other from the higher cages, and my chest beat with so much pride and joy. "They're going to be okay. Now we need to start getting everyone out," Rose assured me. I nodded. The key staff slipped from my grasp, but my hand raised in time and the starlight void opened to keep it safe. I let Zath hook my waist and help me walk. In the familiar halls of the keep above, my heart ached at the memories I had here that now felt tainted. I could distantly hear the clamor of steel and shouts of battle, and my fear awakened my adrenaline to push through some of the fog threatening my consciousness. We made it to the grand entrance before we stopped. "Oh, Estrella," Davina sighed, rushing to me. I could have broken in the embrace she pulled me into. Over her shoulder, I trembled at the sight of the vicious fighting. "We have to stop this," I breathed. "We're handling it," Davina said. "We need to get you out of here."
Not yet.
Rian's voice chilled down my spine, and I turned. My body was weak, but I straightened. No matter what, I would protect my friends. "It's over, Rian," I said.
We didn't even get the chance to talk, maiden,
he said, so calm and unbothered by the fighting that was happening. I didn't know who I was staring at. Something had been wrong since the moment he captured me, and I couldn't untangle what it was. Reaching for my key, I thought that if I kept the magic flowing through me, I would be able to fight him. Whatever punishment I had to face when I let the power fade would be worth it to save my friends, my people. Bodies crept out from behind the reigning lord, but they weren't guards, not uniformed, and when I tracked the ground, I discovered them to be shadowless. Then I looked in the glass to confirm some were soulless by their missing reflections, but what I found instead... My heart stopped, then sped. It felt like the ground crumbled from under me slowly, and I couldn't move.
Vampires,
Zath muttered. It all made sense now. World-shattering sense. There was no time to deliberate my horror when the vampires attacked. Rose and Zath fought with steel they had to have picked up from fallen guards.
Davina shapeshifted into a large black panther to tear through bodies with her powerful claws and jaw.
None of them came for me, because I was pinned by the hungry stare of the villain in front of me. "What do you want?" I asked. My throat was bone dry. "My blood?"
I have enough of that for now.
My grip tightened on the key as he took a predatory step to me. He said,
I want an alliance, Estrella. I have the answer to the dire problem of the world, the one you couldn't find all that time ago. A way to kill Night before he kills you.
My head shook vacantly. Rian took one more step, and I braced to shift the key. He cried out, and my sight snapped down in utter shock to the blade protruding from his abdomen. It retracted, but I barely caught a glimpse of Calix, who locked eyes on me with blank terror. With goodbye. With a plea. My mouth opened, but I didn't get to release my scream. Rian moved impossibly fast, hand lashing around Calix's throat. "No!" I was too late to save him. I didn't hear the snap of his neck, but watching death glass over those familiar brown eyes and his whole body go limp in Rian's hold, I fell to my knees as his body was let go so carelessly, to crumple to the ground. My vision came and went, but I couldn't think of anything but that final request in Calix's eyes that now stared hauntingly at me. I only had seconds to react, crawling to him and placing a hand over his hollow chest. The last warmth of him engulfed my palm before shooting up my arm and settling in my chest. "I'll make sure you see her again," I whispered to his soul. I didn't cry, but his death crushed another piece of me inside. We might have had our differences, but in the end, our love for Cassia kept us bonded. I mourned for him. I barely looked up in time to see Rian slipping away down a hall, blood dripping from his wound. Loathing torched my blood, rage and vengeance and pure fucking spite. I went after him against all alarms to let him go this time, to come back when I had full strength, but my anger knew no limits. Down the hall I braced against the stone wall a few times to catch my breath. I reached deeper and deeper for more magic, even though I knew the danger. He was right. Here. I had the chance to end him.
In the room I cornered him in, his guise was revealed in the mirror reflections along each wall. This was where Cassia would have lessons in ballroom dancing, and a few times I'd had the joy of participating.
Rian stood with his back to me in every perfect detail. But it was the fallen king, Night's father, who stared at me with a wickedly amused smile through every reflection. With a cry, the key became a bow, and I aimed a light arrow in seconds. It pierced the top hat he wore, spearing it into the mirror that cracked, now adding a sinister tone to his image. "What did you do to him?" I yelled in anguish. When the king turned, he wore his own flesh now, and my heart withered with what I was about to learn.
The reigning lord is dead, but you should be thanking me after his exploitation of you. That was truth I uncovered for you.
I blinked, then shook my head. He was trying to warp my mind. "What do you have to gain in killing him? In being here?" Shock smothered my fear of him. I couldn't believe it. He'd played the part so well when we'd arrived, but the cruelty this past week had never really been Rian.
I knew you would come here eventually.
Why kill the reigning lord for it?
I enjoyed taking his place for a while, having some semblance of what I once had before you destroyed it, and perhaps I came to enjoy it more. Here the Lord had true power and respect. It made me realize once and for all that what I had was always because of my son, and without him most would not have feared me. But that will change. I no longer need him.
He's your son! It came out in a pained breath of incredulity after hearing him lack any care or ounce of love for his own child.
He's a failed experiment, though I will admit he served his purpose well for a while, before you got in the way.
That brought my resentment back in a surge of heat. He's every triumph you'll never achieve, every power you'll never feel. You've always needed him, but he has never needed you.
Your affection for him is admirable, despite the people he's slaughtered. Your people.
By your order.
My order is a word. His actions are the crime.
Your word is a poisonous manipulation, and I won't let you hurt him anymore. Forming another light arrow, I lifted my aim, but the king's words halted my release.
Bond with Knight.
It was such a jarring statement I frowned, puzzling over the motive. You know of a way to kill Knight, I said, becoming slowly doused in dread. Does that have something to do with it? The king boldly took a step toward the arrow pointed at him.
We don't have to be enemies. There is a way for us all to get what we desire. I would vow to reign as an equal to you in the high celestials. No more war, no more conquest, no more failing magic. All you would have to do is give him up. He will always be destruction to your order.
My heart cleaved in two for Knight. To have a father so hell-bent on ending him now that he no longer served as a ruthless soldier to his gain. You are absolutely despicable, I said through gritted teeth. You are the plague to my order, not him. The king moved and I reacted too. I realized all his words had been a distraction from the dagger he unsheathed and threw. It scored across my arm, knocking my arrow out of his path. From the lance of searing fire, I knew it was laced with nebulora. A new voice intruded, and if I hadn't caught his reflection behind me, I would have thought it a trick.
Harm her again, and I'll kill you where you stand.
Oster stepped in front of me, standing off against the king, and I couldn't believe he was here. How had he known I was here, and in trouble?
Heroic of you to come for your maiden, Oster Nova,
the king said with a hint of amusement, like he'd anticipated it.
Leave,
Oster ordered. The king met my eyes with a gleam in his. He stepped forward. The only exit was behind me. I intercepted him. I was so fucking angry that I couldn't contain it anymore. You don't get to walk out of here, I said. Then I struck, hand cast out, and with the added power of the key, the king flew back, slamming into the wall of mirror that rained down in a lethal waterfall.
Estrella, you're going to hurt yourself.
Oster reprimanded me, but right now he was only in my way, and I couldn't fathom why he would try to stop me with our enemy right in front of us. The king groaned, pushing himself up. I expected him to be more incapacitated by the blast. Then the mockery of laughter tightened in my bones.
The gods granted me one more thing when I got inside that temple. It seems your creators are reevaluating who they entrust the world to.
The king said.
What are you talking about? I hissed.
The key doesn't affect me as much because they granted me the will to use it without harm.
Dusk and dawn were really growing my vendetta against them. My grip around the key tightened, like he could snatch it from me right now. Why would the gods, who are supposed to be on our side, grant such a catastrophic power to him? They created me. This key that made me both astronomically more powerful, yet also completely vulnerable. Now they'd granted it to the hand of my ultimate enemy? In case I didn't choose right. Because their ultimate enemy was night. My night. I despised those gods and didn't care if it damned me to declare it. My anger had been simmering, but it skipped straight past boiling and I erupted. A scream tore from me. Magic expelled from me. The mirror shattered and the walls exploded with the velocity of the power that blasted from me and from the key flaring brightly. I am not a maiden just to serve. I am not a weapon just to gain. I didn't stop until I fell to my knees, panting and slick with sweat when my energy dwindled to embers. Every breath was like ashen flame. Every focus of my eyes from the destruction around me pounded my head sickeningly. I didn't know what I'd done to the king or Oster, but I couldn't see either of them. I'm dying. There's too much light. I was so engulfed by it that I felt wholly set on fire. I yearned for the darkness, and it came for me. It spilled over my splayed fingers, cutting into shards of glass on the ground. I couldn't lift my head for the boulder, it felt like, but within my blurry focus, I saw him, wondering if I was mistaken about the dark angel that approached through the reflections of the shattered mirror pieces. Until night crouched before me, taking my face in his hands.
There you are,
he said, so softly, but it was the type of calm that hid panic.
You saved them all. I came thinking I'd be turning this place to rubble to get you out, but you did so by yourself.
I managed to look up then. Night, I said through breaths that felt numbered, and if they were, I wanted to give them all to him anyway.
I'm here. I've got you.
Is everyone safe?
Thanks to you, they will be.
My head was pounding, my muscles were on fire, and the air was too thick to breathe. I tried to blink and find focus, and though it was all dust and rubble, no one was with us when I thought to warn Knight about his father. Oster. My head slumped with the effort to look for them. I can't hold on. Knight took me into his arms and stood.
I'm right here. You're going to be fine,
he promised. My heart cried when that's all I wanted, and also everything I was afraid of. That he would always come, and I could never stay away. Chapter 34. Estrella. I took a long, deep inhale, glad it didn't burn or pulse in my head like I anticipated. I stared at a slanted wooden ceiling that had a single window. It was dark out, and the stars were blurry from the pounding rain against the glass, but the sound was peaceful. I almost wanted to go back to sleep, until I remembered what I'd faced before getting here. Who had brought me here? Night's presence wrapped me in his embrace, and my head fell sideways. He was so beautiful laying there on his back, with his head facing me. I reached for the lock of dark hair that had tipped over his eyes in his sleep, but then my body tensed. Something wasn't right. His chest, it didn't rise. Night wasn't breathing. Night! I barely choked out his name as I shot up, gripping his shoulders. I shook him. Night! Still no response, and my pulse ran frantic while my body seized in panic. I straddled him, blinking fast against the pooling in my eyes because Night wasn't moving. He couldn't be dead. He told me he couldn't die. Oh, gods! Had his father come when I lost consciousness? No, we weren't bonded, and I was sure that was somehow needed for his plan to kill Night. Night, please, I croaked. Wake up! I gasped at the same time he did. Night drew a long, sudden breath, and his eyes snapped open. His heartbeat thumped under my hand now, and mine was knocked around off beat because... What the fuck?
Estrella.
He breathed, disoriented, like my name was an anchor. He held my hip and I leaned down, unable to hold back the need to press my lips to his. Why did you do that? I cried angrily now from the worst fright of my existence. What happened?
Your bargain is pretty damn powerful.
I pulled back, scanning over his face, and realization washed me with such guilt. Then more outrage because he could have left me had the magic been strong enough to take him for good. You shouldn't have come for me. I was making it out. Sweat slicked his brow and his teeth gritted together as he pushed himself up. His breaths were labored, but he cupped my neck and held me with fierce eyes.
I once held you in my arms as you fucking died, Estrella. As you left and took my heart with you and the only kernel of good ever to reside in my soul. I can't do it again. I won't do it again. So no, a blood bargain won't keep me from coming for you. There's nothing I wouldn't destroy in my path to you when you are in danger. I was too late once. I won't be again.
All my anger dispersed at once, opening a hollow void that filled with his pain instead. Night's energy was drained completely. His eyes could hardly stay open. I held the back of his neck now to help him lie back down, and his skin was dangerously hot. Panic surged in me with the beat that began to slow under my palm. I release you from that command. I rushed out. I want you to come for me. Always.
Thank fuck.
He rasped. How many times did you die?
Doesn't matter,
He said, running a soothing caress over my thighs, straddling him.
How are you feeling?
Better than you. He smiled and my chest fluttered. I didn't want to miss him, but I realized now, having him right here not as an illusion. That was a denial I was tired of fighting.
I had to give you my blood again.
He admitted.
I almost thought I might have had to.
Night stopped himself. What? He shook his head, but it was slow and tired, like he could hardly find the strength.
That's part of our story. You'll see.
I lay down with him, tucked into his side. You need to drink from me. Night's next attempt to shake his head was weaker than the last. Please, you'll recover faster.
I'll be fine in a few days. Dying is just more taxing when it's multiple times in succession.
I'm sorry, I whispered. I didn't want to hurt you. I just wanted
to best me. And you did. I'm proud of you for it.
His weakness was tearing me apart. He might be known as the realm's nightmare, but for some reason I feared for it without him. It wasn't Rian, I whispered. At the keep. It was the king. Knight's eyes slipped open, and his brow furrowed.
Are you sure?
I could only nod. My throat seized tightly as I recalled what he'd said. How was I to tell him what I suspected his father could do? Turn our bonding from something that should be promising into a nefarious scheme. He can use the key without harm. He gained that at the temple investiture. Knight pinched the bridge of his nose.
If I could kill gods, I would risk damnation worse than hell for my soul to do it.
Rian's dead, I said quietly, as I was only just now getting the chance to really settle that fact. So was Calix. My heart shattered. Calix had tried to save me. My hand raised to my chest, harboring a final vow to him I had to see through. Knight's fingers ran at my spine in comfort.
I'm sorry. They meant a lot to you.
I know you couldn't forgive him for what he'd done, but Calix saved me in there in more ways than one.
Then for that, I hope he gets to join your friend.
Cassia, I would make sure they got to shine together. I angled my mouth to meet his jaw, planting soft kisses that tensed the muscles in his neck. I want you to drink from me. I can't bear this.
Are you seducing me into it?
If I have to. My leg hooked over his middle, and his hand traced up from my calf and over my knee. His eyes fell closed again. I continued the path of my lips against his soft, tanned skin. Knight pulled me over him, but not with the demand he usually would. He was so weak, worse than when he was struck by lightning. When I got to the hollow spot of his collar, I opened my mouth and bit down. It drew a pleasurable, pained sound from his throat, and I smiled, kissing there afterward.
You've been through a lot and need your strength,
he protested. You have the restraint to only take what you need. I'll be okay.
I'm about to lose all restraint with you if you keep doing that.
Doing what? I said coyly, and dragged my teeth further up his neck. His hand gave a frail squeeze of warning, but I didn't listen. He needed this, and I wanted to give it to him. I sat up, untucking my shirt from my pants. When I folded out of it, Knight's eyes fluttered open to the sight of me bare-chested above him.
Now I know I must be alive,
he murmured.
Hell would not be this kind to me.
His hands traveled at my sides, and one cupped my breast. I sighed with the pleasure, tipping my head back. I shuffled down a few fractions until I felt his hard cock beneath me, and my hips moved against him.
Fuck,
Knight said, the snap of his restraint. Despite his fatigue, he pushed himself up. His arms circled my waist, and I squealed as he flipped me onto my back. I didn't get to draw a breath before he kissed me hard, pouring everything he had into showing me how much he wanted me, regardless of his need to rest. His thigh hooked under my knee, spreading my legs farther apart to fit himself in perfectly. His cock pressed into the heat of my core with shallow thrusts that rubbed the stitches of my pants tortuously through my slickness. Knight slowed our kiss, not out of want, but exhaustion. His forehead leaned to mine as he caught his breath. His fingers reached up, tracing along my collar, and the phantom eruption of pain from the arrow laced in nebulora tingled my skin. My sight angled down to see the scar before his lips replaced his fingers.
He's going to feel what he did to you 100 times over,
he muttered. I shivered at that dark promise.
I don't expect you to give me your blood,
he said. I want to. I was close to begging for it. As I remembered how he'd taken from me in the bath, my hips couldn't help lifting for more relief against him.
You are incredible,
he growled, pressing his lips over the faint scar where he'd last bitten. My hands tightened in his hair when his mouth closed over my neck and his teeth sank into my flesh. I drew a sharp inhale with a silent cry. The pain quickly numbed and pleasure overtook me. It was a blissful, near delirious high that entwined threads of me with him each time. Knight's body pressed me to the bed harder, and my hands trailed down his back, adding pressure where his wings would be. That caused him to groan around my throat as the hand not cupping my nape curved over my ass, grinding his hardness against me. And I whimpered, because it wasn't enough. His fingers worked on the ties and buttons of my pants, and he peeled the material from my legs. Then he teased my core, and I cried out while my body arched into him, needing him closer. My nails clawed into his back when he circled my apex. I lost all care for decency then, lifting my hips and working against the movement of his hand. With the pleasure roaring through me from the bite, I raced toward a climax so fast it overcame me out of nowhere. Night! His name pulled from me in a pained cry as sparks quaked through my body. His teeth pulling out of me caused my whole body to give a violent shiver. Night gathered his breath before his tongue lapped over the wound, and I tensed with the sensitive burst of pleasure.
Such a good girl,
he rasped against my throat.
Thank you.
Did the blood help?
Very much so, but it will take a few hours to fully bring me back.
Knight's hand slipped out of my pants, and I watched, entranced as he brought his fingers to his mouth.
Gods, I missed you,
he said in a gravelly murmur, then leaned down to kiss me hard.
And what a pity it is I can't yet show you just how much.
I shivered with thoughts of what he would have unleashed upon me if he had full strength and control right now, but I was blissfully content with this. I missed you too, I confessed. Knight's look of surprise, then a flicker of relief ached in me. I decided then I couldn't keep these feelings from him, not when it was like he never expected his to be reciprocated as strongly. I'd tried to keep reserved in my feelings for him, only in my fear for the challenges that seemed destined to keep us apart. Now I was beginning to realize it didn't matter how many fractures may split my heart. It belonged to him anyway.
What's wrong?
He asked gently. Nothing, I said, then changed the topic away from my sinking gut. What happened at the keep after you arrived? Where's Rose and Zath?
Safe. I think I might have actually seen them embrace when the fighting was over.
Are you sure she was well?
Could have been the result of a hit to the head making her delusional about who she was seeing, I suppose.
I huffed a laugh, but I was glad Rose might be starting to take off her armor with Zathrian. They were both important people to me. Can I use the same excuse? I mused, tipping my chin to peer up at him. Knight barely shook his head, and I thought he was only hanging on to his consciousness for my sake as he lay back down beside me. He needed rest.
No more pretend, remember.
I smiled, content, but I wanted to wash after the captivity. Is there a washroom here? I asked.
Don't leave,
he said. That answered my question, and I shuffled to the edge of the bed before he could reach for me. I'll bring something to cool your fever. You're going to sleep.
You're being too good to me. Maybe I should be concerned.
Don't remind me. I'll come back with hot towels instead to counter the kindness. He almost broke a smile.
There's a bathing room down the hall. We're in a pleasure house, you should know. Please don't be enticed into someone's room. My jealousy can be as dangerous as my wrath.
You were lacking. I squealed as he lashed out from my waist, but he was slow enough that I managed to jump off the bed in time. I flirted with my eyes as I fitted into a robe. Trust I'm well and fully satisfied. Should that change, I'll come straight back.
You know how to call for me.
I nodded, and his tired eyes concerned me. Under all the notorious names and villainous traits, he was just Night, a person who had limits, and though his care was selective, he protected those he gave it to with everything he had.
Estrella,
he called as I reached the door.
Did you get to the temple yet?
No.
Tomorrow, then. We'll go together.
Night looked so peaceful and glorious lying there with the cover only over his lower half. The contours of him were mesmerizing against the moonlight, with a small flicker of flame from the brightness of his irises. You can call for me too, you know, I said, leaning my head on the open door.
I'm always calling for you, Starlight.
Chapter 35. Estrella. I left Night to rest, heading down the hall toward the small women's bathing room of this establishment. Before I reached it, I was surprised to find Drystan leaning against the wall.
Did you keep my brother in his cycle of torture for a while at least?
I scowled at him. He's fine now. Drystan's eyes dipped to my neck with that, and my skin heated with his knowing look.
Pity.
What are you doing here?
I guess he didn't fit in a moment to tell you of our time together. You're welcome, by the way. If I hadn't mentioned Rian's deal with Goldfeld for your blood, he wouldn't have come so quick.
You knew all this time? I accused.
I did. It seemed harmless enough at the time. Your blood kept vampire activity against the humans down immensely and your friend alive. I figured the day you came to know about it, you would have a right to feel betrayed, but you would understand why the reigning lord did it.
My heart ached. I don't know what I might have done if I'd had the chance to face him for it. Drystan said,
Night showed you the day we found the dragon, didn't he?
My pulse skipped, recalling that memory. It was tragic to stand in front of Drystan, having seen how close we once were. Now he could hardly stand my company, but he needed something. Then I realized, you know how to hatch the egg. His unwavering expression was confirmation enough. It was in the diary, and you managed to translate it over the years. Didn't you? Is that why you wanted me to see it?
Smart girl. I don't know if the egg is alive to hatch, but yes, I know how to do it.
Tell me. My palms clammed with exhilaration at the prospect, but Drystan's hooked brow told me he wasn't going to give up that information without a gain.
Meet with me tonight,
he asked. My chest pounded with the decision. Would Drystan lure me out to hurt me? Where?
You'll see. Bring the little rogue, and don't tell any of the others. I'll know if you do.
Nadia? Last I gathered, she was very keen to hold the ticket for Drystan's murder.
You want to mend anything of the past? I'm giving you this one chance of trust,
he said flatly. He pushed off the wall, passing me, and I twisted after him.
I'll be waiting on the rooftop at midnight,
he said before disappearing around a bend. Shit. I didn't want to fail him when it could be a chance at getting him to trust me. Yet it could be a trap for something nefarious, and it was a secret I had to keep from Night. There were voices inside the bathing chamber, familiar, and when I entered, relief relaxed my tense shoulders when I saw the pink hair of Rose first and Nadia's flaming red tresses, Davina's long crowning dark braid, then one other. They all turned around one by one, submerged in the large round tub big enough for at least 10 people. Lilith? I beamed at the extra, unexpected head of stunning green hair and small curving horns. I couldn't believe the beautiful, kind fae who'd helped me at the manor Knight had taken me to after I fell in the lake long ago was really here. I didn't know how or why, but she was a flutter of tangible joy. Lilith beamed brightly, seeing me, her smile stretching her freckled complexion. "You're all here," I said, wondering if I'd fallen asleep in Knight's arms and this was a wonderful dream. "Oh, Estrella, I'm so glad to see you well," Davina gushed, floating over to the side of the tub nearest to me. "None of us could sleep worrying about you after the sight of you at the keep. Rosalind was just about to hatch a plan to barge into your room and steal you." Stripping off my robe, I climbed into the bath from the steps. I sighed blissfully at the steaming, milky water lapping my skin. Recalling how sore I'd been trying to escape that cage, I guessed Knight's blood had nursed me back to full health. "I'm okay now," I assured. "Thanks to him." "He has a good heart," Lilith said. "Even if it's hidden in darkness." That caught my intrigue. "You know him too? Was there anyone not in league with Knight?" Lilith gave a sheepish smile. "My father is the leader of the Fae resistance in Elysis. He would have been killed or under the king's order long before he even claimed the crown if it wasn't for Knight saving him and others. My father also sent him to meet Lucinda, my human mother." I didn't know. I thought over that for a moment, but it only caused more confusion to surface. "Why are you here?" "I'm part of the resistance," Lilith said. It was like she'd grown into a whole new confident person since I'd last seen her. "Or at least I want to be. My father has been trying to keep me out of it, but then I heard a commotion. I met Davina, and she said the Star Maiden was in trouble, and I didn't know who you were for certain when you came to my manor months ago, but I had a strong suspicion.
So I knew I had to come find out if you'd made it through the Libertatum after all, since Pixtia was announced the winner."
Her tanned skin crumpled at her brow. "Oh, Estrella, I'm so glad to see you." I didn't know what to say. There was so much to get straight in my mind, I didn't know where to begin. "I didn't know I was the Star Maiden when I was with you," I admitted quietly. "I know," she said. "I'm sorry you don't have your memories." I smiled with sad gratitude. "That was an unexpected turn of events at the keep," Nadia said, unbothered. "How did you get away before they could capture you too?" I asked. "I'm particularly good at evasion